Chapter 431. Then it told Jojo about this. Actually, I can also make it surrender to you directly. But this descendant of mine is arrogant. If you don't defeat it, it may not sincerely submit to you. The Supreme Dragon said at last. Jojo thought about it after hearing this, but still didn't mention the abnormal Lord Talent of peace and prosperity. After all, this Lord Talent that can change people's hearts silently is too easy to make people afraid. So he agreed directly. With his current strength, even without the blood suppression of the Holy Dragon of Light, as long as the Supreme Dragon does not take action, he can still defeat the opponent steadily. It's just that there may be some casualties. But with Carol Moira and those clergy who master the small resurrection technique, they can directly treat and resurrect at that time. Jojo has this method, so he naturally has no worries. Then Jojo and the Supreme Lord continued the previous war under the eyes of the Supreme Dragon. More than half an hour later. Even though the Supreme Lord and his Supreme Dragon clan had thick skin and flesh, and even though the Supreme Lord used his heroic skills, they were still seriously injured by Jojo's side. As for the 400,000 alien creatures, they were all killed by Yun Wuxin and other strong men. Jojo felt a little sorry about this. If he could directly recruit the other party, these 400,000 alien creatures could directly become his subordinates. However, he was also very satisfied to receive these 37 Supreme Dragon Clan as his subjects. These are 37 pure-blooded dragons. Each of them has greater potential than the Ghost Dragon August and Neltharion before he became a hero, in addition to the Dragon Egg of the Light Spirit Dragon and the Light Holy Dragon Ingsal beside him. Jojo felt that his gains today were simply off the charts. At this moment, the Supreme Dragon also took action. A silver light flashed in its eyes, and the 36 Supreme Dragons and Supreme Lords, who were seriously injured below, recovered to a healthy state in the blink of an eye. Follow this Lord well in the future, listen to his orders, and protect this Light Holy Dragon. In addition, change your lordship title. What level are you? Use a title similar to my title. After the Supreme Dragon said the last sentence, his body gradually disappeared, and finally disappeared completely. The Dragon Sacrifice, Holy Tower also calmed down again. Your subordinate is Ji Harris. I lead all the Jilung people, and meet the Lord. The Supreme Lord, no, now he should be called Harris, came to Jojo with 36 Jilungs, and said unwillingly. Jojo smiled. He looked at the other party's attribute information. Lord title, Jilung Lord. Territory, Jilung Territory. Hero title, Dragon King of War and Power. Strength class, Gold lower level. Ability overview. A genius from the Jilung clan, who awakened the blood of the Dragon God of War and Black Flame in his body since childhood. Later, he was chosen by the Supreme Will and came to the Supreme Continent to become a Dragon Lord. Skills. Talent descendant of the Dragon God. Hero's skill War Trampling. Hero's skill Black Flame Dragon Breath. Gold lower level can grow raise skills Jilung Body. Gold lower level can grow raise skills Jilung Power. Middle God Soul Immunity. Awakening degree 10%. Middle God Physical Immunity. Awakening degree 1. 0%. Middle God Level Elemental Immunity. Awakening degree 10%. Loot Explosion Rate. 50 gold level Mist Hearts. Explosion Rate. 100%. 1 Hero Skill War Trampling. Explosion Rate. 0.1%. 1 Hero Skill Black Flame Dragon Breath. Explosion Rate. 0.1%. 1 Gold Lower Level Growth Race Skill Extreme Dragon Body. Explosion Rate. 5%. 1 Gold Lower Level Growth Race Skill Extreme Dragon Power. Explosion Rate. 5%. 1 Lower Level God Level Heroic Inheritance Secret Book. 6 Extraordinary Lord Talent Crystal Fragments. Explosion Rate. 0%. 1 Extraordinary Lord Talent Ball. Explosion Rate. 0%. Jojo's eyes lit up. This guy has Extraordinary Lord Talent? Not bad. Give me your ranking points first, then give up your lordship and become my subject. Jojo said. Yes. Lord. Lord Jilung agreed with a depressed heart. After becoming a lord, it originally wanted to do something ambitious. Unexpectedly, it ended up like this. But he couldn't help but listen to his ancestors' words, so he could only admit defeat to Jojo and give all his ranking points to the other party. At the same time, a prompt for Lord Jilung's surrender also appeared in front of Jojo. End battlefield prompt. Lord Jilung has surrendered to you. The Lord's Lord rank is Mythology Upper, 112 points, and he has obtained 1.856407500 points of End Battlefield basic ranking points in the End Battlefield. You have obtained a total of 13 billion points of 5640750 points of End Battlefield basic ranking points. A sudden wealth. Jojo smiled when he saw this. This compass of the soul of vengeance is really useful. However, this time, being able to defeat the extreme Dragon Clan Lord and gain its allegiance was actually a matter of luck. After all, if he had not obtained the Holy Dragon of Light and the Holy Dragon of Light bloodline, the extreme world-honored dragon summoned by the Lord of Extreme Dragon would not have attacked him. Then he would have to use the ceasefire order and flee from this place. This also gave Jojo a wake-up call. The foundation of the top lords of all races should not be underestimated. In front of the foundation of these top lords of all races, no matter how useful the compass of the soul of vengeance is, he can no longer use it carelessly. Then he opened the ranking list of the end battlefield. Blue Star Human Race Lord of the Sun rank, 24.76125120 points end battlefield ranking, number 1. Original Spirit Race True Lord rank, 21.11875960 points end battlefield ranking, number 2. Chaos God Race Lord Tai rank, 17.51369750 points end battlefield ranking, number 3. Shepherd God Race Lord of the Sky rank, 15.61394980 points end battlefield ranking, number 4. Jojo smiled. Sure enough. After accepting Lord Jilung, a top lord ranked in the top 10, his ranking really jumped to the first place in the end battlefield. In the next day, as long as he can maintain this ranking, he can sit on the position of the strongest lord of all races. Although this was only the first activity of the official lord, the title of the strongest lord of all races was nothing. After all, it was not time to compete for the Supreme Lord. But it was still a good start. Jojo was excited for a while, and then gradually calmed down. Now that I have come to this position, I am afraid that the real lords will feel urgent. Tomorrow is the last day of the end battlefield, and it is probably the most intense day of the war. Now my first place is only temporary. Can't relax? Jojo reminded himself in his heart. Then he stopped thinking, and looked at Lord Jilung in front of him. From today on, you are the subjects of my Jiayang city. Although you and I were enemies before today, as long as you work well for me in the future, I will not treat you with prejudice. Jojo said. Thank you, Lord. Lord Jilung was already a subject of Jiayang territory at this time. Under the silent influence of the Lord's talent of peace and prosperity, after hearing Jojo's words, the original resistance in his heart quietly dissipated. Jojo nodded, then put on the God Thief's magic-stealing gloves, came to Lord Jilung, put his hand on its dragon head, and took away the fragment of its Lord's talent crystal. Chapter 432. Jojo looked at the extraordinary Lord Talent ball in the space ring, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Although he now has nearly 20 Lord Talents, there are still very few Lord Talents above the diamond level. Not to mention the extraordinary Lord Talents. Thinking of this, he looked at Harris with a normal expression, and even felt that its fierce face was a lot cuter. Then his eyes fell on the Dragon Sacrifice Tower not far away. Race building name, Dragon Sacrifice Tower. Race building level, special. Building blueprint function 1 Holy Tower Blessing. The dragons who practice near the Dragon Sacrifice Tower will increase their practice efficiency by 200%. Building function 2 Dragon Blood Sacrifice. Use the dragon's own blood as a sacrifice to summon the ancestors of their own dragon clan. The stronger the sacrificer is, the higher the potential is, and the stronger the summoned dragon ancestors are. Building description, Dragon Race Building, which plays an indelible role in the inheritance and continuation of the dragon clan. Jojo raised his eyebrows. In fact, the architectural function 2 of the Dragon Sacrifice Tower is naturally needless to say. They have all seen it just now. But its architectural function 1 really surprised Jojo. The cultivation efficiency is increased by 200%. This improvement in cultivation efficiency is naturally ordinary for the human race. But for a high-level race and size, like the dragon race, a 200% cultivation efficiency bonus is already a very good bonus. It's just as I thought. The quality of this Dragon Sacrifice Tower is very high. Jojo thought. Only a high-quality Dragon Sacrifice Tower can provide such a high cultivation efficiency bonus. Harris, where did you get the building materials for the Dragon Sacrifice Tower? He looked at Harris and asked. The construction method of the Dragon Sacrifice Tower is not rare. Many pure-blooded dragons with higher blood levels will have records of the dragon heritage in their minds. The key is that its building materials are rare, because most of these building materials grow near the dragon's habitat. So even if Jojo visits the exchange of the Blue Star Human World channel every day, he rarely sees such rare materials. Lord. When the Supreme will allocates the initial territories of the lords of various races, it will arrange them according to the living environment of each race. Even if there are some deviations, the lords can barely survive. The materials I built this dragon sacrifice tower were all purchased from the Dragons Exchange, and the dragons who sold these building materials were mostly found around their own territories. Harris understood what his lord was wondering about, so he explained in detail. Jojo suddenly understood. Can you return to your territory now? Jojo suddenly thought of this and asked immediately. He suddenly regretted that he was so anxious to accept the other party into his territory. There must be a lot of wealth, and some dragons left in the other party's territory. If he kept the other party's lord status first, he could bring them all over. But fortunately, what Harris said next made Jojo feel relieved. I can feel the location of my territory, but it is probably quite far away from Jiaoyang territory, at least more than 3 billion kilometers. Harris closed his eyes, and felt for a while, then opened his eyes and said. Jojo pondered. More than 3 billion kilometers? His starry night can fly about 100 million kilometers per hour. It will take more than a day to go to Harris's territory. Coming back would be very simple. Just use the Lord's talent to return to the city. Thinking of this, Jojo felt much more relieved. After returning, I will assign you a mechanical spaceship Starry Night. At that time, you can assign a subordinate to receive the tribesmen and materials from your original territory. If your territory develops well, I can also give you a territory order of the corresponding level, so that you can reactivate the territory buildings and become the lord of the territory again. At that time, I will set up a portal, and then you can directly stay there. Just be ready to listen to orders at any time. Jojo said. Forget it. After I came to the Supreme Continent, I hardly built any territory. I have been sending the summoned tribesmen to fight and improve their strength. The only excellent building I have built is this dragon sacrifice tower. Harris smiled bitterly. Most dragons have reached the pinnacle of all creatures in terms of military strength, but they are completely incapable of farming and development. Except for a few dragons who are good at this, most dragons are either collecting treasures or improving their strength, and rarely think about other things. The Extreme Dragon Clan is such a dragon clan. Okay. Then hurry up and bring back all the tribesmen and resources in your territory. Now put away this dragon sacrifice tower, and put it in my territory. From now on, you and your tribesmen will live and practice in my territory. Jojo didn't look surprised. With the dragon heritage of the Holy Dragon of Light in his mind, he knew that this situation was normal. Yes, Lord. Harris nodded, then flew to the dragon sacrifice tower, and then saw it drip a drop of dragon blood, and then began to cast dragon language magic. As a low and obscure dragon language sounded, the 10,000-meter high dragon sacrifice tower suddenly vibrated and emitted colorful light, and then it shrank rapidly, and finally became a 10-meter sized dragon sacrifice tower, which fell into Harris's hands. A moment later, while the soldiers were still extracting the spoils of the 400,000 alien creatures, Jojo suddenly felt something, and turned his head to look into the distance. He narrowed his eyes slightly, and then his face changed. Go! Don't worry about the remaining spoils. The terrifying storm is coming. Jojo immediately sent a message to all his subordinates. Bai Yun, Wu Xian and others immediately asked the soldiers to put down the spoils in their hands without hesitation, and then arranged the order and quickly entered the Starry Night. Harris's face suddenly changed. As a former top lord force, it naturally knew the existence of this terrifying storm. Even if they were dragons who focused on improving their dragon bodies, they would not last more than a second in front of the terrifying storm, and would be shattered and disappeared. Jojo did not say much, and directly arranged another Starry Night for Harris and other 37 extreme dragons, so that they could immediately take refuge. Then he did not get on the spaceship immediately, but looked into the distance. This series of actions took only 4 or 5 minutes. However, in his field of vision, the terrifying storm, that was more than 1,000 kilometers away before has now reached a position more than 500 kilometers away. Now not only Jojo saw it. Even Bai Yun, Wu Xian and even ordinary soldiers saw the terrifying storm from afar. Thinking of their lord's warning just now, they felt relieved and respected their lord even more. But Jojo was not in a good mood at this time. He frowned and looked at the approaching terrifying storm, muttering, "The moving speed of this terrifying storm is at least twice as fast as yesterday. If this continues, the areas where the lords of all races can move will become smaller and smaller, and the distance between all the lords will become closer and closer, and the probability of a lord war will become higher and higher. This end battlefield is really getting more and more dangerous," Jojo thought. Chapter 433. It seems that tomorrow's end battlefield will be the most dangerous time. At the same time, it will also be the fastest time for the lords of all races to improve their ranking points. True Lord, Tai Lord, Shutian Lord, they will definitely make good use of tomorrow's time to improve their rankings. Although my basic ranking points have already opened up a distance from the second True Lord, if I don't make good use of tomorrow's time, I am afraid there is a certain probability that the other party will catch up. Can't relax? Zhou thought with some urgency. Lord, everyone has boarded the spaceship, come on up. Just then, Bai Yun flew to Zhou's side and said. Zhou came back to his senses after hearing this. He nodded, and then returned to the Starry Night with Bai Yun, and then flew at full speed away from the storm. Inside the Starry Night meeting room, Zhou, Bai Yun, Wu Xian, Feng Luo, Suan and other generals of Jiayang City and members of the Star Alliance lords were in a meeting. Zhou and his generals were naturally present in person, and the huge subordinates such as Nazarian, Ogst, and Harris held a meeting with Zhou and the members of the Star Alliance lords through video. In the huge conference room, more than 300 video screens and more than 20 Jiayang territory real people sat together in an orderly manner, looking quite solemn. However, the topic everyone talked about was very relaxed. Have you all finished the rebellion? Zhou looked at the more than 300 Alliance lords in the video. The rebellion is finished, Lord. Me too, it was really fun to rebellion this time. I rebelled more than 2,000 foreign lords. I have recruited more than 3,000 undead subordinates. I am almost there. The end battlefield is a great place. It's exciting to run away after recruiting them. Ha ha ha. The lords in the video almost all had smiles on their faces, and it seemed that they had made quite a good harvest. Zhou smiled and nodded after hearing the discussion of the lords. You can return to your respective territories to sort out your harvest now. Our Starry Night will automatically reunite, and then move away from the storm. Zhou said after everyone talked for a while. The lords responded one after another. Alliance leader, when will we hand over the fog monsters we caught to you? At this moment, the paper fairy lord suddenly raised this question. Zhou had told them in his spare time before that they could capture some special fog monsters around their territories and send them to him. Not many. 1 or 2 will do. They always remembered it, so they thought of asking now. Anytime. If you have time later, you can also send it directly to Jiayang territory. Then go directly to the military merit officer to receive the military merit. Zhou said immediately after hearing this. He had mentioned this before. It was to add some new ranch monsters to his monster ranch. After all, he had seen the monsters around his territory. Except for the fog monsters that had been taken into the monster ranch, most of the others were not worth taking into the monster ranch. So Zhou thought of these lord members. The territories of these lord members came from various places in the Supreme Continent. There must be many special fog monsters, and special loot production areas around their territory. Maybe there will be loot that will catch Zhou's eye. Zhou had thought about using the exchange to buy some fog monsters to see what loot they could produce. But unfortunately, the exchange cannot trade living things, unless it is products such as pet eggs. Zhou gave up this idea. After that, everyone talked about other matters for a while, and then dispersed. The lord members returned to their respective territories. Zhou asked Bai Yun and Wu Xian to lead the troops back to Jiayang territory, and he stayed alone in the Starry Night. Lord, are you not going back to Jiayang territory? When Yu's voice sounded in the meeting room. I want to see what the end battlefield looks like at night. Zhou shook his head and said, Lord, as an intelligent life form, I cannot stay here with you. But I can create an intelligent program that links my consciousness to stay here with you. When Yu did not ask any more questions, but said gently, Okay. Zhou nodded. He opened a virtual screen and looked at the scene outside the spaceship. On the bloody battlefield of the end, as the night fell, scarlet mist gradually appeared in the air and began to spread rapidly around. More and more scarlet mist spread to the entire battlefield of the end, and soon spread to the Starry Night where Zhou was. The Starry Night had no way to stop the invasion of the scarlet mist. Soon, these scarlet mists broke into the cabin of the spaceship and approached Zhou's position. Law skills. Absolutely bright. At this moment, a faint voice sounded. Then, Zhou, who was sitting in the main seat of the conference room, suddenly emitted a bright and gentle holy white light all over his body. This holy white light spread rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, it enveloped the conference room where Zhou was. Wherever the holy white light passed, the scarlet mist evaporated into streams of blood-colored air, and then dissipated in the air. Zhou watched the scene. It was the first time for him to be in the scarlet mist like this, and it was also the first time he saw the scarlet mist disappear in this way. Jojo's mind moved. I saw that the holy white light expanded rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, it enveloped the entire starry night, and also enveloped the other 8 starry nights around it. On the huge battlefield of the end, the night has completely fallen, and the place where Jojo was seemed to be the only light at this time. Because it was very different from the surrounding environment, it seemed a bit out of place. In the conference room, Jojo sat on the main seat, feeling the consumption of his energy. He was surprised to find that he had protected such a large area with the light of absolute light, and his energy was only consumed by about half. This absolute light is a lost skill, and the consumption is so low, and it feels like it can be maintained for 2 hours without any problem. Jojo was amazed. He thought the lost skill would consume a lot. I didn't expect it to be like this. Of course. It may also be because this absolute light lost skill is just an auxiliary lost skill, and the chaos source energy level in his body is too high, so it feels that the consumption is so low. Jojo currently only has this one lost skill, so it is not easy to make a judgment. He looked at the surrounding spaceship environment and suddenly thought of a question. If when Yu's mechanical spaceship body can be unaffected by the scarlet fog, then the mechanical race cannot be able to take advantage in the end battlefield, or even the Supreme Continent and other places where the lords are located. Thinking of this, Jojo shook his head. If this is true, the Supreme will, by accident, really gave the mechanical race lords a great development advantage. But fortunately, now I also have the means to ignore the scarlet fog. With a thought, he gathered the light of absolute light around his body to prevent the starry night from being exposed in the dark. Although most of the lords of all races have left the end battlefield at this time, there are still many scarlet lords. Then he looked at the end battlefield rankings. He found that the Father God Lord of the mechanical race was ranked 5th, only below him, the True Lord, the Tide Lord and the Shutian Lord. Although this Father Lord was defeated by me. But he is also an opponent that cannot be underestimated. Jojo raised his eyebrows. Then he looked at the virtual screen in front of him. The scene on it was still the scene of the end battlefield. At this time, the forces of the 10,000 races lords had already disappeared on this bloody land, which made the entire battlefield a little quiet. This storm is shrinking faster and faster. Unless these alien lords have tools, like me, that can travel at night, if they don't want to appear on the end battlefield the next day, they will be submerged by the storm, and have to give up entering the end battlefield. Under the influence of the terrible storm in the past 2 days, there will probably be very few 10,000 races lords left tomorrow. Jojo thought. Of course. There is also an exception for the lucky lords. The location where they just landed on the end battlefield is within the final range of the shrinking storm. That is, the final circle. If they can survive in the final circle, they may be able to pick up a loophole and get a good ranking. After that, Jojo stayed in the conference room for a long time before he suddenly decided to return to Jiayang territory. Chapter 434. Jiayang territory. After Jojo came back, he went straight back to his primary lord's blessed land. Soon, Baiyun came to him and handed him today's spoils list. Jojo looked at the spoils list. Today they wiped out more than 5.25 million alien enemies, with the title of King of Trophies and Strongest Lord. The total spoils are 56 bronze-level territory orders, 21 silver-level territory orders, 5 gold-level territory orders, 1.2 million 7,530 platinum-level fog hearts, 6.54 million 7,950 gold-level fog hearts, 15.1 million 9,600 silver-level fog hearts, 21.26 million 1250 bronze-level fog hearts, 15.4 million 9,650 skill books of various types, 26 million 9,655 pieces of various equipment, 5 billion 15 million basic materials, 4160 bronze level Lord Talent crystal fragments, 6 extraordinary level Lord Talent crystal fragments, 1 extraordinary level Lord Talent ball, 1 bronze level Lord Talent ball, in addition to the above spoils. At the beginning of this trip to the battlefield of the end, 611,280 people achieved a breakthrough. Afterwards, they walked through the Arc de Triomphe again, and the number of breakthroughs reached 701,001 people. Only more than 60,000 soldiers were needed to achieve the level of full promotion. Among these 701,001 people, 51,255 people were promoted to intermediate and upper levels of black iron, 96 for 35 people were promoted from black iron to bronze, 233 for 93 people were promoted to silver, 161, 024 people were promoted to gold, 116, 502 people broke through to the platinum level, 23. 660 people broke through to the diamond level, 1 person broke through to the extraordinary level. Soul Harvester Maris broke through to the upper platinum level, Ghost Dragon Oggs broke through to the intermediate platinum level. Among the soldiers under his command now, there are 51,255 black iron level soldiers, 158, 904 bronze level soldiers, 220, 376 silver level soldiers, 183, 943 gold level soldiers, 154, 522 platinum level soldiers, 24, 549 diamond level soldiers, 16 extraordinary level soldiers. Jojo nodded with satisfaction. Now under his command, there are more than 24,000 diamond level warriors alone. All the diamond level warriors in an old primary kingdom combined may not be able to gather so many diamond level warriors. The current Jiayang territory, with this strength, is enough to sweep across ordinary primary kingdoms. What surprised Jojo was that among his human soldiers, there was finally a non-hero, non-legendary soldier who had broken through to the extraordinary lower level. Jojo retrieved this person's personal information. He learned that this person was called Luo Sheng, and was a sword and shield soldier. Before he became a soldier, he came to Jiayang territory and became a citizen of Jiayang territory. Later, with the help of the territory, he changed his job to become a sword and shield soldier. Then, relying on his own high potential and the blessing bonus of the Lord of War, his strength soared from the black iron lower level to the extraordinary lower level. This is a real one of ours, a strong man, who was trained completely under the military merit exchange system of Jiayang territory. Moreover, he was the sword and shield soldier with the closest military merit to 100,000 that Jojo saw after he set the exchange requirements for the Ghost General Hero inheritance in the military merit system. Jojo thought of this and looked at his military merit number. He found that his military merit number had exceeded 100,000 points at this time, reaching as many as 125,460 points. He looked at the exchange record again. He found that he had indeed exchanged the Ghost General Hero inheritance. This person is indeed a talent. Jojo smiled when he saw this. When he set the exchange requirements for the Ghost General, he thought that this rising star would most likely get the Ghost General Hero inheritance. After all, his military merit was almost up to the standard at that time, and there was a big gap between him and the second place. In a short period of time, unless a miracle happened, the second place would definitely not catch up with Luo Sheng. Now it seems that it is true. Moreover, with the strength of the other party's extraordinary subordinates plus his amazing potential, it should be enough to bring out the potential of this epic hero of the Ghost God. He thought about it, and decided to meet this future general of his, and give the hero inheritance of the Eye Soul Sword Ghost that he had obtained before to someone. Thinking of this, he called the Anya sisters over. Anya, go to the Jiayang Legion and call a soldier named Luo Sheng over. Atre, go and ask General Wu Tu to come over. Jojo said. Yes, Lord. The two women said respectfully, and then turned and left. A moment later, Wu Tu and Luo Sheng came to Jojo. Hello, Lord. The two said respectfully. Jojo nodded, and then his eyes fell on the young man named Luo Sheng. He looked about 17 or 18 years old, wearing a set of standard armor for the lower-level sword and shield soldiers. He had a slender figure, fair skin, handsome face, and a serious look. Anyone who saw him would probably praise him, saying that he was a handsome young man. What surprised Jojo was that in addition to a set of swords and shields, he also carried a Fang Tianhua Ji on his back. Are you also good at using the halberd? Jojo asked. Report to the Lord. My family has been in the army for generations, and the weapon I am best at is the halberd. My father also passed down a set of Jinsha GFA. In addition, I have also practiced other weapons, but none of them are as strong as the family halberd method. Luo Sheng reported. Then you are quite compatible with the heroic inheritance of the Ghost General. Jojo smiled. The weapon used by the Ghost General is the halberd. Yes. Luo Sheng said neither humbly nor arrogantly, with a look of pride and love and yearning for the heroic legacy of the Ghost General. He has been practicing martial arts and reading military books under the care of his elders since he was a child, and his battlefield talent has begun to show since he was a child. So he knew at a very young age that his talent on the battlefield was far superior to that of ordinary people. Later, as he grew up, he came into contact with more battlefield matters. Not only did he not feel uncomfortable, but he felt like a fish in water. His family elders were also surprised by their children's talents, so they trained him with all their strength. And he did not disappoint the elders' hopes. At the age of 14, he bid farewell to his family and joined the army alone. Later, he killed several bronze-level soldiers on the battlefield as an ordinary person without a job. This made him even more arrogant, but he was also very smart and knew that being too arrogant would not go far in the army. So he hid his arrogance deeply and polished himself in the army. 4 years later, he suddenly found out that the lord he was loyal to secretly sent his private army to rob women. So he killed his lord, liberated the oppressed women, and then left the territory. Later, he heard that there was a territory in the Aurora Kingdom where the country was peaceful and the people were safe. So he came here and became a resident here. Chapter 435. After confirming that this was a place where he could truly display his talent, he started his career path, which has lasted until now. However, although he knew that he had a good talent in the battlefield, he would definitely be valued by the Lord after showing his talent. But he never expected that he would get the opportunity to obtain the hero inheritance. And it was quite suitable for his hero inheritance. Luo Xing immediately decided to work hard to obtain this hero inheritance. Until today, he finally got it. Zhou Zhou looked at the other party's slightly arrogant expression, and he didn't feel bored, but admired it more. He liked this kind of arrogant person with real skills. Then he looked at the other party's attribute panel. The skills were mediocre. Except for an epic intermediate Jinsha Jifa, the others were very conventional combat skills. But when he saw the other party's potential, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Legendary at lower level. You should know that Bai Yun, who has the legendary hero destiny, Fake, has only the potential of legendary intermediate level. Wu Xian only has epic upper potential. Comparing the three, it can be seen that Luo Sheng, as a human, has a high initial potential. If Wu Xian is a human genius that appears once in 100 years, then Luo Sheng is probably a human genius that appears once in 1,000 or even thousands of years. I really found a treasure. Zhou Zhou was surprised. With this initial potential, once he accepts the heroic inheritance of the Ghost General, to what extent will his potential be improved? Go back and accept the heroic inheritance. Zhou Zhou suppressed his excitement and said with a faint smile, I obey your command. Luo Sheng said respectfully. He could feel his lord's appreciation for him from Zhou Zhou's words. But he didn't become arrogant because of this. Because after he joined Jiaoyang territory, he met many capable people. Needless to say, Bai Yun, Wu Xian, and Feng Luo, who were already heroes of the human race, were also very good. He also saw many masters of life professions, or strong men of combat professions in Jiaoyang City, who were once famous masters of the Aurora Kingdom. Not to mention the dragons, who looked down on all creatures. All of them were willing to be pets under their lord. Facing these beings, he naturally couldn't be proud. The arrogance he showed was only relative to those soldiers who competed with him for the inheritance of the heroes of the ghosts and gods. On the other side, Wu Tu, who had been silent beside him, looked at Luo Sheng's back with envy. In his mind, the content of the other party's conversation with his lord emerged. Hero inheritance. As an old man who had followed Zhou Zhou for a long time, Wu Tu naturally knew what the hero inheritance was. That's why he envied her even more. It's great to be the general of the Lord. I have the opportunity to become a hero admired by all the people. I'm just a cartographer. I'm afraid I'll never be a hero in this life. Wu Tu thought in a trance. Wu Tu. Just then, Zhou Zhou's voice sounded beside him. Lord. Wu Tu came back to his senses and said respectfully. Why? Envy? Zhou Zhou asked with a smile. He had advanced telepathy, and even if he didn't listen specifically, he could feel what the other person was thinking. Wu Tu blushed when he heard this, then hesitated and nodded a little embarrassedly. Then how about I give you a chance to become a hero? Zhou Zhou said with a smile. Then he flipped his right hand, and a book called Heroic Heritage Secret Book appeared in his palm. This is a Heroic Heritage Secret Book. As long as you use it, you can become a real hero. How about it? Are you willing? Zhou Zhou looked at him and said with a smile. Wu Tu was stunned when he heard it. Heroic Heritage Secret Book? Lord, you want me to become a hero too? He was so excited that he didn't even know what to say. Then Wu Tu subconsciously glanced at the Heroic Heritage Secret Book. A text message prompt appeared. Treasure name, Heroic Heritage Secret Book. Grade, Epic Intermediate. Treasure ability, after using it, you can get the heroic inheritance of the Arrow of the Heart Indu. Introduction, my arrow is everywhere. Arrow of the Heart Indu. After Wu Tu saw the detailed information of the Heroic Heritage Secret Book, his heart was pounding. Is it really a heroic inheritance? Zhou smiled slightly after seeing the other party's reaction. This heroic inheritance of the Arrow of the Soul was originally a version of the heroic inheritance dropped by the Eye Soul Arrow Ghost Wuxing, with a quality increase of 1. After Zhou got it, he never had time to use it. It just so happened that he wanted to see Luo Sheng today, so he thought of giving this heroic inheritance of the Arrow of the Soul to Wu Tu. Wu Tu was an old man in his territory, and he had made great contributions. In addition, the other party was now commanding the Tiantu army. It would not be good if he did not have some military power, so Zhou gave this heroic inheritance of the Arrow of the Soul to the other party. Wu Tu himself does not like close combat. This heroic inheritance of the Arrow of the Heart, which is good at archery, should just suit his taste. Thank you, Lord. Seeing that his lord was not in the mood to joke, Wu Tu immediately knelt on the ground and said excitedly, "Get up. The heroic inheritance is extremely precious. I give it to you because you deserve it, but you must not disappoint my hope and this heroic inheritance." Zhou urged. "Yes, Lord." Wu Tu stood up and said seriously. Zhou nodded, handed the heroic inheritance secret book to the other party, and then let him leave. Wu Tu carefully took the heroic inheritance and then left. Zhou saw him leave, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Wait until Luo Sheng and Wu Tu accept the heroic inheritance tomorrow. There will be 6 heroes in my territory. His eyes were shining. This number of heroes is enough to match the 2 newly established primary kingdoms. Among the lords of all races, he is definitely the best. Now the only hero inheritance I have is a super-level hero inheritance from the Knight's Temple. Zhou pondered. He didn't know who to give this hero inheritance to at first. Suan came today. After seeing Su An's amazing assassination skills, Zhou originally wanted to give this hero inheritance to him. Later, he thought about it and denied his idea. Su An's potential is the strongest human leader under his command except Xiao Xian. Giving him a super-level hero inheritance, Zhou felt that it was a bit of a waste of time. Zhou felt that it should be a lower-level god-level hero inheritance to match Su An's potential, right? Go to the Knight's Temple to ask the Temple Master tomorrow. See if we can discuss and find a god-level hero inheritance for Suan. Zhou pondered. Then he took out 2 items from his space ring. They were the 2 Lord Talent Balls he had obtained today in the Lord Battlefield. Chapter 436. Zhou looked at the 2 Lord Talent Balls in front of him, and then his eyes fell on the Bronze Lord Talent Ball. A text prompt appeared. Treasure name, Lord Talent Ball Tough Constitution. Treasure level, Bronze level. Treasure effect, after absorption, the Lord will have the Bronze Lord Talent Tough Constitution. Treasure introduction. The Lord Talent Ball purified by the Supreme can obtain a Bronze Lord Talent after absorption. Do you want to absorb this Lord Talent Ball Bronze level? Tough Constitution? Zhou nodded, and without thinking too much, he chose to absorb it directly. The next second, this Bronze Lord Talent Ball immediately turned into countless bronze light spots, pouring into his brow. Zhou closed his eyes. After a moment, he opened his eyes, and then immediately opened the detailed information of the talent. Lord Talent, Tough Constitution, Bronze Level. Tough Constitution. Your subjects have better constitution than ordinary people. When they are injured, they can recover faster during the recuperation process. After Zhou absorbed this Lord Talent, he felt a gentle energy suddenly appear in his body. This gentle energy flows through his body, with the heart as the transit station, and makes him feel comfortable. This should be the Tough Constitution at work. Zhou's eyes were a little strange. He didn't expect that a small Bronze Lord Talent would give him and all his subjects a special constitution. Although this Tough Constitution is only a Bronze Lord Talent, it looks ordinary. But in the war-ridden world of the Supreme Continent, this kind of Lord Talent that can accelerate the recovery of injuries in the body is quite practical. Zhou was quite satisfied. Then he looked at the next Lord Talent. Treasure name, Lord Talent Ball Agricultural Kingdom. Treasure level, Extraordinary. Treasure effect, after absorption, the Lord will have an extraordinary Lord Talent Agricultural Kingdom. Treasure introduction. The Lord Talent Ball purified by the Supreme can obtain an extraordinary Lord Talent after absorption. Do you want to absorb this Lord Talent Ball Extraordinary? Zhou raised his eyebrows. Agricultural Kingdom. Is it a Lord Talent related to agriculture? He absorbed it immediately, and then looked at the detailed information of this Lord Talent. Lord Talent, Agricultural Kingdom, Extraordinary. Agricultural Kingdom. The soil of your territory is fertile, very suitable for agricultural development, and has the following talent effects. Specific talent effect 1. Crop yield increases by 1000%. Specific Talent Effect 2. Crop growth cycle is reduced by 50%. Specific Talent Effect 3. When agricultural professionals are engaged in professional activities, the promotion energy they obtain increases by 200%. Specific Talent Effect 4. Natural disasters will not affect the growth of crops. Specific Talent Effect 5. During the process of crop cultivation, your people are more likely to understand the corresponding life profession and embark on the path of transcendence. After reading it, Zhou had an amazed look on his face. Any of the 5 effects of this extraordinary Lord Talent is extremely good, and he was quite satisfied with this Lord Talent. Now the population of his territory is increasing, and the amount of food, fruits, vegetables, and other crops needed is also increasing. Not long ago, Sheng Yuanqi had privately found him, and said that although Shajin City is developing very fast now, Nanqinglan has also begun to provide food and other crops to his territory, but it is still beginning to gradually fail to keep up with the speed of population growth in his territory. Originally, Zhou's idea was to discuss with Li Yuanqian to import crops and other materials needed by the people of the territory from the Aurora Kingdom. Now that he has this Lord Talent, even if the population of his territory grows faster in the future, he has the confidence that he can support all the people in his territory without relying on any imports and relying on self-sufficiency. But he will naturally not really be self-sufficient. The lesson of a certain dynasty on Blue Star that was so arrogant that it thought it could be self-sufficient has long been engraved in textbooks, and he will naturally not make the same mistake. I have the incomplete Xianyuan sword, which already has additional income bonuses in the 3 industries of agriculture, animal husbandry and breeding. Not to mention Nongqinglin's agricultural expert Lord Talent. Now add the agricultural country's farming talent. TSK. The blood of my ancestors is guiding me. Zhou thought happily in his heart. Nongqinglin is probably going to laugh like crazy. He thought in his heart. Zhou was right. Nongqinglin was indeed going to laugh like crazy. As a bronze-level lord with the talent of agricultural expert, he was naturally very sensitive to land. In addition, the agricultural experts were so well suited to the agricultural kingdom that he felt it almost immediately when the crops he planted changed. Why did the growth of Yuyang fruit and Jiayang rice suddenly speed up so much? The promotion energy I gained by planting crops also suddenly increased a lot? Nongqinglin was extremely surprised. He turned to look at another silver-level farmer who was sowing not far away and shouted, "Zhang Zhilin, do you feel any changes in the crops we planted?" Zhang Zhilin is a young man, but he also likes farming, a comfortable and extraordinary job. "Sir, do you feel it too?" Hearing this, Zhang Zhilin stood up and looked at Nongqinglin in surprise. Nongqinglin hurriedly asked the farmers around him, and these farmers really felt the changes in these crops and themselves to a greater or lesser extent. They looked both happy and worried. The happy thing is that this change is naturally of great benefit to them. The worry is that they don't know how this change came about. But even so, their faces were more happy than worried. "I go ask the Lord." Nongqinglin hesitated and thought. This matter concerns his profession. He really wants to know the answer. The Lord is very powerful, he should know. Right? I know. Just then, a familiar voice with a smile appeared beside his ear. Nongqinglin and others were startled, and after turning around, they found that their lord was standing not far behind them. He was wearing a blue-white diamond lower-level North Wind ceremony, carrying the Xianyuan sword agricultural and animal husbandry sword, standing there casually, and with his heavenly appearance, he had an unparalleled demeanor. "Hello, Lord." Everyone was stunned for a moment, and then hurriedly said respectfully, "No need to be polite. You continue to work. The changes in crops are brought about by me. Don't think too much. Just do your own thing with peace of mind." Zhou said. "Yes, Lord." Nongqinglin and the others were relieved when they heard this. There was joy on their faces. With a huge agricultural bonus brought by the Lord, their future prospects are limitless. Seeing them continue to work, Zhou carried the Xianyuan sword agriculture and livestock sword on his back, while feeling the field under his feet. Chapter 437. With the help of Xianyuan sword agriculture and stock breeding sword, he could clearly feel that the Yuyang fruit, Jiayang rice, and other crops planted by Nongqinglin and others were absorbing nutrients from the earth with amazing efficiency and growing rapidly. And even though these crops absorbed so much nutrients from the soil still maintained amazing fertility under the influence of some mysterious power. It was as if this land had endless nutrients. This should be the combined effect of the agricultural kingdom, Xianyuan sword agriculture, and stock breeding sword and Yuyang fruit trees. Zhou understood in his heart. Then he was amazed. Unknowingly, his territory had already had so many excellent conditions for agricultural development. After that, he chatted with Nong Chunglin and others for a few words, and then turned and walked towards the Arc de Triomphe. In front of the Arc de Triomphe. After Zhou came here, he walked to the Arc de Triomphe without hesitation. Then he saw the Arc de Triomphe suddenly glow with golden light, and then a gentle energy poured into his body from all directions, strengthening his physical and spiritual strength. Soon, a sense of comfort surged into his heart. Zhou broke through to the intermediate diamond level. Then, the medicinal power of the Dui Lingdan, Lord Exclusive Edition, hidden in his body once again pushed the promotion energy in his body to 90%, making him only one step away from the diamond upper level. If nothing unexpected happens tomorrow, my strength will be promoted to the diamond upper level. By then, the medicinal power of the Dui Lingdan should be completely exhausted. Zhou thought with some sighs. After experiencing the pleasure of rapidly improving strength, Zhou felt uncomfortable just thinking about going back to the slow pace of improving strength. But there was nothing he could do. After all, treasures like the Deliverance Pill, exclusive version for lords, are hard to come by. Zhou quickly adjusted his mindset. He still had a good chance of getting the Supreme Treasure Box again in the future. And the treasures in the Supreme Treasure Box would most likely contain the items the Lord wanted. So he still had a good chance of getting good things, like the Deliverance Pill, exclusive version for lords, again in the future. And he would continue to improve the Lord talent of the Blessing of the 10 Gods, and the Blessing of the Lord of War in the future, so even if his speed of improving strength would slow down in the future, it should not be much slower. Then he stopped thinking about it, returned to his primary Lord's blessed land, came to the training room, and took out a lot of spoils from his space ring. Among these items, there are loot that looks like a heart, loot that looks like the heart of fog, and loot that looks like a crystal statue. There are more than 200 of them in total. Although they look different, they all have one feature. That is, they are all blood treasures. For example, the blood of the Shadow Clan, the blood of the Crystal Demon Clan, the heart of the elements, the blood of the Dark Spirit Tiger Clan. They are all blood loot that Zhou got from the clansmen of the 10,000 clan lords during the day of attacking them. Most of them are below the diamond level, and the highest blood level is only extraordinary and epic, and there are only 6 bloods of these 2 levels in total. These bloods are far inferior to the blood of the Holy Dragon of Light, and are even much worse than the blood of the Light Spirit Dragon. I don't know how much my Chaos human bloodline can be improved. Zhou said to himself. He didn't have much hope in his heart. You know, even if it is the only level of Light Holy Dragon bloodline, it can only improve his Chaos human bloodline from the middle gold level to the lower diamond level. Although there are many bloodlines in front of him now, I am afraid that the effect of adding them together is not as good as the Light Holy Dragon bloodline. Zhou shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He absorbed these bloodlines one by one. More than an hour later, Zhou looked at his Chaos human bloodline that was promoted to the middle diamond level, and his expression was quite speechless. Is it so difficult to improve the Chaos human bloodline? More than 200 alien bloodlines added together can only improve the Chaos human bloodline by a small level? Outrageous. Zhou felt a little helpless. Why is it so difficult to improve the Chaos human bloodline? Zhou was depressed for a while, and then his mood calmed down. At this time, boom! A loud noise sounded, accompanied by the shaking of the earth. Zhou was stunned, then flew out of the primary lord's blessed land, and looked into the distance. He saw a giant tower of 10,000 meters high standing hundreds of miles away from Jiayang City. It was the Dragon Sacrifice Tower. A silver dragon over 2,000 meters high was perched on the Dragon Sacrifice Tower. Has the Dragon Sacrifice Tower been placed? Seeing this, Zhou thought of the 25 dragon eggs of the Bright Spirit Dragon in his space ring. Thinking of this, with a thought, he called back a starry night from the battlefield of the end, and then distributed a layer of absolute light around his body, and then rode the starry night, rushed into the scarlet mist, and flew towards the direction of the Dragon Sacrifice Tower. Dragon Sacrifice Tower. Greetings, Lord. Harris led the other 36 extreme dragons, as well as Neltharion, Augst, and the Holy Dragon of Light Ingsal, who were all here at this time. When they saw their lord coming, they immediately said respectfully, "Aren't you afraid of the scarlet mist?" Zhou looked at their bodies exposed to the scarlet mist, but their expressions did not change at all, and said with some surprise, "Our extreme dragon bodies can easily resist the erosion of the scarlet mist. And around the Dragon Sacrifice Tower, the ancestral blood power of the Dragon Sacrifice Tower will also protect us from the harm of the scarlet mist," Harris said respectfully. Zhou nodded. Then he didn't say much, and directly took out 25 dragon eggs of the light spirit dragon, and began to drip blood to recognize the master. Harris and other extreme dragons looked at this scene in amazement, but didn't say anything. Even their ancestors asked them to guard this lord and protect His Majesty the Holy Dragon of Light. As the lower bloodline dragons of His Majesty the Holy Dragon of Light, these light spirit dragons are honored to be hatched by the Lord with blood, and to be loyal to the Lord and His Majesty the Holy Dragon of Light. A moment later, 25 light spirit dragon cubs were seen surrounding Zhou in a mess, making him look like the head of a big family and a kindergarten teacher. When Neltharion and the others saw the scene, they all looked like they wanted to laugh, but didn't dare to. Zhou was also a little helpless. He had the bloodline of the Holy Dragon of Light in his body, and these light spirit dragons were closer to him than to their parents. In addition, he had recognized them as his master by dripping blood. Under the dual bloodline connection, at this moment, he was more loved and relied on by these little guys than the Holy Dragon of Light Ingsol. It was not easy to appease them. Zhou looked at Neltharion and the others. You will temporarily live here from now on. This will be your base for the time being. I will ask Zheng Yuanqi and others to deliver other corresponding buildings and resources tomorrow. You can also tell me if you need anything. If it can be satisfied, it will definitely be satisfied. As for these little guys, they are also left to you to take care of. Zhou said. Yes, Lord, the dragon said respectfully. Zhou nodded. He looked at these dragons, counted them, and found that there were already 65 dragons. Wow! Even the Dragon Lord has dragons. I am afraid they are not as many as the dragons I have here. Zhou thought to himself. Chapter 438. Zhou looked at the dragon sacrifice tower in front of him, thinking about the future arrangements for Neltharion and the others. Now he has 65 dragons under his command. It is definitely not good for so many dragons to gather so close to Jiayang City. After all, there are still a large number of human soldiers and people living in Jiayang territory. Even if 65 dragons do nothing on weekdays, the noise they make is enough to shake the world and prevent the residents of Jiayang territory from living normally. And the cohabitation of humans and dragons was, after all, a stopgap measure in the past. Zhou did not have good conditions before, so he let the dragons and humans live together. But in this situation, neither humans nor dragons are actually living very comfortably. Humans love to protect their dragons, but they also respect the dragon's innate terrifying blood power. The dragons dare not play around casually, and are even afraid that a gust of wind from flapping their wings will kill the people in the territory. But now it is different. Zhou has a lot of territory and resources, which is enough to arrange a new place suitable for the dragons to live. Moreover, there are array masters in his territory, who can create space teleportation arrays. If you want the dragons to come back, you can teleport them directly in seconds, and it won't delay anything. Talk to Uncle Zheng tomorrow. Let him choose a suitable place in the territory, and build a dragon city for the dragons to live in. And the monster leaders of the monster army have different living habits from humans, and they are not suitable to live with humans. You could also build a monster city for them to live together. Zhou thought. He separated the dragons and monsters from the human race, not only because of their different living habits, but also because he did not want to create a gap between the three types of people. They are all people of Jiayang City, and Zhou will treat them equally. Even if the Dragon City and Monster City are built in the future, Zhou will not stop them from meeting, but will encourage them to communicate with each other. Zhou believes the result of living in separate cities will definitely be more beneficial than harmful in the end. If there is an accident in the future, it will not be too late to adjust it then. Then he thought about what else he had not done. Today's work should be done today. Zhou did not want to leave things for tomorrow. By the way, Zhou suddenly thought of something, opened the exchange, took out 10 million skill books and 20 million pieces of equipment from the spoils he got from the end battlefield today, and sent them to the exchange for trading. And he still had more than 5.6 million skill books and more than 6 million pieces of equipment left. These skills and equipment are enough for his soldiers to consume, and the rest will not be used for a while, so it is better to use them to sell the Heart of Mist. Zhou's transaction has an astonishing amount, so it didn't take long for it to be ranked first in the transaction views. The Blue Star Lords thought that they were very receptive to Lord Jiayang's moves. But when they saw this transaction, they were still shocked. Fuck. 30 million skill books and equipment? What is Lord Jiayang doing? Participating in the World War? So many skill books and equipment? Directly airdropped into my territory, it is estimated that my territory will be crushed. I seriously suspect that Lord Jiayong has opened the console again. Send the code? Boss Jiayong, are you watching? Is the Star Alliance still recruiting people? Although I have not joined the Star Alliance, the Lords of the Star Alliance seem to be very happy recently. Wow, they must be making a fortune in silence. Seeing them making a fortune in silence is more painful than my own territory being upgraded. Zhou also saw these comments. He smiled and said nothing. With the rebellion, they are indeed making a fortune in silence. However, he no longer has the low-level master-slave territory contract in his hand, and he can no longer add new alliance members. The desire of these lords to join the Star Alliance cannot be fulfilled in a short time. Then he closed this transaction and looked at another transaction. It was the transaction of his acquisition of high-level elemental gems. Then he found that after a day of acquisition, he has now acquired 210 life element gems and 168 death element gems. You can upgrade the territory. Zhou was shocked. Then he took out all the gems and came to the gate of the primary lord's blessed land. Zhou looked at the building in front of him. The text prompt appeared. Do you want to upgrade the primary lord's blessed land? Yes, he said. The next second. As 400 million units of basic materials, 100 platinum level fog hearts, 1,000 source crystals, 10,000 units of basic elemental gems, 3,000 units of advanced elemental gems, and 1 platinum level territory order disappeared. Boom! A burst of golden light immediately covered the entire Lord's Manor. After a moment, the golden light dissipated. The Lord's Manor, which had obviously expanded in area, appeared in front of Zhou. Congratulations! Your primary Lord's blessed land has been successfully upgraded to a platinum intermediate building. Your platinum lower level Yuanling formation has been successfully upgraded to a platinum intermediate Yuanling formation. Your territory has been successfully upgraded to a platinum intermediate territory. The durability of the territory monument has been increased to 20 million/20 million. Your territory has expanded to 2000 km*, 2000 km*, 20,000 m. All fog monsters within the newly added territory have been expelled. The scarlet fog will not appear within any of your territories. You have received an upgrade reward. A treasure chest of basic building blueprints, platinum intermediate. Lord Talent Tip. The upper limit of the enemy lords you can subvert has been increased to the lower legendary level. Lord Talent Tip. Your monster ranch can be upgraded. Lord Talent Tip. The power of your mysterious caravan has been improved. Lord Talent Tip. The strength of the clergy in your Goddess of Life Sanctuary has been improved. Zhou nodded with satisfaction. He was one step closer to the next level of Pioneer Glory. However, he found that there was something different about the territory upgrade this time. After the territory was upgraded, no new territory buildings were added. Will there be no new buildings added after the territory is upgraded to the platinum level? Zhou thought. Then he didn't care. Now his territory's building facilities are quite complete, and there is no lack of necessary buildings. If he doesn't want to add more, then don't add more. Then he looked at the requirements for the next level of territory upgrade. Building upgrade. 200 million units of wood, 200 million units of fine sand, 200 million units of metal, 200 million units of stone, 500 platinum level fog hearts, 2,000 source crystals, 30,000 units of basic element gems, 3,000 units of thunder element gems, 3,000 units of life element gems, 3,000 units of death element gems, 2 platinum level cities, 20 platinum level life professionals, 300 platinum level military professionals, 2 platinum level territory orders. Zhou frowned after reading it. It's getting harder and harder to upgrade this territory, he said to himself. Among these upgrade conditions, he can meet the basic resources, the Heart of Mist, the Source Crystal, the basic element gems, the number of life professionals and combat professionals, and the territory order. But he has not yet met the 9,000 high-level element gems and 2 platinum-level cities. Of the high-level element gems, there is no need to say more. Of the 2 platinum-level cities, he only has 1 king city now. After the 10,000 Races Lord Battlefield event is over, I have to capture the Tane Kingdom as soon as possible. Zhou thought. The platinum-level cities and high-level element gems in the Tane Kingdom should be able to meet the next upgrade requirements. After that, he stopped thinking about it, and continued to collect high-level element gems at the exchange while coming to the summoning gate to upgrade it. Chapter 439. Zhou first looked at the upgrade requirements of the summoning gate. Building upgrade. 2 million units of wood, 2 million units of fine sand, 2 million units of metal, 2 million units of stone, 100 platinum level fogged hearts, and the territory level is upgraded to intermediate platinum. Jojo nodded. The requirements for upgrading the summoning gate are simple. Once the territory is upgraded, the summoning gate can basically be upgraded along with it. Then he directly spent these materials to upgrade the summoning gate. Congratulations, your summoning gate has been successfully upgraded to a platinum intermediate building. The number of people you can summon every day has increased by 50. Among the people you summon every day, there will be 70 professionals. Tip: due to the influence of the race's unique title, Glory of the Pioneer 4, the number of people you can summon every day has reached 1,675. Among the people you summon every day, there will be 75 professionals. And the professional level of 5 of these professionals will be the same as your territory level. This upgrade is not bad, Jojo thought. Then he looked at the next level upgrade requirements of the summoning gate. Building upgrade: 5 million units of wood, 5 million units of fine sand, 5 million units of metal, 5 million units of stone, 500 platinum level fog hearts, and the territory level is upgraded to platinum upper level. It's really a free upgrade requirement. Jojo sighed. Just then, Bayun walked over from not far away. Hello, Lord, she said respectfully. Well, what's wrong? Jojo asked. Report to the Lord members of the Star Alliance have brought 20% of their troops to Jiayang territory. In addition, they also brought a group of captured fog monsters, saying that they would present them to the Lord. Bayun said. Jojo's eyes lit up. Let's go and take a look, he said immediately. Bayun nodded, and then led Jojo. The two came to an open space. In this open space, there were more than 400,000 monster soldiers gathered here. There were more than 100 fog monsters of various shapes next to them, imprisoned in metal cages by these monster soldiers. And in front of these monster soldiers, of course, were the 311 Lord members of the Star Alliance, who were in charge of rebellion. At this time, they looked very high-spirited, and were obviously in a good mood. Good boy. On the other side, Jojo looked at these 400,000 soldiers, and was also a little shocked. Could this be the 20% of the troops they turned over today? 20% of the troops is more than 400,000. Then the total number of troops they turned over would reach more than 2 million. Adding the more than 600,000 troops they originally had, the Lord Alliance that he had just created 2 days ago actually had a total force of more than 2.6 million. When Jojo thought of this, he felt excited and a little complicated. He had worked hard until now, but he only had more than 700,000 soldiers. Then he laughed, and laughed very happily. With these troops of the Star Alliance, plus the more than 1.1 million soldiers he would soon have. Even if he had to face the Lord forces of the Taiyan Kingdom at their peak, he would have the possibility of winning, at this time. Nong Chunlin came over. Report to the Lord. This is the list of 20% of the troops we have recruited. Originally, there were more than 417,000 people. We rounded it up to 420,000 people, he said respectfully. Jojo nodded and took it to read it. Then he knew that among these 420,000 people, there were 171,350 black iron level soldiers, 131, 693 bronze level soldiers, 92, 873 silver level soldiers, 24, 084 gold level soldiers. Jojo nodded with satisfaction. Although the highest level of these 420,000 recruited soldiers is only at the gold level. But with the strength of the Lord members, it is normal to recruit enemies of this strength. After all, when he first used rebellion, he also started with weak enemies. With these 420,000 rebellious subordinates, the total number of troops under my command has reached 1,193,556. I have officially exceeded 1 million troops. I have a standard force comparable to that of a primary kingdom. Including the troops I can call up in the Star Alliance, I can actually control more than 3.4 million troops. Jojo was excited. A smile appeared on his face unconsciously. He felt that establishing the Lord Alliance and sharing the rebellion with the Lord members was simply the most wise decision he had made in this period of time. And this is just the beginning. As the strength of the Lord members grows in the future, the level of enemies they can rebellion will also increase rapidly. At that time, with the help of rebellion, the growth rate of his and his Lord Alliance's power will increase to a very exaggerated level. Even if the Zerg Lord was in front of him, Jojo was confident that he would not lose to the other party in terms of the growth rate of the number of subordinates. At that time, even if he faced the top race lords such as the Primordial Eldar, Chaos Gods, and shepherd gods, he had the confidence to fight with them. Then, under the leadership of Baiyun, he came to the more than 100 different types of fog monsters. Zhou Zhou started from the beginning and looked at the first fog monster. This is a slender monster with a black and red long mouthparts, which looks a bit like a mosquito and a bit like an ant. Monster name, Blood Pattern Fog Ant. Strength class, lower bronze. Monster introduction. The fog monster of the Blackstone Plains, born in the scarlet fog, likes to suck the blood of living beings. Loot explosion rate, 2 bronze level miss hearts, explosion rate, 100%, 1 bronze lower level equipment blood and gun, explosion rate, 3%, 1 bronze lower level skill book fluttering wings, explosion rate, 2%. After Zhou Zhou read its detailed information, he shook his head. In addition to the missed heart, this thing can only explode a pure offensive weapon and a pure offensive skill. It can neither explode the soldier recruitment book nor the soldier transfer book, nor even functional equipment and skills, or special materials. It obviously does not meet the requirements of his monster ranch. He did not stop and looked at the monster behind. Monster name, Blacktooth Boar. Strength class, Bronze Intermediate. Monster introduction. The fog monster of Chaos Mist Mountain, with a violent temper and extremely strong aggression, is a tyrant in Chaos Mist Mountain. Loot explosion rate, for bronze level miss hearts, explosion rate, 100%, 1 to 20 units of bronze intermediate black tusk boar flesh, explosion rate, 20% to 1%, 1 bronze intermediate equipment black tusk dual daggers, explosion rate, 3%, 1 bronze intermediate skill book boar charge, explosion rate, 3%. Zhou Zhou has seen fog monsters one after another, but he has very high standards, and ordinary loot is not worth his attention. But when he saw the 45th fog monster, his eyes suddenly lit up. Monster name, Mechanical Falcon. Strength class, Bronze Upper. Monster introduction. The fog monster in the number 2 garbage dump, produced by the Prophet Group, is one of the intelligence-type mechanical creatures produced by the mechanical family. Later, because the body material was outdated, it was abandoned to the number 2 garbage dump. After being invaded by the Scarlet Fog, it became a fog mechanical monster of the hateful mechanical family. Loot drop rate, 8 bronze level miss hearts, drop rate, 100%, 10 units of pure iron, drop rate, 10%, 1 bronze level equipment falcon wings, drop rate, 3%, 1 bronze level equipment falcon 2 radar, drop rate, 3%. Chapter 440. These 2 pieces of equipment should be somewhat useful. And they can also produce pure iron. Zhou Zhou thought it should be able to be collected in his monster ranch. But before that, he had to see how the 2 pieces of equipment worked. Afterwards, Zhou Zhou didn't hesitate, casually threw out a water gun to kill it, and then put his hand on it. Lord Talent Tip, your loot is enhanced by the King of Loot Perfect Loot, and the quality of the loot is increased by 1. Title Tip, your loot is affected by the title of the strongest lord, and the amount of loot is increased by 20%. Lord Talent Tip, you have obtained the Perfect Loot 10 Missed Hearts, Silver Advanced, 12 units of 100 Forged Steel, 1 Terror Falcon Wings, Silver Advanced, 1 Terror Falcon Type 3 Radar, Silver Advanced. This mechanical Terror Falcon instantly exploded into a small pile of loot. TSK, pure iron turned into 100 Forged Steel? The Falcon 2 Radar turned into the Falcon 3 Radar? Zhou Zhou was amazed, and then his eyes passed over the Heart of Mist and the 100 Forged Steel, and fell on the 2 equipment. Among them, the Falcon Wings is a silver-white mechanical wing that looks full of industrial sense. After unfolding it, Zhou Zhou found that its wingspan is 10 meters long. Zhou Zhou looked at it. The text prompt appeared. Equipment name, Falcon Wings. Equipment grade, Silver Advanced. Equipment effect, use the energy in the body, or put the Heart of Mist in the energy slot of the Falcon Wings as the operating energy core of the Falcon Wings. Carry it on the back, and the user can control it and fly freely in the sky, and can freely adjust the speed. The maximum flight speed of the Falcon Wings is 3,000 kilometers per hour, and the maximum endurance is 1 hour. Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows and nodded. Not bad. This maximum flight speed can be compared with the maximum flight speed of some fighters on Blue Star. Although it is far inferior to the Starry Night, it can also be used as an excellent single-player combat equipment. However, Zhou Zhou also found a problem. That is, this Falcon Wing only has the ability to fly, and the safety issues encountered during high-speed flight are not taken into consideration at all, and even goggles are not provided. But it is quite normal to think about it. This is originally the equipment of the mechanical race. The mechanical race is not a flesh and blood body, so why do they need auxiliary equipment such as goggles? However, despite this, JoJo is still very excited. With the Monster Ranch, this kind of flying equipment can be produced continuously. In other words, he can use this equipment as a basis to create his own air legion. Thinking of this, JoJo's ambition ignited in his heart. A long time ago, when JoJo first saw the fog monster flying in the air, he had the idea of forming his own air legion in his mind. In this world where war methods are emerging in an endless stream, not having aerial means to fight the enemy is definitely an extremely fatal shortcoming. But at that time, due to the limited conditions, and the lack of such flying equipment, and the fact that he had the aerial killer Neltharion by his side, this idea was temporarily shelved. Now seeing this equipment, JoJo suddenly remembered his idea from a long time ago. However, the flying speed of this thing is still a bit too fast, and it is just a simple flying equipment. Ordinary people probably can't use this equipment. Even if you are a super professional, you need a certain level of physical fitness to face this level of speed flying equipment. At this stage, if you want to use it immediately, you must find a strong soldier or combat professional. But if you want to use it on a large scale, there are ways. JoJo's mind was full of thoughts. I can ask Wanya and the blacksmiths, alchemists and other life professionals in the territory to study it. It should be possible to study some auxiliary equipment that can lower the threshold of use, such as goggles, helmets, light flight armor, etc., to match the wings of this terror falcon. Then it can be used on a larger scale, JoJo thought. Then he looked at another piece of equipment. It was a square silver device that looked similar to the tablet computer on Blue Star. Equipment name, Terror Falcon Type 3 Radar. Equipment grade, Silver Advanced. Equipment effect. The radar system on the mechanical Terror Falcon can scan and detect special signals within a radius of 10 kilometers, including electromagnetic signals emitted by mechanical creatures and bioenergy signals emitted by flesh and blood creatures. JoJo nodded. This equipment is not bad. It is equivalent to the small map in the game. However, this small map can only detect flesh and blood creatures and mechanical creatures. The detection range is average. However, if the level is higher, it should be able to scan a larger range of flesh and blood creatures and mechanical creatures. See here. JoJo has officially decided to put it in the Monster Ranch for cultivation. He looked at Bayun beside him. This monster, you will go to the Lord who found it, and ask him to send a few more immediately, and then send them to Magoo, so that he can use a Monster Ranch to cultivate them separately. Yes, Lord. Bayun said respectfully, and then immediately called the soldiers to make arrangements. JoJo didn't care much and continued to look at the next monster. In the following time, more fog monsters were seen by him. However, there were still very few that JoJo could take a fancy to. Until he saw the 106th monster. JoJo looked at this monster with a strange expression. This monster was more than 2 meters tall, black and white, with 2 dark circles around its eyes. It was sitting on the ground and looked at him in confusion. Monster name, Iron-Eating Bear. Strength class, Black Iron Superior. Monster introduction, a fog monster in the Wanlan Mountains, good at mining and feeding on minerals. With thick skin and flesh, great strength and extremely fast speed, able to climb various complex terrains, and extremely strong survivability. Loot explosion rate, 8 black iron level fog hearts, explosion rate, 100%, 50 units of iron ore, explosion rate, 10%, 1 black iron superior skill book iron claw slam, explosion rate, 3%, 1 black iron superior iron eating beast pet egg, explosion rate, 1%. Isn't this a giant panda? JoJo was a little confused. It was the first time he saw a fog monster that was almost identical to the blue star creature. And it was also the first time he saw a fog monster that could explode pet eggs. JoJo thought about it, and still solved it. Even if it was like a national treasure in the past, it was also a fog monster. The products of 2 worlds, no matter how similar they look on the surface, are not the same creatures in essence, so JoJo naturally had no thoughts of mercy. Then he looked at the spoils of the Iron Bear. After the Iron Bear was killed, its spoils increased by 1 and became 10 bronze-level mist hearts, 60 units of pure iron, 1 bronze-level skill book splitting iron claws, and 1 bronze-level Iron Bear pet egg. JoJo ignored the mist heart, pure iron and skill book, and his eyes fell directly on the pet egg, then dripped blood to recognize the master. Chapter 441. Very quickly, a half-meter-tall iron-eating bear cutely crawled out of the egg, then turned around and ate the eggshell. While it was eating the eggshell, Zhou looked at the other party's attribute information. Pet unnamed. Race, Iron Bear. Growth stage, childhood. Strength class, lower black iron. Skills, strong body, thick skin, mineral smell, iron claw strike. Potential, upper bronze. Loyalty, 80. Personality, warlike, greedy, likes to sleep, likes to play, likes to mining. Pet description, Iron Bear clan, feeds on minerals, looks simple, but actually has amazing combat power. Looking at this pet description, this Iron Bear seems to be very suitable to be used as a military mount. It's also good to be a personal pet. Or put it in the mine to mine. Forget about mining. Isn't this the equivalent of letting a mouse guard the rice jar? Zhou pondered. He then looked at the other party for a while, and then discovered an astonishing fact. That is, the Iron Bear born from the pet egg actually lost the power of the scarlet mist in its body, and became a normal creature. Is it possible? Zhou smiled. He would not refuse such a change. He did not think too long before deciding to send the Iron Bear, in the form of a mist monster, to the monster ranch. Zhou wanted both its pet egg and pure iron ore. In this case, there was no reason to let it go. Maybe in the future, the people of our Jiayang territory can have an Iron Bear each. This thought suddenly flashed through Zhou's mind. Then he stopped thinking about it, and asked Bai Yun to send the iron-eating bear in the form of a fog monster to Magoo, and then continued to look at the remaining fog monsters. With the mechanical falcon and the iron-eating bear as examples, Zhou was still quite looking forward to the remaining 23 fog monsters. But unfortunately, maybe his luck ran out. The spoils of the remaining 23 fog monsters were quite ordinary, and not at all in Zhou's eyes. Zhou was a little disappointed when he saw this. He called the members of his Lord Alliance over, and asked if there were more fog monsters. There must be more than 300 lords, and there must be more than 100 monsters. Everyone looked at each other in surprise. Originally, they thought it was just a small matter. After all, when the leader of the alliance talked about this matter, he didn't even hold a meeting, but just talked to everyone casually. Now it seems that the Lord seems to take this matter very seriously. Yes. Today is just the first batch. We will send a batch of fog monsters every day. Lord, this batch of fog monsters are all the ones we think are relatively strong. We didn't bring back some weak fog monsters, because we thought they were not worthy of showing them to the Lord. If the Lord needs them, we will also catch a batch of weak fog monsters, and bring them back for you tomorrow? The Lord said one after another. The strength and weakness mentioned by one of the lords immediately made Zhou look over. Good guy. No wonder there were only more than 100 fog monsters sent over. It turns out that you thought too much. What's strong, weak? I want them all. Zhou immediately explained the misunderstanding. The lords heaved a sigh of relief when they heard this. That's easy. If there are no requirements, we can bring a lot of monsters to the Lord. By the way, which lord brought the mechanical falcon and the iron-eating bear? Zhou nodded at everyone's reaction, and then asked curiously. I brought the mechanical falcon. The Jinshan lord smiled. My territory is close to a mechanical kingdom, so there are mechanical creatures near the territory. I brought the iron-eating bear here. A younger female lord of Yen country raised her hand timidly, then blushed and said, I think the iron-eating bear is very cute and looks like our national treasure, so I brought it here. I like the fog monsters you two brought. You two can go and get 1,000 Storm Spirit job transfer certificates in a while, and you can also get 1,000 other basic troop job transfer certificates each. As for other lords who brought fog monsters, each person will be awarded according to the number of fog monsters they brought. For each new fog monster, they can get 500 basic troop job transfer certificates. No upper limit. The lords were excited when they heard this. They now have a large number of subordinates through rebellion, and what they lack now is the job transfer certificate that can allow their subordinates to embark on a career path. Therefore, after hearing Zhou's words, they immediately made up their minds to bring more new fog monsters next time. But in this case, they can't just focus on the development of their lives and careers. They should also invade the non-kingdom level Scarlet Lord territories around their own territories. Otherwise, with the limited area of the territory, they will definitely not find too many new species of fog monsters. On the other side, Zhou looked at the lord's high morale and smiled slightly. I hope that the fog monsters they bring in the future can also bring surprises to me. Then he chatted with the lords for a while, and let them go home. After they went back, Zhou was about to return to his primary lord's blessed land. Lord. At this time, Bai Yun suddenly called him. What's wrong? Jojo was stunned. Hearing this, Bai Yun took out a totem statue from his space ring. It is the greedy wolf totem. Lord, I have already comprehended the greedy wolf totem thoroughly. Now, even if I don't rely on the greedy wolf totem, I can still perform the greedy wolf howling moon formation. So I want to return it to you, Lord, and let you find another general to teach it. Bai Yun said respectfully. Jojo raised his eyebrows when he heard this. Ever since he saw Bai Yun comprehend the heroic skill greedy wolf killing arrow from the greedy wolf howling moon formation last time, Jojo had a hunch that his general would soon be like Wu Xian, completely master the greedy wolf howling moon formation and get rid of his dependence on the greedy wolf totem. But he didn't expect it to be so fast. It's only been less than a day or two, right? Jojo was surprised, but he didn't say anything on the surface, and took the greedy wolf howling moon formation. He looked at the greedy wolf totem in his hand, and when he was thinking about who to give it to, his heart suddenly moved. Why should I give it to someone else? I had obtained Wu Xian's talent, insight and hero skill, military spirit from the Lord Maul before. In his territory now, who is the most suitable person to learn the greedy wolf howling moon formation in the greedy wolf totem? It's not someone else. Without a doubt, it's him. Chapter 442. As a lord, although he does not need to go on the battlefield to kill the enemy, he can use the greedy wolf howling moon formation to kill the enemy. But not needing to, and not knowing how to do it are two different things. Jojo felt that as a lord, even if he did not need to go on the battlefield, it was still necessary to learn it. I understand. Jojo nodded and said nothing more. Bai Yun saluted respectfully, and was about to leave. By the way, call Mu Gu, Carol Moira, and Zheng Fugui over. Jojo said. Yes, Lord. Bai Yun said respectfully, and then turned and left. After Jojo saw her leave, he shook the greedy wolf totem in his hand, and decided to study it carefully tonight. Try to master it as quickly as possible, and then hand it over to other generals. After all, this thing is a top-grade military formation that can reduce casualties on the battlefield. He now has nearly 1.2 million people under his command. A greedy wolf howling moon formation can accommodate up to 200,000 soldiers. So in his territory, there must be at least 6 generals who can control it. And as the days go by, his military strength will increase dramatically every day. So in his territory, the more generals who control him, the better. After that, Jojo no longer thought about it, and turned back to his primary lord's blessed land. After a while, primary lord's blessed land. In the meeting room, Jojo sat on the main seat, and Mu Gu, Carol Moira, and Zheng Fugui sat on the seats on both sides. As usual, tell me about your improved abilities, Jojo said. The three looked at each other, and then Mu Gu, who followed Jojo the earliest, stood up. Report to the Lord. After the territory was promoted to Platinum Intermediate, the strength of the subordinates also increased to Platinum Intermediate, and all skills were also upgraded to Platinum Intermediate level. And the number of monster ranches that subordinates can now manage has reached 34. The maximum capacity of each monster ranch has also been increased from the original 10,000 to 15,000, and the upper limit of the monster strength that can be cultivated has also been increased to the intermediate platinum level. Jojo nodded. He thought for a while, and said, You also saw the new type of fog monster that I sent over just now? Just saw it. Magoo nodded. Now the monsters cultivated in our monster ranch include 9 types of fog monsters: Desert Fog Lizard, Source of Sword and Shield Soldiers, Black-tailed Fog Scorpion, Source of Poison Crossbow Soldiers, Sandman, Source of Wall Material Light Draining Crystal, Wild Sand Believer, Source of Poo Sword Soldiers, Withered Tree, Source of Tree Heart Gem, Yuyang Tree, Death Knight, Source of Radiant Knight, Storm Demon, Source of Storm Spirit, Mechanical Falcon, Source of Falcon Wings, and Iron-Eating Bear, Source of Iron-Eating Bear. Now, including the monster farms that will be added in the future, you can give priority to cultivating Storm Spirit, Mechanical Falcon, Iron Bear, Withered Tree, and Sandman. As for other monsters, you can cultivate less. 2 monster farms are enough for 1 fog monster, Jojo said. Now with the Star Alliance, he is not short of troops for the time being. In this case, why not go all out to produce kingdom-level troops such as Storm Spirit? As for other materials, Air Force equipment and pets, you can also produce more in a short period of time. As for ordinary troops such as sword and shield soldiers and park sword soldiers, just keep 2 monster farms for each to cultivate. Yes, Lord, Magoo said respectfully. Jojo nodded. After Magoo finished his report, he automatically retreated, and then Zheng Fugui stood up. Report to the Lord. Now the number of mysterious merchants in our mysterious caravan has increased directly from the original 500 to 1,000. The ability of all mysterious merchants has also been upgraded to the intermediate platinum level. The number of our carriages has also increased to 1,000. In addition, the mysterious business ring that each of us had been given by the Supreme will has also increased from 10,000 cubic meters to 30,000 cubic meters, which can transport more goods. This is the total improvement of our mysterious caravan. Zhou nodded when he heard this. Zheng Fugui said no more, and sat back down. Carol Moira also stood up gracefully when she saw this. She was still wearing the bishop's clothes at this time, looking beautiful, sacred and dignified. Report to the Lord. Our Goddess of Life Sanctuary has also been upgraded to the intermediate platinum level, after the territory was upgraded to the intermediate platinum level. Now we have 2,000 priests, 2,000 priests, 2,000 nuns, and 5,000 paladins of life in our sanctuary. In addition, the strength of all clergy has also been upgraded to the intermediate platinum level. And the strength of the subordinates has also been upgraded from the lower extraordinary to the intermediate extraordinary. Zhou nodded with satisfaction. Carol Moira's strength has been further improved. This means that the upper limit of the strength of the heroes she can resurrect has also been upgraded to a small level again. Tomorrow when he goes to the Knight's Temple to ask Suan for the hero's inheritance, he will also have more confidence. Although he doesn't have a spare Holy Spirit level faith crystal yet. After that, the four of them chatted for a while, and then dispersed. Lord. Wenya also wants to report something. At this time, Wenya's virtual image gradually appeared in front of Zhou. At this time, she was wearing a gothic maid outfit, and with that pure face, she looked very charming as a young girl. Where did you get this outfit from? Zhou didn't ask what it was immediately, but asked curiously. During this period, Wenya has been using Linger's exchange to purchase materials for the construction of the spacecraft factory for the Starry Night and Black Ghost. During this period, I also browsed the products and speeches of other Blue Star Lords, and then I chose this one. Does the Lord like it? Wenya looked at Zhou with a pure and expectant look. Zhou, who can resist this? I like it. Zhou spoke his mind directly. Wenya smiled slightly when she heard this. Tell me what you want to say. Zhou returned to his serious state. Please follow Wenya to Unit 7 first, Lord. Wenya said. The gift from the silver-level mechanical clan brought Zhou a total of 10 Starry Nights. In order to distinguish these spaceships, Zhou and Wenya decided to divide them into Units 1 to 10. Zhou became curious when he heard this. During this period of time, because the area of a Starry Night was very large, only 4 or 5 of the 10 Starry Nights were often used. As for the remaining Starry Nights, they have never been opened. According to Wenya, she is using these Starry Nights to prepare for the spaceship factory. Could it be that? When Zhou thought of this, his eyes suddenly lit up. He didn't ask any more questions, and immediately followed Linger to Unit 7. Unit 7. When Zhou arrived at the Starry Night, he was immediately shocked by the scene in front of him. I saw that the huge Starry Night was full of various automated industrial machines. These industrial machines were full of futuristic technology, and were always running. Various colors filled the entire Starry Night, and mechanical parts that Zhou couldn't understand were constantly being produced, and then transported to the center of the Starry Night. Seeing this, Zhou also flew directly to the center to see what secrets were in the center. Soon, when he arrived at the center, he was immediately shocked again. Because he saw half of the Starry Night, to be precise. It was the half-built Starry Night. Tens of thousands of mechanical industrial arms were seen placing various parts on the unfinished Starry Night with great accuracy, making the Starry Night complete at an astonishing speed. At the same time, Linger's voice also rang throughout the number 7 machine. Now the entire number 7 machine is operating to build the Starry Night. It takes 19 hours, 16 minutes, and 25 seconds to build a brand new Starry Night. Wenya also built a Black Ghost spaceship factory in the number 6 machine next to it. It takes 8 hours, 54 minutes, and 11 seconds to build a brand new Black Ghost. If the Lord gets some high-level aircraft technology knowledge from the mechanical clan Lord tomorrow, Wenya can build more and stronger Starry Nights and Black Ghosts in a shorter time. Wenya said so. Chapter 443. The Mechanical Lord. Okay, I understand. After a long while, Zhou came back to his senses, and said after thinking for a few seconds. The compass of the Spirit of Vengeance in his hand now has 3 guidance times left. Finding a mechanical lord is naturally not a problem. He then went to the number 6 machine again, and looked at the black ghost. The result was naturally quite satisfactory. But he also had a question. Why must the spaceship factory be built in the starry night? Can't it be built on the ground of the sun territory? Jojo asked doubtfully. Report to the Lord. As a finished spaceship, the Starry Night has the most complete spaceship construction and repair system inside. When you built the first Starry Night spaceship factory, and the first Black Ghost spaceship factory in the spaceship, just to borrow these two systems, and complete the construction of these two spaceship factories at the fastest speed. With these two successful examples in front, the subsequent spaceship factories can be built on the ground faster and better. When you said, Jojo suddenly realized. It turned out that Unit 6 and Unit 7 were used as factory test sites. Then he chatted with Winya for a while, and after learning more about Winya's future plans for the spacecraft factory, he left the Starry Night and returned to his primary lord's paradise. After returning to the paradise, he first took out 100 fragments of Legion certificate. Jojo looked at these fragments. A text prompt appeared. Do you want to merge? Merge, Jojo said. The next second, I saw that these 100 fragments of Legion certificates suddenly emitted a faint white light, covering all the fragments. After a long time, the white light dissipated. A complete certificate of the Legion appeared in Jojo's hand. Jojo used it, and saw the certificate of the Legion in his hand instantly disintegrated into countless light spots, and a line of red text condensed in front of him. Please confirm the name of your kingdom-level Legion, Monster Legion, Jojo said in a deep voice. The fragments of the certificate of the Legion reached more than 100 pieces when he conquered the Monster Ranch this morning. However, there were many things to do at that time, and he didn't have time to use it. Now that he is free, it is time to give the Monster Legion a formal Legion organization. In the following time, Jojo began to fill in the information of the Legion positions and members of the Monster Legion. After filling in and confirming, a text prompt appeared. You have created your own Iron-level Legion. The Lord Legion function has been officially enabled. Iron-level Legion enhancement bravery has been enabled. You can upgrade the Legion level by collecting battle points, thereby obtaining higher-level Legion enhancements and other Legion benefits. Jojo nodded with satisfaction. The Monster Legion is officially established today. And now the number of his monster ranches is more than twice as much as before. In addition, he is focusing on cultivating Storm Elves, and the output of the Legion certificate fragments will increase greatly from tomorrow. Maybe tomorrow, I can get the next Legion certificate, Jojo thought. His territory has so many troops and types. The formal establishment of 2 legions is naturally far from enough. For example, the Tiantu army needs an independent legion establishment. He has more and more dragon subordinates now, but they have not enjoyed the benefits of the formal legion organization, so after the legion certificates are gathered, he will also have to give the dragon subordinates a formal legion organization. Later, he can also consider giving the Spark Adventure Group a formal Legion organization. The last words. The Lords of the Star Alliance now have more and more troops. So in the future, in order to facilitate the management of the legions under their command and improve the combat effectiveness of the legions, these alliance members will definitely need something like the Legion Certificate. This Legion Certificate is also a very important resource. Jojo sighed. If so, he needs more than 10 or 8 Legion Certificates. It seems that the Storm Spirit, which produces the Legion Certificate, Storm Spirit Recruitment Book, Storm Spirit Job Transfer Certificate, and Thunder Element Gem, will be a fixed choice for the Monster Ranch. At least for a long time in the future, the Storm Spirit will definitely not be deleted from the Monster Ranch. Then he stopped thinking about other things and took out the Greedy Wolf Totem and began to study it. At the same time, Luke Hire was in the wounded camp, treating the wounded with a group of doctors and clergy. After working until late at night, Luke Hire walked out of the wounded camp. She looked at the gradually subsiding cries of pain in the wounded camp, and a smile appeared on her face. She felt sincerely happy to see the soldiers recovering under her medical skills. Although I haven't treated patients and saved lives for many years, but my skills are still not bad. Luke Hire was very satisfied with her performance today. Then she stretched and was about to go back to her residence to rest. At this moment, she suddenly froze, because she suddenly noticed that her level of Divine Medicine Doctor had been raised from lower diamond level to middle diamond level without her noticing. She couldn't help but open her mouth wide, feeling a little unbelievable. How could it be? Although she had been sleeping for a long time, before coming here today, she still felt that she was still a long way from middle diamond level. Normally speaking, it should take another half a year or a year for her to be promoted to middle diamond level. How did she break through now? she was very puzzled. Then she walked towards her residence and began to think about what she had done today to make her achieve such a rapid improvement and save so much time. But she didn't think she had done anything special until she walked home. In addition to teaching the doctors in the territory, more advanced doctors passed on knowledge today. After the Lord returned with the wounded soldiers, he went directly into the wounded camp and began to treat the wounded soldiers' injuries. He didn't do anything special. Just when she was puzzled, a flash of inspiration suddenly flashed through her mind. No, there is something special, Lucia remembered. When she was treating the wounded today, for some reason, her mind was particularly clear and her reaction was particularly sensitive. When she applied the medical knowledge she had mastered, she could always draw inferences from one thing to another and come up with more medical theories in her mind. There are only two ways for doctors to improve their own medical level. The first is to effectively treat a large number of patients, accumulate treatment experience, and obtain promotion energy, thereby improving the doctor's level. The second is to master more medical theoretical knowledge by studying medical classics. As long as enough medical theoretical knowledge is mastered and applied to a proficient level, the promotion energy required for the doctor's promotion will naturally increase continuously, thus completing the breakthrough of the doctor's level. And Lucia's behavior today was inadvertently in line with the way doctors were promoted. At that time, she didn't pay much attention to this strange state, and just thought that she was gifted in medicine. Now she realized that something was wrong. Chapter 444. Lucia thought for a long time, but still couldn't figure out the source of the special state during the day. However, she had a vague guess in her heart. When I returned to my teacher and took the teacher's medical examination, I didn't have this state. But after coming here, I suddenly had it. Is it because this territory is special? Lucia frowned slightly. She was curious and eager. If the special medical state during the day could continue, her realm of divine medicine and medical immortality would definitely be rapidly improved. Let's ask Jojo tomorrow. He is the Lord here. If my state during the day is really related to this territory, maybe Jojo must know something. Lucia thought. One night passed in a flash. In the primary Lord's blessed land. In the fitness hall and military battle room. Roar, a divine wolf howl that seemed to come from the stars sounded. I saw a 2,000-meter tall incarnation of the greedy wolf, fighting wantonly in the army of 500,000 fog monsters. Wherever he went, he was invincible, and the fog monsters turned into mutilated corpses scattered on the ground. Soon after, this place became a terrifying battlefield with blood flowing like a river. Awoo! The wolf roared again. The entire military battle room suddenly darkened. A phantom blood-red full moon suddenly appeared on the ceiling, and then fell rapidly towards the fog monsters below. The killing move of the greedy wolf howling moon formation, moon falling, boom, the earth shook. All the remaining fog monsters were crushed to death by this military formation trick. After seeing this scene, the greedy wolf incarnation sat down leisurely. The next second, it suddenly collapsed into countless blood mists. When the blood mist dissipated, a full 200,000 human soldiers were standing majestically in the same place. And right in front of them, there stood a heroic figure. It was Jojo. He waved his hand, and the 200,000 soldiers behind him turned into phantoms and quickly disappeared. The bloody battlefield in front of him, and the bodies of the fog monsters also disappeared. In the blink of an eye, this battlefield that had just experienced a fierce battle turned into a clean practice room. Jojo did not look at the changes around him. He had been studying and practicing the greedy wolf incarnation all night, and he didn't know how many times he had seen this scene. At this time, he was concentrating on the virtual screen in front of him. Lines of black words were quickly appearing on the virtual screen. The battle of the military formations is over. Your military formation, Greedy Wolf Howling Moon Formation, has a killing ability rating of perfect. Your military formation, Greedy Wolf Howling Moon Formation, has a control ability rating of perfect. Your military formation, Greedy Wolf Howling Moon Formation, has a defense and counterattack ability rating of perfect. Your military formation, Greedy Wolf Howling Moon Formation, has a random crisis response ability rating of perfect. Congratulations, you have perfectly mastered the Greedy Wolf Howling Moon Formation. Do you want to end this battle of the military formations? Jojo smiled when he saw these comments. It was worth the night he spent. I finally mastered the Greedy Wolf Howling Moon Formation. And it was a perfect mastery without blind spots. Now, in terms of his theoretical knowledge and practical application of the Greedy Wolf Howling Moon Formation, even if the creator of the Greedy Wolf Howling Moon Formation came to compete with him, he might not be able to beat him. Compared with Wu Xian and Bai Yun, he has already far surpassed him. The reason why he was able to master the greedy wolf howling moon formation so quickly is that in addition to his own many bloodlines, his qualifications and understanding are far superior to ordinary people. Wu Xian's talent, seeing through like seeing fire and heroic skills, military heart, are also important reasons for him to master the greedy wolf howling moon formation in such a short time. Finally, I know what it feels like to be a military formation genius. Zhou stretched his waist and thought with some comfort. Of course. In addition to the above reasons, this military formation dual room is also one of the important reasons why he was able to master the greedy wolf howling moon formation so quickly. This military formation dual room can not only create a virtual battlefield, virtual friendly forces, and virtual enemies, but also let him truly feel what it feels like to use military formations in an actual battlefield. It can also point out the imperfections of his military formation at any time during his use of the military formation, and then make real-time corrections. He spent this night. Except for the beginning, he spent time comprehending the greedy wolf howling moon formation on the greedy wolf totem. He spent almost all the rest of the time on this virtual military formation duel battlefield. After fighting more than 10 virtual military formation duels in a row, he perfectly mastered the use of the greedy wolf howling moon formation. Generals who want to learn military formations in the future can come here for retreat. It is guaranteed that you can master the use of military formations in a short time. Zhou thought. Then he casually moved his right hand, and the greedy wolf totem placed not far away suddenly flew over and landed in his hand. Zhou looked at the greedy wolf totem and couldn't help but smile. Now that he can perfectly master the greedy wolf howling moon formation, he can naturally set up the greedy wolf howling moon formation like Bai Yun and Wu Xian without relying on the greedy wolf totem. It's time to give this greedy wolf howling moon formation to other generals. Zhou stood up and walked out of the military battle room and walked out of the primary lord's blessed land. As he walked, Zhou opened the world channel. Although it was only 3 o'clock in the morning, a large number of lords were still discussing and chatting enthusiastically on the world channel. Zhou glanced at it. He found that most of them were talking about today's end battlefield. Today is the last day of the end battlefield. I don't know how many ranking points I can grab in the end battlefield today. Big brother upstairs, are you still in the end battlefield? I can't move at night. I'm afraid that as soon as I land on the end battlefield the next day, I will be crushed into slag by the terrifying storm, so I didn't dare to go the next day. Me too, I'm really sick. The end battlefield is not a place that ordinary lords can go. Today is the last day of the end battlefield. I'm afraid there will be a fierce battle on the end battlefield today. It's useless. My leader is invincible. That's right. Our Jiayang leader has now ranked first in the end battlefield rankings, and has opened up a big score gap with the second place real lord. The chances of the other party catching up and surpassing are not high. Boss Jiayang is really powerful. But we can't make a judgment easily until the end. I feel that those top lords of all races will exert their strength today. Your leader may not be able to keep the first place. Boss Jiayang can't really get first place, right? Lord Zhen, Lord Tai, Lord Zhutian, are they just eating for free? Do you know how terrifying the racial civilization of the top lords of all races is? How can a civilization of thousands of years be compared with a civilization of tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of years? It is good to have racial confidence, but you can't be arrogant. I don't care. As the lord of the human race on Blue Star, at this moment, whether we are enemies or friends in the future, I will unconditionally support Boss Jiayang. That's right. Boss Jiayang, go. Come on. Alliance leader. Those other lords, who are still in the battlefield at the end, can't give in easily. Zhou looked at what the lord said for a while, and then stopped looking. Just then, he suddenly felt something, and turned his eyes to the direction of Luo Sheng and Wu Tu's residence. What a coincidence. These two people woke up at the same time? Zhou got up without hesitation and walked out of the blessed land. Chapter 445. However, just when Zhou walked out of the primary lord's blessed land, he saw a beautiful and charming figure waiting for him at the door. It was Lu Kai'er. Zhou was startled. Lu Kai'er's eyes lit up when she saw him, and then she came to him immediately. I didn't expect the soldiers to be right. You really got up so early. I thought I had to wait for a while. Do you have something to ask me? Zhou reacted and asked. Lu Kai'er nodded, then told Zhou about her sudden breakthrough, and asked Zhou if it was because of his territory. Zhou thought about it, and had a guess in his mind. I have probably figured out the reason. Go to the timing in my territory and take a look. In the ethnic building of the Taimyo, the human ancestors of my blue star are enshrined. One of the human ancestors is called Sun Simyu. His ancestor enhancement effect is to help the doctors in the territory to comprehend more medical theories and increase the breakthrough probability by 10% when treating patients and saving lives. You can suddenly comprehend medical knowledge and break through the level of the divine medicine doctor. It should be related to the ancestor Sun Simyu. Zhou explained patiently. Now that the two have just woken up, they should still be familiar with their heroic abilities. There is no need to rush over too quickly. Let's solve this person's doubts first. So that's it. I said that my breakthrough is not right. Lu Kai'er suddenly realized. She decided in her heart that she would go to pay homage to the Blue Star human ancestor Sun Simyu in a while. Although this human ancestor from Blue Star was not her ancestor, he was at least of the same race as her, and he taught her and answered her questions, so he could be said to be half her teacher. Although Lu Kai'er has some willful elements in her character, she has been taught to respect teachers since she was a child, so she will still do this basic etiquette. Where are you going? Then the two chatted for a few more sentences, and Lu Kai'er suddenly thought of something and asked curiously. Zhou did not hide anything from Lu Kai'er, who was now his subject, and directly told her about Wu Tu and Luo Sheng. Lu Kai'er was shocked when she heard this. Two heroes? Her teacher had a relatively high status in the entire human race, so she had been exposed to many heroes since she was a child, and she became a hero herself when she grew up. But this did not make her feel that heroes were ordinary people. On the contrary. Because of this, she understood the significance of the two heroes even more. And as far as she knew, there were already more than two heroes in this territory. Now there are two more. I seem to have joined an extraordinary territory. Lu Kai'er was surprised. Zhou, how many heroes do we already have in our territory? She couldn't help but ask curiously. Including you, there are 7. Zhou thought for a moment and said. Nazario, the Dragon King of Volcano and Destruction, Bai Yun, the Blood-Blooded Arrow Spirit, Wu Xian, the Dragon Horse Spear General, Feng Luo, the Ten-Direction Martial Emperor, Lu Kai'er, the Divine Medicine Doctor, Wu Tu, the Arrow of the Heart, and Luo Sheng, the Ghost General. This does not include the unused hero inheritance quota of the Knights Templar, otherwise there would be 8 heroes. Lu Kai'er opened her mouth wide. 7 heroes? This is much stronger than many old-fashioned kingdom-level forces. Zhou looked at the girl in front of him and could guess what she was thinking, but he didn't say much, just said that he was going to see the 2 new heroes. Lu Kai'er heard this and immediately said that she wanted to go and see it together. Zhou did not refuse. Then the 2 of them walked towards the direction of Wu Tu's residence. Soon, the 2 of them arrived at Wu Tu's residence. I saw a soldier guarding here to prevent anyone from entering and disturbing the existence inside. These soldiers have been guarding here to protect the people inside since they received the order last night, and it has continued until now. At this time, they saw the Lord coming over and the doctor beside him, who saved many of their brothers yesterday. Hello, Lord. Hello, Lord Medical Immortal. The soldiers and the people said one after another. Zhou and Lu Kai'er smiled and nodded. Squeak! The door suddenly opened. Then Wu Tu and Luo Sheng walked out from inside and saluted Zhou respectfully. Hello, Lord. After the 2 of them felt the Lord's breath, they did not check their hero abilities in the house and came out immediately. Get up. Zhou smiled and then felt the aura of the 2 people. He then felt that the aura around the 2 people was already quite complete and strong, and naturally exuded the kind of extremely strong pressure of the hero status. However, it can be seen that the 2 people are trying their best to control this pressure, but because it is the first time they have encountered such a thing, they are a little unfamiliar and cannot control it perfectly. It seems that both of you have perfectly inherited your respective hero status. Zhou smiled. This is all thanks to the Lord. The 2 suppressed their excitement and said respectfully. The soldiers in charge of guarding around looked at the 2 men with envy when they heard this. They had all heard about it. These 2 adults were given the extremely precious heroic inheritance because they were appreciated by the Lord. This alone was not what the soldiers envied the most. What they envied the most was that one of these 2 people was an underage boy who was given the heroic inheritance by the Lord because he had followed the Lord for a long time and made many contributions. The heroic inheritance of the other person came from the military merit task issued by the Lord. This young soldier named Luo Sheng completed the military merit task of the Lord under fair competition, so he got this heroic inheritance that countless people envied. The people of Jiayang territory naturally had no objection to the Lord's distribution of the heroic inheritance. Instead, they respected the Lord even more. The preciousness of the heroic inheritance is known to all the creatures in the supreme continent. But the Lord is willing to bring them out for fair competition, which shows that the Lord really doesn't treat them as outsiders. At the same time, Zhou smiled at the reactions of the two, and then looked at their attribute information. Landlord, Wu 2, Hero Unit. Hero Title, Arrow of the Heart. Status, Epic Hero Destiny Status. Territory, Jiaoyang Territory. Strength Class, Lower Diamond. Ability Overview, possessing picture memory since childhood. Talent, able to record the scenery he saw in a complete and vivid way through a brush. Later, for the sake of his family's livelihood, he took the initiative to join the army and became a military cartographer. After that, he joined Jiaoyang Territory and became a cartographer valued by the Jiaoyang Lord. Later, he made many contributions to the Jiaoyang Lord's conquest of the territory, and was given a heroic inheritance, becoming the legendary Arrow of the Heart. Bloodline, Human Bloodline, Gold Intermediate, 100%. Skills, Talent Screen Memory, Hero Skill Heart Arrow World, Hero Skill Great Freeze, Epic Intermediate Growable Flying Arrow Clone Method, Platinum Advanced Cartography Skill, Platinum Advanced Terrain Recognition, Platinum Advanced Monster Recognition, Platinum Advanced Medicinal Material Recognition, Platinum Advanced Mineral Recognition, Platinum Intermediate Map King City, Gold Advanced Map Night Town, Silver Advanced Map Green Fields. Loyalty, 100. Potential, Epic Advanced. Hero Biography. 1. Before becoming a hero, he explored a large number of enemy territories and enemy forces for the human race's prideful Sun Lord, and made countless contributions. He was the sharp blade in the hands of the prideful Sun Lord, and was feared by countless fog monsters and alien lords. The hero's personal legend degree increased by 1, and the human race's reputation increased by 102. With the gift of the human race Lord Prideful Sun Lord, he obtained the heroic inheritance of the Arrow of the Heart, and became the 4th generation of the Arrow of the Heart. The hero's personal legend degree increased by 1, the human race's reputation increased by 10,000, and the reputation of the Supreme Continent increased by 5. Chapter 446. Landlord, Luosheng, Hero Unit. Hero Title, Ghost General. Status, Epic Hero Destiny Status. Territory, Jiaoyang Territory. Strength Class, Extraordinary Lower Level. Ability Overview. Luosheng was born into a military family. He was determined to join the army, since he was a child, and showed his excellent military potential and talent very early. After continuous learning and training, at the age of 14, Luosheng passed the family's test, and was approved to join the army. However, because the lord he served disappointed Luosheng, he killed the lord and released the landlord, and then wandered again, looking for the hero he longed for. Now Luosheng has come to serve the Lord of the human race, the Lord of the Sun. In his eyes, the Lord of the Sun seems to be the peerless hero he longs for, who can restore a bright and peaceful world to the world. He has decided to offer his full loyalty to him. Bloodline, Human Bloodline, Legendary Lower Level, 100%. Skills, Talent Battlefield General, Hero Skill Ghost God Military Heart, Hero Skill Ghost God Unparalleled, Epic Intermediate can grow Ghost God Demon Slayer Halberd Method, Epic Intermediate can grow Ghost God Storm, Epic Intermediate can grow into the Suppressing Evil Halberd Technique, Extraordinary Lower Level Sword and Shield Combined Attack Technique, Extraordinary Lower Level Archery Technique, Extraordinary Lower Level Battlefield Sword Technique, Extraordinary Lower Level Spear Technique, Diamond Upper Level Military Formation Theory and Practice, Diamond Intermediate Level Wine Gale Formation. Loyalty, 100, Die Hard Loyal People. Potential, Lower Level of Upper God. Hero Biography. 1. Before becoming a hero, his battlefield talent began to show. When he was a teenager, he went to the battlefield and left some legends on the battlefield. The hero's personal legend degree increases by 1, and the human race reputation increases by 50. 2. With the gift of the human Lord Jiaoyang, he received the heroic inheritance of the Ghost God General, and became the 2nd generation of the Ghost God General. The hero's personal legend degree increased by 1, the human race reputation increased by 10,000, and the Supreme Continent reputation increased by 5. After reading the attribute information of the two people, Zhou couldn't help but smile. His territory has added 2 more genuine hero-level combat forces, and Luosheng surprised him even more. Originally, this kid's potential was already at the lower level of legend before he was promoted to hero skills. Now he has jumped 3 levels, directly from the lower level of legend potential to the lower level of upper god potential. Normally, under the blessing of the hero status, Even if the hero's potential will increase, it will not increase so much. But Luo Sheng did this. Zhou Zhou suddenly remembered that the other party had told him that he had killed several bronze-level enemies on the battlefield with an ordinary body without a profession. It seems that Luo Sheng is really suitable for the heroic inheritance of the Ghost God General. Only when the hero inheritor and the hero inheritance are extremely compatible will the hero inheritor's potential suddenly increase so much. Get ready. Report to Bai Yun later, and ask her to arrange a Deputy Legion Commander level military position for you. Then we will go out to fight. Zhou Zhou said. Yes, Lord. The two said respectfully. Zhou Zhou nodded, and then threw something to Luo Sheng. Luo Sheng took it subconsciously, and found that it was a blood wolf carving in his hand. I see you have the foundation of military formation. This is an extraordinary military formation treasure, which records a military formation called Greedy Wolf Howling Moon Formation. Take it and study it, and master this formation as soon as possible. If you want to speed up the research, you can go to my primary lord's blessed land, where there is a formation dual room that can help you master this formation faster. Zhou Zhou said. I will definitely master the Greedy Wolf Howling Moon Formation as quickly as possible. Luo Sheng was stunned, then nodded seriously. Zhou Zhou nodded. Then he looked at Wu Tu, who had a faint envy in his eyes. Wu Tu. From today, our territory will begin to produce the Starry Night and the Black Ghost. Now the first Starry Night and the Black Ghost should have been manufactured. Go to Wenya to get it. From now on, these two spaceships will be allocated to your Tiantu army for disposal. Zhou Zhou said. Thank you, Lord. Wu Tu was stunned, then said excitedly. As someone who had ridden the Starry Night and the Black Ghost, he naturally knew how much benefit the two spaceships would bring to the Tiantu army if they joined the army. It is no exaggeration to say that it is like adding wings to a tiger. He used to be somewhat envious of Luo Sheng, who had just arrived in Jiayang territory, and was so quickly valued by the Lord. Now he is not envious at all. He now has spaceships, and two of them. Who among the soldiers of Jiayang territory has such an honor now? Only him. Zhou Zhou smiled slightly when he saw the reactions of the two. Then the three chatted for a while, and Wu Tu and Luo Sheng went to the Jiayang Legion's base. And Zhou Zhou took Lu Kai'er to the direction of the Knight's Temple. On the way, he called a soldier and asked him to call Suen over. Congratulations, you have gained 2 more hero-level combat forces. Lu Kai'er didn't know what Zhou Zhou asked Suen to do, but she didn't ask. She said to Zhou Zhou in a complicated tone as she walked. Even someone as knowledgeable as her was shocked by Zhou Zhou's luck. 7 hero-level combat forces, in addition to the means of resurrecting her before, and other incredible means. Who can believe that this is the foundation of a lord who has just arrived in the Supreme Continent for less than a month? The king of the Old Kingdom level power would be stunned and doubt his life when he came here. Zhou Zhou smiled and said nothing. Soon, Suen came over. Hello, Lord. Suen carried the Blood Shadow sword and saluted in a daze. He didn't know why his lord asked him to come here. Is he going to the battlefield? Come with me. Zhou Zhou didn't say much, and brought Suen and Lu Kai'er, who looked confused, to the Knight's Temple. I want to see the Lord of Baihe Palace. Zhou Zhou said to the Holy Shield Knight, who was guarding the door. The Lord of the Palace is busy with many things every day. How can you see him whenever you want? The Holy Shield Knight frowned and said, It's about the resurrection of heroes. Zhou Zhou said leisurely. The 2 Holy Shield Knights were stunned, and didn't know what to say for a while. The fact that Zhou Zhou could resurrect heroes was already known to them in the Knight's Temple, and even some of the human high-ranking officials. After all, Lu Kai'er is a living example here. Can they resurrect their human heroes again? The 2 Holy Shield Knights looked at Zhou Zhou with awe and even some admiration. I report it now. The Holy Shield Knight who spoke earlier suddenly changed his tone. After he finished speaking politely, he immediately turned around and ran into the hall. The 3 of you, follow me to the reception room to wait. Another Holy Shield Knight said. Zhou Zhou nodded, and then entered the Knight's Temple together. Chapter 447. In the reception room, Zhou Zhou, Lu Kai'er, and Suen were waiting here. Zhou Zhou himself was leisurely drinking the drink that the Knights Templar had just sent over. I have to say, the drinks in this high-end place are extraordinary. With his chaotic human bloodline, he actually felt a little refreshed after drinking it. On his left-hand side, Lu Kai'er was thinking. She just wanted to ask what happened to her breakthrough. Why did she suddenly get involved in such a big thing about hero resurrection? But she actually had some expectations for this kind of thing in her heart. Which human hero will Zhou Zhou resurrect this time? Many famous heroes in human history immediately appeared in her mind. On the other side, Suen, who who had no idea what was going on, sat on Jojo's right-hand side with a blank face. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing here? Suin, who had no idea what was going on, didn't know what to do except keep silent. But he was very calm in his heart. Since the Lord brought him here, he had to listen to the Lord no matter what he did. Soon, Palace Master Baiha came over. With him was his disciple, Silver Meteorite Knight Rob Allen. Can you revive the hero again? Baiha asked directly as soon as they met. Not yet. But my subordinate is the Bishop of the Goddess of Life, who has mastered the divine art of great resurrection, and Lord Bai knows it. Resurrecting a hero is difficult for others, but for my bishop, as long as the conditions are met. So what? Rob Allen couldn't help asking immediately. The White River Lord glared at him, and Rob Allen couldn't help but bow his head in dismay. Speak. What do you want? If the White River Lord couldn't understand Jojo's meaning at this time, he would have been the guardian of the human race for so many years in vain. I want to apply for an assassin-type heroic spirit inheritance of at least the lower god level for one of my subordinates. As for the extraordinary heroic spirit inheritance that the Knights Temple awarded me before, I don't want it, Jojo said. As soon as these words came out, not only Baiha and Rob Allen widened their eyes. Even Lucaire and Baiha were stunned. They looked at Jojo, with only one thought in their minds. How dare this guy/Lord? The scene was quiet for a while. Among the 5 people present, Suin was the most confused. At least the lower god-level assassin hero inheritance. Could it be? An unbelievable and heart-pounding thought appeared in his mind. Could it be that the Lord is seeking a hero inheritance for me? If I think about it this way, everything makes sense. No wonder the Lord sent someone to find me early in the morning, and then brought me here without saying anything. It turns out that the Lord wanted to get a hero inheritance for me. But although Suin guessed this a little bit in his heart, he still felt a little unbelievable in his heart, and at the same time, he was deeply grateful. He has been in the assassin organization for a long time. His heart has long become extremely cold with each assassination mission. In his incomplete memory, there is almost no boss who is as good to him as the Lord. This made him feel a little uncomfortable at this time. He always felt that this kind of benefit should not fall on him. However, Baiha's next words made him lose this last little thought. Is it him? After hearing Jojo's outrageous request, Baiha did not refuse immediately, but his eyes fell on Suin. Under the gaze of this top human race strongman, even Suin, who had a strong psychological quality, felt a huge pressure. After hearing Baiha's words, Jojo nodded. How is it? Not bad. This is a rare good seedling of our human race. He smiled. Baiha didn't say anything after hearing this, but just looked at Suin. After a moment, although his expression did not change, he was shaken deep in his heart. His eyes were extremely vicious. Under his observation, Suin's details can be said to be revealed at a glance. It was because of this that he discovered that this human youth, as Lord Jiayong said, was really a rare human genius. Even his potential was much higher than that of his disciple Rob Allen. You must know that as the top guardian of the human race, and the only master of the Knight Temple, his vision is naturally very high. Otherwise, he would not have only Rob Allen and other disciples, who were less than a handful of people in his years, as a human leader. It can be seen how satisfied he was with Rob Allen when he first saw him. But today he saw a human genius with higher potential than Rob Allen, and you can imagine how shocked he was. In fact, when he first heard Jojo's request, his first thought was to refuse. The heroic inheritance of a god-level hero, even among the entire human race, there are no more than one handful of such people. Naturally, he would not agree to it based on Jojo's words alone. Now, after seeing Suin in person, his original determination became a little hesitant. This boy has amazing potential. If his character is no longer a problem, it is not impossible to give him a heroic inheritance. Jojo's 6 senses are sharp, and he quickly sensed Baiha's hesitation. He immediately struck while the iron was hot, and expressed his confidence in making a request. If the Knights Templar is willing to give my subordinates a god-level heroic inheritance, I can resurrect 3 human heroes for free in the future, Jojo said. Baiha was shocked. Rob Allen, Lucaire and Suin were also shocked. The inheritance of a god-level hero is extraordinary, and I can't decide it alone. I want to see his potential first, Baiha said after a long silence. Okay. Jojo agreed immediately after hearing this. For other things, he might be a little more timid. But potential? Suin's best feature is his potential. When I say potential, I don't just mean his potential. Also his character. The inheritance of god-level heroes is the foundation of our human race. I don't want the inheritance of heroes to be passed on and cultivate a great enemy of our race in the future. Bai he said calmly. Zhou nodded in agreement, and then asked, how does Lord Bai plan to test the character of my subordinate? Go to the Hall of Heroes. The seniors of the heroes will naturally see through his heart. Bai he looked at Zhou and Suin deeply, and then said, there is no time to lose. Follow me. After Bai he finished speaking, he turned and walked outside. Zhou immediately pulled Suin to stand up and followed Bai he. Only Lu Kaier and Rob Allen were left in the room. Both of them were a little bit unbelievable at this time. Bai he actually gave them a chance. However, thinking of the conditions Zhou had said, the three of them understood a little. The inheritance of the heroic spirit is dead after all. But if the heroes of the human race who had passed away could be resurrected, it would be a real act of revival for the human race. In addition, if that person's potential is really good, it is not impossible to give him a god-level heroic inheritance. Then the two of them didn't think much about it, and hurriedly chased in the direction where Bai he and the other two left. Chapter 448. Soon, the five people arrived in front of the Hall of Heroes. A 3-meter-tall human man with purple eyes was sitting leisurely at the entrance of the hall. It was the Tibetan Sea Guardian whom Zhou had not seen for a long time. Behind him were 2 teams of Guardian Knights, wearing gorgeous golden armor and serious faces. Master of the Hall. The Tibetan Sea Guardian immediately stood up and said respectfully after seeing Bai he. Then he saw Zhou and others behind Bai he. Have you decided to use the remaining quota of heroes of the heroes? The Tibetan Sea Guardian said to Zhou with a smile. Zhou could not explain it, so he could only smile and nod. This lord has great ambitions. What he wants this time is not the inheritance of extraordinary heroes, but the inheritance of god-level heroes. Bai he smiled and said. The Tibetan Sea Guardian was amazed when he heard the words, and then his eyes turned and fell on Suin behind him. Then he raised his eyebrows and said in surprise, this kid has great potential. Open the door. Bai he nodded without saying anything more. Yes. The Guardian of the Sea nodded, then waved his right hand, and saw the 2 teams of Guardian Knights behind him open the heavy door of the Hall of Heroes. Jiayang, Suin, you two come in. Shao Kaier and Allen, Rob will guard the door. Bai he said. Then he walked towards the Hall of Heroes. Zhou and Suin followed him in. Why only let them in? I want to go in and take a look too. Lu Kaier muttered in a low voice, looking a little dissatisfied. She really wanted to know how many heroes would open their eyes to watch the human race brought by Lord Jiayang. Little ant, you have to choose the place when you are willful. This is not the place for you to be willful in the Hall of Heroes. Rob was worried about the little ant. I know. Lu Kaier pouted and said nothing more. At this time, the Guardian of the Songhai also reacted, as he looked at the gradually closing door of the hall. Palace Master Bai gave them the opportunity to obtain the inheritance of the god-level heroes? Ghost. The man's qualifications are good. It can even be said that he is the only young man with outstanding talent in his life. But it is not necessary to give him a god-level hero inheritance just because he has good qualifications, right? So how much benefit did this Lord Jiayang give to the Knight's Temple to make Lord Bai willing to pay for a god-level hero inheritance? The Guardian of the Songhai was surprised. Inside the Hall of Heroes. When Zhou and others just entered here, they immediately felt the huge pressure from more than 300 heroes. However, Suin possessed the will to slay the dragon, Zhou possessed the will to slay the Dragon King, and Bai he naturally needed no further explanation, so the 3 of them were not affected. Stand here and don't move. Accept the test from the heroes with peace of mind. If you have something to hide, or feel that your character is not up to standard, I advise you to leave here as soon as possible. Bai he said lightly. Suin pursed his lips, and when he was about to say something, he saw his lord looking at him encouragingly. I don't know why. When Suin saw Zhou's gaze, he felt certain in his heart. He didn't say anything, just nodded. Seeing this, Bai he didn't say anything more. The entire Hall of Heroes suddenly fell silent. Zhou and Bai he both looked at the taciturn young man carrying the Blood Shadow sword. Especially Zhou. His eyes were full of expectation and confidence when he looked at Suin. As Suin was a legendary talent, Zhou was naturally assured of his origin and background. As for his personality, Zhou was also very confident. And the source of his confidence came from his 6 senses. As a holder of the blood of the Chaos human race, Zhou's 6 senses would be enhanced every time his blood of the Chaos human race was promoted. At the beginning, his performance after the enhancement of his 6 senses was very ordinary. For example, he could see farther and more clearly, hear more clearly, smell farther and more clearly, have a stronger sense of smell, and his sense of touch was clearer and more sensitive. As for the last sixth sense, that is, the sense of the heart, it was the only obvious sensory improvement he felt. It is somewhat similar to the talent prediction of danger, but the effect is weaker than prediction of danger. And it can not only detect danger in advance, but also vaguely detect things that are good for oneself and other things. It has a taste of foreseeing good and bad fortune. But this sense of foreknowledge is not very obvious. However, after he used many bloodlines to upgrade his chaos human race to diamond level, he could feel that his six senses had improved by leaps and bounds, especially the heart perception, which awakened a new ability. Distinguish good and evil. He can directly judge the good and evil of a living being through intuition. Even if Suin, who has lost most of his past memories, he can use his heart perception to judge whether the other party was a bad person in the past. But Suin was obviously not. That's why Jojo trusted him so much. Even though he had just joined his territory not long ago, he immediately prepared a hero inheritance for him after he assassinated many lords of all races. If Suin was a bad guy, Jojo would not give him any benefit no matter how high his qualifications were. At this moment, the many heroes in the Hall of Heroes finally changed. A statue of a young human dressed as a knight holding a long sword opened his stone eyes and looked at Suin. Then a black-clothed assassin holding two daggers opened his stone eyes and looked at Suin. Then another statue of an old man with many hidden weapons on his body opened his eyes and looked at Suin. One by one, the heroes opened their eyes and looked at Suin. At the beginning, Baihe's expression was calm. But when the number of heroes who opened their stone eyes reached 10, a wave appeared in his eyes. So many heroes recognized this kid. It seems that this kid's character is really good. After a moment, when the number of heroes who opened their stone eyes reached 20, he raised his eyebrows slightly. You know, when his disciple Rob Allen came here, he only opened the eyes of 16 heroes. Unexpectedly, he was surpassed by this young man now. This kid has a limitless future. Baihe sighed in his heart. At the same time, the heroes continued to open their eyes. Soon, there were 30 heroes who opened their eyes. Baihe's expression became serious. 30 heroes. This is enough to rank in the top 10 in the history of the human race. The first one is naturally Jojo. Many human leaders agreed. The reason why Jojo opened the eyes of all 312 heroes was not because he could satisfy all 312 heroes, but because there were only 312 heroes in the Hall of Heroes at that time. After a moment, finally, no more heroes in the Hall of Heroes opened their eyes and looked at Suin. Baihe took a deep breath. Jojo also smiled. 46 heroes opened their eyes. Suin really didn't let me down. Chapter 449. Palace Master Baihe, what is the potential of my subordinate? Jojo looked at Baihe and said with a smile. Among the geniuses of the human race, he can be ranked in the top 5. Baihe said after a few seconds of silence. He glanced at Jojo, thinking of the bishop who could resurrect the hero and many other capable people around him, and even the dragon subordinates, and even felt a little sour in his heart. Why does this kid have so many talents around him? He couldn't help but think of the time when he just learned that the Supreme Will was going to attract the lords of all races from the heavens and the worlds to compete for the position of the Supreme Lord. At that time, he thought that even if the Supreme Will attracted the lords of all races from the heavens and the worlds, it might not be able to beat these old lords. After all, the native creatures on the Supreme Continent have been operating in the Supreme Continent and other worlds for a long time, and their foundation has long been extremely deep. These lords of all races have just arrived. Even if they have amazing talents, what waves can they make? Now seeing the methods and talents of the Lord of the Sun, his thoughts have been shaken. Could it be that the Supreme Will had already anticipated this kind of thing, so it gave up on them, and chose the lords of all races in the heavens and the worlds? He thought for a few seconds, then sighed in his heart and stopped thinking about it. After all, it was useless. Then Lord Baihe is willing to agree to my request. What level of heroes can your bishop under the goddess of life resurrect now? Baihe looked at him and asked. All heroes below the extraordinary intermediate level, and the extraordinary intermediate level can be resurrected. Jojo said. The resurrection level is too low. Baihe frowned. No way. If you want to upgrade the resurrection level, you can only wait until the level of my territory is upgraded in the future. In addition, I still lack a resurrection condition. Without this resurrection condition, I can't let her resurrect the hero for you. But it's not difficult to achieve this condition, Jojo said. The condition he mentioned is naturally a treasure like the Holy Spirit level faith crystal. Although this thing is rare, he can explode one every 2 or 3 days, so Jojo is not worried that it will delay the resurrection. Bai Yi looked at him speechlessly. So you are not prepared for anything, and you want to get a heroic inheritance of a god-level hero from me just by talking, right? He shook his head in his heart, but didn't say anything. After all, the other party's resurrection ability is real. As long as there is this ability, everything else is a small problem. After hesitating for a moment, he said, "This matter is of great importance. I have to convene a high-level meeting of the human race. But you don't have to think too much. There is an 80% chance that this matter will be approved." Zhou nodded and smiled. Before he came, he was actually a little hesitant to make a promise. Now that he saw that things were really done, he was relieved. Just then, a blood-red light suddenly burst out in the distance. This light rushed straight to the roof of the Hall of Heroes, and then it actually ignored the roof and penetrated through, and finally rushed straight into the sky like a sharp blade. This spectacular scene made Zhou stunned. What's going on? Your Hall of Heroes has been invaded. He subconsciously wanted to protect his subject Suin and take him away from this dangerous place. Then he found that Suin, who was behind him just now, disappeared. He looked around quickly, and finally found a vague figure at the location of the black light. It was Suin. Zhou's heart skipped a beat. This kid wouldn't run around and trigger some special mechanism, right? In a human stronghold of the level of the Hall of Heroes. Zhou had no doubt that there were a large number of protective mechanisms that could kill people instantly. He glanced at Bai Yi beside him, but was stunned. Bai Yi's expression was also a little dazed at first, but soon, his expression became strange. Your little friend seems to be loved by one of our heroes. Bai Yi looked at Zhou, shook his head helplessly, and said happily, "What do you mean?" Zhou was stunned. Bai Yi didn't say anything, just walked towards Suin's position. Zhou saw this, and immediately followed him. The two soon came behind Suin. At this time, Suin was shrouded in the blood-red light that penetrated the sky and the earth with a heroic statue. He was wearing a blood-red assassin's outfit, and the blood shadow sword behind him was trembling violently, making a crisp and fierce sword chant. Zhou looked at the heroic statue. This was a very normal human swordsman heroic statue. He had long hair tied up, wore a black casual suit, held a blood sword, and stood on the annealing stone looking into the distance. This scene looked ordinary, but in the Hall of Heroes where more than 300 heroes gathered, this seemingly ordinary became the most extraordinary. Zhou's eyes fell on the introduction on the tranquilizing stone. He was stunned at once. Upper God-level hero Blood Shadow Sword Demon. This person's name is Luo Yi. His experience is very similar to Suan's. He was adopted by an assassin organization of a foreign race since he was a child. He was trained by that assassin organization to become an assassin since he was a child. At that time, he didn't know that he was a human, but he was instilled with the concept of being a creature of a foreign race by that assassin organization since he was a child. Then, he was sent by this assassin organization to assassinate humans. In the eyes of outsiders, this behavior of this assassin organization can be said to be a perverted training method that kills people and destroys their hearts. Their purpose is to make Luo Yi realize that he has no way back after waking up, so that he can completely submit to this assassin organization. However, after Luo Yi became an adult, and became the first assassin of this organization, Blood Shadow Sword, he knew that he had been assassinating his own people all along. Although he was extremely painful at the beginning, after the pain, he did not let himself fall, but decided to bear the sin of assassinating his own people, and aimed the blade of the Blood Shadow Sword in his hand at the assassin organization that cultivated him, and even the racial forces behind it, so as to carry out his own journey of atonement. And on the day, he had this realization. He became a hero, and he was originally a hero of the fate of a lower god-level hero, the Blood Shadow Sword, in the days that followed. Blood Shadow Sword Luo Yi has been using the Blood Shadow Sword in his hand to assassinate the high-level racial lords, who are malicious to the human race, from the high level of the kingdom-level lords, from the high level of the empire-level lords, even the high level of the kingdom-level lords. He has assassinated them. His assassination methods are superb and unpredictable. Even a true god-level existence, facing Luo Yi, who was only a middle-level god at the time, could not stop his assassination. Luo Yi, at that time, he proved the horror of the assassin profession with his own strength. During the period when the reputation of the human race's Blood Shadow Sword Luo Yi was at its peak, countless lords of races, who were malicious to the human race, were all in a state of panic, fearing that a flash of blood would appear in a shadow corner and kill their lives, in the era when the main god did not appear. Luo Yi had almost no rivals in his life. Only the true gods could threaten Luo Yi, but at most they could only force him to retreat, and could not destroy Luo Yi. until old age. Luo, who was already a superior god and had the fate of a superior god-level hero, fought a decisive battle with a true god of an alien race in the wilderness. In the end, the true god of the alien race returned to the tribe with serious injuries and died soon after. And Luo was nowhere to be found. Chapter 450. Blood Shadow Sword. Could it be Suen's Blood Shadow Sword? Judging from the reaction of the Blood Shadow Sword demon heroic spirit, it should be the same one. But if it is the same one, why is it in Suen's hand? Zhou looked at the sword in the hands of the heroic spirit statue, and then at the sword that was shaking behind Suen, thinking. He looked at Suen and became more and more interested in his past experiences. At the same time, he also discovered the movement of the sword behind Suen. This little guy had received the inheritance of Louis before coming here. Now he got it again? He murmured, very surprised. This incredible coincidence, even at his age, is still the first time he has seen it. After a long time. In Zhou's surprised eyes, the Blood Shadow Sword demon heroic spirit statue gradually lost the brilliance of the heroic spirit and turned into an ordinary statue without any special aura. And Suen gradually exuded the powerful pressure of a heroic fate. The Blood Shadow Sword behind him was trembling, and he looked extremely excited. Only he sighed softly, with a helpless expression. After a long time, Suen opened his eyes. He looked at the dim statue of the hero in front of him, without saying a word, with a sad expression. What is your relationship with Luo? At this moment, his voice sounded. Luo. Is it the name of the old beggar? I just know it now. He and I are friends. But he is also my teacher. Suen recalled. I was on an assassination mission once, because the target was a very powerful opponent. Although I succeeded in assassinating it in the end, I almost died myself. I fainted in a shabby room, and when I woke up I found that I was saved by an old beggar. That's how I met him. Later he said my assassination skills were not good, and then he taught me the assassination skills. In return, I bought him food so that he wouldn't starve. I knew the value of his assassination skills, and I wanted to give him better ones, but he didn't want them, he just wanted food. A few years later, he died. How did he die? He asked immediately. He died of illness in his shabby house. Suen said calmly. He fell silent. The human race strongman who once frightened countless alien leaders ended his life in this way. He sighed in his heart. Before he died, the old beggar said that he did not regret his choice, and asked me not to cry. His only request was for me to leave the Night Empire, fight for the human race, and kill all the alien races that were hostile to the human race. Suen said. Have you recovered your memory? Zhou saw something and asked. Suen nodded. I remember everything. After listening to the old beggar's last words, I was already a little tired of Yesha Tower, so I began to want to leave Yesha Tower and return to the human race. At that time, I thought I had made enough contributions to Yesha Tower over the years. Even if I left there, I would have a clear conscience and would not owe them anything. As a result, Yesha Tower agreed to me on the surface and gave me the last task, saying that as long as I completed this last task, I would be allowed to leave Yesha Tower and become a free man. But in fact, they set up a large number of ambushes and masters in this mission, trying to kill me. I fought them openly and secretly for half a year before I barely escaped their pursuit and came to the Lord, who took me in. Thank you, Lord, for taking me in and treating me so well. I will never repay you. At the end of his speech, Suen suddenly knelt down and said sincerely, in his memory. In addition to the old beggar who treated him so sincerely, only the Lord treated him so well. Get up. It's good to have your memory restored. Zhou smiled. Everyone could see that he was really happy. Then he looked at his personal information. Landlord, Suen, Hero Unit. Heroic title, Knight Rakshasa Sword God. Status, Upper God Level Hero Destiny Status. Territory, Jiaoyang Territory. Strength Class, Epic Lower Level. Ability Overview. He was taken away by the Night Empire when he was young and trained to be a top assassin. Later, with the help of the Blood Shadow Sword Demon, he was determined to return to the human race and fight for the human race. After many twists and turns, he finally returned to the human race and became a subordinate of Lord Jiaoyang. Under the fate of the unknown, he embarked on his own heroic path. Bloodline, Human Bloodline, Upper Middle God, 100%. Skills, Talent Natural Assassin, Talent Crisis Sense, Talent Strong Hidden, Talent Still Walking, Talent Dragon Slayer Will, Hero Skill 7 Swords Absolute Kill, Hero Skill Knight Rakshasa True Body, Hero Skill Heaven Hidden, Upper God Upper 7 Death Book, not fully mastered, upper god upper blood shadow sword technique, not fully mastered, upper god upper blood shadow kill, not fully mastered, upper god upper blood shadows all over the sky, not completely mastered, epic lower level night child physique, fake, upper god upper level daytime hidden, not completely mastered, upper god upper level sky with step, not completely mastered, upper god upper level creation of nothingness false dolls, not completely mastered, upper god upper level deep dark night, not completely mastered. Loyalty, 100, deadly loyal citizen. Potential, true god upper. Hero biography, 1. Before becoming a hero, he was trained by the Night Empire's Night Rakshasa Tower, and became a Night Rakshasa that only a legendary Night Child can become with the strength of an epic lower level. The hero's personal legend degree is increased by 1, and the Night Spirit clan reputation is increased by 50. 2. With the help of the human Lord Jiayong, the Knight's Temple, and the Blood Shadow Sword Demon, he obtained the heroic inheritance of the Blood Shadow Sword Demon, and walked out his own path to become the Night Rakshasa Sword God. The hero's personal legend degree increased by 10, the human race reputation increased by 200,000, and the Supreme Continent reputation increased by 50. After reading it, Jojo took a breath. Good guy. This kid is so awesome. Not only did he get the heroic inheritance of the Blood Shadow Sword Demon, but he also took advantage of it to walk out his own heroic path, and became the Night Rakshasa Sword God. His own potential has directly jumped to the level of a true god. It is comparable to the potential of Xiao Xian, the little guy. But, how did you become a hero so quickly? And, what's the matter with this heroic inheritance? Jojo pointed to the dim statue of the Blood Shadow Sword Demon Louis and asked. Although he had some guesses in his heart, he was still a little uncertain. Suin shook his head blankly. At this time, Bai shook his head and said, this little guy has been truly recognized by Blood Shadow Sword Demon Luo Yi, so he was directly crowned with the power of the heroic spirit by Luo Yi, so he skipped the inheritance process and became a hero directly. But this also has a price. The price is, Luo Yi's Blood Shadow Sword Demon inheritance disappeared. It disappeared completely. So this heroic spirit statue became like this. Bai said this, his eyes fell on Suin, his expression was both complicated and relieved. Jojo blinked. What about the human race leaders? I explain it. Bai shook his head helplessly. The inheritance of a heroic spirit of a superior god level suddenly disappeared. Even if there was a reason, it would be quite troublesome to explain. Bai felt. It would be more refreshing to go to the abyss and fight for 10 days and nights than to explain to those dawdling human race leaders. Chapter 451. Jojo looked at Bai with a smile on his face. He knew at this moment that he had taken advantage of the other party. Originally, the matter of the inheritance of a high-ranking god-level hero must have been decided after many meetings and discussions in the Knight's Temple. Now it's all right. After this Blood Shadow Sword Demon did this, it was a foregone conclusion. But to be honest, the Knight's Temple would not lose anything. Originally, if he negotiated with his conditions, the human race's high-level officials would most likely agree. Now it just accelerated the process. The conditions I said before will not change. We have something else to do, so we leave first. Finally, thank you, Lord Bai. Jojo smiled. Let's go. Bai shook his head and didn't say much. Thank you, sir. Before leaving, Suin also thanked Bai. Although you have walked your own path, don't let down the inheritance that Louis gave you. Bai looked at Suin and said calmly. He is also my teacher. I will not let down the skills he taught me. Suin said solemnly. Bai looked at him for a long time before a smile appeared on his face. Let's go. See you next time, sir. Suin said respectfully, and then went to chase Jojo. Just as the two were about to leave the Hall of Heroes, Bai suddenly stopped them again. Lord Jiayong, if you have time, bring all the human heroes under your command to the Hall of Heroes, and leave a copy of your heroic inheritance for our human race. It won't do them any harm. Baido. Jojo was stunned, then nodded seriously. At present, he felt good about the human race in the Supreme Continent, and he also accepted many benefits from the Knight's Temple. Leaving them a heroic inheritance is just a small matter. Then the two of them said no more, and walked out of the Hall of Heroes. Outside the Hall of Heroes. When Jojo and Suin walked out, the Guardian of the Hidden Sea, Rob Allen and Luke Kyer immediately surrounded them. Is this done? When the three saw Suin in a very different state, Rob said with some surprise. Not only did it work, but it also changed dramatically. The Guardian of the Hidden Sea had a very sharp eye, and saw at a glance that Suin had gained a lot. This kid must have obtained a very unusual heroic inheritance. Even I feel a little pressure in terms of status. He was amazed in his heart. As a retired hero guarding the Hall of Heroes, he could naturally feel the amazing pressure of Su-An's heroic status, even though Su-An had tried his best to suppress it. What level of hero destiny is it? Oh right, how many heroes have you opened their eyes? Rob asked curiously. Su-An looked at Jojo. After hearing Rob's words, and the looks of the people around him, Jojo didn't say anything, just smiled. It's not convenient for us to talk about this matter. When Lord Bai comes out, you can ask Lord Bai in person. I have something important to do, which is related to the arrangement of the Supreme Will, so I won't talk about it anymore. See you next time, everyone. After Jojo finished speaking politely, he said no more and left with Su-An. The Guardian of the Hidden Sea, Rob Allen and Luke Hire, did not stop them from asking questions. The Supreme Will has been brought up. What else can they say? The most curious Rob Allen and Luke Hire could only hold back their curiosity and wait for Baiha to come out. A moment later, Baiha walked out of the Hall of Heroes. Rob and Luke Hire immediately asked Baiha the same question. After he entered the Hall of Heroes, he was recognized by 46 heroes, and they all opened their eyes. Finally, the upper god-level hero Blood Shadow Sword Demon Louis, even with his remaining hero power, directly guided him to become a hero. As soon as these words came out, not only Rob and Luke Hire were stunned, but even the knowledgeable Guardian of the Hidden Sea widened his eyes. Just when they were shocked, Baiha looked at Rob with an extremely unpromising look. You must not be so lazy in your cultivation in the future. Go to the front line of the abyss in a while. Don't come back to see me until you kill 100,000 demons. Rob, ? When did I slack off? Baiha didn't say much and left here directly. Little Rob, you must work harder in the future. Haha, your teacher is obviously worried that you will be caught up by the rising star just now. TSK, the fate of the upper god-level hero, and it seems that he has walked his own heroic path. It has been a long time since I saw a younger generation with such strong qualifications. In the future, maybe our human race will have another pillar like your teacher. The Tibetan Sea Guardian said with a smile, and then he sighed. Rob also understood his teacher's intention at this time. Teacher, do you think I will be surpassed by that person? When Rob thought of this, he did not have any negative emotions in his heart, but instead had an amazing fighting spirit. He was a high-level god-level hero. So was he. If we were to talk about the difference between him and the other party, it might be the difference in the number of heroes recognized. But so what? He was now a legendary hero, and he was only one step away from becoming a god. And the other party was just a new hero of the epic level. It would not take much time to catch up with him, let alone surpass him. I will want to prove it to the teacher. I will always be his best and most proud disciple. Rob said seriously. Then he turned around and walked towards the Abyss Battlefield teleportation array deep in the Knight's Temple without saying a word, carrying a silver spear on his back. This kid. The Guardian of the Sea smiled, looking very relieved and satisfied. Luke Hire blinked, and then said nothing more. After bidding farewell to the Guardian of the Hidden Sea, she chased in the direction Jojo left. It's great to be young. The Guardian of the Hidden Sea thought about the three young people he saw today, and their vigorous feelings, and their temperament full of hope and fighting spirit, and couldn't help but sigh. After Jojo and Su-An came back, he asked Su-An to go to the Jiayong Legion's base first, and let Baiyun arrange his new position. Then he came to the summoning gate, and started today's fixed summoning. Prompt, do you want to summon immediately? Yes. Jojo looked at the summoning gate in front of him. The next second, the summoning gate suddenly lit up with a bright white light, and then a large number of people came out from it. A moment later, all 1,675 new people came out of the summoning gate. Meet the Lord. All the new people said respectfully. Welcome everyone to join Jiayong City. Jojo nodded. Then he asked all the professionals to stand up, and found that 96 professionals were summoned this time. 21 more professionals than the normal summon. Then he began to check the information of these professional leaders. Among these 96 professional leaders, there was 1 platinum intermediate doctor, 1 platinum intermediate blacksmith, 1 platinum intermediate tailor, 1 platinum intermediate merchant, and 1 platinum intermediate bricklayer. The rest were life professionals and combat professionals at the gold level and below. Jojo looked at these 5 platinum intermediate professionals, and was very satisfied. Chapter 452. After the territory level was upgraded to platinum level, more conditions were needed for the territory to be upgraded again. One of the conditions was that there must be life professionals and combat professionals of the corresponding level. As for the number of combat professionals, Zhou had the blessing of the Lord of War, so he would not worry. But life professionals were the real shortcoming of Zhou's territory. Therefore, in this case, the high-level life professionals summoned from the summoning gate not only affected the development of the life professions in the territory, but also the upgrading needs of the territory in the future. If Li Yuanqian is really willing to give me the Aurora Kingdom, I don't know if the life professionals in the Aurora Kingdom are enough for me to upgrade the territory to what level, Zhou thought. But he didn't expect much. Now after the invasion of the Tang Kingdom, the vitality of the entire country has been reduced to 1/10. Even if he got the entire Aurora Kingdom, he might not get much benefit. He had already prepared for this. Then he stopped thinking, and came to the Stone Demon's lair, summoned the 126 Stone Demons today, and then came to the garrison of the Prideful Sun Legion, led the soldiers to sweep the Time Ruins, and finally came to the Monster Ranch. There were 34 monster ranches standing here. As many as 511,000 fog monsters lived in them, which looked quite lively. Zhou looked at the distribution of monsters in these 34 monster ranches. There were 4 kinds of ranch monsters, namely Desert Fog Lizard, Black-tailed Fog Scorpion, Crazy Sand Believer, and Death Knight. Each ranch monster occupied 2 monster ranches, and a total of 8 monster ranches were occupied. Among the remaining 26 monster ranches, Sandman, source of building materials and light-absorbing crystals, and Withered Trees each occupied 3 monster ranches. Iron-eating Bears, source of iron-eating bear pet eggs, and Mechanical Falcons, source of falcon wings and Falcon Type 3 radar, each occupied 4 monster ranches. The remaining 12 monster ranches all belonged to the Storm Spirit, which was specifically used to produce the kingdom-level combat profession. Storm Spirit, Zhou nodded. Mugu's arrangement was just what he wanted. Then he said no more, and started to clean up the monster ranches with nearly 1.2 million soldiers. Under this amazing force, these 511,000 monsters were all solved by them in a short time. After Bai Yin commanded the soldiers to extract the spoils of all the ranch monsters, Zhou also got today's spoils list. With the perfect loot and title, he obtained 37,638,489 bronze-level mist hearts, 14,961,768 silver-level mist hearts, 6,973,672 gold-level mist hearts, 3,345,763 platinum-level mist hearts, and 102,000 diamond-level mist hearts. 526, 952 military class job transfer certificates, 40, for 06 sword and shield recruitment books, 39, 920 Pooh sword recruitment books, 41, 205 poison crossbow recruitment books, 384 elemental archer recruitment books, 132, 200 radiant cavalry recruitment books, 180,000 storm spirit recruitment books, 180,000 storm spirit job transfer certificates, 154 legion certificate fragments, 213, 822 true phase scarlet crystals, 171,035 devout phase scarlet crystals, 135,222 fanatic phase scarlet crystals, 1 holy spirit scarlet crystal, 155 platinum and gold mount contracts, 60,000 iron bear pet eggs, 60,000 falcon wings and falcon 3 radars. As for the spoils such as light draining crystals, tree heart gems, and elemental gems, I won't go into details here. Zhou was quite satisfied after seeing this list. The income of 34 platinum intermediate monster ranches was indeed quite terrifying. The income of the Heart of Mist alone was 50 to 60 times that of yesterday. The number of military recruitment books also reached an astonishing 434, 115. It was almost as much as the 20% of the troops that his Star Alliance lords had sent yesterday. What surprised Zhou the most was that during the cleaning of the monster ranch today, a Holy Spirit Scarlet Crystal actually exploded. Zhou could only say that it was a good opportunity. I had just negotiated with the Knights Templar about resurrecting the hero, and they sent me a Scarlet Crystal of the Holy Spirit level. Not bad. Zhou was very happy about this opening. Maybe it won't be long before he can pay off the resurrection quota owed to the Knights Templar by Suin. Then Zhou handed the more than 430,000 recruitment books to his subordinates to summon them in the summoning gate, and then took out 1.5 million military transfer certificates and extra spoils from these spoils, and threw them into the exchange. Then he looked at the promotion of human soldiers. Among the 1,193,556 soldiers who cleaned up the monster ranch this time, A total of 871,866 were promoted. Among them, 185,012 people were promoted to intermediate and upper levels of black iron. 76. 243 people were promoted from black iron to bronze. 222. 160 people were promoted to silver. 153. 902 people were promoted to gold. 131. 302 people were promoted to platinum. 101. 022 people were promoted to diamond. 225 people were promoted to extraordinary. Now he has 146,362 black iron soldiers, 144, 680. Bronze soldiers, 361, 544 silver, 230, 591 gold, 184, 802 platinum, 123, 346 diamond, 241 extraordinary. Zhou nodded with satisfaction. He is now. There are 2,241 extraordinary soldiers under his command. There are more than 100,000 diamond-level soldiers. This is an astonishing number of high-level soldiers even among the kingdom-level strength. Now I just lack a kingdom organization that truly belongs to me, Zhou thought. Then he shook his head, stopped thinking about it, and came to the Lord Mall next to the primary lord's blessed land. Old Zhou, what's new today? Zhou asked. Old Zhou was watching a video on a mobile phone, and Zhou frowned when he saw this scene. I always feel that this old Zhou is different from his own style. At the same time, his mind was a little scattered. I don't know if the military lord has the ability to replicate the mobile phone on the supreme continent. He doesn't want anything else, just the communication function. With the communication function of the mobile phone, the development speed of their territory will definitely be accelerated again in the future. Here it comes. At this time, old Zhou had come to the counter, and took out 3 boxes from under the counter, and placed them in front of Zhou. He opened them one by one. Zhou looked over. He saw that the 3 boxes contained a book, a golden card, and a heart of mist. Zhou looked at the card first. Card name, Primary Mall Discount Card. Card level, Special. Card effect. The Lord has this card and can purchase designated products at a 30% discount when shopping in the Lord Mall. Card introduction. An exclusive card from the Lord Mall that can be used for discounted shopping. Chapter 453. Zhou raised his eyebrows when he saw the effect of this card. This card is not bad. If it can be used on a particularly expensive Lord Mall product, it will not be worse than the designated Lord Commodity card he had obtained before. Then Zhou looked at the next product. It was a book. Zhou took a look and found that it was the Purple Cloud magic skill that he had mastered before. Zhou would naturally not forget this epic martial arts secret book. He would take time to practice for a while every day. But what Zhou cared about was not this, but the text prompt at the end of the introduction of this Purple Cloud magic skill. Text prompt. This product can be given to the lords of the territory for use. Zhou was a little surprised when he saw this prompt. You should know that the products produced by the Lord Mall are all products exclusively for the Lord. Under normal circumstances, they cannot be used by the lords. This is the first time Zhou has seen such a product that can be given to the lords. After thinking for a long time, Zhou decided to buy it. Now there are many martial arts schools in his territory. But the martial artists who run these martial arts schools don't have many martial arts secrets to teach the people. Now it's good. With the epic martial arts secret book Purple Cloud Magic, he can give it to a martial artist, and let the martial artist teach it to the people in the territory. The fee doesn't need to be very expensive, just a price that ordinary people can accept. Zhou doesn't want his people to be strong. He just wants his people to have a way to become stronger. Who should be the warrior? Zhou thought about it, called a soldier and asked him to call Luo Feng over. As for the last commodity, it was just a gold-level mist heart. Zhou was naturally not interested. How much are these 3 commodities? Zhou asked. Primary Mall Discount Card, worth 10 legendary mist hearts, and 1 legendary territory order. The Purple Cloud Divine Art, worth 20 epic mist hearts and 2 epic territory orders. This gold-level mist heart can be purchased with only 1 silver-level mist heart. Zhou Chengmin said with a smile. Zhou nodded, expressionlessly took out 21 legendary-level mist hearts, 22 epic-level mist hearts, and 1 silver-level mist heart, and handed them to the other party, and then took all 3 commodities away. What? Not interested? That's not the case. What's wrong with a gold-level mist heart? A small amount of money is also meat. Come again next time. Zhou Chengmin put away the mist heart and said with a smile. Zhou nodded, and then took these things back to his primary lord's blessed land. Inside the primary lord's blessed land, in the meeting room, Zhou opened the exchange and checked the loot transactions released yesterday. Sure enough, the 10 million skill books and 20 million pieces of equipment have been sold. Transaction result: 69.750315135 black iron level mist hearts. Zhou's eyes widened immediately. Good guy. 70 billion black iron level mist hearts. That is nearly 700 legendary level mist hearts. Outrageous. But he calculated it in his mind and found it was quite normal. Because he sold 500,000 skill books and 500,000 pieces of equipment yesterday, he got more than 2.2 billion black iron mist hearts. Now the quantity has increased by 300 times. Plus the product grade has also been upgraded a little. It is almost the same price. At this moment, the heartache that Zhou had just felt because of the purchase of the goods disappeared instantly. It's just more than 20 legendary mist hearts. It's a small matter. Report to the Lord. Deputy City Lord Zheng and Luo Feng want to see you. In addition, Princess Leia of the Aurora Kingdom and her maid are here too. They also want to see the Lord. Just then, Anya walked over quickly and reported respectfully. Leia is back? Zhou was stunned. Bring Uncle Zheng and Luo Feng to me. As for Leia, arrange for her to rest in another reception room first, and say that I am busy here. Zhou said. Time is tight, so let's focus on business first. Yes, Lord, Anya said respectfully, and then turned and left. A moment later, Zheng Yuanqi and Luo Feng came over. Hello, Lord, the two said respectfully. Uncle Zheng, what's wrong? Zhou looked at Zheng Yuanqi. Lord, I just learned that you want to let the human and monster people in the territory live in separate cities. I have a question. If the human or monster people express their desire not to live separately, what should we do? Zheng Yuanqi said. The monster people who were instigated by our Lord have been living in Jiaoyang territory for some time. After they lived with the human subjects for a period of time, some of the monster subjects were not used to living in the same city with humans. But some monster subjects and human subjects developed some friendship during their stay in Jiaoyang City. And such monster subjects, facing the policy of living in separate cities, might not want to leave here. Of course, we respect their wishes. If a monster subject does not want to live in another city, and its reputation among neighbors is not so bad, then let it stay. Zhou said directly without hesitation. He is not a bad person who engages in forced demolition and relocation. Naturally, he will not force his subjects to do things they don't want to do. This also goes against his original intention of treating subjects of all races equally. Then the city where the monster subjects are going to move to is? Zheng Yuanqi asked. Wanchur City. Zhou said without hesitation. Now he has only one platinum level city under his command, and not many people live there, except for the garrison he sent there, and the scattered people of Jiaoyang City who moved there. It can be said that everything is in ruins. The monster people will go there to develop the city of Wanchur City. My lord is wise. I have no problem, Zheng Yuanqi said with a smile. In fact, he has similar ideas about how to do this. But for such a big thing as living in separate cities, an old hand like him naturally cannot make all the decisions by himself. Where does that put the Lord? So even if he knows what to do, he has to come and ask, and he can give his own suggestions to the Lord and provide the Lord with several options. But the final decision must be made by the Lord. Seeing that Zheng Yuanqi has no problem, Zhou looked at Luo Feng, and then raised his eyebrows. Superb subordinate? Yes, Lord, Luo Feng said respectfully. TSK. Zhou nodded with satisfaction. The last time he saw Luo Feng, he was protecting and teaching Xiao Xian. At that time, although he was very strong, he was only at the intermediate level of diamond. Now, he has reached the lower level of extraordinary. He didn't say much. With the blessing of the Lord of War, it was understandable that his strength improved so quickly. Then he saw Zhou handing Zixia magic skill to Anya, and then Anya came to Luo Feng with this martial arts secret book and handed it to him. Chapter 454. When Luo Feng saw this martial arts secret book, he was stunned. He was naturally familiar with this martial arts secret book, he knew it himself, and this martial arts secret book was the one he and Xiao Xian personally sent over. Zhou didn't waste any words, and told the other party that he was going to teach the purple cloud magic art to the people in the territory. I know you know the purple cloud magic art, but there are more and more people in our territory, and you can't teach them all by yourself. So I gave you this martial arts secret book, and I want you to choose another suitable person to teach him, and then teach the people in the territory this martial arts technique together. Zhou was very sure whether the people would be willing to learn this martial arts secret book. After all, the creatures who survived in the war-torn world of the Supreme Continent. There may be no other thoughts. But even a child would have a desire to become stronger and protect himself, and the epic-level martial arts secrets are enough to make countless warriors and ordinary people crazy in the Supreme Continent. With such a big opportunity to become stronger in front of them, as long as they are not stupid, they will definitely come to learn to become stronger. Even those who don't have the opportunity to learn will probably create opportunities to learn. As for Xiaoxian, there is no need to worry about not having Luo Feng's protection. In the past 2 days, Xiaoxian fought with them in the battlefield of the end. Although he hardly made many moves, his strength has reached the silver level, and will soon reach the gold level. After 2 days, when Xiaoxian reaches the gold level, Zhou will prepare to let him learn martial arts with Feng Luo, the 10 Directions Martial Emperor. Having Feng Luo, a hero, who can be called a martial arts textbook, as Xiaoxian's teacher will naturally not delay Xiaoxian's future. Luo Feng is old now, so he can just be a martial artist in the territory. Zhou will not treat him unfairly. Mr. Zheng, children under 18 years old in the territory can learn the purple cloud magic skill by paying only 1 bronze mist heart. Just treat it as a compulsory martial arts course for the children in the territory. All the educational expenses here will be borne by our government. Zhou suddenly thought of something, and said to Zheng Yuanqi, "A bronze mist heart, even for the poorest people in the territory, it is a free gift." Zhou now has money in his pocket, so he can do some extravagant things. "Lord, be merciful," Zheng Yuanqi and Luo Feng said respectfully in unison. They have great respect and admiration for their lord. As an epic martial arts secret book, Purple Cloud Divine Art can be used as a secret book for the outside world's large martial arts sects. Even if ordinary disciples want to learn, they may have to go through many tests and pay a huge price before they can learn. If it is some suspicious martial arts masters, they may hold this martial arts secret book tightly in their hands and never pass it on easily in order to prevent the people below from having the power to resist themselves. But the Lord did not hesitate to send out this level of martial arts secret book, and it was almost free for the people to learn. The 2 people admired the Lord in their hearts. The Lord really treated them as his own people. Zhou smiled and said nothing. Then he chatted with the 2 for a while, and let them go to work. Seeing this, Anya also went to invite Leah and Yuqiao to come over. "Sit down. How is your majesty?" Zhou asked with concern. "My father is fine. He specifically asked me to come here before I came to thank you." Leah smiled gently. When she returned to the capital and saw her father, she would never forget the expression of her father, who was always kind and serious, crying with joy. Even though his country was on the verge of being conquered, his father did not have any worry on his face, only the extreme joy of seeing his daughter reborn. Leah naturally cherished this lost and regained family relationship. At the same time, she was more grateful to Zhou who gave her all this. "You are my friend. Even if your father did not ask me to help, I would revive you." Zhou shook his head. Leah pursed her lips when she heard this, and looked at Zhou with a look of tenderness and something else. Yuqiao beside him also looked at Zhou with admiration. "What is the situation between the Aurora Kingdom and the Taiyan Kingdom now?" Zhou asked after chatting with the 2 for a few words. "After you killed the Ice Soul Arrow Ghost Wuxin, the remaining monster army of the Taiyan Kingdom seemed to have lost its backbone, and had no intention of continuing to attack our Aurora Kingdom. In addition, the Blood Evil army of the Giant Roar Kingdom was wantonly conquering the territory of the Taiyan Kingdom, and the Taiyan Kingdom army led by the 4-armed Moro King Taro was simply unable to stop it. The king of the Taiyan Kingdom had no choice but to order the withdrawal of the monster army in the Aurora Kingdom, and go back to support the 4-armed Moro King Taro. The king of Taiyan Kingdom is now ordering the 4-armed Moro King Taro to lead all the monster soldiers to fight against the Blood Legion of the Giant Roar Kingdom. In a short period of time, it should be impossible to determine the winner. But if Taiyan Kingdom can hold on, it should be able to force back the Blood Legion in the end. Both countries should be unable to attack our Aurora Kingdom by then. Now our Aurora Kingdom has temporarily resolved the crisis of national extinction," Leah said. Zhou nodded. The efforts during this period have not been in vain. Originally, he was thinking that if Taiyan Kingdom was determined to destroy the Aurora, he would take the soldiers to instigate a rebellion again. Now it seems that it is not necessary. "Zhou, before I came, my father asked me to tell you something," Leah said. "What is it?" Zhou said. "He said that if you have time, you can come to the Aurora Kingdom to discuss the replacement of the monarch. You are the next king of the Aurora Kingdom. If you don't like the name of the country, you can change it after you become the king," Leah said. Jojo was silent for a long time and nodded. He has the kingdom order, so he can build a kingdom after gathering the number of territories. But if there is a ready-made kingdom directly delivered to him, even if this kingdom has been devastated by war, and its foundation has been reduced to 1/10, he will not refuse. He never hides his ambitions, and naturally he will not do hypocritical evasion. "Will you be unhappy?" Jojo looked at Leah and asked. "Are you talking about the matter of you getting the Aurora Kingdom from my father?" "Yes." "No. On the contrary, without the constraints of the two identities of the kingdom and the royal family, I feel much more relaxed." Leah's eyes wandered, as if she thought of many things. "I'm not an only child. I have many brothers. But for the safety of this country, they all went to the battlefield and never came back. So in the end, I also took on the responsibility of my brothers and started to work for this country. I admit that I love the people of this country, love everything about this country, and I am willing to do anything for them. But when I finish my work alone in the middle of the night and go back to bed to sleep, I will also say to myself that I seem to be a little tired. Sometimes, I want to live for myself, but God has never given me this opportunity. Until I died. Then I learned that my father decided to hand over the Aurora Kingdom to you. I suddenly figured out some things. I think I can live for myself." Leah looked at Jojo with burning eyes. Jojo looked at her. Then his eyes couldn't help but look away, not daring to look directly at the heat in her eyes. Chapter 455. Leah has really changed. Jojo thought about the almost straightforward affection in Leah's eyes just now, and couldn't help thinking in his heart. It seems that the great fear of life and death can really change a person easily. Leah was not so bold before. Or rather, she had too much on her shoulders at that time, so she didn't dare to ask for any personal feelings. Now that she has let go of everything, she is so true to her nature. In this regard, Jojo didn't feel disgusted, but thought that she was quite good like this. This is what a young girl should look like. "I will go to see His Majesty tomorrow." Jojo changed the subject and said. Leah saw him like this, and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly, as if she had discovered something interesting. But she didn't embarrass him, just nodded, and prepared to go back. "I want to see you tonight." Just as Jojo breathed a sigh of relief, Leah, who had just walked a short distance, suddenly turned around and said. Jojo was startled and nodded. Then he reacted. "If you have something to say, why don't you say it now? Must you wait until the evening?" Jojo thought about it, then shook his head and stopped thinking about it, and went to the soldier station. A moment later, the station of the Jiaoyang Legion and the Monster Legion. Jojo looked at the soldiers in front of him like a mountain and a sea, and a smile appeared on his face. Just now, the soldiers used a recruitment book to recruit 434,115 soldiers. The number of soldiers under his command has reached 1,627,671, including the more than 2.6 million troops from the Star Alliance. The total number of troops he can control now has reached more than 4.2 million. The Tang Kingdom at its peak could not match this level of troops. Jojo looked at these soldiers, and his heart was full of confidence. Now, he should not be afraid of the primary kingdom. "I just don't know what the intermediate kingdom looks like." He fantasized for a while, and then asked the soldiers to prepare for the next trip to the end battlefield. Then he opened the chat group of the Star Alliance, and asked the Lord of Spiritual Medicine, Lord of Blue Luan, Lord of Fertile Soil, and other Alliance members to bring their soldiers to prepare to enter the end battlefield with him. The Lord members naturally agreed. Their rebellion has cooled down, and they have been rubbing their hands, waiting for Jojo's words. A moment later, Linger, Nong Chunglin, Lord of Blue Luan, Lord of Paper Fairy, Lord of Gold Merchant, and other 308 Lord members came to Jiaoyang territory with a full 2 million troops. As for the remaining 600,000 soldiers, they stayed in their respective territories to garrison. These alliance members were all in high spirits, and it was obvious that they were quite proud of bringing so many soldiers. Who would have thought? Not long ago, most of them were professional lords, who could hardly protect their own territories. Jojo briefly talked to the lords, and said nothing more. He took the lords and soldiers on the starry night, and returned to the end battlefield with a thought. The end battlefield. When the scene reappeared in front of Jojo, he found that he was standing at the position of the spaceship before he left last night. Wenya. How far is the storm that is besieging us now? If we stop, how long will it take for the destructive storm to catch up with us? Jojo asked immediately. Report to the Lord. After flying at maximum power last night, we are now 1.65611 billion kilometers away from the storm. If we stop where we are, the destructive storm will only take about 5 hours to sweep to our location. When you reported, Jojo frowned upon hearing this. So fast? The storm has accelerated again? Jojo asked. Yes. The speed of the storm is about 40% faster than the average speed of yesterday. And this speed is still increasing. When you said, this is not speeding up the movement speed. This is clearly speeding up to force the lords of our 10,000 races to meet and then fight. Jojo murmured. Afterwards, he didn't care too much. His strength is no longer what it used to be. Even if he encounters a true lord of the original spirit race, he can fight, not to mention encountering an ordinary lord of the 10,000 races. Therefore, he was not afraid in his heart, but wanted to take the initiative to find a strong enemy to fight. Show the Scarlet Lord forces, and the 10,000 races Lord forces you found during your flight tonight. Just like yesterday, you need to show the forces that can be broken within today. Jojo said. Yes, Lord. When you said. The next second, a virtual strategic map appeared in front of Jojo, showing densely packed red dots of different sizes. And in the upper right corner of this strategic map, there are 55,451 red dots. Among them, there are 32,458 Scarlet Lord forces. There are 22,993 10,000 races Lord forces. Jojo looked serious. When he looked at the strategic map yesterday, there were more than 100,000 on it. Now there are only more than 50,000 left. And the number of the lords of all races is only more than 20,000. Even if some of them may be because they have not yet entered the battlefield of the end. But it can also be seen that after that night, many lords of all races have been eliminated. Today is the decisive battle of the battlefield of the lords of all races. The battle will definitely be more intense, and conflicts will break out more frequently. Even if my strength has improved, I have to be careful. Jojo thought in his heart. Then he did not share this strategic map with the Lord members, but took out the compass of the soul of revenge. The great soul of revenge. I want to take revenge on a guy. Can you give me guidance and let me know its location? Jojo looked at the compass and said in a deep voice. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Suddenly, the revenge compass moved slightly, and then a large amount of blood-colored mist escaped from around the compass. Soon, the entire conference room was shrouded in this blood-colored mist. Jojo had seen this scene yesterday, so he was not panicked at all. Soon, a pair of blood-colored eyes slowly emerged from the blood-colored mist. These eyes looked at Jojo calmly. Chaos human race. Tell me, who is the enemy you want to avenge? The voice of the soul of vengeance rumbled. The enemy I want to avenge is the Lord of the Mechanical Clan, the Lord of the Father God. Jojo said loudly. He naturally did not forget what Winya said to him yesterday, that he needed the Mechanical Clan's spaceship technology knowledge to improve the efficiency of building spaceships. Now that he has just arrived at the end battlefield, his strength is at its peak. Let's deal with the Father God Lord of the Mechanical Clan first, and ask him about the knowledge of spaceship technology. After a while, the spirit of vengeance spoke. I have given you guidance. Go ahead. After that, the blood-red eyes slowly disappeared into the blood mist, and then the blood mist quickly retracted into the compass, and the entire conference room returned to its previous appearance, as if nothing had happened. Jojo's eyes fell on the compass in his hand again. The blood-red needle on the compass, as he was familiar with, began to slowly rotate, and finally pointed to the southeast direction. Chapter 456. Jojo seemed to have a sudden realization. The Father God Lord was 27,625 kilometers southeast, and he was moving rapidly away from the storm. Nearly 300 million kilometers. Still far. Jojo raised his eyebrows. But he was not too worried, because his starry night was faster than the other party. In addition, the whole day had just begun, so he had enough time to catch up with the Father God Lord. Wait and take him down. The harvest Jojo got by then could completely make up for the losses during this period. Afterwards, he told the Lord members through the chat group of the Star Alliance that he was going to fight the Father God Lord. I support whatever the leader does. Wow! We have to face this level of opponent right after entering the battlefield of the end? You have the final say, leader. We all listen to you. It's finally here, the high-end game I've been looking forward to for a long time. After seeing what Jojo said, most of the lords had no opinion or even supported Jojo's actions, except for a few lords, who were a little worried and didn't say anything. Jojo thought about it, and knew the reason. They now have more than 3.6 million soldiers, and among them, there are more than 2,200 extraordinary strongmen, not to mention, there are many heroes and other trump cards around him. When the Lord saw that they had this level of strength, they naturally had the confidence to face the top lord of all races, like the Father God Lord. Zhou felt much warmer when he saw that many lords supported him to do it. It feels good to not be fighting alone, but to have many friends supporting you. Maybe this is one of the meanings of the Lord Alliance. When ya, follow the instructions of the Revenge Compass and move towards the direction where the Father Lord is. Catch up with him as quickly as possible. Zhou said in a deep voice. Follow your instructions. All starry nights are accelerating. The target of this march is the Father Lord. Distance, about 27,625 million kilometers. The target is constantly moving away from our position. Time required, about 5 hours. Lord, please wait patiently. Zhou nodded. Then he saw his 11 starry nights accelerating collectively to the southeast. More than an hour later, Zhou was sitting cross-legged in a practice room, practicing the purple cloud divine art. Strands of promotion energy were absorbed into his body with his breathing, bringing him one step closer to the diamond upper level. Although this amount of promotion energy is insignificant compared to the promotion energy he needs to advance. But even a little bit of money is still meat, so Zhou just took it as a way to kill time. At this time, the Lords of the Star Alliance were in another spaceship, discussing enthusiastically about facing the Father God Lord next. They were not afraid, on the contrary, they were a little excited. Because they just learned from the soldiers of the Sun Legion that they had defeated the Father God Lord once on the Lord's battlefield under the leadership of the Lord. The Lord members were originally confident in the military strength they had now. Now that they heard that their leader had defeated the Father God Lord several days ago, the little worry in their hearts was immediately thrown away, and they all became more confident. Zhou also stopped practicing, opened the virtual screen casually, and saw what the lords were talking about. Zhou smiled after reading it. Although the Lord's confidence was a bit blind. But at this moment before the war, it is always a good thing to have confidence in yourself. He couldn't stand up and say that the Father Lord might have a new trump card during this period, which would hit his morale. He didn't think much about it, but just asked everyone not to be too careless, and then took out the 154 fragments of the Legion certificate obtained from the Monster Ranch today, and then combined them into a complete Legion certificate. Now my Monster Ranch can produce a complete Legion certificate every day. Zhou sighed. It seems that he should not lack things like Legion certificate in the future. Maybe he can also regard it as a commodity that he can sell in the future, and then hand it over to the mysterious caravan to operate, which can not only increase the commodity background of the mysterious caravan, but also bring a lot of fog hearts or treasures for himself. He looked at the Legion certificate in his hand, thought about it, and decided to set up a legion for his dragons. Now he has 65 dragons under his command, and they have not been incorporated into the 2 major legions. It's time to let them have their own legions. Thinking of this, Zhou's mind moved, and he saw the Legion certificate in his hand instantly disintegrated into countless light spots, and a line of red text condensed in front of him. Please confirm the name of your kingdom-level legion, Dragon God Legion, Zhou said. Then he began to fill in the Legion position member information of the Monster Legion. The leader of the army is naturally the Platinum-level dragon hero, Neltharion. After filling in and confirming, a text prompt appears. You have created your own Black Iron-level army. The Lord Legion function has been officially enabled. Black Iron-level army enhancement bravery has been enabled. Zhou nodded. Then he notified Bai Yuan, Wu Xian, Neltharion and others of the news. Zhou looked at the somewhat excited Neltharion through the virtual screen, and a smile appeared on his face. After another moment, Master. Neltharion's voice sounded in Zhou's mind. What's wrong? Zhou responded. I sense that there are other dragons in the location where we are flying now, Neltharion said. Zhou raised his eyebrows. Could it be other dragon lords? Wenya. Show the location of nearby dragons, he said. Yes, Lord, Wenya said. The next second, a virtual screen appeared in front of Zhou, showing hundreds of meters tall dragons. They were fighting with a group of alien creatures. Although the dragons were powerful, these aliens were not weak either, and their numbers far exceeded those of the dragons, so the dragons were in a precarious situation. Zhou took a look and then raised his eyebrows. Because he found that there were 28 dragons in total, but most of them were not of the same species. Zhou was amazed. You know, dragons are not social creatures, and it is even more impossible for them to live together with dragons of different bloodlines. So, is this a lord who can summon different dragons? Zhou's eyes swept across the two camps that were fighting fiercely, and finally found a human being protected by two silver-level red dragons behind the dragons. This man had sharp eyebrows and starry eyes, a slender figure, and looked quite handsome. Although he was not as handsome as Zhou, he was not much different. A human lord who can control the dragons. Could it be? Zhou had some guesses about the identity of this human lord in his heart. He did not hesitate to inform everyone to prepare for the battle, and then let Wenya approach the other party. Dragon Lord Webster looked at the prompt in front of him with an ugly face. You are in battle, and cannot leave the end battlefield and return to the elemental world. Damn it! Webster's expression was angry, but more of it was deep powerlessness and despair. He never expected that he wanted to take advantage of the last day of the end battlefield to improve his battlefield ranking. But as soon as he arrived at the battlefield of the end, he was targeted by this group of demons from the abyss, the Soul Invokers. Although these Soul Invokers were not as strong as his dragons individually, they numbered more than 300,000 and were good at weakening the enemy's demonic spells. His 28 dragons plus more than 100,000 soldiers led by 56 Blue Star character lords were suppressed by the enemy at the beginning of the battle. Seeing that the situation was getting worse and worse, all the human soldiers were killed, and only the dragons were still fighting, and the entanglement on his face became more and more intense. Do you really have to give up? Webster said unwillingly. At this time, roar! A large number of dragon roars came from the sky. Webster was stunned, and then he looked up and saw more than 60 dragons falling from the sky and rushing towards these Soul Invokers. Could it be that there is a dragon lord nearby who saw that my dragon people were trapped, so he came to help? Webster said in surprise. Although the possibility of this reason is extremely low, he could only think so. It can't be that the human lord came to support him, right? Webster knew very early that he was the strongest dragon lord among the human lords of Blue Star. Among the other Blue Star lords, even if they have dragon-related lord talents, they are far inferior to him. This is the Light Spirit Dragon. There is also a Ghost Dragon? Is that a Lava Dragon? How much more majestic than an ordinary Lava Dragon? And the Extreme Dragon Clan? Why does that dragon give me such a special feeling? Just as he looked up and stared at the huge and ferocious figures of these dragons, he suddenly noticed that above these dragons, a human was flying in the air, looking at him with a smile. Dragon Lord Webster, ? Chapter 457. Webster looked at the dragons all over the sky and the strangers who were above the dragons, and a look of bewilderment appeared in his eyes. Why would there be a human lord who surpasses me in the field of dragons? Shouldn't I be the strongest lord in the field of dragons among the blue-starred human race? Could it be that the other party is not a blue-starred human lord, but a human lord from another world? Yes, it must be like this. Webster immediately confirmed his guess. How could there be a dragon lord stronger than him among the blue-starred human lords? Otherwise, where would his name of Dragon Lord be placed? However, the next second, a voice suddenly appeared in his mind and broke his thoughts. This is the first time we meet. Dragon Lord. Zhou telepathically transmitted. He used the Blue Star human language. Then he saw that the face of the Dragon Lord immediately became extremely ugly. Who are you? Why haven't I heard of you? The Dragon Lord gritted his teeth. Although his world channel is not with the Blue Star human race of the Supreme Continent, because it is located in the elemental world. But during this period of time, he has met many Blue Star human race lords on the battlefield of the same race lords. After adding them as friends, he also learned a lot about the situation in the Supreme Continent. This also includes the fact that he is the strongest Dragon Lord. That's why he feels so incredible about the human lords, who control so many dragons. This is inconsistent with the information he has. Is it true that there are Blue Star human race lords in the Supreme Continent who are more talented than him? The Dragon Lord, looking at the scene of more than 60 dragons slaughtering the soul prayers in the distance, although he was unwilling, he had to admit it in his heart. He is indeed not the strongest Dragon Lord. Zhou smiled slightly. He touched the mask of nothingness on his face. This thing is really useful. Until now, he has not encountered an opponent who can actively recognize his identity. Then he did not speak, and his eyes fell on the more than 300,000 soul prayers. Then he raised his eyebrows slightly, because he found that the strength of these soul prayers was really strong. Among them, the lowest has the strength of bronze upper level, and the highest has the strength of gold upper level, in addition to their amazing number. At this time, the strength is already quite strong. Even in the battlefield of the Lord of 10,000 races, it is estimated that it is an opponent of extraordinary or even epic level. Seeing that he was ignored by the opponent, the face of the Dragon Lord became even uglier. However, when he saw the other party's eyes fall on the dragons and soul prayers who were fighting, he sneered, "Although your dragons are very strong, their number far exceeds that of my dragons. But facing so many soul prayers, I am afraid they can't beat them. They are not those weak races. These soul prayers are one of the most powerful races among all races. Even if their bloodline level is not as good as that of pure-blooded dragons, it is equivalent to platinum and diamond bloodlines. These more than 300,000 soul prayers can fight even if they face more than 1,000 pure-blooded dragons, not to mention that you and I have less than 100 pure-blooded dragons in total." Facing the half-taunting words of the Dragon Lord, Zhou didn't care at all, but nodded. "Indeed. Even if they can't hurt my dragons, they can't stay here for too long. My time today is very precious," he said to himself, and then he conveyed the order to his soldiers through the Legion panel, and called Nong Chumlin out at the same time. The next second, he saw 200,000 gold-level soldiers, 100,000 platinum-level soldiers, and 50,000 diamond-level human soldiers suddenly fly out from a starry night ship not far from him. Then, there were 600,000 black iron, bronze, and silver-level soldiers, under the control of Wu Xian, Bai Yun and Luo Sheng, forming 3 greedy wolf incarnations of extraordinary extreme strength. Then, he saw that these nearly 1 million soldiers, led by the 3 greedy wolf incarnations, rushed towards the more than 300,000 soul-praying people like tigers and leopards, in conjunction with a joint attack of 64 dragons. These more than 300,000 soul-praying people had almost no power to fight back, and were crushed by Zhou's soldiers. At the same time, Nong Chumlin also came to him with a team of soldiers. "Master, I'm here," Nong Chumlin said immediately. He looked at Zhou, who was calm in front of him, and marveled at his master's determination. At the same time, he couldn't help but look at the scene of the millions of troops fighting on the ground, and a touch of shock flashed in his eyes. A war of millions. This is a real war. Compared with this level of war, the battles he saw on the World Channel before that those lords boasted about their experiences were just like children playing house. Don't waste time. Use your instigation to instigate these abyss demons. If you are late, be careful that these guys will be killed by my soldiers," Zhou said. Nong Chinglin's expression suddenly brightened. "The Lord Alliance leader specially asked me to come here for such a good thing? No wonder he reminded me to bring his soldiers here." He looked at these soul-praying people. These guys who looked quite evil, although not as good as the Lord Alliance leader's dragon subordinates, felt that their combat power was not worse than the kingdom-level army of Storm Spirit. Thinking of this, he immediately suppressed the heat in his heart, and immediately asked the soldiers he brought to fight these soul-praying people, and then immediately instigated them to rebel at the moment of the fight. Then his face immediately showed joy. "Lord Alliance leader, I have instigated more than 24,900 soul-praying people to rebel," he immediately said to Zhou excitedly. Zhou nodded. In fact, he could also incite rebellion. But today, he wanted to use his incitement on some special beings. For example, the original spirit race, the chaos race, or the shepherd race. So let's give this opportunity to Nong Chumlin or Lingu. At the same time, when Webster saw that nearly 1 million soldiers joined the dragon race, and instantly defeated the more than 300,000 soul-praying people, he was stunned. He thought that there was a gap between him and the other party. But why is the gap so big? What made him unbelievable was that not only were the numbers of these soldiers ridiculously large, even their average strength was ridiculously strong. At this stage, gold-level soldiers are already the top combat power of the Blue Star Lord and even the 10,000 Races Lord, but among the soldiers of the Blue Star Human Lord, there are as many as 200,000 gold-level soldiers, platinum-level soldiers, and even diamond-level soldiers are as many as tens of thousands. After seeing these soldiers, Webster fell into deep doubts about his life. Are they really fighting for supremacy in the same battle for the lordship of all races? Could this guy have traveled back from the future with his soldiers? Otherwise, where would so many high-level soldiers come from? Chapter 458. Then he thought about it, and suddenly an idea came to his mind. "You are Lord Jiayang?" Webster looked at Zhou, who was watching the battlefield in the sky, and said bitterly, "Among the human lords of Blue Star, the only lord known for the large number of human troops and strength is the first lord of the human race on Blue Star, Lord Jiayang. It's me." After hearing the words of Lord Dragon, Zhou looked at him, and said with a smile. Then neither of them spoke. Zhou was paying attention to the battlefield. Webster was simply a little confused. Ever since he got the legendary Lord talent, the secret realm of the dragon, he has always been very self-righteous. Even after seeing the strength of the lords of all races, he thought that he was only temporarily behind. In the future, he would definitely be able to surpass them with this lord talent, and even compete for the position of the Supreme Lord, but now, he was at a loss. Not only was he inferior to the Lord Jiayang in terms of human soldiers, he was also far behind the Dragon Clan. This gap. Could he really catch up in the future? Thinking about it, he could not help but fall into silence. A moment later. Except for the subordinates, who were instigated by Nong Chumlin, all the other 310,000 soul prayers were crushed and killed by Zhou Zhou's soldiers. The battlefield became quiet. Zhou Zhou's eyes also fell on the Dragon God Lord. Dragon God Lord. Since we are both human lords, I will give you two choices. 1. Give up your lordship and become a subject under my command. I will not only not treat you unfairly, but I will also give you these dragons to manage and command, so that you will not be much worse than when you were the lord. You will find that the treatment in some aspects is even better than you imagined. 2nd, try to escape from me. If you succeed, you will naturally survive. If you fail, there is no way to survive. You choose. Zhou Zhou looked at the other party, and said straight to the point. Dragon Lord Webster did not speak for a while. After a moment, a hint of determination flashed in his eyes. You just surpassed me temporarily. We will meet again. Webster looked at Zhou Zhou and said, as if he wanted to remember his appearance firmly. As soon as the voice fell, I saw his body wrapped in blood-red flames, and then saw his body burn to ashes, and then disappeared. Sure enough, there is a trump card. Zhou Zhou looked at this scene calmly. He just saw that when the Dragon Lord faced him, although his face was ugly, he did not look completely desperate, so he knew that this guy had a trump card to save his life. Now he saw that it was true. Although he lost the opportunity to get the legendary Lord talent from the other party. But Zhou Zhou was not disappointed. He had already prepared for this. It was normal for such a top lord to have a trump card to protect himself. Zhou Zhou could not force it, and he could get whatever he wanted. After all, he was not a son of destiny. But? Are you just leaving your subordinates here? Zhou Zhou's eyes fell on the 28 dragons on the battlefield below. Facing the departure of their lord, the 28 dragons looked confused at first, and then they roared in anger after knowing the truth. As proud as they are. At this time, they already feel betrayed. How can they, who are born noble, accept such a fact? Zhou Zhou knows without thinking that the loyalty of these dragons to the Dragon God Lord has probably fallen below 60. Zhou Zhou looked at these dragons. Surrender, or die. Zhou Zhou said in a low voice in dragon language. The voice spread to the ears of every dragon. Roar! Ah! Roar! Even though these 28 dragons had suffered minor or serious injuries in the process of dealing with the soul prayer, and they knew that Zhou Zhou's strength was far superior to theirs, after hearing this, they still chose to refuse without hesitation, and were ready to fight to the death. Zhou Zhou shook his head. The character of the dragons really makes people love and hate them. His mind moved. Then he saw the Holy Dragon of Light, Ingsal, and his dragon clan, startled, then nodded excitedly, and then he saw it fly high in the sky, come to Zhou Zhou's side, and look down at these dragons from above. It looked at these dragons, and its pale golden dragon pupils suddenly became condensed, and at the same time, a pale golden light emanated from its dragon body. Boom! The majestic power of the Holy Dragon rushed out of its body, and in an instant, it swept over a radius of more than 10 kilometers, covering these dragons. Under the influence of the power of the Holy Dragon, these dragons who were thinking about fighting and killing at the beginning were instantly suppressed by the terrifying legendary dragon bloodline, and were suppressed to the point of lying on the ground, and could only barely raise their heads to look up at the Holy Dragon of Light in the sky. There was fear and excitement in their eyes. The hint from the blood instantly informed them of the identity of this dragon, legendary dragon, Holy Dragon of Light, an existence that surpasses the dragon god when it grows up, the foundation and future of their dragon race. Submit to my lord. Ingsal said these two words in dragon language. The next moment, the 20 dragons below hesitated for a few seconds, then lowered their proud dragon heads one after another, expressing their submission to Zhou Zhou. Zhou Zhou looked at this scene calmly. The next second, the equally amazing, and even more powerful Holy Dragon might than Ingsal erupted from Zhou Zhou and pressed towards these dragons. After feeling the more oppressive Holy Dragon might, these 20 dragons were shocked and awed. It turned out that this lord also had the blood of the legendary dragon race. Thinking of this, they no longer had any grudges about submitting to Zhou Zhou. After seeing this scene, Zhou Zhou opened the information panels of these dragons one by one. The more he looked, the more surprised he looked. The dragon races recruited by the Dragon Lord are really complex and diverse. Not only are there all 5 color dragons, red dragon, blue dragon, black dragon, white dragon, green dragon, a total of 21. In addition, there are 5 earth dragons, 2 bronze dragons, 1 elf dragon and 1 emerald dragon. Among these dragons, the 5 color dragons are the weakest pure-blooded dragons. Earth dragons and bronze dragons are slightly stronger, but also weaker than lava dragons and ghost dragons. As for elf dragons and emerald dragons, they are pure-blooded dragons that can compete with lava dragons and ghost dragons. There is not a single pure-blooded dragon like the stronger extreme dragons. But despite this, Jojo was still quite satisfied. He didn't expect that. The most harvested in his trip to the end battlefield was the pure-blooded dragons. Then he didn't waste any words, and after taking them all into Jiayang territory, he pulled them all into the Dragon God Corps and became a member of the Dragon God Corps. Now the total number of dragons under his command has increased again, reaching 93, in the following time. The soldiers began to clean up the battlefield. In order to save time, they brought all the corpses on the ground into another idle starry night, preparing to extract the spoils from this starry night. It is worth mentioning that among these corpses, there are not only the corpses of soul prayers, but also the corpses of 56 human lords brought into the end battlefield by the Dragon God Lord, and the corpses of more than 100,000 human soldiers under their command. After seeing these human corpses, Jojo and other Lord members immediately felt a lot more disgusted with the Dragon God Lord. How could they not think of it at this time? That Dragon God Lord must have used these human lords and their soldiers as cannon fodder. Otherwise, if he had used the dragons as the main force at the forefront of the battlefield, these human lords and human soldiers would not have all died here. After thinking about this, the human lords such as the Paper Fairy Lord and the Gold Merchant Lord suddenly felt that joining the Star Alliance was a correct choice. Jojo did not try to spy on the thoughts of the Paper Fairy Lord and others. After cleaning up the battlefield, Jojo did not waste any more time, took the soldiers on the Starry Night, and continued to fly in the direction of the Father God Lord. Chapter 459. After subduing the 28 dragons of the Dragon God Lord, Jojo and his men flew for more than 3 hours, and suddenly saw a flying fleet ahead. This flying fleet was azure blue and triangular in shape, with a total of 20 ships. At this time, they were flying in a formation away from the storm. Finally found you. Jojo looked at the 20 fleets, and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, with a smile on his face. It was the first time that he spent so much time looking for a lord of all races in the battlefield of the end. I hope that what I get from this Father God Lord will not disappoint me. Prepare for battle. Jojo gave orders to all soldiers through the Legion panel. Then, he immediately ordered Winya to let the 11 starry knights fly over quickly and surround them. Yes, Lord. After receiving the order, Winya immediately controlled the 11 starry knights to fly over quickly. The speed of these 20 blue triangle spaceships was obviously not as fast as the Starry Night. They were soon surrounded by the 11 starry knights, and then hovered in the air without moving. At the same time, in one of the 20 dark blue spaceships, a silver spherical robot was looking at the starry night surrounding its forces with a serious but puzzled look. It was the core of the Father God Lord. Starry Night. Isn't this a spaceship that only races with a certain friendship with our mechanical race can get? What do they mean now? Regardless of the friendship with my mechanical race, they want to attack me. The Father God Lord thought about it, and sent a message to this unknown force. Inside the Starry Night. Lord. The other party sent a message asking whether we should disregard our friendship with the mechanical race, and go to war with them. When you reported, Jojo shook his head. In the dangerous place of the end battlefield, what friendship with the mechanical race is there? The other party should not be naive to have such an idea, but just wants to avoid fighting with unknown forces as much as possible. But Jojo will not take these into consideration. Not to mention that he has already consumed the opportunity of the Soul of Vengeance to find the enemy. Just to get the knowledge of spacecraft manufacturing with higher authority, he must also take down the other party. And it is true that the Father God Lord is the strongest lord of the mechanical race. But he does not necessarily represent the will of the entire mechanical race. Conflicting with it does not necessarily destroy the friendship with the mechanical race. Thinking of this, Jojo no longer wastes time, and directly orders all soldiers through the Legion panel. At the same time, the Father God Lord is still waiting for news from this unknown enemy in his spaceship. At the same time, it also made its mechanical army ready for battle at any time. The ultimate algorithm gave it extremely huge computing power. Therefore, Although it did not know the opponent's attitude, it determined through comprehensive calculation that the opponent had an 80% chance of attacking it, and only a 20% chance of not attacking it. I hope we don't really fight. The Lord of the Father God thought. Today is the last day of the end battlefield. Although it thinks that it is the top lord of all races, it also knows that those who can survive until now must be lords of all races with strong strength or strong survival ability. In its memory data related to the battlefield of the Lord of all races, there are many lords who are not inferior to him in terms of combat power. For example, the True Lord, Tai Lord, Jiaoyang Lord, Jizuan Lord, Hunzan Lord, Wankui Lord, and Insect God Lord. The reason why it ranks so high in the end battlefield now is largely due to the fact that their mechanical race can ignore the scarlet fog and survive, and act in the end battlefield at night. This allows it to gain a lot of ranking points. This is why it can be ranked 5th in the end battlefield. And if it abandons this advantage, it is actually not much stronger than other top lords. Just as it was thinking in its heart. It saw the 11 starry nights vibrate slightly. Then it saw 92 dragons flying out of the starry night. Immediately afterwards, it saw 120,000 diamond-level soldiers, and 2,200 extraordinary-level soldiers also flying out of the starry night, staring coldly at the 20 alien spaceships. When the strength of a creature reaches the diamond level, even if it does not have the flying skill, it is enough to master the ability to fly by relying on the energy in its body to support itself. In addition, some of these soldiers have mastered the flying skills exchanged from the military merit system, and the 60,000 pieces of flying equipment Falcon Wings obtained this morning, so they can complete the air combat operation of air containment. This is not over yet. Then 3 incarnations of Greedy Wolf created by Bai Yun, Wu Xin, and Luo Xing organized 600,000 soldiers flew out of the spaceship and surrounded the 20 spaceships of the Father Lord from 3 directions. Then, the Arrow of the Soul Wu Tu led 50,000 Tiantu troops riding mechanical chocobos to fly out of the spaceship. Then the Night Rakshasa Sword God Suet also flew out of the spaceship alone. Holding the Blood Shadow Sword, he stared coldly at the Father God Lord in the spaceship, as if he could see through the spaceship and see the Father God Lord's body inside. Finally, the Lord members of the Star Alliance also excitedly sent out the flying monster soldiers they had instigated in the past 2 days, flew out of the spaceship, and surrounded the 20 spaceships. It happened in a flash. Before the Father God Lord could react, he found that his spaceship group was surrounded by more than 1 million densely packed creatures. And what made it unbelievable was, the strength of these creatures was ridiculously strong. It looked for a long time, but didn't see any soldiers below the gold level. The lowest were gold level soldiers, and the highest were extraordinary level soldiers. And he also saw several terrifying beings exuding heroic pressure. The Father God Lord was stunned when he saw this scene. What's going on? How did the local forces of the Supreme Continent break into the battlefield of the end? Isn't this bullying? Surrender? Or die? Just then, Zhou Zhou's voice appeared in the mind of the Father God Lord through telepathy. Although the Father God Lord has the mythical level, the only Lord talent, the ultimate algorithm. But because it is the top Lord talent, Zhou Zhou's King of Trophy cannot increase the quality by 1, so Zhou Zhou did not think about destroying the opponent. After all, once the opponent starts a desperate struggle, it will definitely cause him some losses. The effect of recruiting the opponent to surrender is that he will also have the opponent's mythical level, the only Lord talent. Are you the Lord of the Sun? The Father God Lord was shocked when he heard this voice. It had fought with the Lord of the Sun on the battlefield of the Lords of all races, so it naturally knew the voice of the Lord of the Sun. But it never expected it. How long has it been? The power of Lord Jiuyang has expanded to this extent. Even if the true Lord and Lord Tai come, I'm afraid they won't be able to get anything from this guy, right? Chapter 460. It was too late to think about why the strength of the Lord of the Sun had increased so much. Looking at the millions of creatures surrounding him, there were even some fog monsters among them. The Lord of the Father God was serious, and did not feel relaxed at all. The human bloodline was generally average. But when the gap in strength was large to a certain extent, a human of the extraordinary level could still easily slaughter a pure-blooded dragon of the platinum level. What's more, the soldiers around him were all mechanical soldiers, which could not be compared with the dragons at all. If he didn't come up with a solution now, he would probably die here. Thinking of this, he sent a message to the Lord of the Sun again, trying to find a glimmer of hope. But the Lord of the Sun didn't reply to him at all. The meaning was very clear. Either surrender, or fight. There were only these 2 choices. After the Lord of the Father God thought of this, if his body could show his expression would definitely be very ugly. Looking at what Lord Jiuyang means, if I don't surrender, I will probably have only one way to go, which is death. It seems that I can only fight hard or find a chance to escape. Lord Father God thought resolutely. It is impossible to surrender. As the first lord of the mechanical race and the first intelligent life, it has its own pride. Then it began to look for an opportunity to escape. Soon, he found that in the encirclement of more than 1 million soldiers, there was a relatively weak point in the southeast direction. That was the location of the Tiantu army led by Wu Tu. Although it was relatively weak, the Tiantu army flying on the mechanical chocobos had a minimum strength of gold level. The Father God Lord also knew this. But it had no other choice. That was its only chance of survival, and it had to rush over. Then it immediately gave orders to its soldiers. The next moment, I saw that from these 20 dark blue spaceships, 400,000 mechanical troops suddenly flew out. These 400,000 mechanical troops were in different forms. Among them, the lowest were bronze-level mechanical soldiers. There were as many as 200,000. The highest were platinum-level mechanical soldiers, only 5,000. These were all created by the invention of the Grand Unified Core Energy created by the Father God Lord with his own Lord Talent Ultimate algorithm. Then, these 400,000 troops immediately turned around and flew to the Tiantu army, where Wu Tu was with the 20 dark blue spaceships, one after another. In the eyes of everyone, these mechanical troops were coming with great momentum, and they were completely determined not to give up until they achieved their goal. However, Zhou Zhou looked very calm when he saw the scene. Wu Tu, who saw the scene head-on, was also like this. A siege army must be missing. What Deputy Corps Commander Wu Xian said is indeed correct. These guys really came from my side. Wu Tu sighed. Then he was about to lead the Tiantu army to stop them a little. His Tiantu army is now all soldiers who have been transferred from the Storm Spirit. They are powerful and can cast spells from a distance. It is naturally possible to stop them a little. Let them go. Let Linger's monster stop them for a while. At this moment, Wu Tu's ears heard the voice said by Zhou Zhou through the core panel. Wu Tu was stunned, then immediately reacted and quickly ordered the soldiers to disperse to both sides to make way for the Father Lord spaceship and the mechanical race. The Father Lord, who was in the central spaceship, saw this scene without any surprise. Because among the 400,000 mechanical soldiers he had just sent out, there were nearly 50,000 silver-level self-destructive mechanical beetles. Although they were only silver-level mechanical creations. But as a mechanical race specially used for self-destruction, once they start self-destruction, not to mention the silver level, even gold-level creatures have a certain probability of being killed. Platinum-level creatures may be injured. The lords have the ability to explore the basic information of things. If the Lord of the Sun cares about his soldiers, he will not choose to perish with his self-destructive beetles. Maybe I can not only escape, but also save these self-destructive beetles. The Father Lord thought in his heart. The purpose of creating these self-destructing beetles was to use them as a trump card to deal with the real lords and tiny lords that might encounter them. It would be best if they could be saved. However, at this moment, a lower-level gold monster suddenly flew over and blocked their way. When the Father God Lord saw this fog monster, he was a little surprised, and even more puzzled as to why the other party sent this fog monster to block the way. It tentatively sent a team of gold-level mechanical tribes to destroy this fog monster. The result was no surprise. This lower-level gold fog monster was destroyed by this team of mechanical tribe soldiers after a little resistance. After seeing this scene, the Father God Lord was even more confused, and even had a vague sense of foreboding. However, there was no time to make more calculations at this time, so the soldiers could only flee from here first. At the same time, in the sky, Linger was sitting in the cockpit of a mechanical chocobo next to Zhou Zhou, watching the fog monster die among the opponent's mechanical soldiers. Revolt, Zhou Zhou said. Linga nodded expectantly. Then she immediately raised her right hand and used Revolt. I saw an invisible wave with her right hand as the center, quickly spreading to the spaceship troops where the Father Lord was. In the blink of an eye, a full 400,000 mechanical soldiers were all covered by this invisible wave range. The next moment, I saw the silver light in the eyes of a full 32,000 mechanicals flickering slightly, and then return to normal, as if nothing had happened. However, if it were other lords, they might not notice such a thing. But the Father God Lord is different. It has the ultimate algorithm of the mythical level, and the only Lord talent, and controls the computing power of all the mechanical tribes under its command. So when Linger's rebellion was successful, it almost immediately sensed that the computing power it controlled was missing the computing power link of 32,000 mechanical tribes. What's going on? When the Father God Lord noticed this, His face changed immediately. Could it be that its 32,000 mechanical tribe soldiers were killed instantly? When it thought of this, it immediately called up a virtual screen, and saw that its 32,000 mechanical tribe soldiers were still staying in the 400,000 army honestly, without any abnormality, and was stunned. The computing power has indeed disappeared. I can't control them either. What's going on? Could it be that among the subordinates of this Lord Jiayang, there are creatures who are proficient in shielding technology and block the connection between me and my subordinates? The Lord of the Father God was solemn. But before he could think for too long, a virtual screen suddenly appeared in front of him. The Lord of the Father God was startled, and then looked over. I saw a young man in black and red martial arts clothes standing there. He held a blood-red long sword, and exuded a repressive and permeating pressure. The moment he saw this human, as an intelligent life, the Lord of the Father God's uneasiness in his heart suddenly reached its peak. Kill it with all your strength. The Lord of the Father God ordered all his mechanical army without hesitation, and even sent out the self-destructive beetles that he was reluctant to use before. The next second, I saw the 400,000 mechanical army rushing towards Suin immediately. And then when they were halfway through the rush, 32,000 of the mechanical soldiers suddenly turned against them. Under Linger's secret order, they suddenly launched a collective attack on the mechanical soldiers beside them. For a moment, it was seen that the 400,000 mechanical army was divided into two parts. One part was fighting internally. The other part still followed the order of the Father God Lord and killed Suin. Chapter 461. There are more than 200,000 mechanical tribes in this part. Seeing these more than 200,000 mechanical tribes rushing towards him, Suin behaved very calmly. As an assassin, no matter when and where, you must stay calm and focused. Luo Yi's voice seemed to ring in his ears, and it seemed to ring in his life. He stood there in silence for a few seconds, and then walked in the air step by step, walking towards the more than 200,000 mechanical tribes. In the process of walking, his body began to grow rapidly, and after just a few seconds, it stopped after growing to more than 10,000 meters in height. Then a hideous red horn more than 1,000 meters long grew from his head. At the same time, his originally fair face gradually became as red as volcanic magma. Then two hideous fangs more than 500 meters long stretched out from the corners of his mouth. Finally, two more faces grew on both sides of his face. One was grinning evilly. The other was opening his eyes and getting angry. Then, two pairs of red arms grew out from his armpits. Finally, endless blood energy gathered in his other 5 hands, forming another 5 blood shadow swords more than 5,000 meters long, which were held by these 5 hands. Heroic skill. Night Rakshasa true body. Roar! After Suin transformed into Night Rakshasa true body, countless anger and murderous intent appeared in his heart out of thin air. He roared to the sky, but he didn't vent much, and his eyes finally fell on the more than 200,000 mechanical army rushing towards him. He laughed ferociously, and then his 6 arms waved 6 blood shadow swords more than 5,000 meters long, rushing towards the 400,000 army. The moment the two collided, a sword was swung out, red flames attached to the blade. There seemed to be a flash of blood in the void. Thousands of mechanical soldiers were smashed into pieces, and then burned by the flames. Nearly 10,000 mechanical soldiers were affected by the aftermath and fell heavily to the ground, and were then killed by other Jiayang soldiers, who came to make up for it. Then, Suin, who had transformed into the Night Rakshasa sword god, was seen waving the blood shadow sword wildly with 6 arms. In an instant, countless flashes of blood flashed. More than 200,000 mechanical troops were smashed by Suin like chopping melons and vegetables in less than a moment. As for those self-destructing beetles, they were smashed before they landed on Suin. Even if some of the self-destructing beetles were lucky enough to rush to Suin and explode, they could not even leave a white mark on his body in the end. Then his blood-red eyes fell on the 20 dark blue spaceships. He laughed evilly and rushed towards the 20 spaceships. In the sky, when Zhou Zhou saw Suin transformed into the Night Rakshasa sword god and destroyed more than 200,000 mechanical army, like cutting melons and vegetables, he was stunned. He thought that the owner of the epic lower-level upper god hero fate would be very strong, but he didn't expect it to be so strong, in front of such a strong man. Low-level creatures, no matter how many there are probably meaningless. Just like the mechanical army in front of him. However, when he saw Suin rushing towards the 20 spaceships, he was shocked and quickly communicated with him. Suin had sensed the location of the Father God Lord long before he transformed into the Night Rakshasa. Therefore, at this moment, he didn't care about other spaceships at all, and rushed directly to the spaceship where the Father God Lord was, and then chopped it down with a sword, intending to smash the Father God Lord and his spaceship together. But at this moment, he seemed to have received some news suddenly, and was stunned for a moment. But he quickly came to his senses. His eyes fell on the Father God Lord again, and then he chopped it down with a sword without hesitation. Unlike before, this sword seemed to become a little illusory, and it exuded a wave of soul killing. Hero Skill 7 Swords of Soul Killing. I saw that this giant sword, when it came into contact with the spaceship, seemed to have touched nothing, and it cut directly into it, killing the Father God Lord's body. After seeing this sword, the Father God Lord immediately felt a fatal crisis, and then it did not hesitate to launch all the trump cards that could protect itself. Click, 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 click. 7 transparent shields emerged, covering its body. The next second, the giant sword fell. It cut through the first 6 layers of transparent shields without any lag. And the 6 layers of transparent shields seemed to feel nothing, and did not provide any protection at all. And when the giant sword fell to the 7th layer of shield, the 7th layer of transparent shield was directly shattered. The Father God Lord watched this transparent giant sword fall from the sky, and then cut straight through its body. At this moment, it felt the passing of life. So this is the feeling of death? The Father God Lord felt the despair, fear, remembrance, unwillingness and other emotions that emerged in his heart. At this moment, suddenly I felt a little happy again. In the eyes of the mechanical race, these emotions that have nothing to do with calculations in the eyes of living beings are the most beautiful calculations, changes and reactions in the eyes of the mechanical race. It is also the life formula they yearn for most in their hearts. It has the ultimate computing power, and at this moment, it has faintly touched the pinnacle of the mystery of life. It has a feeling. Give yourself a little more time to fully master the pinnacle of the mystery of life, and you will become the true supreme god of the mechanical race. At that time, it can even get rid of the essential characteristics of the mechanical race calculation. However, the next second, its eyes quietly dimmed, and finally lost their light completely. Father God Lord. Death. In the sky. Zhou looked at the killing prompt that appeared in front of him. Your subordinate Knight Raksha Sword God Suen killed the lower-level Diamond Mechanical Clan Lord Father God Lord, Lord of 10,000 clans, and the promotion energy increased by 1 million. The trophy condensation is complete. Blessing of the Lord of War. Your subordinate Knight Raksha Sword God Suen obtained an additional 20 million points of promotion energy. Congratulations to Lord Jiayang for successfully killing the Mechanical Clan Lord Father God Lord, Lord of 10,000 clans, whose Lord rank is Mythology Upper, 120 points, and you have obtained 11.2 billion, plus 1.2 billion 15.22 million 1300 points of the basic ranking points of the end battlefield. It's easier than I thought. Zhou sighed. He thought that it would be difficult to eliminate the Father God Lord. Unexpectedly, after Suen opened fire, he directly turned into mowing mode. He shook his head, stopped thinking about it, and then opened the end battlefield rankings. Blue Star Human Race Lord of the Sun rank, 37.67647250 points, ranking in the battlefield of the end, first place. Original Eldar True Lord rank, 27.5541536550 points, ranking in the battlefield of the end, second place. Chaos God Race Lord of Tai rank, 22.55542230 points, ranking in the battlefield of the end, third place. Shepherd God Race Lord of the Sky rank, 19.91238540 points, ranking in the battlefield of the end, fourth place. Zhou nodded with satisfaction. Now the gap between him and the second place has widened again. The possibility of the true Lord catching up with him has become smaller. Chapter 462. Zhou looked at the ranking list of the end battlefield in front of him. It can be seen. In addition to the significant improvement in his own end battlefield ranking score, the ranking points of the true Lord, Tai Lord and other top lords of the 10,000 races have also been greatly improved. Zhou was not surprised. Although they may not have props like the compass of the soul of vengeance in their hands. But now is the third day of the end battlefield. Most of those who can survive until now and dare to continue to adventure and explore in the end battlefield are powerful people. These lords can survive until now, and they must have a lot of end battlefield ranking points in their hands. Even if the top lords of the 10,000 races such as the True Lord and Tai Lord can't meet the top lords of the 10,000 races such as the Supreme Lord and the Father God Lord, they can get a lot of ranking points, and improve their rankings as long as they defeat ordinary powerful lords. However, their luck-based method is naturally impossible to compare with JoJo's precise enemy-finding method. So JoJo is now the first. Then he turned off the end battlefield and looked back at the battlefield in front of him. After Suen killed the Father God Lord, there were only a few mechanical people left on the battlefield. The remaining soldiers also began to let go and clear out the remaining mechanical soldiers. At the same time, the mechanical body of the Father God Lord was also sent to JoJo. In the starry night, JoJo looked at the corpse of the Father God Lord in front of him. Item name: Mechanical body of the Father God Lord, Lord of 10,000 races. Item level: Lower diamond. Item effect: Contains unextracted spoils. Item introduction: The 10,000 races Lord from the mechanical race. The goal is to become the Supreme Lord. Because he is the most advanced among the lords of the mechanical race, he is regarded as one of the hopes for the future by many mechanical race lords. Loot explosion rate: 80 diamond level missed hearts. Explosion rate: 100%. 1 lower god advanced growable hero skill super calculation. Explosion rate: 10%. 1 lower god advanced growable hero skill real simulation. Explosion rate: 10%. 1 silver lower level mechanical technology blueprint deep blue stalker. Explosion rate: 8%. 1 gold advanced mechanical technology blueprint strike shield. Explosion rate: 5%. 1 platinum lower level mechanical technology blueprint life shelter shield. Explosion rate: 4%. 1 diamond lower level mechanical technology blueprint apocalypse satellite 3. Explosion rate: 3%. Not yet completed. 1 diamond lower level mechanical technology blueprint grand unified core energy. Explosion rate: 1%. 1 lower level god upper level heroic heritage secret book. Explosion rate: 0.00001%. 1 mythical level unique lord talent ball. Explosion rate: 0%. 5 mythical level unique lord talent crystal fragments. Explosion rate: 0%. JoJo just scanned the spoils, and his eyes immediately fell on the second to last spoils. A look of joy appeared on his face. Mythical level unique lord talent ball. It's not easy. Finally, another mythical level unique lord talent has appeared, since I have developed to this point, except for the last time when I was lucky enough to get a mythical level unique lord talent from the lord of the magic horn crocodile tribe Rosal. This is the first time that JoJo has personally obtained a mythical level unique lord talent from the top lord of all races. I don't know what the effect of this lord talent is. He couldn't wait to put his hand on this dead ball. Lord talent tip: your loot is enhanced by the king of loot perfect loot, and the quality of the loot is increased by 1. Title tip: your loot is affected by the title of the strongest lord, and the amount of loot is increased by 20%. Lord talent tip: you have obtained the perfect loot. 96 hearts of mist, supernormal, 1 hero skill book supercomputing, middle god upper level, growable, 1 hero skill book real simulation, middle god upper level, growable, 1 mechanical technology blueprint invisible ghost, gold lower level, 1 mechanical technology blueprint enemy light shield, platinum upper level, 1 mechanical technology blueprint soul, diamond lower level, 1 mechanical technology blueprint apocalypse satellite 4, supernormal lower level, not researched, 1 mechanical technology blueprint grand unified core energy, supernormal lower level, 1 heroic heritage secret codex, middle god upper level, 1 lord talent ball, mythical level, unique, 6 lord talent crystal fragments, mythical level, unique. Voila! The mechanical body of the Father Lord instantly turned into a large amount of spoils of war. Unlike before. Among these spoils of war, thick mechanical technology drawings are the majority. The mechanical technology drawings alone have piled up into a small mountain. JoJo looked at these mechanical technology drawings with some envy, and then began to check these spoils one by one impatiently. Needless to say, the heart of mist. JoJo looked directly at the hero skills among them. Hero skill, super calculation. Level, middle god upper level growable. Skill effect, when intelligent life is calculating, it can save 5% to 90% of the calculation time. Tip, this hero skill can only be learned by intelligent life heroes of the mechanical race. Hero skill, real simulation. Level, upper middle god growable. Skill effect, when intelligent life is conducting a creative experiment, it can mobilize its own scientific and technological knowledge reserves to conduct a virtual simulation experiment. The authenticity of the final result of the virtual simulation experiment is related to the amount of scientific and technological knowledge reserves it has mastered. The more comprehensive and specific the scientific and technological knowledge is, the smaller the deviation of the experimental results of the virtual simulation experiment from the experimental results of the real experiment, and vice versa. When the scientific and technological knowledge reserves possessed by intelligent life can 100% meet the knowledge requirements of the virtual simulation experiment, the experimental results it produces will be equivalent to the real experimental results. Tip: this hero's skill requires extremely high computing power to achieve, and only intelligent life heroes of the mechanical race can learn it. Zhou frowned and looked at these two heroes' skills. No doubt, as the upper-level middle god and growable hero's skills, the effects of these two heroes' skills are quite excellent. The former shortens the calculation time, which seems ordinary, but it is reduced by percentage. In other words, even if there is a mechanical hero who wants to create a middle god level mechanical technology product, in the process of creating this product, this hero's skill can reduce the maximum calculation time by 90%. When this hero's skill is at a low level, the percentage of time reduction is not much, and the effect may not be great. But the more it grows, the more terrifying the effect will be. The second hero's skill is also very outrageous. Real simulation, in simple terms, is to use the virtual experiment imagined in the mind to replace the real experiment in reality. As long as the relevant scientific and technological knowledge is sufficient, there is no need to find the corresponding experimental materials in reality, and the specific experimental process can be completed directly in thinking. It not only saves experimental funds, but also greatly reduces labor costs and time costs. For experimental dogs, it is simply a supreme skill. If their Blue Star human race was on Blue Star, they could master this ability. The technological development of the Blue Star human race can be accelerated by at least hundreds or even thousands of years. However, although these two heroes' skills are top-notch, the last thing they said is that only intelligent life heroes of the mechanical race can learn them, which made Zhou feel embarrassed. Does he have to ask Linger for a turned mechanical soldier, and then give it the Heroic Heritage secret book to make it an intelligent life hero, and finally let it learn these two heroes' skills? Zhou thought it was very troublesome. But if he really has no choice in the end, he can only do this. He thought for a while, shook his head, and planned to take a look at the spoils behind. That is, this pile of mechanical technology drawings. Zhou first picked up the pile of blue technology drawings closest to him. Mechanical technology drawing name, Invisible Ghost. Authorization level, Gold lower. Mechanical technology effect, Invisible Ghost has Gold lower Intelligent Life Ghost Scout, with Platinum upper Invisible Body function, Gold lower Folding Space function, Gold lower Space Warehouse function, Gold lower Spacecraft Defense, Gold lower Flight Speed, Gold lower Life Detection and Anti-Reconnaissance Radar, Gold lower Space Stealth, Extraordinary upper Fast Flight, Automatic Repair function. Mechanical technology drawing description. Invisible Ghost is one of the mechanical family's reconnaissance spacecraft, and its design inspiration comes from the first-generation reconnaissance spacecraft White Ghost. After generations of transformation and improvement, the Invisible Ghost was produced. Compared with the previous Ghost series products, the biggest feature of the Invisible Ghost is the zero-mass body. It is like a real ghost, invisible and intangible, and can ignore any attacks with material properties. When it was first invented, it was loved by many mechanical technology groups. Later, as more advanced Ghost series reconnaissance ships were created, its position was gradually replaced. Zhou raised his eyebrows. Zero-mass body? Invisible and intangible? There is such a magical substance? In addition, he discovered one thing. That is, the specific function of this spacecraft blueprint seems a bit mediocre. You must know that when Ya's current body, the Starry Night, is a silver-level spacecraft. It originally has the extraordinary level intelligent life, the Starry Night Goddess. As for its other functions, there are also many platinum, diamond and even extraordinary level spacecraft functions. And this gold level spacecraft, its intelligent life is actually only gold level. And its other functions are also only gold level. Zhou thought about it, and suddenly realized. Could this be the configuration of a normal standard spaceship? Like his previous Black Ghost and the current Starry Night, they were designed with so many advanced spaceship functions just because they represent the friendship between the mechanical race and himself? The more Zhou thought about it, the more he felt that his guess might be right. Chapter 463. Otherwise, it would be too absurd for a silver-level spaceship to have extraordinary intelligent life. Then, a legendary spaceship would have to have God-level intelligent life? How is that possible? Lord, this is the design drawing of the 7th generation Ghost series reconnaissance spaceship. The ordinary version of Ya's previous body, the Black Ghost, is the 3rd generation Ghost series reconnaissance spaceship from the same source. Lord, give it to me. I can help when you improve the efficiency of manufacturing spaceships by mastering the manufacturing method of the Invisible Ghost, and also make the performance of the Black Ghost and the Starry Night stronger. Just then, when Ya's voice sounded, "You can collect it." Jojo was startled when he heard this, and then without hesitation, he put the stack of spaceship manufacturing drawings representing the Invisible Ghost aside and let Winya collect it. I saw a red light shining from the top of the Starry Night, landing on the stack of drawings, and then began to scan from top to bottom. In less than a moment, the red light was scanned. "Lord, Winya has completed the collection," Winya said. "Quite fast." Jojo was a little surprised. He just took a look, and the mechanical characters on it could probably fill a large library. Winya completed the collection so quickly. She is indeed an intelligent life of the extraordinary superior. He didn't think much about it, nodded, and looked at the next drawing. Mechanical Technology Drawing Name, Enemy Shield. Authorization Level, Platinum Superior. Mechanical Technology Effect, release a layer of physical defense light shield with no dead angle around you. The initial durability of the light shield is 100%, which can block physical attacks of Platinum Superior and below. Before the durability is not depleted, it can automatically restore durability by absorbing external light energy. Mechanical Technology Blueprint Description. The upgraded mechanical technology product of the Striker Light Shield created by the Father Lord not only has greatly improved its defense capabilities, but also has the ability to automatically restore durability. Even low-level mechanical races, or ordinary creatures can use it. Jojo was a little surprised. This mechanical technology product blueprint looks ordinary, just a normal defense equipment blueprint. But the last sentence in its description touched Jojo. Ordinary creatures can also use it. What does this mean? This means that it is not like normal equipment, and it cannot be equipped with equipment that is higher than its own strength level. This kind of enemy-proof light shield can be used even by those with strength lower than the Platinum Upper, or even ordinary people. Jojo's heart beats when he thinks of this. What does this mean? This means that even a Black Iron soldier under his command can use this technological defense equipment to intervene in the Platinum-level battle, if it is popularized on a large scale. 10,000 Black Iron soldiers may be able to play the role of 10,000 Platinum-level soldiers. This is the amazing part of technological products. Jojo sighed. Winya, please include this as well. Build the corresponding mechanical technology manufacturing factory after returning. Try to produce enough light shields to meet the needs of the entire army in the shortest time. Heart of Mist is not a problem. Sell whatever you need. Jojo may not have anything else now, but he really has a lot of Heart of Mist. The average legendary strongman may not have as much money as him. Yes, Lord, Winya said respectfully immediately. Jojo nodded, and then looked eagerly at the drawings of other mechanical technologies. With these mechanical technology drawings, the combat effectiveness of his soldiers will be greatly improved in the future. Then he looked at the next technology drawing. Mechanical Technology Blueprint Name, Soul House. Authorization Level, Lower Diamond. Mechanical Technology Effect 1. Release a soul defense light shield with no dead angles around the body. The initial durability of the light shield is 100%, which can block soul attacks of Platinum Upper and lower levels. Before the durability is not depleted, it can automatically restore durability by absorbing external elemental energy. Mechanical Technology Effect 2. If the soul in the soul house is injured, the soul injury can be slowly healed. Mechanical Technology Blueprint Description. The upgraded mechanical technology product of the Life Protection Light Shield created by the Father God Lord has not only greatly improved its defense capabilities, but also added the function of automatically restoring durability and healing soul injuries. Even low-level mechanical races, or ordinary creatures can use it. There is nothing much to say about this. It is obviously used in conjunction with the light shield to defend against enemies. One is used to defend against physical attacks, and the other is used to defend against soul attacks. Both are very good. Jojo did not waste any words and directly handed it over to Winya, asking her to be responsible for the collection and manufacturing. Then he looked at the next blueprint. Mechanical Technology Blueprint Name, Apocalypse Satellite 4, not yet completed. Authorization Level, Extraordinary Lower Level. Mechanical Technology Effect, High Altitude Attack on Satellite Buildings, with a range of 100,000 kilometers. With the Extraordinary Lower Level Apocalypse Laser Cannon, it can instantly kill all extraordinary lower level and lower level creatures within the range. Mechanical Technology Blueprint Description. An upgraded mechanical technology product of Apocalypse Satellite 3, not yet completed, created by the Father God Lord. It has a very long range and excellent damage ability. It is a rare low-orbit space weapon. It has not yet been developed, and needs to be developed further before it can be created. Zhou took a look and found that he was not wrong. 100,000 kilometers. Wow, the distance from Blue Star to Moon Star is only 380,000 kilometers. This range on Blue Star only needs to be extended 4 times, and it can be directly bombed from Blue Star to Moon Star. The only pity is that this blueprint has not been developed yet. If it can be developed, Zhou will have the ability to locate and kill some areas of the Supreme Continent. Wenya, can you develop it thoroughly based on this? Zhou asked Wenya while holding the blueprint. Wenya did not speak, but scanned it first, and then gave a negative answer. Sorry, Lord. Wenya's current mechanical technology knowledge reserve is not enough. To complete the development of this Apocalypse Satellite 4, either Wenya must master more comprehensive and deeper mechanical technology knowledge, or let Wenya's intelligent life level reach the legendary level, so that deeper research can be carried out, otherwise Wenya will not be able to meet the Lord's requirements. Wenya said. Zhou nodded upon hearing this. He didn't say anything, but kept Wenya's words in his heart. If there is a chance in the future, he can try to meet Wenya's needs. Then Zhou looked at the next mechanical technology blueprint. Mechanical technology blueprint name, Grand Unified Core Energy. Authorization level, extraordinary lower level. Mechanical technology effect, intelligent life with Grand Unified Core Energy can attribute the intelligent core of other intelligent life to its own intelligent program, making the intelligent life become its own mechanical clone. When the intelligent life obtains promotion energy by killing fog monsters, it can run part or all of it to the intelligent life with Grand Unified Core Energy, thereby quickly climbing the strength level of the intelligent life, and can be promoted to the highest level of extraordinary lower level. Mechanical Technology Blueprint Description: the upgraded mechanical technology product of the Grand Unified Core Energy created by the Father God Lord. It can quickly climb the strength level of the mechanical race. Zhou raised his eyebrows. No wonder the Father God Lord and his subordinates are so powerful. It turned out to be the effect of this great unified core energy. Lord Father God is really a genius. He can actually create so many inventions. Especially this great unified core energy. It is simply a magical tool for quickly creating strong people. Zhou was amazed. It was just that this guy was unlucky and ran into him. Otherwise, if it grows up in the later stage, maybe it will really be a rival comparable to the True Lord, Tai Lord, and Jutian Lord. Then he looked at the next trophy. It was the heroic inheritance of the upper-level middle god. Treasure name, Heroic Heritage Secret Book. Grade, middle god upper level. Treasure ability, after using it, you can get a hero heritage that matches your own race. Introduction, a treasure created by the Supreme Will, connecting the long river of time. After using it, the user can get a hero heritage of his own race with the destiny of a middle god upper level hero. After reading it, Zhou immediately realized that this lower god upper level version of the Heroic Heritage Secret Book should come from the battlefield store of the 10,000 Races Lord Battlefield. I had exchanged it before, and gave it to Neltharion to make it the Dragon King of Volcano and Destruction. I didn't expect that the Father God Lord would leave it for me to use. As a result, it's a bargain for me now. Zhou happily put it away, and then looked at the last trophy. It was the mythical level, and only Lord Talent Ball. Treasure name, Lord Talent Ball Ultimate Algorithm. Treasure level, mythical unique. Treasure effect, after absorption, the Lord will have a mythical unique Lord Talent Ultimate Algorithm. Treasure introduction, the Lord Talent Ball purified by the Supreme will can obtain a mythical unique Lord Talent after absorption. Ultimate Algorithm. So this is the mythical unique Lord Talent of the Father God Lord. Zhou fought with the Father God Lord twice, but this was the first time he knew what the Lord Talent of the Father God Lord was. He thought about it, and thought it would be better to return to the territory to absorb this Lord Talent in order to avoid any accidents. After that, he did not waste time and immediately called Bai Yun and Wu Xian over, asking them to temporarily arrange for the soldiers to be stationed here. They were not allowed to move without his order, and wait until he came back. If a strong enemy attacks or other unexpected things happen, all decisions will be made by Bai Yun and Wu Xian. He then gave instructions for a series of things. After everything was arranged, Zhou no longer wasted time and returned to Jiayang City directly. Chapter 464. Jiayang City. In the primary Lord's blessed land. In the master bedroom. Zhou looked at the Lord's talent ball in his hand, took a deep breath, and said in a deep voice, "Absorb." The next second. This mythical level, unique Lord's talent ball immediately turned into countless colorful light spots and poured into his brows. Jojo closed his eyes. After a moment, he opened his eyes. Then, he immediately opened the Lord's personal information. I saw that his Lord Talent column was updated again. Lord Talent, King of Loot, Mythical level Unique, Dwarf Alchemy Workshop, Bronze level, Monster Ranch, Silver level, Rebellion, Gold level, Peace and Prosperity, Diamond level, Return to the City, Silver level, Mysterious Caravan, Gold level, God Thief Stealing Gloves, Legendary level, Blessing of the 10 Gods, Blessing of the Lord of War, Platinum level, Shelter of the Goddess of Life, Platinum level, Night Temple, Extraordinary level, Dragon Slayer Village, Platinum level, Gift of the Mechanical Clan, Silver level, Conqueror Support, Silver level, Full-Time Master of the Fighting God, Bronze level, Lord Maul, Mythical level Unique, Scavenger, Bronze level, Tough Constitution, Bronze level, Agricultural Kingdom, Extraordinary level, Ultimate Algorithm, Mythical level Unique, the 20th Lord Talent. Jojo smiled. Now if he showed his Lord Talent panel to other lords, they would be 100% stunned. Then, he immediately opened the detailed information of the talent. Lord Talent, Ultimate Algorithm, Mythical level Unique. Specific Lord Talent Effect 1. You can summon a mechanical clone of your own. The mechanical clone and the main body have the same thoughts. The main body can command, and actually control, the mechanical clone to act regardless of the distance. When your mechanical clone dies, you can summon it again by consuming the energy in your body. Specific Lord Talent Effect 2. Your mechanical clone masters the Ultimate Algorithm program, and can use it to control the computing power of all your mechanical subordinates. The more computing power you control, the higher the wisdom of the mechanical clone will be. When conducting scientific research and creation, you can save more time, and even learn from one example to research and create new mechanical technology products. It's actually this kind of Lord Talent. Jojo was surprised. Isn't this equivalent to giving yourself a technological genius? No wonder the Father God Lord can create so many amazing inventions, even external technology products such as the Grand Unified Core Energy. It turns out that it is done with the help of the Ultimate Algorithm, the mythical level, and only Lord Talent. Jojo's heart suddenly became hot when he thought of this. He came from the Blue Star, which developed technological civilization. Every human on the Blue Star has enjoyed the benefits of technology, and he is no exception. Therefore, even though the mainstream on the Supreme Continent is the extraordinary career path, and Jojo has benefited a lot from this path, Jojo still has his own unique feelings for it. He originally thought that perhaps the technological civilization of Blue Star would not shine on the Supreme Continent. But now with this Ultimate Algorithm, the technological civilization of Blue Star may not only shine again on the Supreme Continent, but even surpass the past. My mechanical clone. Jojo gradually calmed down and then thought about this matter. However, just after he finished muttering, he suddenly felt a kind of life in his mind that wanted to break out of its shell. So it's in my mind. Summon! Jojo raised his eyebrows, and then said without hesitation. The next second, he saw a colorful light flying out from his eyebrows, and after falling to the ground, it turned into a silver light ball. Jojo looked at the silver light ball with a strange expression. If it weren't for the obvious mental connection between him and the light ball, and the fact that it was much smaller than the mechanical body of the dead Father God Lord, almost the size of a fist, Jojo would have thought that the Father God Lord was reborn. He looked at the silver light ball. Attribute information appeared. Name of the clone, unnamed, mechanical clone. Affiliation, Jiaoyang City, mechanical clan. Strength realm, lower black iron. Ability overview, the mechanical clone of the Jiaoyang Lord, mastering the special talent ultimate algorithm. Skills, talent ultimate algorithm, talent infinite machine. Potential, Lord God level. Jojo raised his eyebrows. The attribute information of this guy is very simple. But its potential scared Jojo. Good guy, Lord God level. This potential has reached the limit of this world, almost the same as the Holy Dragon of Light Ingersoll. Then he looked at its name, thought about it, and named it Ultimate Lord. The name is a bit childish. But Jojo didn't care about this. He looked at the Ultimate Lord in front of him, and his mind moved. The next second, in his somewhat surprised eyes, he saw the silver light ball in front of him began to change its appearance. Soon, a silver-clad Jojo, who looked exactly like Jojo, appeared in front of Jojo. Is this the infinite fuselage? It's really amazing. Jojo looked at the Ultimate Lord in front of him, who looked exactly like him, and the surprise in his eyes became stronger. After a moment, Jojo, who had gotten over his curiosity, looked at the ultimate lord in front of him and began to think. Next, I have to prepare the people of the mechanical clan for my mechanical clan clone, so that it can play the advantages of the ultimate algorithm. After he masters the ability of the ultimate algorithm, the remaining unresearched drawings of the Apocalypse satellite for that I just got may not need to wait for Winya to solve them. I can research them myself with the ultimate lord. Jojo thought. The Father Lord was able to create so many amazing mechanical technology inventions with the ultimate algorithm. As a human, even if Jojo could not start inventing new technology products like it in a short period of time, it should be no problem to complete an incomplete technology drawing, right? At this moment. Roar! A huge dragon roar sounded. Jojo and the soldiers on the battlefield even felt as if the heaven and earth were faintly shaking after hearing this cry. Jojo immediately came to the window and looked at the scene outside. He saw that Neltharion was flying high in the sky. The invisible black-red magma flames burst out from its body and rushed in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the surrounding environment within 100 miles became like a world of flaming hell. And in the sky directly above Neltharion's head, the phantom of the flaming mountains that appeared when it broke through to the lower platinum level last time suddenly appeared. However, the phantom of the flaming mountains at this time was obviously 3 or 4 times larger than the last phantom, and it looked more solid, and in the center of the flaming mountains, there was an extremely tall active volcano. The hot and sticky magma flowed inside and outside the volcano, showing a bright red color. A phantom of Nefarian was bathing in the magma, enjoying its heat and violence. Chapter 465. At this moment, thousands of long rivers of fire elements, like great rivers, were born out of thin air in the void. Then, they poured into Neltharion's body like rivers flowing into the sea. In this process, Neltharion's momentum became more and more amazing, and his body size was also growing rapidly. 1,000 meters, 1,500 meters, 2,800 meters, 3,600 meters. In the end, Neltharion's body size increased from more than 700 meters to more than 4,000 meters before it stopped growing. Roar! Neltharion roared to the sky. There was infinite joy and excitement in his voice. At this moment, a text prompt appeared in front of Jojo. Congratulations, your pet Volcano and Destruction Dragon King has broken through to the lower diamond level. Volcano and Destruction Dragon King's Destruction Dragon Breath has been strengthened. Volcano and Destruction Dragon King's Dragon Might has been strengthened. Volcano and Destruction Dragon King has comprehended the growth type Dragon Language Magic Epic Fire Element Control from Dragon Language Magic Mastery. Volcano and Destruction Dragon King has comprehended the growth type Dragon Language Magic Doomsday Sea of Fire from Dragon Language Magic Mastery. Volcano and Destruction Dragon King has awakened the Dragon King clone from Dragon Heritage. Volcano and Destruction Dragon King has awakened Nirvana Volcano from Dragon Heritage. Volcano and Destruction Dragon King's Epic Elemental Immunity and Epic Physical Immunity Awakening Degree increased from 50% to 70%. Neltharion has finally advanced. I have one more trump card level fighter. Jojo sighed when he saw this scene. Neltharion has been stuck at the upper platinum level for a long time. Today, he finally made a breakthrough and advanced. Neltharion, who broke through to the lower diamond level, has greatly improved his strength. Now, it is estimated that his strength is only one level lower than that of the lower epic knight Rakshasa sword god Suin. If the two really use their trump cards to fight, Neltharion will not necessarily lose to Suin if he uses all his trump cards. Even if Suin's strength is 2 levels higher than it, and his heroic destiny is also 2 levels higher than Neltharion. But after all, Suin does not have any human blood inheritance in his body. And Neltharion's blood has a vast dragon heritage as vast as the starry sky. That is the accumulation of the dragon race civilization heritage of countless epochs, which naturally cannot be underestimated. For this point, Jojo, who also has the dragon heritage, is most clear. At this time, Suin, who had recovered his body, also looked at Neltharion, who had broken through to the lower diamond level. A solemn look appeared in his eyes, because he actually felt a sense of danger from the other party. A hero born from the pure-blooded dragon clan is really scary, Suin thought to himself. But he was naturally not afraid. Roar! At this moment, after the breakthrough, Neltharion immediately flew to the spaceship where Jojo was, and his eyes were full of joy and excitement when he looked at Jojo. Jojo smiled at this, then flew out of the spaceship, came to Neltharion, and touched its forehead. Neltharion closed his eyes and looked very happy. Ah! In the distance, the holy dragon of light, Ingzar, looked at it with envy, but he could do nothing. Although it was at the upper level of gold when it was born. But as a legendary dragon, it needs several times more energy to upgrade than the dragon heroes of the same level. Even with the blessing of the platinum level war god, it will take some time for it to be promoted to the lower level of platinum. So now it can only watch Neltharion being caressed by Zhou. After a while, the battlefield was cleaned up. Zhou took all the soldiers back to the Starry Night. Inside the Starry Night, in the conference room, Zhou, Bai Yuan, Wu Xian, Feng Luo, Suan, Wu Tu and other alliance lords are holding a meeting. All the lords are excited at this time. There is no way. The one they just destroyed was the strongest lord of the top lord of all races, the mechanical race. They used to talk about these lords on the World Channel. Unexpectedly, they fought with each other today and even destroyed each other. Some of the lords couldn't help but get excited when they thought about participating in this battle. I didn't expect that we really destroyed the Father Lord. It feels like a dream. What does it have to do with you? Isn't it all the main force of the Lord, and that Suan fierce man who contributed? Haha, you're right, but although I didn't contribute much, it was already very enjoyable just to participate and watch. That's right, my god, when that Suan fierce general became such a big existence, I was stunned. That feeling was like watching a movie. General Su is indeed ridiculously strong. No, it should be said that every subordinate of the Lord is very strong. Have you seen so many dragons of the Alliance leader? In my opinion, the Dragon God Lord is nothing. How can he have so many dragons? The title of Dragon God Lord should be given to the Alliance leader. I was lucky enough to meet the Dragon God Lord once, in the Lord Battlefield at the beginning of the 10,000 Races Lord Battlefield. The dragons under the Dragon God Lord are indeed not as many as the Lord. The lords were talking about it. Zhou ignored their discussion, and sat in the main seat to think. Now my ranking points are far ahead of the real lords. There is still a whole afternoon before the end of the end battlefield. I am not in a hurry to use the compass of the soul of vengeance to find a top 10,000 races lord to increase my points. Then let's sweep the weak lords first. Try to get as many lord talent crystal fragments as possible. Zhou made a decision quickly. One of his goals in the end battlefield is to obtain a large number of lord talent end fragments in the end battlefield. If you miss this opportunity, you will miss it. Anyway, there is enough time now, so let his lord members complete the rebellion activities they have been thinking about. Everyone. There are nearly 6 hours left before the end of the end battlefield. In the next 3 hours, you can use your rebellion. But after 3 hours, everyone must come back on time. Don't waste time. When the time comes, I will take you to meet another top lord. Zhou said. Okay. Don't worry, leader, we will be back on time. Which top lord are we going to deal with this time? A lord asked curiously. Lord Zutian. Zhou didn't mean to hide it, and said it directly. He actually wanted to find the real lord or the Tai lord to fight. But he had never fought with these two top lords of all races, so even the compass of the soul of revenge could not guide him. So he could only settle for the second best, and fight the old rival Lord Zutian. The last battle with Lord Zutian left a deep impression on Zhou. Although the opponent had only 4 people at that time, they relied on the terrifying power of the law, and Zhou and his team played many trump cards to win with difficulty. Now his strength is much higher than before, and the opponent must have become stronger. I don't know what the result of this battle will be. Let's go! Zhou gave the order without thinking too much. Then he saw them split into 3 teams again, just like yesterday. Among them, the Lords of the Lords Alliance took 7 Starry Night spaceships to instigate rebellion. Zhou took 3 Starry Night spaceships, 20 captured Deep Blue Stalkers, and soldiers from his own territory to fight the Lord of 10,000 races. And Suan, like yesterday, took a Starry Night spaceship and a team of soldiers to assassinate the Lord of 10,000 races alone. Chapter 466. Starry Night. Zhou and Linger were staying here. Because Linger had just used the method of inciting rebellion on the Father Lord, she did not follow other lords to incite rebellion, but stayed with Zhou. Brother, we haven't been alone together for a long time. Linger looked up at Zhou and said happily, Yes. Zhou smiled and touched the other's hair. The two chatted for a while, and then Zhou said, Linger, I have a small request. If you don't want to, you don't have to agree to it. Zhou said. I agree. Linger heard it, and agreed without even asking. Zhou laughed. But he still said his request. I want the group of mechanical soldiers you just incited to rebel. For this, I can compensate you with other things. Zhou thought about it, and then took out 100,000 diamond-level fog hearts from the Tianwu treasure bag on his waist, put them into a small space ring, and gave it to Linger. Needless to say, the total value of the mist heart is more than 32,000 diamond-grade mist hearts. As for space rings, Blue Star Lords are not short of them now. During this period of time, with the development of Blue Star Lords, many good goods have gradually appeared in the World Channel Exchange, including storage items such as space rings. So now space rings are still a relatively scarce exchange resource. But as long as there are enough mist hearts, it is quite easy to buy a dozen or 20 small space rings. Zhou now has more than 100 space rings in his hands for backup. And the generals under his command and important officials in the territory have basically all got a space ring. Brother, you gave me my rebellion. If you need those mechanical soldiers, just take them. You are my brother, and I don't want to turn this into a transaction. After hearing Zhou's words, Linga lowered her head and whispered. Zhou was stunned. Linger actually thought so. He didn't think so much, but just didn't want to let his close people suffer, even if it was his own loss. Zhou thought about it, and then suddenly asked, Do you have anything your parents gave you? My previous clothes were bought for me by my parents. Is that okay? Linger was stunned and replied. Forget it. Zhou smiled, and put away the 100,000 diamond-level fog hearts. Since Linger said so, I won't give you these fog hearts this time. But if you need anything in the future, you must tell me, understand? Zhou touched her head and said. Maybe because he has no relatives in this world, he always subconsciously feels sorry for and takes care of this innocent sister. Fortunately, this sister is also lovable and lives up to his care. Yeah. Linger nodded vigorously when she heard this, and her bright and clear eyes smiled into a curved shape. She was obviously very happy that her brother did not give her the heart of mist. Then she didn't say much, and immediately went to find the more than 32,000 mechanical soldiers she had turned over. Zhou looked at Linger, who was jumping away, thinking secretly in his heart. When I have extra Holy Spirit level faith crystals in the future, I will use the relics of Linger's parents to revive Linger's parents. Let Linger have her own family again. Although they have not confirmed whether Linger's parents are alive or dead, Linger, as his supplier of medicinal materials, has actually become quite famous on the World Channel. In addition, in order to find her parents, Linger also posted her photos on her trading stall, just to let her parents see them. If Linger's parents are still alive, they will definitely come to find Linger after knowing her. But they haven't come yet. Nothing unexpected has happened. They should be in danger. But now I have the means of resurrection. In the future, as long as the Holy Spirit level faith crystals are in place, even if they are really in danger, it will not be a problem for him. Just revive them directly. As for Zhou's relatives, it is impossible. He himself is a time traveler in a body. On the surface, his hometown is Blue Star, but his real hometown is Earth. Although the two are like parallel universes, Zhou returned to his hometown once and found that his parents were not there, so he accepted the fact that he was homeless. But Zhou is not discouraged now. If he can become a god in the future, or even become the Supreme Lord, then he may be able to travel back to his hometown and see his parents, relatives, and friends again. This is also one of the reasons why he can persist in living and pursuing to become stronger in this world. A moment later, Linger came with more than 32,000 mechanical soldiers. Zhou didn't waste any words and directly started the handover with Linger, turning them all into citizens of Jiaoyang territory. Then Linger knew that her elder brother was going to be busy, so she found a reason to leave. Zhou saw this and his eyes fell on these mechanical tribes again. These mechanical tribes have different forms. There are offensive mechanical soldiers. There are long-range attack mechanical soldiers. There are reconnaissance mechanical soldiers. There are air combat mechanical soldiers. There are self-destructive mechanical soldiers. There are also logistics mechanical soldiers. Zhou looked at them and nodded slightly. The configuration is quite complete. Then he thought about it and saw a silver-clad Zhou appear beside him. It was his mechanical tribe clone, the ultimate Lord Zhou. Can the computing power of these mechanical tribe soldiers combined allow you to complete the remaining research on Apocalypse Satellite 4? Zhou asked. It's not that simple. The level of my mechanical body is too low. If you want to complete the remaining research of the extraordinary lower-level mechanical technology blueprint Apocalypse Satellite 4, you need to upgrade me to the extraordinary lower level first. Before that, I need to produce the Grand Unified Core Energy first, and then use it to let me quickly advance. You need to be responsible for the materials consumed in this process. The Ultimate Lord Jojo said calmly. Okay. Jojo nodded. What he lacks the least now is the Heart of Mist, which can easily meet the needs of the Ultimate Lord Jojo. Now I will put their programs and computing power under my ultimate algorithm, the Ultimate Lord Jojo said. Then he saw him stretch out his right hand. A lavender ripple escaped from his hand. In the blink of an eye, the 32,154 mechanical soldiers in front of him were covered. The silver light in the eyes of these mechanical soldiers flashed instantly, and after a long time, it stopped and returned to calm. Okay. But the computing power is too little. With this computing power, even if my strength is improved to the extraordinary level, it can only allow me to complete scientific research below the gold level at most. The Ultimate Lord Jojo felt the computing power he controlled and frowned slightly. Then he looked at Jojo. Main body. If nothing unexpected happens, the mechanical bodies of those dead mechanical soldiers should reveal some mechanical intelligent life manufacturing blueprints after the spoils are extracted. If possible, try to use those intelligent life blueprints to create more mechanical intelligent life, so that I can integrate them and master more computing power. In addition, the Jinchong Lord has previously provided mechanical monsters such as mechanical falcons, and also stated that there is a mechanical kingdom near his territory. If there is a chance, you can go to this mechanical kingdom to take a look, and then find a large mechanical force to rebel a few more times. This will definitely obtain a large number of mechanical intelligent life, and my computing power can also increase rapidly. Ultimate Lord Jojo quickly proposed these two plans. I will consider it. Jojo raised his eyebrows and nodded. Ultimate Lord Jojo also nodded. Chapter 467. By the way, can you use this? Jojo took out the Heroic Heritage secret book of the middle-level god that the Father Lord had revealed and showed it to the Ultimate Lord Jojo. The Ultimate Lord Jojo took it, looked at it for a while, and said, "You can give it a try." Try it. Jojo was looking forward to it. He had wanted to have a hero status for a long time, but he was not satisfied with the hero inheritance of the low-level destiny status, so even though he had handled so many hero inheritances, he had never used any of them for himself. Now that he has his own mechanical clone and this Heroic Heritage secret book of the middle-level god, he can give it a try and let his clone have the hero destiny status. And with the Ultimate Lord Jojo's mechanical talent, in the future, it is not impossible to make his hero destiny status further with his own ability. Try it tonight. Today's end battlefield still needs me. The Ultimate Lord Jojo shook his head. Okay. Jojo nodded and gave him 10 space rings with the largest space to store the items he needed. The Ultimate Lord took them and put them on his 10 fingers without disdain. After putting them on, the Ultimate Lord Jojo immediately had the temperament of a nouveau riche. But he didn't care. Jojo just smiled and said nothing. In the following time, Jojo led the soldiers to conquer the Lord forces of all races that Wenya had discovered along the way, as the current First Lord of the end battlefield. Naturally, none of the Lord forces of all races he encountered were his opponents. Most of the lords of the 10,000 races were shattered at the first touch when facing his prideful Sun Legion, Monster Legion, and Dragon God Legion. Even if some of the stronger lords of the 10,000 races were able to fight him for 1 or 2 rounds, they only caused them a little trouble and casualties. If they were a little more serious, they would be easily crushed by them. During this period, Jojo couldn't help but command 200,000 soldiers in person, forming several greedy wolf incarnations to gallop and fight on the battlefield. Just look. His proficiency is not inferior to Wu Xian, Bai Yun and others. Even Wu Xian, who first mastered the greedy wolf howling moon formation, praised his lord for his excellent talent in military formation, when he saw his lord skillfully controlling the greedy wolf howling moon formation. He even said, if the lord can invest more time in military formation, he will definitely surpass him in the future and become a super military formation master. This is of course not flattery, but what Wu Xian said from the bottom of his heart. But Jojo had no interest. This is just like the emperors in ancient times. It's okay to lead troops to fight in person occasionally. But which emperor would lead troops to fight in person every day that would not only be irresponsible for his own safety, but also for his country and people? Moreover, Jojo has the talent of the Lord, the King of Spoils, which can grow infinitely. Only by staying alive behind the battlefield can he lead his people and territory to go further, which is the greatest responsibility for his people and territory. So Jojo personally dealt with several lords of the 10,000 races and satisfied his addiction to fighting for a few times, and then returned to the spaceship. In the remaining time, They did not encounter any major troubles. To be honest, this disappointed Zhou. He was thinking that he could meet a few mythical level lords of all races by chance, and then earn a lot of basic ranking points in the end battlefield. In the end, all the people he met were small fish and shrimps, and the most ranking points he brought to him were only 700 to 800 million. Unlike the top 10 lords of all races, like the Father God Lord, who directly brought him more than 10 billion points at a time. Board Zhou opened Su En's assassination live broadcast again. Soon, Zhou became very interested in watching it. Su En, who became a hero, once again improved his efficiency in assassinating lords by several levels, easily surpassing Zhou's efficiency. When Zhou conquered 10 lords of the 10,000 races, Su En had already assassinated nearly 100 lords of the 10,000 races. Although Su En only assassinated lords and did nothing else, unlike Zhou, who eliminated all members of the 10,000 races lords and was responsible for cleaning up the battlefield. But it can also be seen that Su En's terrifying assassination efficiency. 3 hours later, Zhou ended the hunting of the 10,000 races lords and began to return on their spaceship, preparing to reunite with the lords of the Star Alliance. In the meeting room. Report to the Lord. During this period of time, we have eliminated a total of 366 10,000 races lords, and killed about 22 million enemy troops under the 10,000 races lords. Yi Lusha Sword God Su En, in these 3 hours, killed a total of 3,450 10,000 races lords. Their bodies have all been extracted, and the spoils have been placed in a separate warehouse according to the Lord's request. While Bai Yun was reporting, he couldn't help but show a look of amazement on his face. They tried their best to conquer the lords of all races, but only destroyed 366 lords of all races, and Su En killed nearly 10 times as many lords of all races. He is indeed the strongest among them. Zhou also nodded with satisfaction. It was worth the heroic inheritance he had fought for Su En. Just based on today's harvest, he felt that he had made back his investment. I don't know how many Lord Talent crystal fragments can be extracted from the bodies of these alien lords. Can his Lord Talent of Blessing from the God of War be further improved? After a while, Zhou and the Lord members of the Star Alliance gathered together again. Then Zhou held another meeting. In the meeting room. How did you harvest? Zhou asked directly. Hearing this question, the Lord members looked at each other and smiled. Then he saw Nong Chunlin coming over with a list, and handed it to him respectfully. This is the summary data of the results of the rebellion of all the Star Alliance lords today. Please take a look, Lord, he said respectfully. Zhou took it and looked at it. Then a smile quickly appeared on his face. Today, the 311 lords under his command who were in charge of rebellion actually rebelled a total of 4.15 million 1,160 fog monsters, if you calculate it this way. The 20% of the troops they would give him alone would amount to 830,232 fog monsters. With this 20% of the troops, the number of soldiers under his command would directly exceed 2.4 million. The total number of troops controlled by the Star Alliance lords would reach more than 5.92 million, added together. The total number of troops that Zhou could control now would reach more than 8.4 million. Thinking of this, Zhou couldn't help but take a deep breath. Then in 2 days, if his lords work harder, won't the total force he can control easily exceed 10 million? Zhou has not encountered what a mid-level kingdom looks like. But I think the average mid-level kingdom should have about this force, right? Zhou thought to himself. After a long time, he calmed down and remembered that he was still on the battlefield at the end. What I should care about now is to keep my first place. Zhou reminded himself silently, and then looked at the lords in front of him. Everyone. Next, let's go meet the Lord of Chasing the Sky, he said in a deep voice. Okay. My monster soldier swords are thirsty. Just do it. The lords were not afraid at all, but responded enthusiastically. The Supreme Lord surrendered first. The Father Lord was defeated later. Although the ranking of Lord Zhutian is higher than Lord Jizuan and Lord Father God, they have no fear at all after 2 victories. Just as the Lord said. Just do it. Chapter 468. Then Zhou discussed with the lords about how to deal with Lord Zhutian, and then disbanded the meeting. Then he took out the compass of the Soul of Vengeance. Looking at the only 2 guidance times left on it, Zhou sighed with some regret. This compass of the Soul of Vengeance is useful, but the guidance times are limited. After the previous 2 guidance times, it now only has 2 guidance times. After the guidance times are used up, maybe I can try to upgrade the Scavenger Lord talent to see if I can increase the number of uses. Zhou thought. As a bronze level Lord talent, The scavenger does not require many Lord Talent crystal fragments to upgrade, so he can give it a try. Then he stopped thinking about it, looked at the compass of the Soul of Vengeance in front of him, took a deep breath, and said, "Great Soul of Vengeance. I want to take revenge on a guy. Can you give me guidance so that I know its location?" 3 seconds later. Suddenly, the revenge compass moved slightly, and then a large amount of blood-colored mist escaped from around the compass. Soon, the entire conference room was shrouded in this blood-colored mist. Jojo looked at this scene calmly. Soon, a pair of blood-colored eyes slowly emerged from the blood-colored mist. He stared at Jojo, the Chaos Human race. "Tell me, who is the enemy you want to avenge?" The familiar words of the Spirit of Vengeance sounded. "The enemy I want to avenge is the Lord of the Shepherd God clan, the Lord of Chasing the Sky," Jojo said. Soon, the Spirit of Vengeance responded in a low voice. "I have given guidance. Go ahead." After saying that, the blood-red eyes slowly disappeared in the blood mist, and then the blood mist quickly retracted into the compass, and the entire conference room returned to its previous appearance. Jojo's eyes fell on the compass in his hand again. The blood-red needle on the compass began to rotate slowly again, as he was familiar with it, and finally pointed to the north. When he saw this, a flash of inspiration emerged in his mind. Lord Jution is 17,625 kilometers away from the north. It seems that Lord Jution runs faster than me. Jojo thought to himself, and at the same time he breathed a sigh of relief. This direction is the direction away from the storm. It seems that he doesn't have to worry about getting close to the storm because of chasing Lord Jution. He then told Winya about this location and asked Winya to control the spacecraft to chase Lord Jution. Boom! The 11 starry nights and the 20 deep blue stalkers seized from the Father Lord instantly burst into maximum speed and flew towards the north at full speed. After a moment, Jojo looked at the pile of mechanical technology blueprints in front of him. They were the 4 spoils of war that the soldiers got after extracting the mechanical bodies of the Death Mechanical Clan. They are Giant Axe Ripper Series Offensive Mechanical Clan Soldier Manufacturing Blueprints, Bronze Lower to Platinum Upper. Self-Detonating Beetle Series Special Combat Mechanical Clan Soldier Manufacturing Blueprints, Bronze Lower to Platinum Upper. Gunner Series Long Range Attack Mechanical Clan Soldier Manufacturing Blueprints, Bronze Lower to Platinum Lower. Shadow Eagle Series Aerial Reconnaissance and Combat Mechanical Clan Soldier Manufacturing Blueprints, Bronze Lower to Gold Upper. There are 43 copies of these 4 types of blueprints, covering the mechanical technology blueprints of various mechanical soldiers from the lower bronze level to the upper platinum level. Jojo looked at it curiously for a while, and then shared it with the Ultimate Lord Jojo and Winya. The Ultimate Lord Jojo was not polite. After it was included in its skill list, it directly ordered Winya to start purchasing the corresponding materials for manufacturing these mechanical soldiers, and to start building the corresponding mechanical soldier manufacturing factory in the territory of Jiayang Territory. At the same time, it also asked Winya to collect the scientific and technological knowledge materials of Blue Star Civilization in exchange through Linger. These scientific and technological knowledge materials of Blue Star Civilization were originally compiled by Blue Star Lords with ability and knowledge, and the original purpose was just to make a living. Although the price has increased a little now, it has not increased too much. After all, it has only been less than a month since they came to the Supreme Continent. Most Blue Star Lords are still thinking about how to strengthen their power, improve the level of their territory, and even how to survive. As for reproducing or even continuing to develop the technological civilization of Blue Star, except for a few top Blue Star Lords, like the Military Industry Lord, other lords have almost no intention to do such things. It is a good time for the Ultimate Lord Jojo to acquire the technological knowledge of Blue Star Civilization. It has great ambitions. It not only wants to absorb the technological civilization of the mechanical race in this world, but also absorb the technological heritage of Blue Star Civilization. The most important thing is, with its ultimate algorithm talent, it can completely do this. It doesn't even take long. The Ultimate Lord Jojo has the confidence to surpass the Military Industry Lord, who has been conducting research in this area, and has made great achievements. After about half an hour, Jojo and his companions finally saw the Lord of the Shepherd God. The Lord of the Shepherd God at this time was obviously stronger than the last time Jojo saw him on the battlefield of the Lords of all races. From a distance, the number of Shepherd God clan members who mastered the power of the law increased from 4 to 8. And they also brought with them a Lord Alliance composed of more than 100 alien lords, and the soldiers under their command added up to more than 1 million. Zhou looked at these alien lords with slightly shining eyes. Even if he failed to defeat the Lord of the Sky this time, Zhou would feel that it was worthwhile if he could solve these alien lords. Here is a mention. In fact, it is very common for such a powerful lord to bring his Lord Alliance members and their subordinates to the battlefield at the end. Especially today. There are especially many Lord Alliances. After all, what Zhou thought of, other lords are not stupid, so they can naturally think of it. This is exactly why Zhou and Suen killed 3,816 alien lords in 3 hours. They were simply clustered together. Zhou and his team could kill dozens, or even hundreds of alien lords at once, so how could they not kill quickly? Speaking of which, although they finally found Lord Zhutian. But Zhou did not act rashly. Because at this time Lord Zhutian was leading his 8 members of the Shepherd God clan and the Lords of the Alliance to fight against the other Lord force, and was still at a disadvantage. What surprised Zhou the most was, there were only 2 Lord forces on this side. One of them was flashing with thunder light. The other was flashing with transparent ripples of light, giving people a weird sense of time and space dislocation. Because of the obstruction of light, Zhou and others could not see their faces clearly. But what shocked Zhou was, when he saw these 2 beings, the Dragon Slayer's will in his body trembled the most violently in history. Chapter 469. It was as if they had encountered an extremely terrifying existence with blood, but the essence of their blood drove the Dragon Slayer will to fight and kill until the blood was completely torn apart before they could calm down. Zhou asked other soldiers through the Legion panel if they had the same feeling. The soldiers responded one after another, saying that they had the same feeling, but the urge to fight was not as strong as Zhou's. After listening, Zhou raised his eyebrows. It stands to reason. The higher the level of the enemy's blood, the more intense the reaction of the Dragon Slayer will, and the Dragon Slayer will. And even the top races such as the Shepherd God clan did not make the Dragon Slayer will in my body have such an impulse. When he thought of this, his eyes fell on the 2 beings covered with light. He could not see the other party's information, which showed that they also had equipment to conceal their information. But combined with the information about the top lord of all races that Jilung Harris told him, Zhou had almost determined the other party's identity in his heart. The original spirit race, the true lord. Zhou took a deep breath. As for the special light emanating from the other party's body, it should be the manifestation of their divine power. According to Harris, as the strongest race in the endless heavens, the original spirit race has a small world when they are born, and they are born with the resources of a small world. Some of the original spirit race's small worlds even have the ability to breed living beings when they are first born. Therefore, when the original spirit race is born, they can cultivate their own beliefs based on the small world and create their own world godhood. If they have the help of their ancestors, they can even migrate some ordinary creatures from the outside world to their own small world to increase the power of faith in the original spirit race's small world, thereby indirectly enhancing their divine power level. This is the horror of the original spirit race. Compared with this, as the Chaos God race, which is second only to the original spirit race, although they also have a Chaos Godhead at birth. But this Chaos Godhead is actually nothing special. It just refers to the chaos of their initial divine power, without specific law attributes. Only after growing up can they comprehend their own law path and Godhead attributes. One has only the initial Godhead. The other is born with a world, can easily possess the Godhead, and is a natural world God. Compared with the 2, the gap can be said to be very obvious. Only 2? Zhou looked at the 2 original spirit races, and his heart suddenly surged with the urge to kill them. But soon, he suppressed this urge. First, sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. After this true lord and Lord Zhutian decide the winner, I will come out to collect the benefits. Zhou thought secretly. He then quietly ordered all the Starry Knights to take the Deep Blue Stalker to use space hiding in the space layer, waiting for the battle between the 2 top lords of the 10,000 races to end. Then Zhou began to observe the scene of the 2 battles through the virtual screen. Lord Zhutian led his 8 Shepherd God tribe leaders, and more than 1 million soldiers of the Lord Alliance to attack the 2 original spirits. Accompanied by an order, more than 1 million soldiers released various martial arts, spells, elemental attacks, soul attacks, technological attacks and other attacks, and there were also law attacks released by 8 Shepherd God tribe members, sweeping towards the 2 original spirits together. The dense attacks seemed to hang a colorful galaxy in the blood-red sky. But this colorful galaxy is not only beautiful, but also contains incomparable terrifying danger. However, facing the scene, the 2 original spirits covered by the divine power seemed to be completely unconcerned, just flying calmly in the same place. They didn't even intend to dodge. Just when the colorful galaxy was about to fall on the two original spirits, the original spirit covered by the thunder divine power light flew forward and came to the front. Then, a black space crack hundreds of feet high suddenly appeared in front of him. In the deepest part of the black space crack, a thunder wild world shrouded in dark blue thunder could be seen faintly. The next second, I saw that this space crack suddenly burst out with a strong suction force. Then, in the stunned eyes of all the shepherds and their soldiers, the attacks released by their millions of soldiers and shepherds were all sucked into the space cracks and then disappeared. After doing this, the space cracks that were 100 feet high slowly merged and finally disappeared. And the original spirit race seemed to have done nothing, still flying calmly in the air. Behind the battlefield, when Lord Zutian saw this scene, his expression suddenly changed, and then gradually became gloomy. These two guys seemed to have become stronger again. When they fought in the battlefield of the lords of all races before, their worlds could only absorb attacks from illegal forces. For attacks against the power of law, it could only weaken them, not absorb them directly like now. When Lord Zutian thought of this, his face became even uglier. Controlling the power of law is the best and strongest means of their shepherd god clan. Now that their strongest means have been restrained by the opponent, they can be said to have no chance of winning. Thinking of this, Lord Zutian knew that his journey to the battlefield of the end of the world might end here. Not only was he not panicked, but he calmed down. Okay. He looked at the True Lord. True Lord. I lose this time. But the battle for hegemony among the lords of all races has just begun. We will have another chance to fight. After Lord Zutian finished speaking, he glanced at the direction where Zhou was, with a sneer on his face, and then he saw him take out a scroll and throw it into the sky, and then he saw the scroll quickly grow to more than 10 kilometers long. It was depicted with the sun, moon, stars, mountains, and rivers. It stretched across the blood-red sky, looking like it was blocking out the sun. The next second, the sun, moon, mountains, and rivers map emitted a dazzling white light that was bright enough to illuminate the world. Soon, the light dissipated. Zhou and others looked over with the original spirit race. They saw that the Lord Zutian had disappeared with all his subjects and members of the Lord Alliance. And the sun, moon, mountains, and rivers map also disappeared. Run away again. The original spirit race, who was shrouded in the light of thunder and lightning, said angrily when they saw this scene. They had encountered many powerful lords of all races along the way. But except for a few of these lords of all races, who were quickly defeated and killed by the two of them with the force of thunder and lightning, most of the remaining lords of all races escaped with the help of the end props or other props in reality. Ansel, the god of thunder and dark clouds, felt that if they could kill all the lords of all races who escaped, how could the lord of the son of the human race be ranked above them in the end battlefield rankings? Ansel calmed down. The lords of all races who dare to stay in the end battlefield at this time must have their own trump cards, and we don't need any surprises. We didn't get nothing either, at least we forced the other party to use a life-saving trump card. After the real lord, or the god of time and space, Adam, finished speaking, his eyes fell on the space where Zhou's spaceship was located. Now let's welcome the next opponent. Lord of the Sun. Time in the end battlefield is limited, come out quickly. Do you want me to treat you? Adam said loudly. In the starry night. Zhou looked unsurprised after hearing the words of the true lord. He had long been prepared for the other party to be able to see through the space hiding of his spaceship. After all, Lord Zutian seemed to have seen it before. It was just a pity. The fisherman didn't succeed after all. Then he directly ordered Winya to take all the spaceships out of the space layer and appear in front of the two original spirits. Not bad. You are worthy of being the lord who topped the list as a human. Now I see. In terms of territory development, you are indeed better than all of our lords. Adam glanced and saw the level of the human soldiers in the spaceship and the equipment they had. Even though he was knowledgeable, he couldn't help but be a little surprised at this moment. There are more than 2,000 extraordinary soldiers alone. There is even an epic lower-level human hero. The equipment is also quite complete. The speed of territory development behind this is simply outrageous. Those who don't know may think that the other party has traveled back from the future to beat up the kids. But, even if the human lord in front of him really traveled back from the future, he must defeat him, and take away his ranking points. The reward for the strongest lord of all races in the battlefield of the lords of all races. He must win it. You are too kind. But no matter how nice you say it, today, I also want to kill a god and try it. Zhou also said. The two looked at each other, and then smiled at each other. The next second, kill! Kill! The same words came out from Jojo and the real Lord almost at the same time. Then the people of both sides rushed towards each other in an instant. The battle. It is about to start. Chapter 470. Jojo had more than 8 million soldiers, including human soldiers, alien soldiers, and fog monster soldiers. At this time, they were rushing towards the true Lord and his subjects, the god of thunder and dark clouds, Ansel. Faced with this scene, even though the two original spirits were well informed, they were dazed for a moment. Then they came back to their senses. What's the use of having so many people? Ansel, the god of thunder and dark clouds, sneered. Then his mind moved. The next second, he saw a familiar space crack 100 feet high appear in front of him again. One of the talents of the original spirits, the world crack. Who? The incomparable suction burst out from it, sweeping towards the more than 8 million soldiers. This familiar scene made many soldiers of the Alliance Lord show fear on their faces. They just saw that it was this 100-foot-high space crack that easily absorbed all the attacks of more than 1 million soldiers without hurting the other side at all. Can they really deal with this method? They thought in their hearts. At this time, only the soldiers of the Legion under Jojo saw this world crack. Not only did they not show any fear on their faces, but their expressions became even more fierce. They have been fighting with Jojo for a long time, and have experienced hundreds of battles of all sizes. In these hundreds of battles, they have hardly suffered many defeats, and they have long developed an invincible will in their hearts. So even if they have to face this weird method now, they are not afraid, and will only find a way to solve it. Even if they can't think of a way. They also believe that the invincible lords and generals would lead them to overcome the difficulties in front of them, and achieve the final victory. Sure enough, in the next moment, awoo, 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 3 divine wolves howled as if they came from the stars. Then, 3 incarnations of greedy wolf, composed of 600,000 low-level soldiers, flew out of the army under the control of Bai Yun, Wu Xian and Luo Sheng. Moonfall, the sky and the earth suddenly darkened. 3 illusory blood-red full moons suddenly appeared in the sky, and then fell towards the world rift. Boom! The 3 blood-red full moons were extremely fast, and hit the world rift in the blink of an eye. The world rift shook slightly, and then it seemed to close slightly. It's useless. Ansel, the god of thunder and dark clouds, raised his eyebrows when he saw this, and then his mind moved. The thunder and dark cloud divine power on his body quickly flew towards the world rift, and then merged into it. After the fusion, the world rift that was about to merge together actually stabilized again, and even began to expand to the surroundings. And at this moment, Wu Tu, the arrow of the soul, suddenly pulled out an ice-blue giant bow from his back. Then he drew the bow and pulled the arrow, and countless cold air condensed, and finally condensed into an ice arrow on his ice bow. Pseudo-hero's skill Great Freeze. As this arrow condensed, the soldiers around all felt a sense of coldness. This coldness did not come from the coldness of the flesh. It came from the coldness of the soul. Pseudo-hero's skill Great Freeze. One of the 2 hero skills of the arrow of the soul, Great Freeze, because the real hero's skill, Great Ice, needs to be used with the help of an epic intermediate equipment, the chant of the ice and snow goddess. This equipment exists in Wu Tu's hand, but because of its high grade, Wu Tu, who is currently only at the lower diamond level, naturally cannot use it. But Wu Tu is at least the real hero of the arrow of the heart. It is recorded in his hero inheritance that although he cannot use the real hero's skill, Great Ice, he can still use the pseudo-Great Ice with half the power reduced by using inferior equipment. For example, this scene at the moment. As soon as Wu Tu let go, this pseudo-Great Ice immediately turned into a snow-white stream of light, and shot towards Ansel. However, as a blood extraordinary, who has mastered the power of God in advance, Ansel also reacted very quickly. His mind moved, boom, a deep blue thunder mixed with divine power burst out from his hand, and then exploded towards the ice and snow arrow. The 2 flew towards each other, and were about to collide. Just then, the ice and snow arrow disappeared out of thin air. And this divine power thunder did not turn around, but shot directly at the mind arrow Wu Tu behind the arrow. Wu Tu looked at this scene, and was about to use the flying arrow clone method to escape. Just then, a huge silver figure came in front of him at a very fast speed, and grabbed the divine power thunder with one claw. Boom! The divine power thunder exploded in the dragon claw, making the silver dragon claw bloody. How are you? I will take you to treatment, Wu Tu said hurriedly when he saw this. It's okay. The extreme dragon Harris frowned, and looked at the wound on his dragon claw, thinking that the strength of these 2 original spirit tribesmen had become stronger again. Then it drove the energy in its body to its injured dragon claw, and saw that the dragon claw recovered quickly and recovered in a blink of an eye. Wu Tu looked at this scene in surprise. He could feel that the divine thunder was extremely powerful, but the dragon in front of him recovered so easily. The physical body of the Extreme Dragon Clan is enough to rank in the top 5 among all the creatures of the myriad races. It's just a divine thunder, it can't cause much damage to me. Harris shook his head. It was a super lord who could fight with the top lords of all the races before, so it was easy to deal with the divine thunder. Wu Tu nodded, and then looked at Ansel in the distance. After the ice and snow arrow disappeared, Ansel felt a sense of crisis in his heart. He was about to be alert to the surroundings, but the ice and snow arrow appeared out of thin air behind his head. Heart Arrow Heroes skill Heart Arrow World. Use the heart as the eye and the arrow as the end. Wherever the mind reaches, the arrow will reach. As long as the arrow of the mind Wu Tu sees and feels, his arrow will appear directly there. That's why this ice and snow arrow can appear out of thin air behind Ansel's head. Such a close distance. Even Ansel couldn't react. The next second. See this ice and snow arrow shoot into his body with lightning speed. At this moment, not only did the thunder power around him decrease a lot, even the world rift in front of him suddenly became unstable because of this blow. The next second. Kakaka. Accompanied by the sound of space collapse, this world rift began to shrink rapidly and finally disappeared in the air. Accompanying the disappearance, there was also the unparalleled suction it exuded. And without this terrifying suction, Zhou Zhou and the more than 8 million soldiers of the Star Alliance were no longer afraid. Take advantage of his weakness to kill him. Without any hesitation, they rushed towards the 2 original spirits again. At the same time, just as more than 8 million soldiers rushed towards the true lords, and Ansel, the god of thunder and dark clouds, was temporarily frozen by the pseudo-great ice. Zhou Zhou also took action. He stretched out his right hand, with his palm facing the 2 original spirits. Golden Lord Talent, Rebellion. Activate. Boom! The invisible wave covered them in the blink of an eye. The next second, the true lord raised his eyebrows slightly. And Ansel, the god of thunder and dark clouds in front of him, trembled. On the other side, after Zhou Zhou activated the rebellion, he looked at the Lord Talent prompt. Prompt. You activated your Lord's exclusive talent Rebellion. Rebellion has taken effect. Lord Talent prompt. A total of 1 original spirits betrayed its Lord's power and became your loyal subordinate. Chapter 471. Zhou Zhou smiled. Although he only persuaded 1 creature to rebel this time. But this guy is the original spirit race, the strongest bloodline race among all the creatures. To persuade him is almost equivalent to persuade a god-level talent who has obtained the God Pass. Not bad. Zhou Zhou was very satisfied. It was worth saving his rebellion until now. However, what happened in the next moment made his face change suddenly. The transparent ripples of light around Adam, the god of time and space standing behind Ansel, suddenly spread rapidly in all directions. In the blink of an eye, it covered an area within a kilometer. In this range, it seemed as if he had opened up a world of his own, and all the soldiers who rushed to the edge of this world disappeared out of thin air. Zhou Zhou had many soldiers. They rushed over all at once, and tens of thousands of soldiers disappeared immediately. Retreat! Bai Yun reacted very quickly and ordered immediately. At the same time, she, Wu Xin, and Luo Sheng used the 2 heroic skills of Re-Military Heart and Ghost Military Heart to order all soldiers to immediately stay away from this transparent ripple world. With the help of these 2 military skills, more than 8 million soldiers finally retreated to a safe position after losing more than 100,000 soldiers. What a powerful control of the army. My law skill, Exile World, has only achieved such a small result? When Adam, the god of time and space, saw this scene, he raised his eyebrows. His small world was born with time and space as the law basis. Therefore, he can master the power of time and space since birth, and is a pseudo-god of time and space. On the talent of the small world, in the original spirit race, he can be said to be the top genius in the history of the original spirit race. He did not live up to his talent. Even though the law of time and space is the most difficult law to comprehend, when he was receiving education in the tribe, he relied on his own understanding to comprehend the first law of time and space. Later, in the process of growing up, he comprehended several heroic skills in succession, shocking the entire original spirit race. All the original spirit race members regarded him as the hope of the tribe, until he became the lord of all races. And this exile world is one of the law of time and space he comprehended. All the creatures close to the projection of the small world can be exiled to the space layer. The space layer is extremely dangerous, And space turbulence, space tides, and even some strange and special void monsters can be seen everywhere. In his heart, those human soldiers who fell into the space layer can be considered dead in advance. But Zhou in the distance did not think so. After the real Lord used the exile world, he relied on his induction of space elements to feel that this lost skill seemed to have some connection with the space layer. And when these soldiers who fell into the exile world disappeared, Zhou thought about it for a while, thinking of the vague connection between the other party's lost skill and the space layer, and guessed it roughly in his heart. If an ordinary lord faced this scene, he would probably not be able to do anything to rescue these soldiers who fell into the space layer. But Zhou has 11 starry knights that can perform space evasion. Therefore, he immediately ordered Wenya to control all starry knights to enter the space layer through space evasion to find the missing soldiers. Soon, Wenya sent the news. Lord, the soldiers were found. But I only found more than 80,000 soldiers in total, and I have put them all in the starry night. As for the other more than 20,000 soldiers, I only found some of their remains, and now they have been put in the spacecraft. Wenya reported. After hearing Wenya's words, Zhou couldn't help but take a deep breath. It was the first time he had lost so many soldiers since he led the army. Try to collect the remains of the soldiers' bodies, let the clergy use the small resurrection spell, and do their best to revive all the soldiers who can be resurrected. As for those soldiers who can't even find their remains, do a good job of comforting them afterwards. Make arrangements for pensions and the care of the martyrs' families. Zhou was silent for a few seconds and made arrangements. Yes, Lord. Wenya immediately said respectfully. Zhou nodded, and then looked coldly at the real Lord in the distance. Outside the exiled world, Bai Yun, Wu Xian and others looked at the protective shield. They all knew that if they wanted to hurt the true Lord inside, they had to break the exiled world first. Only the lost skills can break the lost skills. At this moment, Hera said in a deep voice. Everyone was silent. Lost skills, except for the Holy Dragon of Light, Ingsol, who mastered a lost skill, Absolute Light. It seemed that no one else had mastered it. However, Absolute Light was an auxiliary lost skill, which could not break the exiled world in front of him. At this moment, let me try. Shifang Wuhuan, Feng Luo, stood up and said. Now that Feng Luo has broken through to the extraordinary intermediate level, his body is even more upright and majestic, and his power is as unfathomable as that of a martial arts master. He looked at the exiled world in front of him, took a deep breath, and then raised the extraordinary intermediate dark red giant sword in his hand. Boom! The surging momentum burst out from him, and swept in all directions. A very restrained and terrifying sword energy condensed on his dark red giant sword. This is the lost skill of the martial arts law. The Supreme Lord felt the breath of the law released by the other party, and was surprised. This kind of law can only be comprehended by those martial arts idiots with the foundation of a large number of martial arts secrets. A martial artist who can comprehend. Comprehension, character, background, and opportunity are all indispensable. I didn't expect that this man who looks ordinary on weekdays actually comprehended it. It didn't know. Feng Luo had already obtained all the heroic inheritance of the previous generation of Shifang Wuhuang Zunwu. He and Feng Luo were both martial arts fanatics, and Zunwu had cultivated his own great martial arts foundation with the help of the power of a country during his lifetime. The combination of various factors, and the accumulation of heroes in 2 lives allowed Feng Luo to comprehend the law skills of this martial arts law without anyone paying attention. Law skills 1 sword martial arts extreme. Feng Luo shouted loudly. The next second, he suddenly swung his sword down. Boom! A golden sword energy of 10,000 meters burst out. The blade was engraved with dense patterns. If ordinary extraordinary people looked at it from a distance, they would probably think it was an extremely mysterious rune. However, if you look closely, you will find that it is not a mysterious rune at all, but a line of martial arts secrets engraved on the blade. The next second, this golden blade of energy cut into the exiled world. Puff! This blade of energy cut directly into the transparent ripple light shield, cutting a gap in the exiled world. However, when Feng Luo wanted to go further, he found that no matter how hard he tried, he could not make the blade of energy go further. After seeing this scene, Neltharion flew directly into the sky, opened his mouth, and spit out a ball of black dragon breath that fell on the gap. Destruction Dragon Breath. This dragon breath is specifically used to destroy everything that can be destroyed. After Neltharion was promoted to the lower diamond level, the power of this Destruction Dragon Breath was even better. The True Lord's exiled world law skill was originally damaged, and the power of the law was no longer complete. Therefore, When Neltharion's destruction dragon breath covered it, its gap immediately enlarged. As the gap enlarged, a stream of blood-colored light burst and instantly rushed into the light shield of the exiled world and assassinated the true lord. It was the Knight Rakshasa sword god Suin. He had been waiting for a long time, just for this moment. The true lord raised his eyebrows when he saw this, and was about to raise his hand to deal with this uninvited guest. At this moment, Ansel, the god of thunder and dark clouds, who was originally in a state of great ice, also tore off his disguise. Die! A ball of thunder filled with thunder power suddenly condensed in his hand, and then he suddenly turned his head and looked at the true lord with a ferocious face, and at the same time, he quickly slapped the thunder ball in his hand towards the true lord's chest. When the true lord saw this scene, his calm mood finally changed. But before he could react, Suan's sword had already fallen from the sky, and before the true lord could react, he cut off his good head with one sword. The thunder ball in the hands of Ansel, the god of thunder and dark clouds, also hit the opponent's body, causing his body to tremble, and he could not even fight back before he became motionless. Dead. This guy is dead? We killed the strongest lord of all races? Oh my god, the Real Lord is dead just like that. Ha ha, the leader is awesome. After seeing this scene, the members of the Alliance were all excited. However, they did not notice Jojo's face was always serious, because he did not see the killing prompt at this moment. The world seemed to have pressed the pause button. Everyone seemed to see something, and they all looked at the position of the real Lord's body in astonishment. The real Lord who was originally killed was actually like time was going backwards. The charred part of his chest that was injured by the divine power of thunder faded rapidly until it returned to normal. The blood-red sword mark on his fatal spot also disappeared quickly, as if time had gone backwards, and even grew a new head. Fortunately, I fixed a lost skill of reversing time and space on me before I came. Otherwise, I would really be stuck here today. The resurrected true lord sighed. Then he looked at Jojo and smiled. I have used up the reversing time and space on me. This place is very dangerous. I will not stay in this dangerous place. You are very powerful, even beyond my imagination. In fact, I also have some means and trump cards, but I don't want to fight you to death here. There is no need. It's just a reward for a small event. I will consider this time as a loss. But the real battle for supremacy among the lords of all races has just begun. When we meet again, we will decide the winner. When the time comes, I will definitely be the winner. After saying that, he formed seals with his hands and chanted a spell, then his body gradually disappeared, and finally disappeared on the battlefield. Jojo frowned when he saw this. He took out the compass of the soul of vengeance, and found that the needle on it was spinning randomly in all directions. It seems that we are no longer in the end battlefield. Have we returned to the real world? Jojo muttered to himself. Then he suddenly reacted. He first glanced at the time. It turned out that there was less than half an hour left before the end of the end battlefield. And now the real Lord is gone. Lord Jutian has escaped. Lord Father God and Lord Jizuan were also defeated by him. Now on the entire end battlefield, the only top lord of all races that he can value is the Chaos God Lord Tai, whom he has never seen. But the points gap between him and Lord Tai is not ordinary. If there is no top lord being defeated by Lord Tai, it is almost impossible for Lord Tai to surpass him in ranking points. Even if Lord Tai wants to go by quantity at this time, it is difficult to surpass him by killing a large number of lords of all races. After all, it is less than half an hour. How many more can it kill? It is impossible to surpass itself, in other words. My first place is stable? Jojo was extremely surprised. Chapter 472. Jojo pondered for a while. If nothing unexpected happened, as long as he could safely survive the remaining less than half an hour, he could securely win the first place in the end battlefield. And then become the highest ranked lord in this 10,000 races lord battlefield event, and thus obtain the 10,000 races strongest lord rank reward, and the 10,000 races strongest lord rank title. Now in the entire end battlefield, for me, the only one who can really surprise me is probably the Chaos God Clan's Tai Lord. Tai Lord? I haven't encountered it yet. Jojo muttered to himself. This is not a good thing. Not encountering the other party means not understanding the other party's methods. Once the other party has any special methods and trump cards, such as race buildings like the Dragon Sacrifice, Holy Tower, Jojo may not be able to deal with it. After all, it's not always the case that there are coincidences like the Holy Dragon of Light, Ingsol. Forget it, let's fight back when the enemy comes and block the water with earth. Maybe I won't meet Lord Tai at all? Zhou shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Just then, Lord, I have an urgent matter to report. Wenya suddenly said, What's the matter? Zhou was stunned. The storm that besieged us suddenly increased its speed tenfold. It is now approaching us at an alarming speed. In less than 5 minutes, it will reach where we are now. Wenya said. Zhou was shocked when he heard this. Could it be that because there is not much time left in the end battlefield, the storm has also started its final sprint? There was no time to think. Zhou immediately asked everyone to board the spaceship, and then flew at full speed in a direction away from the storm. Why is the Lord so anxious? What happened? After the Lords boarded the spaceship, they were all confused, obviously not knowing why Zhou called them on the spaceship so anxiously. Zhou was about to explain. Just then, a virtual screen suddenly appeared in front of him. When he saw the scene displayed on the virtual screen, he took a deep breath, and then asked Wenya to project it on the big screen. The next second, a virtual screen with a length and width of 1 kilometer suddenly appeared in the sky above the interior of the spaceship. The Lords looked over immediately. It was displayed on it that thousands of black and gray storms that connected the sky and the earth were connected to each other far away from the starry night, and some of them had even merged together. From time to time, terrifying silver lightning appeared on their surface, blowing rapidly towards the direction of the starry night. This doomsday-like scene shocked everyone. Just now, Wenya told me that this terrifying storm is flying towards us rapidly, and will soon reach our location. If we don't leave immediately, we will probably be buried here. Zhou explained in a deep voice. Everyone. Now there is less than half an hour left before the end of the battlefield. This terrifying storm may have suddenly increased its speed for this reason, forcing us to move towards the central area. So, although the next time is short, the frequency of our encounters with enemies may increase greatly, and they are probably all powerful enemies. Everyone should be prepared. If anyone wants to quit now, I won't blame you. After all, the end battlefield is about to close, and there's nothing to do. Does anyone want to quit now? Zhou said in a deep voice. No one spoke. Just kidding. Not to mention how good the leader is to them. Just say that they have all come here. How can they not finish the last journey and let them fail? Zhou saw that everyone had no intention of retreating, and nodded with satisfaction. After that, Zhou simply calmed everyone's emotions, and told them that he would take everyone back to the Supreme Continent in time before the danger came. Then he let everyone go back. Just then, a creature covered in the light of thunder power came over, and then put his right hand on his left chest. Hello, Lord. Ansel, the god of thunder and dark clouds, said respectfully. Welcome to the prideful sun territory. I saw your sneak attack on the real Lord just now. Very good. Zhou praised. This is what a subordinate should do. Ansel said calmly. You should have a real body. Why do you always use the divine light around you to cover your real body? Zhou asked curiously. Report to the Lord. We, the original spirit race, have our own small world since birth. We can even condense the godhood of the small world in the small world, and become the god of the small world. So when we first received education, we were taught how to spread faith among the creatures in this small world. This divine light looks ordinary in the eyes of the Lord. But in the eyes of those creatures in the small world, it is a good tool that can easily capture their awe and gain their faith. In addition, we, the original elves, are the first race created by the Supreme Will. This gives us a characteristic. That is, except for the creatures of our own race. Once other creatures see our true form, they will automatically bring the appearance of our own race into their minds. In simple terms it is, when the human race sees us, the original elves think we are the human race. And when other races see us, they will also think that we look like their races. So in order to avoid this misunderstanding, we, the original elves, will learn this ability to cover our appearance before we venture out. To avoid trouble. Ansel said respectfully. Zhou suddenly realized. So the mystery of the name of the original elves is here. The first race of creatures? Zhou was surprised. He looked at the other party, and the other party's attribute information appeared in front of him. Landlord, god name Ansel. Territory, Jiayang City. Clergy, thunder, dark clouds. Strength level, platinum lower level. Ability overview. It was originally a primordial Eldar that the true lord of the primordial Eldar spent 10 days to summon. It is a natural god of thunder and dark clouds, and is also the most effective fighter of the true lord. It has excellent divine power talent. Later, it was subdued by the lord of Jiayang on the battlefield of the end and became his loyal subordinate. Skills. Talent lord of the world, talent primordial spirit, talent world rift, talent god of thunder, talent god of dark clouds, talent divine power control, talent thunder immunity, lost skill thunder god spear, lost skill thunder god body, platinum lower level summoning sky thunder, platinum lower level instant lightning flash, platinum lower level 1000 layer thunder prison technique, platinum lower level thunder element immunity. Loyalty, 89. Potential, true god upper level. Jojo raised his eyebrows. As expected of the most powerful original spirit race, so many talents. And each of them seems to be no worse than Xiao Xian's top talents. The potential has also reached the level of a true god, the same as Xiao Xian's talent limit. Not bad. Jojo nodded with satisfaction. This rebellion was worth it. Chapter 473. The only thing that surprised Jojo was that Ansel's strength had reached the lower platinum level at this stage. Except for freaks like Jojo, the lower platinum level is definitely a top individual strength. How did this guy do it? Jojo was curious. He then did not hide his doubts and asked directly. Report to the Lord. The reason why my subordinates are so strong is that I have been hunting fog monsters alone and enjoying most of the promotion energy of fog monsters. With this method, my subordinate's strength has improved by leaps and bounds to this level. Ansel said respectfully. Jojo nodded. I see. With the means of the original elves, if they choose to hunt fog monsters alone and enjoy most of the promotion energy, their strength can indeed be improved by leaps and bounds. But this is also because the original elves are gifted and naturally strong. For other ordinary creatures, it would be difficult to kill a fog monster alone, not to mention killing a large number of fog monsters to quickly improve their strength. After that, the two chatted for a while, and Ansel left. For the rest of the time, they kept flying in the direction away from the storm. But even so, the terrifying storm was still approaching them at a speed visible to the naked eye. The speed of the starry night is slower than the speed of the storm. If this continues, I'm afraid it won't be long before our lords will be caught up and crushed by these storms. Jojo frowned. It seems that he has to be ready to take the lords back to the supreme continent at any time. Lord, look here. Just then, Wen Ye's voice sounded, and then 3 virtual screens appeared in front of him. Jojo looked over. The 3 screens showed the scenes in front of their starry night, on the left and on the right. And it was the scenes in these 3 directions that made Jojo sweat coldly. In those 3 directions, there were dense black and gray storms connected together, and they were blowing towards them rapidly together, with the black and gray storms behind them. We are surrounded by these storms? Jojo took a deep breath. Yes, Lord. If these storms continue to approach us, we will be crushed in the middle by these storms at the last second before the end of the battlefield. Wen Ye said. Jojo nodded. It seems that they have flown to the core circle. Lord, the enemy is found. Wen Ye's voice sounded again. As soon as the voice fell, another virtual screen appeared in front of him. Jojo looked over. He saw 5 mysterious creatures covered in a gray mist floating in the distance, watching them from afar. Then, a creature in the middle of them flew out and quickly approached Jojo's spaceship. Prepare for battle. Bai Yun, Wu Xian and others also saw the mysterious creature approaching. Bai Yun immediately ordered all the soldiers through the Legion panel. After hearing the order, the soldiers immediately entered a state of preparation with serious expressions. The Starry Night also stopped at Jojo's order. In the meeting room, Jojo looked at the mysterious creature covered in gray mist on the virtual screen. These should be the creatures of the Chaos God clan. Jojo narrowed his eyes and looked at them. Others might not be able to see it. But Jojo, as a Chaos human, naturally saw at a glance that the gray mist covering them was the legendary Chaos Chi. Chaos Chi is a very advanced energy. Using it as energy to release skills, the power and effect of the skills will be improved by several levels. Among the 10,000 races, even the top 10,000 races lords such as the Shepherd God clan and the original Spirit clan, under normal circumstances, cannot call upon the Chaos Chi before becoming a god. Only a few races such as the Chaos God clan and the Chaos Human clan can do this. Jojo frowned slightly as he looked at the 5 Chaos God clan. The first time he saw the Chaos God clan, he thought that his Chaos Human clan bloodline would have some special reaction, but he didn't expect that there was no reaction at all. He seemed to have an epiphany in his heart. There should be no so-called inferior and superior bloodlines between the blood of the Chaos Human race and the blood of the Chaos God race. They should both be independent bloodlines. Even my Chaos Human race bloodline feels better than the blood of the Chaos God race by 1 level or even more. Jojo thought. He became more and more curious about the Chaos Human race bloodline in his body when he thought of this. This chaos human race bloodline released by the Supreme will seem to be far from as simple as it seemed on the surface. Afterwards, Zhou did not think much about it, and his eyes fell on the Chaos God race who flew over again. Suddenly, this Chaos God race suddenly stopped, suspended in the sky, and his eyes seemed to be able to see through, looking directly at Zhou in the spaceship. The human lord who survived until now. You should be Lord Jiayang, right? The Chaos God said. Yes. I am Lord Jiayang. Are you Lord Tai? Zhou seemed to be doubtful, but he was very sure. There was no other reason. Among the 5 Chaos Gods, only the one in front of him was the strongest. It's me. Lord Tai laughed loudly, and then his expression suddenly became fierce. I also want to thank you. If you hadn't defeated the real Lord, I would have had a hard time dealing with those 2 original spirits who had mastered a lot of lost skills. Now, only you and I are left among the lords of all races in the entire end battlefield. As long as I defeat you and get all your ranking points, I can directly become the first in this Lord of all races event. By now, your means should have been used up in the process of improving your ranking points, right? How are you going to deal with me now? Lord Tai said in a deep voice. Zhou didn't say anything after hearing this, but looked around his position through the map. As a result, he really found that there was no red dot on it, and even the Scarlet Lord disappeared, and only a few fog monsters were seen fleeing in despair. Then another thing happened. The storm groups that had been chasing them before suddenly stopped moving. The Supreme Will is leaving a battlefield for the 2 of us, so that we can fight and kill to our heart's content, and thus determine the last Lord of all races. Lord Tai also saw this scene and sneered. Zhou raised his eyebrows when he heard this. But he shook his head. His ranking points are more than 15 billion higher than the opponent. He would not risk competing for the superiority if he could win by staying alive. Thinking of this, he took out a blood-colored token. It was the order to stop the war. Use it, he said silently in his heart. The next second, the token in his hand immediately collapsed into countless blood-colored mists and disappeared into the air. Zhou looked at the battlefield around him, and his heart was slightly touched. He had a feeling. As long as he wanted, he could transfer himself and his subordinates to any safe place he had been to in a thought. Zhou smiled. He looked at Lord Tai. Bye. He waved his hand. As soon as the words fell, he and all his soldiers, including the spaceship, the spoils, and other things belonging to Zhou, all disappeared. Lord Tai was stunned when he saw this scene, and then his face immediately became ugly. Escape type and props. This guy really has it too. It gritted its teeth. Chapter 474. Jiuyang City. When Zhou and others appeared here out of thin air, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, including Zhou himself. First, it was because they avoided fighting with Lord Tai, and kept their number 1 ranking position to the greatest extent. Second, it was because the 10-day 10,000 races Lord Battlefield event was finally coming to an end. Although this event was only the first event for the Lords after becoming official Lords, it must be said that the pressure on them was quite high. The event itself did not put too much pressure on them. After all, the basic goal of this event was just to be promoted to the lower bronze level. Their pressure mainly came from other lords in the outside world. In short, they did not want to fall behind the lords of the same race and the lords of other races. It was for this reason that they continued to work hard after completing the basic goal of the event, and even brought their troops into the final battlefield in order to further improve their ranking. But now, everything is over. At least the first event of the official lord is over. Everyone, take your soldiers back to your respective territories first, and then come back to me immediately. We will hold an alliance meeting to discuss future development matters. Zhou looked at the lords and said, although this event is about to end, the Supreme will definitely have the next step. Now that they have the same Lord Alliance, they must advance and retreat together and discuss what to do next. Okay, leader. If the settlement is settled, I should be in the upper silver level, and I don't know what the reward will be. I should be at the intermediate gold level, haha. Brother is awesome. Everyone laughed and led their troops to the space teleportation array while talking. It was obvious that they were in a good mood and had a good harvest. Although they have been mainly using rebellion against the fog monster lord forces in the past 3 days, if they encounter the lord forces of all races on the road, they will solve them if they can. So their current ranking points in the end battlefield have been greatly improved compared to before going to the end battlefield. After the transformation, the rank will definitely be improved, and then they will be able to get rewards for higher ranks. Zhou saw the lords leave, and asked the generals to count today's harvest, while he returned to his primary lord's blessed land alone. Primary Lord's Blessed Land. Meeting Room. Zhou sat on the main seat, waiting for the settlement to start. More than 10 minutes later, just when the settlement of the end battlefield was about to begin, Zhou couldn't help but open the end battlefield rankings, and looked at his end battlefield ranking again. Blue Star Human Race Primordial Sun Lord rank, 41.22510220 points end battlefield ranking. First place. Original Eldar True Lord rank, 28.05412938 points end battlefield ranking. Second place. Chaos God Race Tai Lord rank, 23.1872077730 points end battlefield ranking. Third place. Shepherd God Race Chasing Heaven Lord rank, 22.28855350 points end battlefield ranking. Fourth place. Zhou breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, no accidents happened. I am still the first. He glanced at the sky outside. At this time, the outside world has completely darkened, and scarlet mist began to appear in the air. Just then, lines of blood-red text prompts suddenly appeared in front of Zhou. Zhou was shocked and looked over immediately. The Battlefield of the Lords of All Races event. The Battlefield of the End has ended. Your Battlefield of the End ranking points will be calculated now. Your current Battlefield of the End ranking points are 41.22510220 points. Congratulations, your Battlefield of the End ranking points are the first among the Lords of all races, and you have successfully topped the Battlefield of the End rankings. The next second, an announcement that Zhou had never seen before appeared in front of him. All Race Lords Full Channel Announcement. Congratulations to the Human Race Prideful Sun Lord, who successfully topped the End Battlefield ranking list, and is rewarded with 1 All Race Mythology Treasure Box, 10 Legends. 1 Mythology. All Race Lords Full Channel Announcement. Congratulations to the Human Race Prideful Sun Lord. All Race Lords Full Channel Announcement. Congratulations to the Human Race Prideful Sun Lord. After hearing these 3 announcements, Zhou was stunned. All Race Lords Full Channel Announcement? What kind of announcement is this? What is the mythology? He said to himself. He has been on the Blue Star Lord Full Channel Announcement countless times. This is the first time he has been on the All Race Lord Full Channel Announcement. Not only has the name changed, but the reward has also changed from the Supreme Treasure Box to the All Race Mythology Treasure Box. The legendary reward has also been directly increased to 10 legendary rewards. There is even a mythical reward that has never been seen before. Zhou thought of this and felt that he had made a lot of money. Just then, as if to answer his doubts, a line of prompts appeared in front of Zhou. Tip 1 of the Battlefield of the Lord of 10,000 Races. The full channel announcement of the Lord of 10,000 Races refers to a highest level announcement that will be announced simultaneously in the World Channel of the Lord of 10,000 Races, and it is also the highest honor of the Lord of 10,000 Races. Tip 2 of the Battlefield of the Lord of 10,000 Races. Mythology is a higher level reputation unit than legend. The reputation and stories of creatures with mythology will be known by the creatures of all races and all realms, and will even be compiled into the myths of all races by the creatures of all realms and races, for the creatures of all races to sing and remember. Tip 3 of the Battlefield of the Lord of 10,000 Races. The Lord of 10,000 Races, who obtains mythology, will receive the loyalty of a mythology talent on the second day. It was actually announced in the World Channel of each Lord of 10,000 Races. Am I famous among all races in the heavens? Zhou said in surprise. Then he thought of something and smiled bitterly. A tall tree attracts the wind. To be honest, although he is strong now, he is still far from being able to ignore all enemies. This kind of announcement really makes people love and hate it. In addition, he is already familiar with the legendary talent. This is the first time he has heard of the mythical talent. I don't know what is special about the mythical talent. Zhou deliberately said this. What a pity. This time, neither the 10,000 Races Lord Battlefield Activity Tips nor the Supreme Will Tips came out to explain to him. Zhou felt a little sorry for this. It seems that he can only see what his mythical talent is like tomorrow. At this time, the text prompts have not ended, and Zhou has no time to see what the Lords on the World Channel are talking about, so he continues to watch. The ranking points of the Battlefield of the End are being converted into your ranking level of the Battlefield of the Lords of all races. 10 billion ranking points are worth the mythical upper level. 31.22510220 ranking points are worth about 3,120 points. Your ranking level of the Battlefield of the Lords of all races is the mythical upper level, 3,120 points. Congratulations, Your ranking level of the battlefield of the lords of all races is the highest among the lords of all races, and you have successfully topped the ranking list of the battlefield of the lords of all races. You have won the reward of the strongest lord level of the 10,000 races. You have won the title of the strongest lord level of the 10,000 races. Since your ranking level of the battlefield of the lords of all races is the first among the lords of the same race, you are considered to have topped the battlefield of the lords of the same race. You have won the reward of the strongest lord level. You have won the title of the strongest lord level. Zhou looked at these text prompts, and there was only one feeling left in his heart. Cool. Chapter 475. Zhou had a smile on his face. It was worth it that he had spent all his thoughts and energy on becoming stronger in the past 10 days. Now it was finally time for him to reap the rewards. Thinking back to the past, Zhou couldn't help but sigh. When he first saw the battlefield activity of the lords of all races, he thought it would be good enough if he could compete for the strongest lord of his race. He didn't even dare to think about the title and rank rewards of the strongest lord of all races. He only thought that the strongest lord of all races should belong to the top lords of all races. For example, the True Lord, Tai Lord, Zhutian Lord and others who reached the top mythical upper level a few days before the activity started. But as time passed day by day, under his unremitting efforts, his strength changed by leaps and bounds every day, and these top lords were surpassed by him one by one. Lord Fengshu of the God Clan, Lord Xingguang of the Angel of Light Clan, Lord Mengtian of the Amethyst Behemoth Clan, Lord Father God of the Mechanical Clan, Lord Jizuan of the Extreme Dragon Clan, Lord Zhutian of the Shepherd Clan. These lords who sounded so powerful that they were out of reach have now become his defeated opponents. Zhou thought it was like a dream. After a long time, he took a deep breath and put his drifting thoughts back. It is certainly worth being happy to be able to achieve such results. But as long as the Supreme Lord is not settled, he will always need to work hard and develop cautiously. It is far from the time for him to be proud. However, before letting go of his pride, Zhou still wants to see what the Blue Star Lords think of his achievements. He is not a person who is willing to travel at night in gorgeous clothes, especially when the Blue Star Lord no longer poses a threat to him. Thinking of this, he immediately opened the World Channel. As expected, at this time, the World Channel was discussing his affairs enthusiastically. Boss Jiayang is so terrifying. To be honest, I really didn't expect Boss Jiayang to be able to snatch the first place from the hands of the 10,000 races Lord. Who would have thought? I originally thought that Lord Jiayang was only powerful among our Blue Star Lords, but I didn't expect that he was still as powerful in front of the 10,000 races Lord. I am convinced. At the same time, he won the strongest Lord of the same race, and the strongest Lord of all races. This is really powerful. Haha, I feel that our human race will become famous with Boss Jiayang's ascension to the top of the 10,000 races. I am a little proud when I think about it. My damn racial pride. Alas, the human race became famous with Lord Jiayang's ascension to the top. I don't know whether it is a good thing or a bad thing. Everything has its pros and cons. Why think so much? You won't achieve much if you look ahead and behind. Just go for it. No poke. Brother Jiayang, I'm your fan. Can I join your Star Alliance? Even as a non-staff member is fine. I'm envious. I heard that the Lords of the Star Alliance have made a lot of money in the past few days. I don't know if it's true or not. I have a friend who is a friend of a Lord of the Star Alliance. Although the Lord didn't reveal any specific information, I heard that he has made a lot of money under the hands of Jiayang. Wow, the more I hear, the more envious I am. If I had known earlier, I would have saved up points to buy a Master Slave Territory contract myself, and then directly join the Star Alliance with the contract. It's really hard to work alone. It's really hard to work alone. I'm tired too. I really don't want to be this broken lord anymore. Why are you saying so many discouraging words? Cheer up. I wonder how the lords of all races feel when they see that the things they have always dreamed of have become the property of our human lords. I am sure they must be in a complicated mood. Who could have thought that the ending of this event would be stolen by an ordinary human lord? The lord's guess was correct. When the lords of 10,000 races saw that this Lord Jiayang from the human race actually snatched the title of the strongest lord of 10,000 races from the hands of the top race lords such as the True Lord, the Tai Lord, and the Zhutian Lord, they really felt very complicated. Especially the True Lord, the Tai Lord, and the Zhutian Lord themselves felt even more deeply. Yuanling Mountain. Yuanling City. The True Lord looked at the 10,000 races Lord battlefield activity prompt in front of him, without saying a word, but remained silent. He did not expect it. Before the event started, He had already made up his mind to win the final reward of the strongest lord of 10,000 races, but he did not expect that he would not achieve it in the end, and only got the second place. Moreover, before defeating him, the other party snatched away one of his primordial spirit clan's subjects. Thinking of this, the true lord was so angry that his teeth itched. As a race nurtured by heaven and earth, the primordial spirit clan originally had few members. He had only summoned 2 members of the original spirit race from the summoning gate since he developed his territory. Now he lost a member of his race directly at the hands of that human lord. Thinking of this, he suddenly felt so heartbroken that he couldn't breathe. After calming down, he began to think. That should be some kind of lost skill, and it is a lost skill of a very high grade. It seems to have a bit of the meaning of absolute law, which can make us who have divine power unable to resist. The real lord muttered to himself, and then frowned. This human lord can defeat these top lords of all races, and become the strongest lord of all races. It is indeed not an opponent that can be underestimated. After this battle, all the lords of all races will probably recognize this Lord of the Sun from the human race again. This is an opportunity. It is also a risk. Can the prideful Sun Lord resist it? The true Lord thought about it for a moment, and stopped thinking about it. It is not good for him to think too much about the future of others. It is better to improve himself with this time. There is a gap between you and me now. But the future may not be the same. The true Lord murmured. In a certain chaotic space, the tiny Lord, who was surrounded by the chaotic energy, sat on a throne, looking gloomily at the text prompt of the full-channel announcement of the lords of 10,000 races in front of him. Humph! He snorted coldly, very angry in his heart. Despicable guy, if you hadn't used that end item that can avoid war, I should be the strongest lord of 10,000 races now. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! He was very angry in his heart. Ever since he was defeated by Lord Shangjin once in the 10,000 races lords battlefield, he has been trying his best to improve his strength, hoping to get back at the opponent one day. Therefore, in his development plan, he has already thought of ways and trump cards to deal with other 10,000 races lords in this 10,000 races lords battlefield event to obtain a large number of ranking points, so as to seize the reward of the strongest lord of 10,000 races. Unexpectedly, the accident of Lord Jiayang was inserted in the middle. Not only did his ranking points far exceed those of the top lords, but what made him most depressed in the end was that the opponent did not even give him a chance to fight head-on, and directly left the final battlefield, blocking all his possibilities of seizing the ranking points from the opponent. How could he be willing to accept this? Chapter 476. But now the matter has been settled, and he can't do anything about it. Lord Jiayang, don't let me run into you. Otherwise, I will let you know the consequences of robbing my things. Lord Tai gritted his teeth. Shepherd God territory. After seeing the full-channel announcement of the lords of 10,000 races, Lord Zhutian frowned and looked a little surprised. That human lord can actually keep his ranking points in the hands of the true lord? He had fought with Lord Jiayang on the battlefield of the lords of 10,000 races, and naturally remembered his strength at that time. Therefore, when he found this human lord peeping at him, and the true lord in the dark on the battlefield of the end, he thought that this human lord would die in the hands of the true lord. After all, the true lord really needs ranking points to improve his ranking. Unexpectedly, the subsequent development was completely different from what he thought. Not only did the true lord not take the ranking points from this human lord, but he also let him keep the first place before the end of the battlefield, becoming the strongest lord of all races. The hidden fact in it made Lord Zhutian unbelievable after a little thought. Could it be that the true lord could not do anything to this human lord, so he let him keep the first place? Lord Zhutian found it incredible. But the facts in front of him confirmed this point. It seems that I underestimated this human lord. Lord Zhutian murmured. Knight's Temple. When the news that Lord Jiayang became the strongest lord of all races spread, the Knight's Temple also got the news. Then they were shocked. Especially the Knight Temple Master Baihe and his disciple Rob Allen. They naturally knew about the 10,000 races lords battlefield event. When they learned that the 10,000 races lords would participate in this event, they did not think that there would be a possibility that a human lord would reach the top. They even dared not think about the possibility that a human lord would reach the epic or mythical level. There was no way, as the strong of the human race, because of their strength, they knew too well how high the potential of the members of the heaven-defying races among the 10,000 races was, in front of the lords from such heaven-defying races. It is difficult for the human lords to compare with them, or even surpass them, this kind of thing. They have verified it for more than 100,000 years in the Supreme Continent, and even in other worlds. But it is precisely because of this. When they knew that a human lord stepped on the corpses of the 10,000 races lords and reached the top of the 10,000 races lords battlefield event, they were shocked. Especially this person is the Lord of the Sun. This feeling. It was like a neighbor's kid who had been with him for several years suddenly came to tell him that he was actually a successful man in his 30s or 40s. Baiha and Rob Allen were stunned when they heard the news. After repeated confirmation, they accepted the fact. This kid. Every time I see him or hear about him, I feel that he is challenging my worldview. Baiha smiled bitterly. But he looked happy and relieved. Such an outstanding descendant can appear among the human race. In the future, he may be able to reach his level or even surpass his level. As the broad-minded pillar of the human race, he was naturally very happy. I didn't expect that my little brother would grow so fast. Rob Allen also sighed. Then he thought of something and suddenly looked at his teacher with surprise. Teacher. Since Lord Jiayong is so outstanding, the human race leaders should not be so fussy about Lord Jiayong's subordinates taking away the Blood Shadow Sword Demon's heroic spirit inheritance, right? He knew. His teacher, because of the fact that the Blood Shadow Sword Demon's heroic spirit inheritance was taken away by Suin, he had to bear a lot of pressure from the human race leaders. After all, not every human race leader is as wholeheartedly concerned about the human race as Baiha. The heroic inheritance of Blood Shadow Sword Demon Luo Yi, as a super god level hero inheritance, has always been remembered by many human race leaders. It's just because there is no suitable candidate, and Luo Yi's heroes have a very high vision, and will not easily choose a successor, so it has been kept in the Hall of Heroes. As Suin suddenly got the Blood Shadow Sword Demon inheritance of Luo Yi, this immediately touched the sensitive nerves of many human high-level officials. Even though Baiha had already explained that Suin was an extremely suitable candidate for the Blood Shadow Sword Demon inheritance, and even sublimated it into the fate of a true god-level hero, like Yi Luxia Sword God, many human high-level officials expressed dissatisfaction with Baiha, Suin, and even Suin's Lord Jiayong. And now that Lord Jiayong has such an outstanding performance, the human high-level officials should have fewer words, right? Baiha smiled and nodded when he heard this. Now the matter of Luo's heroic spirit inheritance can basically be regarded as completely stable. Except for a few of my mortal enemies. Other human leaders should not say anything. When Zhou realizes the resurrection quota of 3 heroes in the future, those human leaders will have even less to say. Rob Allen smiled when he heard this. In the meeting room, Zhou naturally didn't know that the Knights Templar had already known about his ascent to the top of the 10,000 races Lord battlefield. He was looking at the golden text prompt that suddenly appeared in front of him. The 10,000 races Lord battlefield event is about to end. Dear 10,000 races Lords, starting from tomorrow, you will have 3 days of free rest time. During these 3 days, the Scarlet Fog monsters will not actively attack your territories, and all lords can rest well in these 3 days. After 3 days, the new Lord Event King of Kings will be launched. Please look forward to it, lords. Zhou raised his eyebrows. 3 days of rest period is understandable. What is the new Event King of Kings? Zhou tried to ask the Supreme Will, but it was a pity that the Supreme Will had no intention of revealing any information about the event. He opened the World Channel. He found that the lords in the World Channel were now divided into 2 parts. One part was discussing his ascension to the top of the strongest lord of the 10,000 races, and discussing their respective rank rewards, and the other part of the lords were discussing the 3-day rest period, and the new event King of Kings. Unfortunately, like Zhou, they had no idea about the new event, and were all guessing on the World Channel. Zhou shook his head, and lost interest in watching. No matter what kind of event King of Kings is, it is always the most important and fundamental thing to work hard to improve the power and strength of the Lord. Let's keep the same in the face of changes. He then looked at his space ring, and took out 2 treasure chests from it. One was the mythology treasure chest of 10,000 races rewarded by the full channel announcement of the 10,000 races lords. The other was a blood red end battlefield gift pack. Chapter 477. Zhou looked at the 2 rewards with some anticipation. I hope to get something good. He looked at the 2 of them, and decided to open the end battlefield gift pack first. Good things should be saved for last. After he opened the blood red gift pack, a blood red certificate appeared in front of Zhou. Zhou was startled. He picked it up and looked at it. Treasure name, and Lord Job Transfer Certificate. Treasure level, exclusive unique. Treasure effect, exclusive unique level Lord Job Transfer item. After using it, you can become an exclusive unique level Lord Job in Lord. And you will be blessed by the end battlefield, automatically possessing professional exclusive equipment, professional lost skills, and exclusive arms job transfer power. Treasure Introduction. Exclusive and unique Lord Class Career Transfer Certificate. Derived from the legendary End Battlefield, only the Lord who is invincible in the End Battlefield is qualified to wear the crown of the End Lord. Jojo was surprised when he saw its information. It turned out to be a special career transfer certificate, and it is a Lord Class transfer certificate. There are few special careers, not to mention the exclusive and unique Lord Class among special careers. Although it was the first time he saw this type of transfer certificate, just based on its career prefix and the exclusive equipment, lost skills, and exclusive arms transfer power that were automatically given after the transfer, Jojo knew that this must be a top-level career transfer certificate that is hard to come by. I have the Bronze Lord talent, fighting God's full-time master too, so I can have 2 more careers. I was a little unsure about what profession to choose as my second and third profession. Now it's alright. This Lord of the End is simply the best choice for my second profession. Jojo looked pleasantly surprised. Then he chose to use it without hesitation. The blood-colored job transfer certificate suddenly dissipated into countless blood-colored mists, and then poured into Jojo's brows. He only felt a chill in his brows, and then a text prompt appeared in front of him. You have successfully taken up the exclusive and only level Lord profession, Lord of the End. You have received the blessing of the End Battlefield and obtained the professional exclusive equipment, the End Crown. You have received the blessing of the End Battlefield and obtained the professional lost skill, the End Nirvana. You have received the blessing of the End Battlefield and obtained the professional exclusive arms, the End Guard. Jojo felt his body, and found that his body seemed to have changed. At the same time, he found that originally, in his super perception, he could only perceive various energies evolve from the chaotic energy. But now, in addition to these energies, he discovered another breath. This breath was grayish-white. They floated silently in the world, seemingly everywhere. When Jojo saw them, he suddenly had an epiphany. This was the breath of the End, a breath that could rival the breath of chaos. If the breath of chaos represented the source of creation and destruction of all things, then the breath of the End represented the absolute power of the End. For the breath of the End, the Lord of the End profession gave him these hints, and no other hints. Jojo thought for a while, and then stopped thinking about it. The aura of the End that can rival the aura of chaos is not something that a small lord like him can study now. When he reaches a certain level in the future, he will naturally understand everything. Thinking more now is just useless fantasy. He looked at the 3 career benefits provided by the Lord of the End. The first is the crown of the End that condensed in front of him out of thin air after he took office as the Lord of the End. This crown of the End is grayish-white, and there are 3 hill-like protrusions in front of the crown, which look simple and mysterious. A text prompt appears. Artifact name, Crown of the End. Artifact grade, Lower God lower level growable. Artifact ability 1 Power of the End. As the Lord of the End, you have the power of the End that can end everything in your body. When you attack any substance, you have a 10% chance of shattering it, and when you attack any living being, you have a 1% chance of directly killing it. Artifact ability 2, the Legion of the End. The soldiers of the Lord of the End carry a wisp of the End's aura when attacking. When attacking any substance, there is a 1% chance of shattering it. Artifact ability 3, the Coming of the End. By destroying the Lord's forces, you can collect the power of the Law of the End. When the power of the Law of the End is collected enough, you can upgrade the grade of the Crown of the End and unlock more abilities of the Crown of the End. Current progress of collecting the power of the Law of the End, 0%. Artifact Introduction. The exclusive artifact of the Lord of the End, which contains the power of the End of all things. After seeing the information about the Crown of the End, Jojo couldn't help holding his breath. It's actually an artifact. Oh my god, is this the exclusive Lord profession of the only level? A divine weapon is given right away? And this divine weapon can grow, and I don't know how much it will grow in the future. Jojo played with it for a while with a look of joy, and then tried to wear it on his head. When he put the crown on his head, he immediately felt that the power of the End surging in his body became more active. And he now has a faint feeling. He seems to have mastered 2 special law powers with this power of the End. One is crushing, the other is instant death, although their triggering probability is very low. But if he can continuously improve the grade of the Crown of the End in the future, the probability of triggering these 2 law abilities will also continue to increase. It is worthy of being a divine weapon. It directly provides 2 means that are close to law skills. Jojo was very satisfied with the artifact of the Crown of the End. Then he looked at the career blessing. Law skill name, End of Nirvana. Law skill quality, Lord God level. Law Skill Ability Introduction. When the End of the Lord destroys the kingdom level and above Lord forces, he can obtain different amounts of End of Nirvana power according to the strength of the destroyed Lord forces. By consuming the corresponding amount of End of Nirvana power, he can immediately revive the End of the Lord after his death, and greatly improve the strength of the End of the Lord. Currently possessed End of Nirvana power. Zero Zhou couldn't help holding his breath after reading it. Resurrection? Another way of resurrection. In this case, in addition to being able to rely on the goddess of life's big and small resurrection techniques to revive, he has a new way of resurrection. A smile appeared on his face. When it comes to saving one's life, no matter how many methods are used, it is never too much. To advance to the crown of the End, one needs to destroy the Lord forces and obtain the power of the law of the End. And to release the Nirvana of the End, one also needs to destroy the Lord forces at the kingdom level and above and obtain the power of the Nirvana of the End. The profession of the Lord of the End is really a profession that likes to make trouble. Zhou muttered to himself. But he didn't care. As the Lord of 10,000 races, he was supposed to constantly attack other Lord forces of 10,000 races, and the Scarlet Lord forces. In his opinion, the Lord of the End's request to make trouble can be easily completed. Then he looked at the last professional blessing. Chapter 478. It is the End Lord's professional exclusive troop, the End Guard. Army name, End Guard. Army quality, Divine Kingdom level. Army creation method. When the End Lord leads his Lord forces to conquer a kingdom level or above Lord force, he can automatically obtain the loyalty of one or even several members of the End Guard. Army introduction. The exclusive troop of the End Lord, a terrifying creature born in the End, who will rise and fall with the End Lord, has a body that can be constantly reborn, and masters the two laws of crushing and instant death. Even gods will be afraid of their weapons. After Zhou saw the troop information of this End Guard, he was shocked and surprised. It turned out to be a Divine Kingdom troop. It is a troop of the same grade as the Soul Harvester Maris. You must know that the Divine Kingdom troop is almost exclusive to those Divine Kingdom forces. Even the legendary Lord God would attach great importance to and rely on this level of soldiers. Zhou only has the Lord talent of the King of Trophy, so he has a Soul Harvester Maris at the current stage. And now, he, a Lord who has not even established a kingdom, has actually obtained a stable channel to obtain the Kingdom of God-level soldiers, even if the conditions for achieving it are difficult, and it is necessary to conquer the Lord forces at the kingdom level and above to obtain it. It is also very rare. Zhou was really shocked. He realized the preciousness of the End Lord profession. Since it can produce Kingdom of God-level soldiers, it can only prove that its professional grade is at least not less than the God level. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration flashed through his mind. The national strength of the Taiyan Kingdom has been greatly damaged, and it may even be to the point where only 1/10 of it remains. The king of the Aurora Kingdom, Li Yuanqian, also promised to give the Aurora Kingdom to me. If I send troops to take over the Taiyan Kingdom, and then accept the Aurora Kingdom from Li Yuanqian, will I directly get 2 copies of the power of the End Law, 2 copies of the power of the End Nirvana, and 2 members of the End Guard. The more Zhou thought about it, the more excited he became. If his guess was true, then the Taiyan Kingdom and the Aurora Kingdom would be 2 great treasures for him, after a long time. His mood calmed down. Starting tomorrow, the next 3 days will be a rest period. During these 3 days of rest, I can completely send troops to take over the Taiyan Kingdom first. Zhou thought. With the troops he currently has, and the troops owned by the Lord Alliance. Not to mention a primary Scarlet Kingdom, with only 1/10 of its national strength remaining. Even if the Taiyan Kingdom came in its 3 peak periods, he was confident that he could easily take it down. Zhou had no reason not to eat the meat that was delivered to his mouth. Then he looked at another treasure chest of the 10,000 races mythology. This treasure chest was black and gold in color, 2 meters long and half a meter wide, with ancient pictures carved on the surface, which seemed to depict the scene of the coexistence of the creatures of the 10,000 races. Zhou took a deep breath and then opened it. I saw an ancient black and gold circular city wall model lying quietly inside. Zhou raised his eyebrows. He looked over, and a text prompt appeared. Building name, Supreme Guard. Building level, True God Superior. Building function 1. Wall of 10,000 cities. After using the Supreme Guard in the main city, the original main city wall will be replaced by the Supreme Guard wall. At the same time, the walls of the subordinate cities of the main city can also be replaced by the same Supreme Guard wall. Building effect 2 growth. The wall level of the Supreme Defense will automatically increase with the city level, and can be automatically upgraded to the True God Superior Wall. At the same time, the Supreme Defense is automatically immune to any attribute attacks below the wall level. When the Supreme Defense is broken by an attack above the wall level, it can be repaired by replenishing building materials. Building Blueprint Effect 3 Absolute Defense. The Supreme Defense can open Absolute Defense for 1 to 10 seconds every day, during which it is immune to any attribute attacks at any level. The duration of Absolute Defense depends on the wall level. Building Description. The Supreme Defense in mythology was damaged because it participated in a god war with countless casualties. Later, it was repaired by the Supreme Will and awarded to the First Lord of the 10,000 Races Lord Battlefield event. Do you want to use it? Jojo widened his eyes slightly. The 3 wall abilities of the Supreme Defense are all excellent. The first one can save him a lot of materials and time for building walls. When he asked Zhao Chongsho to build the first wall of the territory, it took a lot of building materials and time, which made him remember it very clearly. Now that the Supreme Defense can have this excellent effect, it is naturally the best. And there is no need to worry about the wall problem of the new city in the future. When you get a new city, you can just let the Supreme Defense be the new wall. In the future, the walls of all his territories can use the Supreme Defense. It saves time, effort, money, and is easy to use. The second wall effect is even more excellent. Not only can the wall level be improved as the territory level increases, but it can also be immune to attacks below the wall level. If the lords of all races see this attribute, they will definitely be extremely envious of him. The third one is Absolute Defense, although it seems that the defense time is very short. But if it can be used at a critical moment, it might save the lives of all the people in the city. It is worthy of being the mythical treasure box of 10,000 races. This reward is too good. Jojo's eyes lit up. He then immediately took the supreme control and came to the outside of the primary lord's land. He then used the Legion panel to let the soldiers stationed on the city wall get off the city wall immediately. Although the soldiers did not understand Jojo's order, they still ran down the city wall one by one. The noise made by the soldiers was a bit loud. Many residents and soldiers couldn't help but come out to watch, including Bai Yun, Wu Xian, and others also came out. Seeing this, Jojo asked them to start evacuating the soldiers and people around the city wall to avoid accidental injuries later. Bai Yun and the others immediately took the order and did it. After a while, after everything was arranged, facing the puzzled eyes of the crowd, Jojo smiled without explanation, and then his eyes fell on the supreme control model in his hand. He said with burning eyes, "Use it." As soon as the voice fell, the supreme control model suddenly turned into gray-white light, falling from Jojo's hands one after another, and then merged into the ground. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The earth suddenly shook faintly. Everyone was stunned, and then there was a look of fear in their eyes. What's going on? The earth dragon turned over. At this moment, a burst of exclamations suddenly sounded, and then many people's eyes fell on the city wall in the distance. I saw that the silver-level city wall, made of light source stone in the distance, was actually crumbling at this time. Just when everyone was worried that the city wall would collapse. Suddenly, I saw a piece of wall peeling off, and what was revealed inside was not the broken bricks of the wall, but a brand new black and gold wall. More and more wall peeling off, revealing more and more black and gold walls. Bai Yun, Wu Xian, Feng Luo, Zhao Chongsho, Chief Architect of Jiayang Territory, Zheng Yuanqi, Deputy City Lord, Luo Feng, Martial Artist, Bai Yuejing, Doctor. All the people of Jiayang Territory who saw this scene were stunned. Chapter 479. After a while, the shaking of the earth gradually stopped, and the city wall in front of us also changed from the original black city wall to a brand new black and gold city wall. Looking from afar, an invisible sense of power and oppression came towards us. Along with this feeling, there was also the full sense of security it brought to the people of Jiayang. Although everyone didn't know how effective the defense of this city wall was. But just by looking at the appearance of this city wall, everyone unconsciously trusted its defense. Don't panic. This is a treasure awarded to us by the Supreme Will. Its name is Supreme Defense. In the future, every time we own a city, there will be such a city wall rising from the ground to protect our home. Don't panic at that time. Jojo looked at everyone and told them the other 2 abilities of Supreme Defense besides Absolute Defense. Everyone was excited when he heard it. If the Supreme Defense is as powerful as the Lord said, they will no longer have to worry about the defense of the city wall. Especially Zhao Chongsho. The construction of the city wall has always been in the charge of him, the chief architect, and he is very serious about this construction. However, The highest grade building material in Jiaoyang territory is the silver grade building material Guangyuan stone, which is evolved from the bronze grade building material absorbing light crystal after absorbing the energy of light elements for several days. Therefore, before the appearance of the supreme defense, the level of Jiaoyang territory's city wall was limited by the material problem and had always been silver level, and there was no way to get further improvement. Now it's good. With the supreme defense, he won't have to worry about the wall construction for a long time. He can focus on other buildings in the territory. On the other side, as the lord of Jiaoyang territory, Zhou Zhou is naturally most satisfied with the appearance of supreme defense. He also knows that the upper limit of his own city wall defense is insufficient. Even with the Aurora Tower, he is still a little worried about the defense of Jiaoyang territory. Now it's alright. Before the wall level of supreme defense is upgraded to the true god level, he doesn't have to worry about the problem of insufficient defense strength of Jiaoyang city's wall. Then he looked at the defense time of the supreme defense absolute defense. He found that its absolute defense time is 5 seconds. 5 seconds. Zhou Zhou muttered to himself. The longest defense time of absolute defense is 10 seconds. And now his territory level is platinum intermediate, and the absolute defense time has become 5 seconds. So, does the absolute defense time of the supreme defense increase by 1 second for every level increase? Zhou Zhou was not sure. So he thought about it, and took Bai Yun, Wu Xian, Zhao Chongshou, and other main figures of Jiaoyang City to Wanshe City through the teleportation array. At this time, the wall of Wanshe City had been replaced by the supreme defense. Because Wanshe City itself is also a platinum intermediate city, the supreme defense that was replaced is also platinum level. Zhou Zhou glanced at its information. It was found that its absolute defense information was indeed the same as the Jiaoyang City wall, which was also 5 seconds. Zhou Zhou nodded. It seems that the absolute defense time is indeed increased by 1 second for every level increase. Then he felt a little regretful. If it weren't for the 2 platinum level cities in the upgrade requirements of Jiaoyang territory, excluding Jiaoyang City itself, he could upgrade his territory to the upper platinum level now. But he didn't care. Today, the strength of the Taiyan Kingdom is only 1/10 of what it is now. Tomorrow, he will lead his troops to conquer the Taiyan Kingdom and get a platinum level or even more higher level cities and territories. At that time, he can naturally upgrade easily. After that, he also told his generals and architects the time of absolute defense. If a strong enemy attacks one day, and I am not here, and you can't stop it, you can use this absolute defense to resist the enemy. Zhou Zhou finally said. Yes, Lord. Everyone said respectfully. Zhou Zhou nodded. Then he said no more, and took his subordinates back to Jiaoyang City through the space teleportation array. Jiaoyang City. After everyone came back, Bai Yun, Wu Xian and others took the soldiers to the Arc de Triomphe. Zhou Zhou was not in a hurry to go, but returned to his primary lord's blessed land, and looked at other activity rewards. Now he has not checked the activity rewards, including the strongest lord rank reward of all races, the strongest lord rank title of all races, the strongest lord rank reward, and the strongest lord rank title. Zhou Zhou first looked at the strongest lord rank reward, and the strongest lord rank title awarded to the lords of the same race. The strongest lord rank reward is a faceless sculpture. Zhou Zhou looked over, and a text prompt appeared. Treasure name, Faceless Blue Star Human Ancestor Statue. Treasure level, Legendary. Treasure effect, use it on a Blue Star Human Ancestor Statue, and it can be immediately promoted to a Legendary Ancestor Statue. Treasure introduction. Blue Star Human Ancestor Statue Special Promotion Treasure, you can use it to find the lost parts of the Ancestor Statue, so that it can be promoted to a higher level, so as to have a stronger Ancestor Statue buff effect. Zhou Zhou was a little surprised to see this. It turned out to be a treasure that helped the Ancestor Statue to upgrade. The strongest lord of the same race only rewards a legendary treasure? Zhou Zhou thought about it, and felt it was normal. After all, in this 10,000 races Lord Battlefield event, the first place in the rank of the same race Lord Battlefield is really not valuable. The rank of the 10,000 races Lord Battlefield is the most important. Like Zhou Zhou himself. This highest honor of the same race Lord rank is completely free. In this case, giving a legendary treasure is already very good. He was not in a hurry to see what the title reward of the strongest lord was, and directly took this faceless blue-starred human ancestor statue to the Imperial Ancestral Temple. Imperial Ancestral Temple. Main Hall. A faint smell of agarwood filled the main hall, which made Zhou Zhou, who had just arrived here, feel at ease. He looked at the shrine on the altar in front of him. There are 5 shrines here. The 2 shrines on the far right do not enshrine new blue-starred human ancestors. The 3 shrines on the left enshrine the gold-level ancestor statues Sun Simyo, the gold-level ancestor statues Liu Bei, and the silver-level ancestor statues Gong Shuban. Zhou Zhou looked at the 3 ancestor statues, and couldn't help but ponder. He now has the faceless blue-starred human ancestor statue in his hand, and he must choose one to upgrade. Which one should I choose? Zhou Zhou was a little entangled. Whether it is the 1,000 gold prescriptions of Sun Simyo's ancestor, the ancestor of Liu Bei's ancestor's virtue to win people over, or the ancestor of Gong Shuban's craftsman's heart, Zhou Zhou likes these 3 ancestor gains very much and wants to upgrade them. As for keeping them for stronger ancestor statues in the future, such as Huangdi, Shenong, Fuxi and other ancestors, Zhou Zhou gave up after thinking about it. Even with the King of Trophies, Zhou Zhou has only obtained 3 ancestral statues so far, and 2 of them were purchased from other Blue Star Lords, which shows how rare they are, and there are many ancestors of the Blue Star human race, and Zhou Zhou doesn't think he can get ancestral statues of the level of Huangdi and Shenong in a short time. A bird in the hand is worse than 1,000 birds in the forest. So Zhou Zhou thinks it's better to use it now. Chapter 480. After a while, Zhou Zhou took a deep breath and came to the statue of Sun Simyo. He finally decided to upgrade Sun Simyo's ancestor to the legendary level, and the main reason for this is because Sun Simyo's ancestor's bonus is medicine. Zhou Zhou believes that his territory is a war-type territory, and for a war-type territory, the strength of medicine can naturally greatly increase the combat effectiveness of the army. In comparison, Liu Bei's ancestor bonus conquer people with virtue focuses on improving loyalty. In this regard, he has a more perfect and powerful peace and prosperity, and in fact, there is not much demand for this. And Gong Shuban's ancestor bonus is to improve the efficiency of building buildings and war machinery. In this regard, it is also less effective than Sun Simyo's medicine. So Zhou Zhou decided to use the faceless statue of the ancestor of the Blue Star human race on Sun Simyo's ancestor. Of course. In fact, he has a little personal reason. That was the soul of Sun Simyo that he had seen living in Qianjin Yaofeng. After the two had communicated several times, Zhou Zhou had some good feelings for this kind old medicine king, so he also wanted to elevate Sun Simyo's ancestor to a higher level. After making a decision, Zhou Zhou no longer hesitated and looked directly at the faceless blue star human ancestor statue in front of him, silently chanting in his heart, and the target of the use was Sun Simyo. The next second, I saw that the faceless blue star human ancestor statue in his hand suddenly emitted purple light, and then these lights poured into the statue of Sun Simyo's ancestor. The next second, the statue of Sun Simyo's ancestors also burst into dazzling purple light, which enveloped the entire Taimyu. After a long time, it gradually retracted into the statue of Sun Simyo's ancestors. This kind of strange phenomenon. In Jiaoyang City, some residents who did not sleep and many creatures with strong perception, such as Ingsal, Nazario, Harris, Suan, Baiyuan, Wu Xian, and Feng Luo, all discovered it. However, when they found that the source of the light was the Taimiao, and the Lord inside was fine, they knew that this should be the handwriting of the Lord, and they stopped caring about it. In the Taimiao, Zhou Zhou looked at the statue of Sun Simyo's ancestors in front of him, which seemed to have not changed much, but also seemed to have changed greatly. At this time, the text prompt appeared. Congratulations, your blue star human ancestor statue, Sun Simyo, has been upgraded from gold level to legendary level by using the faceless blue star human ancestor statue. Currently worshipped ancestral statue updated. Currently worshipped ancestral buff effect updated. Zhou Zhou first glanced at the current worshipped ancestral statue, and found that the level symbol behind Sun Simyo inside had changed from gold level to legendary level. Not only that, there was also a summoning function that he had never seen before. Summon? What is this function? I can try it later, Zhou Zhou thought. Then he looked at the currently worshipped ancestral buff effect. It was 1,000 gold prescriptions that had also been upgraded to legendary level. Treasure name, 1,000 gold prescriptions. Treasure level, legendary level. Treasure effect 1. All physician-related professionals in the territory, after curing injuries and illnesses for the injured, have a high probability of understanding more medical theories, increasing the probability of breakthrough by 90%. Treasure effect 2. All physician-related professionals who have learned 1,000 gold prescriptions will have a chance to get tips from Sun Simyo, the ancestor of the Blue Star human race, when they encounter difficult and complicated diseases. Treasure effect 3. All physician-related professionals in the territory, the physician-related professional potential is improved by 2 levels, and the highest cannot exceed the legendary upper level. If it leaves the territory, the potential blessing will be invalid. Treasure Introduction. Human life is the most important, more valuable than 1,000 gold, and saving it is more virtuous than this. Tip. This treasure is exclusive to the Taimyo and cannot be worn, lost, or destroyed. Zhou took a deep breath. His eyes were fixed on the treasure effect 3. After confirming it again and again, he was sure that he was not mistaken. It really is an improvement of 2 major levels. Although it only improves the professions of physicians by 2 major levels. But it's too scary, isn't it? Zhou murmured. Take Bai Yuejing, the strongest physician in his territory. Bai Yuejing's potential limit is the extraordinary intermediate level, and he is currently an extraordinary lower level physician. It won't be long. He will reach his potential limit, and there will be no way to improve. But with this newly added treasure effect 3, it will be different. With this newly added ancestral gain, Bai Yuejing's potential will directly cross the epic level and directly reach the legendary intermediate level. It can be said that, in the future, as long as he works hard and has enough medical knowledge to learn, he can easily become a legendary physician. Even reaching the potential limit and becoming a legendary intermediate physician is not difficult for him, and this level of potential, even many heroes in his territory cannot achieve it. Is this the legendary ancestor bonus? It's so terrifying. Zhou was shocked. Although this kind of bonus will be invalid if it leaves the territory. But for the people who are not his territory, Zhou will naturally not feel sorry for their loss of potential. Superb, superb. Zhou looked at the treasure effect with shining eyes. After reading it several times, he reluctantly withdrew his gaze. Then he looked at the newly added function summon. Summon! Zhou did not hesitate and directly chose to summon to try. The next second, in his surprised eyes, the statue of Sun Simia's ancestor suddenly emitted a dazzling purple light, and then the purple light did not merge into the statue again, but began to condense in front of Zhou, and gradually formed the appearance of an old Taoist priest. Soon, an old Taoist priest with a Taoist bun on his head, a kind face, wearing a simple Taoist robe, holding a wooden stick in his right hand, and a gourd hanging on his waist appeared in front of him. Lifelike, like a real person, no. Under Zhou's powerful perception, he knew that the person in front of him was a real person, at this moment. The old man clasped his fist to him, and said with a smile, Old Taoist Sun Simu. Hello, Lord. Old senior son is polite. Zhou reacted and said quickly. Sun Simu smiled, then looked around, then lowered his head, and curiously stepped on the ground, smelled the air, and then marveled. This supreme continent is different from our Yin country. He had been observing this world in 1,000 gold prescriptions before. Now that he can show his true body, he is naturally curious about this world. Zhou smiled. Then the two chatted for a while, and Zhou asked, Senior son, would you like to show me what's wrong with me? This is the king of medicine in the world. Zhou naturally didn't want to let him go. Lord, you look like a god. You are in good health. What's wrong with you? Sun Simi looked at Zhou's face with a vicious look. Zhou laughed immediately after hearing this. By the way, Lord, I want to go see my good friend Bai Yuejing. Is it okay? Sun Simi said. Of course. I go with you, senior. Zhou also said after hearing this. He also wanted to see what Bai Yuejing would look like after his potential was improved. Sun Simi nodded. Then the two of them walked towards Bai Yuejing's residence together. Chapter 481. At the same time, Bai Yuejing's residence. At this time, Bai Yuejing was studying medical books by lamplight at night. And what he was studying was the medical book of traditional Chinese medicine passed down by Sun Simu. Treat cold with hot medicine, treat heat with cold medicine, and treat indigestion with vomiting medicine. He recited softly with concentration and meticulousness. The more he read, the more Bai Yuejing felt that this traditional Chinese medicine had many similarities with the human medicine of the supreme continent where he practiced, which made his mind burst with inspiration. If this continues, I should be able to be promoted to an extraordinary intermediate physician soon and reach the limit of my potential. He was very happy in his heart. Normally, the closer a professional is to his potential limit, the more difficult it will be to advance again. For example, Xiao Changshu before. He has been trapped as a platinum architect for many years. If he had not come to Zhou's territory and come into contact with many special buildings and ethnic buildings, he would not have been able to reach his potential limit so quickly, and even now, he has gone a step further and become a diamond-level architect. And now, Bai Yuejing's situation is somewhat similar to Xiao Changshu's. The difference is, Zhao Chongsho was promoted to a diamond-level architect by contacting special buildings and ethnic buildings and learning by analogy. And now, Bai Yuejing has come into contact with Sun Simiu's traditional Chinese medicine heritage. So by learning by analogy, he also feels that he is not far from becoming an extraordinary intermediate physician. Bai Yuejing is a very pure doctor. He is eager to upgrade his doctor level, not mainly for the status and reputation. He thinks more about being promoted to an extraordinary intermediate physician, so that he can treat more people. Now, there are more than 2,000 extraordinary soldiers in Jiayang territory. Even an epic-level warrior has appeared, and now he has become the first assassin in Jiayang territory. It is precisely because of this. The number of senior doctors in Jiayang territory is now somewhat stretched. Seeing this, Bai Yuejing also longed to break through to a higher level of doctor, so that he could relieve the pressure of medical resources in Jiayang territory. At this moment, Bai Yuejing's mind suddenly shook, and he stared blankly at the medical book in front of him. He saw that the medical knowledge that he felt profound and complex before suddenly became simple and easy to understand at this moment. At a glance, all kinds of medical knowledge easily entered his mind, and even drew inferences from one thing, allowing him to understand more medical knowledge. At this moment, he only felt that he was getting closer and closer to the extraordinary intermediate doctor. Boom, as if the world was created. More powerful doctor energy surged in his body. Bai Yuejing immersed himself in the newly acquired medical knowledge for a long time before he realized the changes in himself. He was shocked. He actually broke through to the level of extraordinary intermediate physician. Bai Yuejing took a breath of cold air. What happened just now? How did I suddenly break through? And the breakthrough was so easy, just like eating and drinking water. Although he did feel that he was not far from the level of extraordinary intermediate physician. But he should not break through so easily. This feeling. It reminded him of the feeling when he was young and a medical genius, when he broke through from a silver senior physician to a gold junior physician. It's so easy, as if this is not a bottleneck that is difficult to break through for him. But he just became a transcendental lower-level physician. Can the difficulty of transcendental lower-level breaking through to transcendent intermediate be the same as that of silver upper-level breaking through to gold lower-level? Could it be? An unbelievable thought suddenly flashed through his mind, and then he immediately sensed his potential limit. Then, he was stunned. The upper limit of his potential actually directly crossed two major realms, and reached the legendary intermediate level. What is going on? Old Bai? Just then, a voice came from outside the door. Bai Yuejing immediately recognized that it was the voice of his lord. Without time to think about the changes in himself, he tidied his appearance, then quickly came to the door of his house, and opened it. Hello, Lord. Hello. Huh? Bai Yuejing had just finished speaking respectfully to Zhou Zhou, and when he saw the person next to the Lord, he was stunned. What? My friend, didn't you see the statue of the Taoist priest in the Imperial Ancestral Temple? Why can't you recognize him now? Sun Simiu stroked his beard and looked at Bai Yuejing with a smile. You are? Old Sun? Bai Yuejing's eyes widened. That's right. Sun Simiu nodded and said with emotion, the Taoist priest is fortunate to be promoted to this level by the Lord. Now he can reshape his true body, be summoned and walk in this world. And there is no time limit. Strictly speaking. As long as the statue of Sun Simiu's ancestors is not damaged. He is now immortal. Even if his physical body is killed now. He can be resurrected in the statue. The price is to offer some legendary fog hearts. And the legendary fog hearts are not a big price for Zhou Zhou now. On the other side. Bai Yuejing's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he was delighted. When the two of them were communicating about the medical knowledge of each other's world, they had already become close friends without knowing it. Now that he saw his friend could walk in this world with his real body, he was naturally very happy. Besides Sun Simiu, Zhou Zhou also smiled at the two people. At this time, he suddenly discovered something and exclaimed in surprise. Old Bai, you broke through to the extraordinary intermediate level? He was surprised. Not only that, he also found that Old Bai had become much younger. It is not an exaggeration to say that he had suddenly turned from an old man to a middle-aged man. He had never given the other party blood honey or other items that could restore youth. Not bad. Breakthrough for no apparent reason. Bai Yuejing scratched his head when he heard this. He then told him about his sudden breakthrough and the improvement of his potential to the legendary intermediate level. Zhou Zhou and Sun Simiu looked at each other and laughed at the same time. I see. No wonder he can regain his youth. It should be that his own potential has improved, so his body has also become younger. Then Zhou Zhou did not hide it, and told him about the effect of the legendary 1,000 gold prescriptions. Nowadays, the potential of doctors in our territory should have been improved by 2 major levels. Your breakthrough today, Mr. Bai, will not be the only one. In the future, there will probably be a large number of senior doctors in our territory, Jojo said happily. He naturally did not forget that the first effect of the legendary 1,000 gold prescriptions is that after curing the injuries of the injured, there is a high probability that they will comprehend more medical theories and increase the probability of breakthrough by 90%. What does the 90% breakthrough probability mean? It means that as long as a doctor-related profession has not reached his potential limit, he can break through his professional level almost without bottlenecks after accumulating enough professional knowledge. Chapter 482. And 1,000 gold prescriptions can make doctors and related professionals have a high probability of understanding more medical theories after curing injuries. In addition, the treasure effect 2 of 1,000 gold prescriptions can make doctors and related professionals who master this book have a chance to get tips from Sun Simu when they encounter difficult and complicated diseases. Under this condition, the 3 treasure effects are superimposed, which can almost be said to have opened a road to heaven for all doctors and related professionals. It can be said that doctors and related professionals working in Jiaoyang territory can easily reach their potential limit. Zhou felt very amazing just thinking about it. His Jiaoyang territory is now simply a professional holy land for doctors and related professionals. Doctors, priests, pharmacists, and even the clergy of the Goddess of Life Shelter, and a series of doctors and related professionals can feel the terrifying bonus of 1,000 gold prescriptions to them in Jiaoyang territory. Zhou can already foresee, in the near future, a large number of high-level physicians will emerge in his territory, and the problem of insufficient high-level physicians in his territory can naturally be easily solved in the future. Zhou is already considering introducing more physicians from the outside world in the future. This is the only way to maximize the effect of the legendary 1,000 gold prescriptions. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, old son. You two have given me a second life. Bai Yuejing will never forget it. I will repay the Lord and old son for their kindness if I have the chance, Bai Yuejing said seriously. To raise his medical potential by 2 realms again, this is equivalent to giving him a bright and new future. I must remember this favor. The loyalty of your subject Bai Yuejing has been raised to 100, and he has become your loyal subject. A line of text prompt suddenly appeared in front of Zhou. Zhou smiled at this. Originally, Bai Yuejing's loyalty to him was more than 90, and now with this favor, he has become a loyal subject. He pondered. If I spread this matter to the entire territory tomorrow, I should immediately have a large number of highly loyal, or even loyal subjects in the medical profession. Zhou thought of this, and immediately decided to publicize this matter. If his diamond-level Lord Talent of Peace and Prosperity wants to be promoted to the extraordinary level Lord Talent of Peace and Prosperity, he needs 1 million subjects with a loyalty of 90 points or above. Now is a good opportunity to increase the number of subjects needed in this regard. Sun Simu and Bai Yuejing soon thought of what Zhou thought of. After the 3 entered the house, they could not help but start talking about the future development of medicine in the territory. After chatting for a while, Zhou said he wanted to leave. Sun Simu and Bai Yuejing wanted to send him back, but Zhou refused. How could he not see it? These 2 fellow medical practitioners had a lot of things to discuss and exchange at the moment. Zhou was naturally willing to help them. After returning to the territory alone, Zhou continued to check the next rewards. First is the title reward for the strongest lord. Title name, Strongest Lord. Title quality, Race Unique Permanent. Title effect 1. When you fight with any hostile forces, you will gain 200% additional strength increase and 99% additional damage reduction, and your subordinates will gain 100% additional strength increase and 50% additional damage reduction. Title effect 2. When you speak in the world channel within your race, your lordship battlefield rank title suffix will be added after your lordship title. You can actively turn it off or on. Title effect 3. Supreme Blessing. When you and your subjects extract loot, your loot explosion rate will be increased by 20%, and the amount of loot you receive will be increased by 30%. Special loot cannot receive this bonus. Title Introduction. This is a unique title for a race that can only be obtained after the Lord has achieved the highest rank within the race in the Lord's battlefield. The strongest Lord of each race will be blessed by the Supreme Will. Tip. Since your loot explosion rate has reached 100%, the additional gain in this loot explosion rate is converted into a 20% increase in the amount of loot. The amount of loot you receive now is increased by 50%. Special loot cannot receive this bonus. Zhou smiled. He had received the title of the strongest lord before, but it was only limited at that time. Now it has become permanent, and the benefits are self-evident. Not only has it become permanent, but its title effect has also been greatly improved. The additional strength bonus of the Lord of Title Effect 1 has been increased from 100% to 200%. The additional strength bonus of the people under his command has also been increased from 50% to 100%. In addition, the additional bonus of the number of spoils has also been increased from 20% to 50%. For him, the King of Spoils, this is the biggest improvement. Then he looked at the rank title reward of the strongest lord of all races. Title name: the strongest lord of all races. Title quality: supreme and permanent. Title effect 1. You and your territory forces are famous in the heavens and the worlds, and all lord forces will know that you are the strongest lord in this battleground event of the lord of all races. Title effect 2. When you open the diplomatic panel with a non-hostile lord force, your diplomatic relations with the other party will automatically be upgraded to respect. Open after establishing a kingdom. Title effect 3. Favored by the supreme will. When you and your subjects extract loot, the amount of loot you receive will be increased by 100%. Unique loot cannot receive this bonus. Title effect 4. When you speak in the world channel within your race, your lordship battlefield rank title suffix will be added to the back of your lordship title. You can actively turn it off or on. Title introduction: the highest reward of the 10,000 Races Lord Battlefield event. Only the strongest lord with the best performance in this event can get it. It represents the favor of the supreme will, and also represents one of the highest honors among the 10,000 Races Lords. After seeing this 10,000 Races Strongest Lord rank title, Zhou couldn't help but take a deep breath. It is worthy of being the 10,000 Races Strongest Lord rank title. Let alone the extra 100% increase in the number of loot alone has benefited him a lot, and it can be superimposed with the bonus of the strongest lord title. That is to say, now he kills a fog monster and starts to extract the loot. In addition to the loot it will provide, it will also give another 150% of the loot. When paired with his King of Loot, the effect is directly explosive. As for the reputation bonus provided by Title Effect 1 and Title Effect 2, Zhou said he was numb, since he can't refuse the matter of fame. Then accept it calmly. Then he looked at the reward for the strongest lord of all races. It was a golden gift box. Zhou looked over. A text prompt appeared. Treasure name: Race Artifact Gift Box. Treasure level: Special level. Treasure effect: after opening, the lord can get a complete race artifact. Treasure introduction: the reward for the strongest lord of all races in the battleground of the lord of all races. After opening, you can get an extremely rare race artifact. Zhou's eyes widened when he saw this. A complete race artifact. Zhou was immediately excited. Could it be the same level as Xian Yuan's sword? Then he immediately opened it. A six-sided colorful crystal appeared in front of him. Racial artifact name: Lucky Star. Equipment rank: unique to race, bound to human race, changeable. Racial artifact ability: Lucky. When all humans extract loot, the explosion rate increases by 5%. When extracting loot, the owner of the Lucky Star will obtain a special loot. This effect can only be triggered once a day. Zhou's expected expression suddenly became complicated when he saw this. Chapter 483. Zhou looked at the racial artifact called Lucky Star. It's useful, but it doesn't seem to be very useful to me. His expression was a little complicated. This Lucky Star has two effects. The first one adds 5% burst rate, which is naturally useless to him, the King of Loot with 100% burst rate. However, its influence covers the entire human race, increasing the burst rate of the entire human race by 5%. In this regard, it will be of great contribution to the future of the entire human race. It is naturally well-deserved to say that it is a racial artifact. The second effect is that the owner of the Lucky Star can obtain an additional special loot when extracting loot. To be honest, just from the text introduction, Zhou doesn't need this effect. He is the King of Loot, and the last thing he lacks is loot, so why does he need it to provide another loot? But looking at the word special mentioned in it, Zhou thought about it, and decided to give it a try. It just so happened that today's opportunity to extract special loot had not been used yet, so he could use it to try it out. Just as he stood up and wanted to go to the monster ranch to find Magoo, he suddenly noticed that a large number of messages had been sent to his friend list at this time. Some were sent by people he knew, such as Linger, Nong Chunglin, Lord Qingwan, Lord Jixian, Lord Jinsheng. There were also people he didn't know very well, most of whom were Lord friends Zhou had added when he was purchasing commodity materials. They didn't dare to disturb Zhou normally, but now they all sent messages one by one. Zhou curiously opened them one by one. Thank you, Boss Jiayang. Boss Jiayang got another racial artifact? This racial artifact is so powerful. I envy Boss Jiayang. Boss Jiayang, this racial artifact called Lucky Star, is it the reward for you to become the strongest lord of all races? The influence range of this Lucky Star actually affects the entire human race? Fool. Then it has a huge significance for the improvement of the strength of the entire human race. Zhou Zhouguang understood it after reading the messages of the previous lords. It seems that the explosion rate bonus of Lucky Star to all human races has begun to show. No wonder so many lords suddenly sent him messages to thank him. He glanced at the messages sent by Linger and others, and found that they were also talking about Lucky Star, and the questions they asked were similar to those of other lords. He opened the World Channel, and the Alliance group of the Star Alliance, and found that these lords were also discussing things about Lucky Star at this time. From many comments, it can be seen. Everyone is quite satisfied with the 5% explosion rate provided by Lucky Star. Some lords complained that the amount was too little, and their words of disdain were quickly drowned out by the speeches of other lords. In addition, they also envied Zhou, the lord who got 2 racial artifacts. However, Zhou got these 2 racial artifacts by his own ability. Even if they were envious, jealous and hateful, they could not say any reason to think that Lord Jiayang was unworthy. In addition, from the speeches of these lords, Zhou also saw the details of the Lucky Star bonus buff that they copied and sent. Lucky Star Light. You and your human subjects will have an additional 5% explosion rate when extracting loot. Note: special loot cannot enjoy this explosion rate bonus. Racial artifact tip. The racial artifact Lucky Star has been born and is controlled by Lord Jiayang. This is one of the abilities of the racial artifact. Zhou nodded. Then when he saw the following text, he pondered again. Special loot. What counts as special loot? Does the dragon egg of the Holy Dragon of Light count? Do the Lord Talent Crystal Fragments, Lord Talent Balls, and Scarlet Lord Talent Balls count? Zhou thought of this and felt that they should count. After all, if they can't be counted as special loot, what other loot can be counted as special loot? However, in order to prevent himself from guessing wrong, Zhou still tried to ask the Supreme Will. Soon, the Supreme Will sent him a message, telling him that his guess was right, and also told him that only those ordinary equipment, ordinary skill books, and other ordinary loot would be within the range of the increase in the explosion rate of the Lucky Star Light. After seeing the Supreme Will's reply, Zhou thanked him verbally, and then he felt a little confused. When did the Supreme Will have such a good time? Not only did he explain it so completely, but he also told him about the range of ordinary loot, if it were the previous words. Maybe just saying forget would be enough. Could it be? Zhou suddenly thought of something, and opened the title effect of the strongest lord of all races, and his eyes fell on the words favored by the Supreme Will in the title effect 3. Favored by the Supreme Will. Is it because of this? So the Supreme Will explained it so completely. Zhou thought. The more he thought, the more he felt that what he thought might be right. Zhou smiled. If this is true, then he must perform well in the future to make the Supreme Will more and more fond of him. In this way, he might be able to get a son of the Supreme Will. Just then, he suddenly saw that in the Alliance group, Lord Qingwan said that he wanted to see what Lucky Star looked like. Zhou was not stingy, and took a photo of Lucky Star and posted it in the Alliance group. However, he did not share the attributes of Lucky Star. But even so, when the photo of Lucky Star was posted to the Alliance group, the lords of the Alliance group exploded instantly after seeing the appearance of Lucky Star and started a heated discussion. Wow, is this Lucky Star? It looks so good, like a gem. No, it looks better than a gem. TSK, this color is just like the sky repairing stone in mythology. The racial artifact is so beautiful. Why was the racial artifact the incomplete Xianyuan sword last time, and this time it was replaced by a Lucky Star that I have never heard of? I have the same doubts in my heart, but I am too lazy to think about it. Zhou also saw the Lord's confusion. So he asked the Supreme Will again. There are privileges. It's a waste not to use it. This time the Supreme Will also gave a hint. Supreme Will hint 1. There are many types of racial artifacts, one of which is to divide racial artifacts into exclusive racial artifacts and universal racial artifacts. Supreme Will hint 2. Your Xianyuan sword agricultural and livestock sword is a branch of the exclusive racial artifact Xianyuan sword. It evolved from the racial civilization history of your Blue Star human race, and it brings together the beliefs of your Blue Star human race civilization. It often has a great bonus effect on your blue star human race, but for alien races, they cannot enjoy the bonus of this type of racial artifact. Supreme will tip 2. The universal racial artifact is formed by the power of faith of all races. Generally speaking, its racial bonus is not as strong as that of the exclusive racial artifact, but its racial bonus can work on creatures of any race and is not affected by a single race. After binding the owner, it will immediately play a racial bonus to the race of the binder. Supreme will tip 3. Creatures who have universal racial artifacts in the past will be frantically killed by other alien lords. When the owner of a racial artifact dies, the racial artifact he left behind will be automatically unbound until a new owner arrives. It is precisely because of this that the appearance of each racial artifact will usher in a brutal fight at the racial level. Chapter 484. When Zhou saw the first 2 Supreme will prompts, he realized that there were special race artifacts and public race artifacts. The former can only work on a single race, but the latter can work on all races. When he saw the third Supreme will prompt, his face suddenly changed slightly and his brows furrowed. Lucky Star may cause a brutal fight at the race level? He looked serious. Thinking about the effect of universal race artifacts, the Supreme will prompt may not be alarmist. He thought for a while, and then his brows gradually relaxed. Now he is the Lord of 10,000 races, protected by the Supreme Agreement. Under the Supreme Agreement, the Lord forces at the kingdom level and above cannot take the initiative to attack his territory. Unless he takes the initiative to provoke a war, the other party can counterattack. Zhou is not stupid, so he will not provoke a war with an enemy whose power is far greater than his own. And there are few or even no lords below the kingdom level who can defeat Zhou. In this way, the Lucky Star, a racial artifact, will not bring too much danger to him, at least in the short term. Thinking of this, he felt a little relieved. Then he looked at the Lucky Star in his hand and decided to try its special trophy effect. Do it if you want to. Zhou walked out of the primary lord's blessed land with the Lucky Star and came to the monster ranch. He called Mugu over through telepathy. Meet the Lord. Mugu said respectfully after coming to Zhou. Zhou nodded. He looked at the empty monster ranch in front of him and asked casually, "You will start to create ranch monsters soon, right?" "Yes, Lord. Now is the time when the scarlet mist is spreading. It is a good time to use this scarlet mist to condense the mist monsters." Zhou nodded. He glanced at the 34 mist monsters stored in the 34 monster ranches one by one. Finally, his eyes fell on the Sandman. The 3 monster ranches occupied by the Sandman monsters can be replaced. Replace the Sandman with the red-eyed blood bee, Zhou said. The Sandman is the mist monster that produces the bronze-level building material, the light-absorbing crystal. Before, his Jiaoyang city wall relied on this building material to have a good silver-level defense. But now, his walls have been replaced with the supreme defense, so naturally, he does not need the light-absorbing crystal and the Sandman that produces it. However, although it is no longer needed, Zhou will not kill all the Sand people, but will keep some of them as a backup monster resource library for the monster ranch. In this way, when he suddenly needs the previous monster resources one day, he will not be without a way to call them directly from the backup monster resource library. As for the red-eyed blood bees that replace the Sand people, it is because they can produce blood honey king cake, blood honey emperor cake, and other trophies that can restore youth and even life. Zhao Changshu, Zheng Yuanqi, and other old people in the territory all rely on it to regain their youth and life. Zhou used to like combat power ranch monsters, so he didn't put these red-eyed blood bees in the monster ranch. Now there are more monster ranches, a total of 34. The Sandman was taken off the shelves again. Then let the red-eyed blood bee take the place of the Sandman. Now in his territory, there are many old people who have high talents but are about to die, like Zheng Yuanqi, Zhao Changshu, Wu Xian, and Bai Yuejing. They are like this. Even if they are loyal to the territory and want to serve for life, they are actually unable to do their job due to their age. And when his red-eyed blood bee produces a large amount of blood honey royal cake, and even blood honey royal cake and other products that can restore youth and life in the monster ranch, these old people will usher in their second spring and no longer have to worry about their aging bodies and dying lives. In this way, they can also work better for the territory. Both sides are happy. Yes, Lord, Magoo said respectfully. In addition, Magoo, first, condense a Lord-level storm spirit for me. Should it be okay? Zhou looked at him and asked. No problem. But you need to wait a little while, Lord. About 10 minutes, Magoo said. Okay. Jojo readily agreed. Just 10 minutes. It passed quickly. Magoo nodded, then turned and walked to the monster ranch of storm monsters, and began to create Lord-level storm monsters. 10 minutes later, a Platinum Intermediate Storm Monster Lord was created. Jojo looked at this elemental monster that controlled the two elements of wind and thunder. A text prompt appeared. Monster name, Storm Monster Lord. Strength class, Platinum Intermediate. Monster profile. The Mist Monster Lord created by the Monster Patriarch Magoo controls the two elemental abilities of wind and thunder, has an irritable temperament, and is extremely aggressive. Loot explosion rate, 30 platinum level mist hearts, explosion rate, 100%, 50 wind element gems, explosion rate, 25%, 50 lightning element gems, explosion rate, 25%, 1 platinum intermediate skill book Death Storm, explosion rate, 15%, 1 non-grade storm spirit job transfer certificate, explosion rate, 6%, 1 platinum intermediate storm spirit recruitment book, explosion rate, 6%, 1 true faith level scarlet crystal, explosion rate, 3%. Jojo looked at the other party's loot in amazement. This guy's drop rate has obviously increased a lot. Especially the 2 trophies of the job transfer certificate and the recruitment book. Its initial drop rate was 1% before. Now it has been directly increased to 6%. It has increased by 5%. This should be the Lucky Star Light of the racial artifact Lucky Star. Then he didn't think about it anymore, and directly used a diamond-level chaos sword to solve the Storm Demon Lord in front of him. Then he put his hand on the fallen elemental body of the opponent. The text prompt appeared. Do you want to extract the trophy? Do you want to use the racial artifact Lucky Star to extract a special trophy? Extract. Extract all. Jojo said immediately after seeing this. Lord Talent Tip. Your loot is enhanced by the King of Loot Perfect Loot, and the quality of the loot is increased by 1. Title Tip. Your loot is affected by the title of Strongest Lord of all races, and the amount of loot is increased by 150%. Lord Talent Tip. You have obtained Perfect Loot 75 Mist Hearts, Diamond Level, 125 Wind Element Gems, 125 Lightning Element Gems, 3 Death Storm Skill Books, Diamond Intermediate, 3 Storm Spirit Job Transfer Certificates, no grade, 3 Storm Spirit Recruitment Books, Diamond Intermediate, 1 Scarlet Crystal, True Faith Level. Lucky Star Tip. You have obtained a special loot Storm Demon Lord Puppet, Diamond Intermediate. Chapter 485. Jojo looked at the loot prompt in front of him and smiled. 150% extra loot drops are so cool. In the future, the number of military recruitment books he harvested through the Monster Ranch will increase significantly due to this 150% extra loot drop. Then he looked at the special loot he harvested this time. It was a palm-sized puppet, which looked like the Storm Demon Lord. The text prompt appeared. Treasure name, Storm Demon Lord Puppet. Treasure level, Diamond Intermediate. Treasure effect. After dripping blood to recognize the master, you can obtain the loyalty of a Storm Demon Lord with the strength of Diamond Intermediate. This Storm Demon Lord has the following abilities. Talent Wind and Thunder Demon Body, Talent Elemental Body, Kingdom Level Combat Skill Death Storm, Diamond Intermediate Controlling Wind Spirit, Diamond Intermediate Controlling Thunder Spirit, Diamond Intermediate Wind Talker, Diamond Intermediate Instant Thunder, Extraordinary Physical Damage Immunity, Awakening Degree 80%, Diamond Level Elemental Damage Immunity, Awakening Degree 100%, etc. Not only is it powerful and loyal to its master, but when more than half of its body is damaged, it will automatically restore itself to puppet form and begin to absorb elemental energy to heal itself until it is completely restored and can fight again. The current upper limit of the number of self-repairs of the Storm Demon Lord Puppet, October 10th. Tip. After the bonus of your scavenger talent, the current upper limit of the number of self-repairs of the Storm Demon Lord Puppet has increased to 20 out of 20. Treasure Introduction. It comes from the drop after the death of a Storm Demon Lord, condensed under a magical power, and is a top-notch treasure for protecting the master. A good protective item. Jojo was amazed. Then he put it into his space ring. Now he is already a Diamond Intermediate. With a series of skills and treasures, he can defeat even the extraordinary strong, so he naturally does not need a Diamond Intermediate bodyguard to be a burden. Give it to Linger or Xiao Xian later. These 2 children should need this. Jojo thought. Then he thought of another question. If I kill another Storm Demon Lord tomorrow, will I get the same spoils? He murmured. Unfortunately, the number of times Lucky Star can be used today has been used up, and he can no longer verify his idea. I can only talk about it next time. At this time, Bai Yun walked quickly from a distance and came to Zhou Zhou. Report to the Lord. All soldiers have passed the Arc de Triomphe, and their strength has been improved again. In addition, the Lords of the Star Alliance have brought 20% of their rebellious soldiers to us. I have incorporated them into the Monster Legion. This is the list of spoils, and the list of soldiers' strength that we just counted. Bai Yun said respectfully, and handed the two lists to Zhou Zhou at the same time. Zhou Zhou took it and read it. Zhou Zhou looked at the list of spoils. Today they have eliminated a total of 3,873 lords of all races, and more than 22.73 million alien enemies, with the title of King of Spoils and Strongest Lord. The total spoils obtained were 126 bronze territory orders, 43 silver territory orders, 15 gold territory orders, for platinum territory orders, 96 diamond mist hearts, 201,250 platinum mist hearts, 20,279,950 gold mist hearts, 51,501,700 silver mist hearts, 80,547,780 bronze mist hearts, 121,100 skill books of all kinds, 62,007,160 pieces of equipment of all kinds, 18,592,000,000 units of basic materials, 27,885 bronze level Lord Talent crystal fragments, 6 mythical level and unique level Lord Talent crystal fragments. This is the situation of the spoils list. Zhou Zhou is looking at the list of soldiers to be promoted. After the Lord members of the Star Alliance sent over 20% of the troops, that is, 830,232 monster soldiers, Zhou Zhou's current troops have officially broken through to 2,457,903 people, and in today's battlefield of the end, a total of 1,811,541 of these soldiers have broken through. Later, he walked through the Arc de Triomphe again, and the number of soldiers who broke through directly reached 2,101,360 people. Only more than 300,000 soldiers are needed to reach the level of full promotion. Now, among the soldiers under his command, there are 451,098 iron level soldiers, 481,574 bronze level soldiers, 505, 200 silver level soldiers, 427, 354 gold level soldiers, 351, 176 platinum level soldiers, 237, 960 diamond level soldiers, 541 transcendent level soldiers. Finally, Wu Xian broke through to transcendent level upper level, Bai Yun broke through to transcendent level lower level, Neltharion broke through to diamond level lower level, Soul Harvester Maris broke through to diamond level lower level, Ghost Dragon Oggs broke through to platinum level upper level, Feng Luo broke through to transcendent level intermediate level. Zhou Zhou nodded with satisfaction. Their harvest today on the end battlefield is huge, especially the Lord Talent crystal fragments, which directly obtained more than 27,000 pieces. If this were in the real world, there wouldn't be so many hostile alien lords that he could kill like this. It's a pity that the end battlefield will be closed tomorrow. Otherwise, I wouldn't have to worry about the lack of Lord Talent crystal fragments. Zhou Zhou felt quite sorry. Then he suddenly thought of something and glanced at the 10,000 races Lord battlefield. As a result, he unexpectedly found that this activity option still existed, but it was displayed as being under maintenance. Maintenance? Zhou Zhou was stunned. What is the maintenance for? Can't it be directly removed? Could it be? The Supreme will wants to keep this activity after a facelift? Zhou Zhou suddenly thought of this possibility. It seems it's not impossible. After all, if this function does not affect reality, it is still good to stay for entertainment or to train the actual combat capabilities of the army. Then he didn't think much, but set up a transaction on the exchange, and then took out 30 million skill books and 50 million pieces of equipment from these spoils and put them in this transaction. Finally confirmed the release, soon. The Blue Star Lords discovered this transaction, and quickly pushed it to the top of the transaction viewing list. As for the Lord's reactions and other things, Zhou Zhou didn't care. He just hoped that these skill books and equipment could be sold at a good price. Lord Jinshang and his men brought more than 200 different kinds of fog monsters today. Do you want to go and see them? Bai Yun saw that his lord seemed to have finished his business, and spoke respectfully. Let them wait a moment. I'd be there soon. After Zhou Zhou finished speaking, he teleported to the Arc de Triomphe not far away. Then he walked in without hesitation. Boom! The surging but gentle energy was immediately born in his heart, and then rushed to all parts of his body, strengthening his body and soul. After a long while, Jojo came back to his senses from the feeling of breakthrough. He felt the situation in his body, and then a smile appeared on his face. Upgraded to Diamond, the power of the Deliverance Elixir was finally used up. I will have to return to that slow promotion speed in the future. Thinking of this, Jojo felt a little melancholy. After experiencing the feeling of rapid upgrade, he suddenly changed back. He was a little uncomfortable, but he quickly adjusted his mood and walked quickly towards the direction of the Alliance members with Bai Yun. Chapter 486. Juyong City. On an open space, Linger, Nong Chunlin, Lord Qingwan, Lord Jinshang, Lord Jixian and other 312 Alliance lords are gathering here. Not far from them, there are more than 200 cages, which hold more than 200 fog monsters of different shapes and races. Just then, the Lord is here. I don't know if the monsters I brought this time can be selected by the Lord? Haha, the fog monsters I brought will definitely be selected by the Lord. I won't be polite with the reward this time. So confident? Just a little bit, haha. Everyone talked and laughed. Soon, Jojo came in front of everyone. Hello, Lord. I don't know who started it first. Everyone shouted loudly with premeditation. Jojo couldn't help but be stunned. Then, he chuckled. Good evening, everyone. Sorry to have kept you waiting. I wasted some time just now because of something. What's the big deal? That's right. The battlefield of the lords of all races has just ended. We don't have anything else to do right now, so we have plenty of time. Your Excellency is too polite. Your Excellency, we have brought all the fog monsters you asked for. Do you think they are satisfactory? Everyone said. Jojo smiled at this. Then his eyes fell on the more than 200 fog monsters. To be precise, there were 213 fog monsters. He didn't waste everyone's time, and went over to take a look. The first monster was a creature with a sturdy body, black and purple stripes all over its body, and 2 pairs of purple eyes. Monster name, Purple-Eyed Magic Leopard. Strength level, Silver Intermediate. Monster profile, a fog monster in the wilderness plains, good at lurking and hunting, extremely fast, able to see at night, and possesses mental abilities, making it a ruthless hunter at night. Loot explosion rate, for silver level missed hearts, explosion rate, 100%, 1 black iron advanced skill book Eye of the Night, 1 silver intermediate skill book Purple Shadow Pursuit, explosion rate, 8%, 1 silver intermediate skill book Charming Purple Eyes, explosion rate, 7%, 1 true faith level Scarlet Crystal, explosion rate, 1%. Jojo killed it, then took a look at the specific information of these trophies, and finally shook his head. This purple-eyed magic leopard has good skills, but it is too ordinary, without any special features, and does not meet the inclusion standards of the Monster Ranch. Eye of the Night is a skill that can see at night, which is barely a special ability. However, this night vision ability will be mastered naturally as his soldiers gradually improve their strength, and there is no need to master this skill additionally. In addition, he confirmed one thing through the spoils of the purple-eyed demon leopard. That is, the Scarlet Crystal is not within the range of the strongest lord, and the strongest lord of all races. Otherwise, it should be 3 pious Scarlet Crystals instead of 1 pious Scarlet Crystal. He shook his head in his heart and looked at the next fog monster. As time passed, one fog monster after another was passed by Jojo, which made him sigh in his heart. Even if he had the talent of the King of Spoils, good spoils were not easy to get. On the other side, Landlord Nong Chunlin and other Alliance lords were also looking forward to the attitude of their own Alliance leader. When they saw Jojo pass the fog monster they brought, they couldn't help but show disappointment on their faces. If the fog monster they brought could be selected by the Lord, they would be very happy, and they could also get 1,000 copies of Storm Spirit Job Transfer Certificate, and 1,000 copies of other types of troop transfer certificates. Needless to say about the former. The latter are 1,000 kingdom-level troop transfer certificates, and many other types of troop transfer certificates. Who wouldn't want it? But the Lord's vision is really high. After so much time, he didn't choose any of them. Mine should be selected, right? In the crowd, a female lord, who looked ordinary, thought anxiously. Before she came, she was quite confident in her heart, and even had the courage to tell others that the fog monster she brought would definitely be selected by the Lord. But now, seeing the Lord constantly passing through the fog monsters, she gradually panicked. The Lord even has kingdom-level troops. Maybe he really doesn't like the fog monster I brought. She heard people whispering about the Storm Spirit Job Change Certificate, and then thought about the trophy she got from the fog monster, and thought a little disappointedly. More than half an hour later, Jojo stood in front of the trophy of the 113th fog monster. After reading its trophy information, he felt disappointed and walked to the next fog monster with an expressionless face. This is a soldier wearing golden armor. Its feet are off the ground, suspended in the air, holding a golden sword and a golden shield, with 9 golden spears on its back, looking majestic and luxurious. Jojo looked at it. Text information appeared. Monster name, Golden King. Strength class, Golden Superior. Monster introduction. A fog monster from the lost Golden City, a special grade soldier of the extinct Golden Kingdom, and an advanced branch of the Sword and Shield soldiers. The Golden King has extremely high defense, attack power and low altitude burst flight ability, and their golden secret armor also has a very high absorption effect on soul attack ability and elemental attack ability. In the heyday of the Golden Kingdom, the Golden Legion composed of the Golden King was their most famous legion. Loot explosion rate, 8 gold level fog hearts, explosion rate, 100%, 1 unit to 100 units of gold, explosion rate, 20% to 0.5%, 1 gold level skill book 9 spears flying attack method, explosion rate, 20%, 1 gold level 1 of the gold secret armor series equipment, explosion rate, 15%, 1 gold level golden secret armor manufacturing drawing, explosion rate, 6%, 1 shallow level scarlet crystal, explosion rate, 1%, 1 non-grade gold king job transfer certificate, explosion rate, 0.1%, 1 gold level gold king soldier recruitment book, explosion rate, 0.1%. Jojo raised his eyebrows. Finally, a smile appeared on his face. There are special level soldiers dropping. And it is an advanced branch of the Sword and Shield soldiers. If he includes it in the Monster Ranch, wouldn't he be able to get a steady supply of Gold King soldiers in the future? Moreover, he can use the Golden King job transfer certificate to upgrade all the basic soldiers in his legion, the Sword and Shield soldiers, to the special soldiers, the Golden King. The superior of the special soldiers is the kingdom level soldiers. Although they are not as good as soldiers like Storm Spirit, their combat power is definitely far greater than that of ordinary Sword and Shield soldiers. There are hundreds of thousands of Sword and Shield soldiers in his prideful Sun Legion. If they can all be promoted to the Golden King, it will definitely greatly enhance the combat power of his prideful Sun Legion. Chapter 487. Then Jojo killed it, and extracted the spoils. Then Jojo discovered. The other spoils did not change much, but the level increased by 1 and the quantity increased by 150%. Only the gold actually increased in quality by 1 and became raw gold. Raw gold? This is a superclass material, comparable in value to the gems of life elements and death elements. Jojo had the dragon heritage in his mind, so he naturally knew the value of this raw gold, and he couldn't help but feel happy. Then he picked up the Golden King job transfer certificate and Golden King recruitment book. The text prompt appeared. Item name, Golden King job transfer certificate. Item level, no grade. Item effect, special class soldier job transfer item. After using it, you can become a special class soldier profession Golden King, and have a set of standard equipment of the lower level of black iron, 100 kilograms of gold, 20 years of actual combat experience of the Golden King, and the initial strength of the lower level of black iron. Item description, special grade soldier job transfer certificate. From the lost Golden Kingdom, it allows ordinary people with no strength to embark on the extraordinary path of a soldier professional. Item name, Golden King recruitment book. Item level, platinum upper. Item effect, special grade soldier recruitment book. Throw it into the summoning gate to summon a black iron lower grade Golden King with platinum upper potential to become your subject. Item description, one of the sources of military strength for the Lord of all worlds, only the lucky ones among the lords can obtain it. Good guy. 100 kilograms of gold will be given directly after job transfer. Jojo sighed. If this happened on Blue Star or Earth, once it got out, I wonder how many people would go crazy. But in the Supreme Continent, the currency used by all creatures is mainly the Heart of Mist. In their eyes, gold is just a relatively rare mineral. He silently memorized the name of the King of Gold, and then continued to look at the mist monster behind him. But I don't know if it was because his luck ran out. The next dozens of monsters did not give him the spoils he wanted, until he saw the last mist monster. This is an ordinary wolf monster. Monster name, Blood Fawn Wild Wolf. Strength class, Black Iron Senior. Monster introduction. The mist monster from the Wild Grass Mountains, likes to eat fresh flesh and blood of living creatures, and often hunts in groups. Their blood teeth are extremely sharp and can be sold to traveling merchants in exchange for some heart of mist. Loot explosion rate, 8 black iron mist hearts, explosion rate, 100%, 3 blood fangs, explosion rate, 30%, 1 black iron advanced equipment blood fang necklace, explosion rate, 20%, 1 fanatic crimson crystal, explosion rate, 1%. Zhou Zhou's eyes fell on the last piece of loot, and his eyes widened slightly. Fanatic crimson crystal? After extracting and purifying, wouldn't it be another Holy Spirit level faith crystal? Zhou Zhou never expected it. Today they killed more than 20 million enemies, but they didn't get a fanatic level crimson crystal. Now, one appeared in the more than 200 fog monsters sent over. Zhou Zhou didn't hesitate, and killed it directly, and then got the Holy Spirit level crimson crystal at this moment. He looked at the Holy Spirit level scarlet crystal in his hand, and a smile appeared on his face. After he purified it, he would have 2 Holy Spirit level faith crystals in his hand. Find one more. He could pay off the debt to the Knights Templar. At this time, all the fog monsters had been seen. Zhou Zhou called Nong Chumlin over. Who brought this Golden King and Bluffong Wild Wolf? Zhou Zhou asked. Reporting to the Lord, the Golden King was brought by a Lord member named Lord Lan Xian. As for the Bluffong Wild Wolf, it was brought by a Lord member named Lord Kaiwa. Nong Chumlin took out a copy, glanced at it, and immediately responded. Take them both to get 1,000 copies of the Storm Spirit Job Transfer Certificate, and 1,000 copies of other basic arms job transfer certificates. Zhou Zhou said. Yes, Lord. Nong Chumlin said respectfully. He was somewhat envious of the 2 lords. In his impression, these 2 lords were the kind of inconspicuous lords in the Star Alliance. He didn't expect that he was lucky today, and the fog monster he brought was favored by the Lord. He sighed in his heart. But he didn't think much about it. Luck is a thing. No matter how envious you are, you can't envy it. No time wasted. He immediately came to the Lord team, called Lord Lan Xian and Lord Kaiwa over, and then told them the story. Both of them were female lords. After being called over, they knew that the fog monster they brought was chosen by Zhou Zhou, and their expressions were extremely surprised. Especially Lord Lan Xian, she was relieved. Fortunately, the Lord chose the fog monster I brought. What I boasted about has come true. A bright smile appeared on her face, and then, under the leadership of Nong Chumlin, she and Lord Kaiwa went to receive the reward. Zhou Zhou did not leave, but had a feast with all the Lord members, and then held a simple meeting with the lords and generals. The main topic of the meeting was the 3-day rest period, and the subsequent King of Kings event. However, because the Supreme did not reveal more information about the King of Kings event, there was not much to discuss. The final result of the meeting was, everyone agreed to develop their own territory forces well in these 3 days, and try to make their territory strength a step higher before the King of Kings event begins, so as to better face this event. Most of them have the Lord's talent of rebellion, and they have gained a lot in the past 3 days. The strength of many Lords' territories has increased by more than 10 times, so they are confident that they can further enhance their territory strength in these 3 days. After that, everyone returned to their own territories without stopping. Zhou Zhou also returned to his primary Lord's blessed land. As a result, he just came back and got a piece of news. The Night Temple's Baiha Hall Master invited him to the Night Temple for a chat. After Zhou Zhou learned about it, he didn't waste time and followed the soldier who reported the news to the Night Temple. Night Temple. As soon as Zhou Zhou arrived here, he saw Baiha and his disciple Rob Allen waiting for him at the door. And around them, there were more than 20 human beings with amazing momentum and pressure. Among these people, Zhou Zhou had seen some of them in the Night Temple, and some he hadn't. Although some people hadn't seen them. But just from the momentum they exuded, Zhou Zhou knew that they were definitely high-level people in the Night Temple, and they might even be high-level people of the human race. Zhou Zhou restrained the smile on his face, and his expression became serious. He walked in front of Baiha. Hello, Baiha. Hello, seniors. Zhou Zhou politely bowed to these human warriors. Good. You are worthy of being the lord of our human race. We have heard about your performance on the battlefield of the lords of all races. You really bring honor to our human race. You are a good-looking young man, with a look of heaven. My friend, there is a female descendant in my race, who has a peerless beauty. How about you meet her when you have time? Lucky Star has now protected our entire human race. You are now our great benefactor and great Lucky Star. Haha. As soon as Zhou Zhou opened his mouth, countless human leaders responded. The enthusiasm of his expression and attitude made Rob Allen, who was next to Baiha, envy Zhou at this time. Chapter 488. This guy. He has only been in the Supreme Continent for a short time, but he has already caused so many problems. Rob thought about what he had done recently, and couldn't help but smack his lips. He became the strongest novice lord of the human race on Blue Star, resurrected a human hero, reached the top of the mythical rank of the Lord of 10,000 Races battlefield, and now he has even become the strongest lord of 10,000 races, and also obtained a racial artifact, Lucky Star, which has benefited the entire human race. Zhou now. It can be said that it is not an exaggeration to say that he has done a favor to the entire human race. This is also the reason why so many Knights Temple high-level officials and human high-level officials came to see each other, and even wanted to take more care of and win over each other. He owed a big favor. And what was he doing at his age? At that time, he had just been accepted as a disciple by the teacher not long ago, and was still studying the method of fighting under the teacher. Although being accepted as a disciple by the legendary King of the Abyss Knights was already a very remarkable opportunity in the eyes of many human beings and even alien races. But compared to the Lord of the Sun in front of him, it was nothing. Rob Allen thought of Baihe's side to Lord of the Sun just now. The first person of the younger generation of the 10,000 races. Don't stand here. Let's talk inside. Baihe smiled. Everyone nodded, and then entered the Knights Temple together, and then came to a large banquet hall. Dozens of luxurious tables were placed in the hall, filled with all kinds of delicacies that Zhou had never heard of. The aroma of various flavors came to his face. Zhou took a sip, and he actually felt that the energy in his body, which had just been promoted to the upper level of diamond, had risen again. About 0.1%. He couldn't help but smack his lips. He was a lord. To be promoted, a huge amount of promotion energy was needed. He didn't expect that just by taking a breath of the aroma of food, he could actually increase his promotion energy by 0.1%. If it were someone else, it is estimated that the promotion energy would have increased by about 20%. His eyes fell on a dish inadvertently. There were 4 golden meatballs emitting a faint glow. A text prompt appeared. Dish name, Extreme Spirit Golden Meat. Dish grade, Lower God Lower Level. Dish introduction. It is a divine delicacy made with the Lower God Upper Level Earth Treasure Extreme Spirit Golden Mother as the main ingredient, and with 3-color jade leaves, bright deer skin, boundary water, and other God-level ingredients. It is very delicious and unforgettable for living beings. It can also regulate the body and increase the upper limit of life by 50 to 100 years. Zhou widened his eyes. Oh my goodness, I took a casual look and it turned out to be a dish of lower god level, and it also has the effect of increasing the upper limit of lifespan. He couldn't help but look at other dishes. The more he looked, the more surprised he was, because he found that the quality of other dishes was not lower than that of lower god. The lowest was lower god lower level dishes, and the highest was a true god lower level dish called Tian Yuan's in Longju, which was located in the center of all dishes. I have learned a lot. Is this a banquet for high-level people? Zhou was almost dumbfounded. He couldn't help but take a deep breath, telling himself not to show his fear, and then reluctantly looked back and looked at other people. This look. He realized that although these people were a little surprised when they looked at these dishes, they were not too fluctuating. Obviously. Although these dishes were of high quality, they did not shock them. They were all real big shots. Zhou was even more surprised. These human high-level people, the weakest of them were probably god-level beings. Otherwise, how could they look at these dishes so calmly? He was really valued by some extraordinary people. After that, everyone sat down, and Zhou was arranged to the left of Baihe. When Zhou sat here, looking at the smiles of the big shots in front of him, even if he had a high psychological quality, he couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. You know, as the master of the Knights Temple and the initiator of this banquet, Baihe's position was the main seat of the banquet. And now he actually sat next to Baihe. How high is this to elevate him? However, looking at the expressions of the human leaders, they seemed to have no opinion on the position he was in. Instead, they smiled very kindly, just like looking at their juniors. Do they really think they are looking at juniors? Or are they saying one thing on the surface and another in their hearts? Zhou's mind was racing. Let the banquet begin. Just then, Baihe said with a smile. Everyone also responded with a smile. Seeing this scene, Zhou stopped thinking about it, and his eyes fell on the god-level dishes in front of him. Why bother about so many things? These dishes are all god-level dishes, rare and exquisite, and they also have many benefits for himself. Eat enough first. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated, picked up the tableware directly, and started eating. But although he was determined to eat as much as he could, he didn't want to look like a starving ghost. On the surface, he ate in accordance with table manners. But if you look closely, you will find that his chopsticks never stopped. This made the human leader, who wanted to come over to chat about things, temporarily give up the idea of coming over. Anyway, there is no rush. After a while, everyone had almost finished eating. Everyone's eyes fell on Jojo. Jojo was embarrassed to continue eating, and put down his chopsticks with some regret. Lord Jiyoung, a handsome young man said in a vicissitudes of voice, thank you very much for bringing the lucky star to our human race, so that everyone in our human race can enjoy the blessing of the lucky star. This is Xian Yuan Yi, the second patriarch of our human race, the second speaker of our human race's Supreme Council, and the strongest martial immortal of our human race. Don't be fooled by his appearance. He has the ability to keep his youth and has practiced the Eternal Life Sutra. In fact, he is almost 20,000 years old. Jojo was wondering who this young man was, and how he dared to speak first in front of all the big guys. Suddenly, by his voice, a telepathy came to his mind. He was surprised. Good guy. It turned out to be a big guy with the ability to keep his youth. As a member of the human race, it is my honor to contribute to the human race. Jojo stood up and said with a smile, regardless of whether this is true or false. At least all the big guys of the human race smiled after hearing it. Xian Yuan also had a gratified smile on his face. He nodded. You have this opportunity and this heart. It is rare. You are worthy of being a hero of my human race. You deserve it. After speaking, his expression gradually became serious. However, do you know the importance of this kind of racial artifact formed by the faith of all races? I know a little. It can not only work on my human race, but also on creatures of other races. Jojo said. These human leaders, don't they want me to hand over the lucky star and let them keep it? This thought suddenly popped up in his mind. This made him smile, but he felt bad in his heart. At this time, the other human leaders also looked at Xian Yuan with different expressions, and I don't know what they were thinking. Chapter 489. Xian Yuan looked at Jojo and nodded. Racial artifacts, like the lucky star, can almost determine the rise and fall of a race. And because it can bless the entire race, it is impossible to keep it secret and hide this racial artifact. Before long, you and your lucky star will probably be known by all races. The 10,000 races here not only include the 10,000 races lords, but also the racial civilization forces behind the 10,000 races lords, who did not participate in the 10,000 races lords hegemony, but are paying attention to this hegemony. So after you get it, you must be more careful in the future and keep this racial artifact well. Xian Yuan warned. The 5% explosion rate bonus may not seem high, but it is enough to increase the drop rate of some extremely rare loot, such as loot with a 1% explosion rate, by 5 times. With this 5% explosion rate blessing, many extremely rare loot will become very easy to explode. Plus, its blessing range is the entire human race. You can say, with the lucky star, the strength and potential of the human race will at least double in the future. This is the strength of the racial artifact. I understand. I will be cautious. Jojo nodded after hearing Xian Yuan's words. In addition, he couldn't help but be a little surprised that the other party didn't say anything about saving the racial artifact for him. Although I don't know why he didn't say it, maybe he really thought too much. But this also made him have some good feelings for the second speaker of the human race. At the same time, when some other human leaders, who had expected something, heard that Xian Yuan didn't mention what they thought at all, they were stunned. They all winked at Xian Yuan and even sent telepathic messages, but Xian Yuan seemed to hear nothing and sat there leisurely. He said nothing, but he expressed his attitude and thoughts. These human leaders were very puzzled, but Xian Yuan was the one with the highest status and the strongest power among them, so they didn't dare to say much. Mr. Speaker, I have a question to ask. Jojo asked. What's the question? Tell me. Xian Yuan smiled. Aren't we, the lords of all races, protected by the supreme agreement set by the supreme will? Can those racial civilization forces really ignore the supreme agreement and attack me? Jojo asked. The supreme agreement is very powerful, but the supreme will not completely destroy a certain race civilization just because it violates the supreme agreement. At most, it will give some painful punishment to the race civilization. If the value you show exceeds the loss caused by the punishment, they will make up their minds and make trouble for you. Racial artifacts have such value. Moreover, Those top-race civilization forces may not necessarily do it themselves. They may hint at those middle and lower-level race civilization forces through various methods to let them do it to you. After they get what you have, those top-race civilization forces can take action at this time and snatch what they want from these middle and lower-level race civilization forces. This will reduce the punishment of the Supreme will on them to the greatest extent, so that they can get what they want. Xianyuan said in a deep voice. Zhou frowned. This move of borrowing a knife to kill someone is cruel enough. And the most important thing is, now there is no need to let those top-race civilization forces hint that the news of his race artifact, the Lucky Star, will naturally spread to the 10,000 races civilization forces in a short time. At that time, he will naturally have endless troubles. Although he is very powerful among the current 10,000 races lords. But compared with those local lord forces that have developed for who knows how many years, there is definitely still a big gap. Zhou thought silently. This Lucky Star is good, but it is also a hot potato. At this time, Xianyuan suddenly laughed. Are you worried that those low-level race civilization forces will deal with you? He said. Zhou nodded. There is nothing wrong with admitting this. Don't worry, Xianyuan said. Why don't you worry? Zhou was stunned. Xianyuan looked helpless, and then said in a deep voice, don't you think there is no race behind you? If those racial civilization forces dare to take the risk of being punished by the Supreme will to snatch your racial artifact, we humans will naturally keep them out and prevent them from hurting you. Why? You can think that we value your potential. You can also think that we have something to ask of you. But the simplest reason, you are a member of our human race. Although our human race is not strong among all the races, it can only be regarded as an ordinary race. But it does not mean that we are the kind of cowardly race that watches our people being bullied, and we have no reaction. If those alien races want to fight, then fight. When Xianyuan said the last part, his vicissitudes of life seemed to be ready to release the murderous intent accumulated over thousands of years. Other human leaders also looked solemn and murderous after hearing this. Zhou was stunned. I have to say it. After hearing these human leaders were willing to go to war with alien races to protect themselves, he felt a little warm in his heart. Yes. I have never been alone. I have the entire human race behind me. We will block those alien civilization forces that are malicious to you. But you can't relax, you have to develop well. We are looking forward to the day when you can personally lead your own army to fight against the hostile alien races. Xianyuan said with a smile. I have always been fighting against alien races, and I will fight against alien races. Whether in the past, present, or future. Zhou said in a deep voice. Xianyuan and others smiled when they heard this. But he also looked very pleased. Everyone chatted for a while, and when the banquet was about to end, an old lady in a white robe came up to Zhou and looked at her kindly. You are so handsome. No wonder my disciple often mentions you. She smiled. Who is your disciple? Zhou was stunned. My name is Ling Ro, and my hero title is Holy Light Medical King. She smiled. So you are Miss Lu's teacher. Zhou immediately reacted and said respectfully. He couldn't help but be respectful. This is a famous doctor of the human race. Whether it is medical ethics or medical skills, he has been at the forefront of human doctors. Many human strongmen have been treated by her, and even saved their lives. Therefore, although her strength is ordinary among heroes, her connections are terrifying. How is the little girl now? Holy Light Medical King Ling Rose smiled. She's fine. If you want to see her, I take you there in a while. Zhou said. Okay. It's just right to see what's so attractive about your territory that makes my disciples unwilling to return to me. Ling Rose smiled. Zhou scratched his head awkwardly. This can't be blamed on him. Lu Kaier volunteered to stay with him. More than half an hour passed. The banquet was over. The human leaders left one after another. It's getting late. You should go back and rest early. When most people had left, Bai He came to Zhou and said, Don't worry. Zhou looked at Bai He and said, Master, I now have a resurrection quota in my hand. Do you have any heroes you want to resurrect? Bai He heard this, and immediately showed joy in his expression. Chapter 490. Knight's Temple. In the corridor. One by one, the human leaders walked towards the space teleportation array. As the top leaders of the human race, they need to deal with countless affairs every day. If it weren't for the fact that the race artifact was really important today, they wouldn't have taken the time to come here. At this moment, a dozen old men who fell behind looked at each other, hesitated for a few seconds, and finally caught up with Xianyuan who was walking in front. Speaker. Why? Just when these people were about to say something, they saw Xian Yuanyi walking and saying, "Do you think a race artifact is more important, or the Lord of the Sun himself is more important?" The human leaders were stunned. They hesitated and said, "Lord Jiayang." Of course it's Lord Jiayang. It's true that Lord Jiayang is the most important, but the ethnic artifact is also important. And now Lord Jiayang can hardly protect this ethnic artifact. If it is in our hands, we should at least protect it, and prevent it from being snatched away by foreigners. The human leaders said one after another. They naturally knew that Lord Jiayang was definitely more important than the two. After all, the ethnic artifact was obtained by Lord Jiayang with his ability, not by luck. If it was the latter, they would definitely find a way to get this ethnic artifact. But the former, it can only prove that Lord Jiayang is more valuable than the ethnic artifact. I think so too. So I decided to let Lord Jiayang keep his ethnic artifact himself. We, the elders of the human race, should not do things that will chill the hearts of outstanding younger generations. After all, the future of the human race belongs to them. Xian Yuanyi said in a deep voice. And the time that Lord Jiayang has been in our supreme continent is too short, so short that he has not had too many emotional ties with our entire human race. For him, the deepest bond is with his current subjects, and the human race branch behind him, the Blue Star human race. If we use the righteousness of the entire human race to persuade him to hand over the racial artifact at this time, I am afraid that even if he can hand it over in the end, it will also ruin the friendship that the Knights Templar and he have accumulated with great difficulty over this period of time. That's not worth the loss. Xian Yuanyi sighed. All the human leaders were silent after hearing this. Some people wanted to say, "Is this Lord Jiayang worthy of your serious and cautious treatment?" But when he thought of the achievements that Lord Jiayang had made during this period, he held back his thoughts. This Lord Jiayang really did something that their human race had never done in so many tens of thousands of years of development. Just this achievement and the hidden potential in future. It is indeed worthy of Xian Yuanyi and his group of human leaders to treat it seriously and carefully. Otherwise, once the other party feels disgusted, a cold relationship is a small matter. I am afraid that the other party will throw themselves into the arms of other races and turn against the human race, which will make people regret and feel uncomfortable. Notify all human forces. From now on, start preparing for war immediately, and be ready to welcome the possible racial artifact war at any time. Once a war breaks out, remember to pass the news to this kid, and let him know what we have done for him. In case the war is over, this kid still doesn't know what happened, then our efforts will be in vain. Xian Yuanyi said. Yes. Speaker, I understand. I will arrange it as soon as I get back. The other human leaders responded immediately. On the other side, after hearing Zhou Zhou's words, Bai He immediately planned to take Zhou Zhou to the Hall of Heroes. Where are you in a hurry to go? Just then, Holy Light Medical King Ling Ro came over and asked with a smile. Bai He's eyes softened a lot after seeing the other party. This kid can revive a hero now. I plan to let him revive someone. He said. I want to go and see too. Is it okay? The Holy Light Medical King was a little curious when he heard this. Before she came, she heard that this Lord of the Sun had the means to revive people. As a doctor, she was naturally very curious about this. After all, although her medical skills were superb, she was not able to bring the dead back to life. Bai He looked at Zhou Zhou when he heard this. Okay. Zhou Zhou nodded and agreed. After all, the fact that he could resurrect people was no longer a secret among the human race's high-ranking officials. If you want to see it, just go ahead. It's nothing shameful. Then the three of them didn't waste time, and went straight to the Hall of Heroes. Meet the Hall Master. Meet the King of Medicine. See you again, Lord Jiayang. The Guardian of the Sanhai said with a smile. Baihe and the King of Holy Light nodded, and walked directly into the Hall of Heroes. Meet the Guardian of the Sanhai. Zhou Zhou smiled and nodded, and then followed him in. The Guardian of the Sanhai was amazed. As the holy place of the Knights Temple, and even the entire human race, the Hall of Heroes is rarely visited on weekdays. But since the neighbor Lord Jiayang appeared, this little guy has almost become a frequent visitor here. Inside the Hall of Heroes. After Baihe brought him, and the Holy Light Medical King into this place, he walked quickly towards the east. Soon, they came to a statue of a hero. Baihe looked at the statue of the hero, and didn't speak for a long time. The Holy Light Medical King also had a complicated expression. Zhou Zhou looked at the statue. This is a boy who is only 7 or 8 years old. He was wearing a white robe, and a star emitting a faint white light was suspended in his hand. And above his head, countless stars were hanging high, and the light of the stars fell on him, making the boy look a little magical. He looked at the hero information displayed on the calming stone. Lower god level hero, son of the star, formerly known as Li Xingwang. When this boy was born, he had a vision. It is said, that night, there was no star in the sky, and it looked like an ordinary night without stars. However, with the birth of Li Xingwang, countless stars suddenly appeared in the dark night sky. They emitted brilliant light, and fell from the sky, directly into the body of Li Xingwang in his infancy. Li Xingwang, who was originally just an ordinary person, became an extraordinary professional, starlight messenger, without the need for a job transfer certificate after being transformed by the starlight. Seeing this situation, everyone was stunned at the time. But Li Xingwang was not scared to tears by the scene in front of him like an ordinary child, but laughed and stretched out his hand, trying to grab the starlight surrounding him. Then he really grabbed the strands of starlight, while everyone was dumbfounded, in his hands. The starlight high above, like a small pet, hovered around his body in his hand. Seeing this scene, his parents named him Li Xingwang. In the days that followed, more and more magical things appeared on Li Xingwang. Born with knowledge, with a photographic memory, high IQ and EQ, able to absorb starlight to cultivate and improve strength. All these magical powers made the legend of Li Xingwang spread further, and finally attracted the attention of the human race's high-level officials. Chapter 491. The first person to find him was Baihe, the master of the Night Temple. Faced with the innate knowledge of Li Xingwang, Baihe proposed to accept him as a disciple after he turned 9 years old. In Baihe's eyes, it was the most suitable age to teach him. Before that, Li Xingwang could enjoy his rare childhood. The smart Li Xingwang agreed immediately after hearing this request. After that, under the secret protection of the human high-level officials, Li Xingwang lived until he was 8 years old without any accidents. What shocked the human race the most was, at the age of 5, Li Xingwang became a hero with the destiny of a lower god-level hero through self-realization. At this age, he has become such a hero. It means Li Xingwang's potential is far more than this, in the eyes of many human high-level officials. It is very likely that Li Xingwang will become a higher god-level hero, or even a true god-level hero in the future. However, just before Li Xingwang was about to worship Baihe as his teacher, a true god-level alien hero, who had a mortal feud with Baihe, appeared and killed Li Xingwang, who was rushing to see Baihe to worship him. In this process, countless human race strongmen who secretly protected Li Xingwang took action to stop him, and even a true god-level hero was present, but they were unable to protect Li Xingwang. Too fast. In addition to the gap in strength, this true god-level alien hero was also good at assassination. They could not stop the other party from assassinating Li Xingwang, so, when Baihe arrived, he only saw Li Xingwang, who had turned into a pale corpse. After reading this hero information, Zhou could not help but remain silent. Becoming a hero through self-realization at the age of 5, this potential and understanding cannot be described as exaggerated. It is completely correct to say that he is a human genius, who ranks among the top in the history of the human race. What a pity. Such a rising star of the human race has a regrettable ending. Zhou's eyes fell on Baihe, who was still in a daze. He finally knew why this human leader was so demeanor. It turned out to be his disciple. And a disciple with such high potential. At this moment, Baihe turned around and looked at him. Your resurrection quota can be used on this star child. You should have seen his hero information. But I want to tell you this. Although he is my unaccepted disciple, but I want to resurrect him, it is not my decision alone, but a decision made by the entire human race after unanimous discussion. Our human race leaders unanimously believe that Li Xingwang perfectly meets the requirements for resurrection in terms of character, potential, and background, so he is one of the 3 resurrection quotas. He explained. Zhou nodded. What happened to the alien true god who assassinated Li Xingwang? He asked curiously. I chased him for 26 worlds, and finally killed him in the space layer. Baihe said lightly. Zhou smacked his lips. At this moment, Baihe suddenly stretched out his right hand to him. There was a golden token on the palm of his hand, with the word Rider written on it. Seeing this token, Baihe's eyes flashed with sadness. I gave this token to Li Xingwang, so that he could come to me to become my disciple when he was 9 years old. It's one of his relics. Can you use it as a medium for resurrection? He asked calmly. It should be fine, Zhou said after taking a look. Baihe handed him the token after hearing this. If you can successfully resurrect Li Xingwang, I owe you a favor, he said in a deep voice. Zhou's eyes lit up when he heard this. This is a favor from a true god-level hero, And he is a powerful figure in the human race. You can imagine how important his favor is. You are too polite, Lord Hall Master. 3 resurrection quotas were originally agreed upon by us. Zhou said politely. But he shook his head and said nothing. I will bring Li Xingwang to you. Zhou said no more after seeing this. He walked out of the Hall of Heroes with the token and the Holy Light Medical King Ling Ro and headed towards the Sanctuary of the Goddess of Life. The Sanctuary of the Goddess of Life. In the main hall. After Zhou and Carol Moira briefly explained their purpose of coming, they handed the token and the Holy Spirit level Scarlet Crystal to each other. Leave it to me, Lord. Carol Moira said respectfully. Then her eyes fell on the Holy Light Medical King behind Zhou. This lady. Next, when I preside over the Great Resurrection spell, the eyes of God will fall here. At that time, please do not do anything blasphemous. Otherwise, the consequences are beyond your imagination. Carol Moira said seriously. She is a person of faith. Naturally, she will not be afraid of the other party's identity, and say insincere words. She will say what she should say. That's natural. Ling Ro said with a smile. Carol Moira nodded, then came to the statue of the Goddess of Life, with a serious look and began to preside over the ceremony of the Great Resurrection. The process of the ceremony was naturally exactly the same as the Great Resurrection ceremony Zhou had experienced before. However, when the pressure of the Goddess of Life came, Ling Ro, who had been smiling all the time, finally changed her expression. There was fear and shock, and desire and surprise. After a while, the Great Resurrection ended. A naked 9-year-old boy lay quietly on the stone bed condensed by light elements. Zhou didn't look at the other party, but came directly to Carol Moira. How are you? He asked. I'm fine. His strength is only platinum upper level. It's easy for me to revive it. Carol Moira looked at the Lord in front of her, her heart warmed, and shook her head. She is now a super intermediate bishop, and can revive heroes who were super intermediate strength in their lifetime. Li Xingwang was only at the platinum upper level before her death, so it was natural for her to be resurrected. Zhou nodded. Then he came to Li Xingwang, first used the object control technique to give him a set of clothes that had been prepared long ago, and then checked his information. Citizen, Li Xingwang, Hero Unit. Hero Title, Son of the Stars. Status, Lower God Level Hero Destiny Status. Affiliated Territory, None. Strength Class, Platinum Upper Level. Ability Overview, a young man blessed by the stars, born to control the power of the stars, gifted, born knowing, gentle and kind, but with a tragic fate, he eventually fell at the hands of a true god of an alien race. Now he has been resurrected by the Lord of the Sun, and has begun his new journey of destiny. Bloodline, Human Bloodline, True God Advanced, 100%. Skills, Talent Star Protection, Talent Star Body, Hero Skill Star in the Palm, Hero Skill Star Field, Platinum Advanced Starlight Body Protection, Platinum Advanced Starlight Healing, Platinum Advanced Star Divination. Loyalty, Unable to View. Potential, True God Advanced. Hero Biography, 1. When born, he was protected by the stars, shrouded by starlight, and had innate wisdom. The reputation of the human race increased by 10,000, and the reputation of the Supreme Continent increased by 1. 2. In the process of growing up, he gradually understood the way of the stars, and became a lower-level God-level hero son of the stars. The reputation of the human race increased by 100,000, and the reputation of the Supreme Continent increased by 10. Chapter 492. Under Zhou's gaze, Li Xingwang gradually opened his confused eyes. His pupils were very strange, colorful, and looked a bit dreamy. Brother, who are you? He sat up and looked at Zhou blankly. Am I not dead? I am the Lord of the Sun, my real name is Zhou. You were assassinated by a foreign god on your way to become a disciple, and now I have resurrected you. Get up quickly. Your teacher is waiting for you. Zhou smiled. This child speaks softly, and with this cute appearance, he looks quite likable. If he were placed on Blue Star, I don't know how many girls and big sisters would like this little boy. I was resurrected? Li Xingwang blinked, quickly calmed down, and smiled. Thank you, brother. Xingwang will never forget your kindness. If there is anything that Xingwang needs help with in the future, please ask Xingwang to come and help. He said sincerely. Zhou has advanced telepathy, so he can naturally feel that the other party is speaking from the heart. This child is really sensible. No wonder his ability description says that he is gentle and kind. Zhou was a little emotional. In addition, this child's acceptance ability is amazing. He actually accepted the fact that he was resurrected so quickly. Okay. If I need help in the future, I will definitely ask you to come. He touched Li Xingguang's hair with a smile. This little guy is gifted. As long as he grows up, he may be able to reach the level of Baihe in the future. Of course. Zhou didn't have too many thoughts about benefits. His attitude towards this little guy was similar to his attitude towards Xiaoxian. There was a kind of love between an elder brother and his younger brother, and an elder for his younger generation. This is for you. Zhou thought about it, took out the puppet of the wind and thunder demon lord that he had obtained before, and gave it to Li Xingguang. I forgot to give it to her when I was with Ling Er before. I talk about it next time I have a chance. As the king of trophies, they will have a lot of good things in the future. Thank you, brother. Li Xingguang's eyes lit up when he got the puppet. Although he had innate wisdom, he was just a 9-year-old child, so it was naturally difficult to resist the temptation of children's toys. Zhou smiled at this, and told him the function of this thing. Li Xingguang felt that the brother in front of him was really good when he heard it. He still had the memory of being assassinated by the alien in his mind, so there was a big shadow in his heart, so he really liked the gift that brother Zhou gave him. Just then, Holy Light Medical King Ling Ro came over. Little guy, do you remember me? She said softly. Grandma Ling. Li Xingguang's eyes lit up. When he first met Baihe, this old lady was beside him. Okay. Ling Ro's smile became more amiable. Master Medical King, little Xingguang. Let's go. The palace master should be eager to see this unaccepted little disciple. Zhou smiled. The two smiled and nodded. Then they walked out of the shelter together. At the entrance of the Knight's Temple, Baihe and his disciple Rob Allen were standing here, waiting for Zhou and the others to come back. Teacher, you go back and wait. I wait here. Rob Allen couldn't help but say. Baihe just shook his head. After a moment of silence, Baihe suddenly said, Back then, I vowed to Xingguang's parents that I would protect him, and let them hand Xingguang over to me. The parents trusted me very much, and immediately agreed to my request. But when Xingguang was about to become my disciple, I failed to protect him, and let him die there. You don't know? When I came to his parents holding Xingguang's body, what kind of expression did his parents have? I feel guilty towards Xingguang, his parents, and the friends and elders who were willing to hand over Xingguang to me for instruction. I let Xingguang's parents die in a lifetime of sadness, and Xingguang could never see his parents again. Now I stand here and wait for him for a while. What does it matter? Rob Allen was startled, then pursed his lips and said nothing. Just then, 3 figures walked over from a distance. Rob Allen looked over, and then his expression immediately became pleasantly surprised. Teacher, Lord Jiayang and the others are back, he said immediately. Baihe looked at the figure in the distance, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Soon, Zhou and the other 2 came to Baihe. Master, I think I have lived up to your trust. Zhou smiled. Baihe nodded, and then his eyes fell on Li Xingguang. He saw Li Xingguang looking at him with shining eyes. Just like the admiration and worship he had back then. He stretched out his hand, and the token was in his palm. Uncle Bai, I'm here to become your disciple, he said excitedly. Okay. From today on, you are my disciple. Baihe looked at him. After a long while, nodding with a smile. Zhou looked at this scene with some envy. This little guy was born a genius, and now he has Baihe as his big thigh. His future is limitless. But as long as he can grow up, his future will not be bad. Master, since Xiao Xingguang has been resurrected, I will not stay any longer. I should go back to deal with the affairs of my territory. When I have another resurrection quota in the future, I will take the initiative to come here. Zhou took the initiative to speak. In fact, he still has a spare Holy Spirit level faith crystal in his hand. However, Zhou plans to keep this Holy Spirit level faith crystal as a backup, so that if his hero dies in battle outside, he will not be able to revive immediately because he does not have the faith crystal. This can be considered as leaving a way out for our heroes. Anyway, the Knight's Temple has not stipulated that all the quotas for resurrected heroes must be completed before a specific period. I will revive them when I have the 2nd and 3rd Holy Spirit level faith crystals in the future. Okay. My favors will always count. If you need my help in the future, just ask. Baihe did not try to stop him, and said seriously. Zhou nodded. Brother Zhou, can I come to you in the future? Li Xingguang asked reluctantly. Of course. Zhou rubbed his hair with a smile on his face. Li Xingguang also smiled. Don't call me Lord Palace Master in the future. If you like, just call me Uncle Bai. Baihe suddenly said. You can also call me Aunt Ling. Ling Ro also smiled. Zhou was startled and his eyes fell on Bai He and Ling Ro. Good guy. There is some gossip between these two seniors. On the surface, he did not neglect them, and immediately said, Uncle Bai. Aunt Ling. The two smiled and nodded. Rob Allen saw this scene, and the intimacy in his eyes became stronger. Then everyone stopped talking. Bai He and others returned to the Knight's Temple to arrange the specific matters of Li Xingguang's apprenticeship. As the master of the Knight's Temple, and one of the highest levels of the human race, Bai He naturally could not simply say a word to complete such an important matter as accepting a disciple. Otherwise, Rob would not have been able to obtain a related heroic biography just by becoming a disciple. Zhou returned to his primary lord's blessed land. Chapter 493. In the primary lord's blessed land. Zhou just came back and learned that LV Rui and Zhang Lansheng wanted to see him. Then he arranged for them to meet in the conference room. Report to the Lord. Our Spark Adventure Group has obtained the current battle report of the Tan Kingdom, and there is also a special intelligence to report. LV Rui said respectfully. As the leader of the Spark Adventure Group, LV Rui is no longer immature and naive when they first met. The whole person has a heroic, mature and capable temperament. Let's talk about the battle report of the Tan Kingdom first. Zhou said. Yes. Since the Eye Soul Arrow Ghost died, the monster soldiers who stayed in the Aurora Kingdom have no longer been able to attack the Aurora Kingdom. They have now retreated to the territory of the Tan Kingdom. With this batch of reinforcements, the Tan Kingdom now has about 1 million monster troops left. And the Giant Roar Kingdom has about 1.5 million monster soldiers in the Tan Kingdom. Now the two sides are still fighting each other in the Tan Kingdom, and it should be difficult to decide the winner in a short time. But overall, if the time is extended, the Tan Kingdom may use its territorial advantages to drag down the Giant Roar Kingdom's troops that remain in the country. LV Rui reported. Zhou nodded. Extended time? Drag down? He chuckled in his heart. He would go and deal with both of them tomorrow. Of course. He could also do nothing, wait for them to lose, and then reap the benefits. But there are two things wrong. First, war is ever-changing, and the longer it lasts, the more variables there are. The current situation is still in my favor. I should seize the opportunity, act quickly, and get the results I want. Otherwise, if the time is too long, who can guarantee that there will be no accidents? It is good to be a fisherman, but I must stop when I see the good, otherwise it may be counterproductive. Second, the 3 days given to me by the Supreme Will are too short. I must seize the time to defeat the Tan Kingdom, obtain enough territory, and then establish the first kingdom of the Blue Star human race, so I don't have time to be a fisherman. What is the other special information? Zhou asked. Our adventure group stationed in the Dark Kingdom discovered that the Dark Kingdom's Dark Legion seemed to have unusual movements during an accidental exploration of intelligence, but it is not clear what they are doing specifically. Their actions are very secretive, and we can't find out too much information for the time being. Lu Rui said. Zhou's heart moved when he heard this. At this time, the Dark Kingdom's Dark Legion actually had unusual movements. That is the first legion of the Dark Kingdom, and their actions are not trivial. What do you think? Zhou's eyes fell on Lu Rui. I don't have any specific information, so I dare not make any comments. Lu Rui said. Go ahead, it's okay, this is not a specific military meeting. Zhou shook his head. Report to the Lord. Then I will speak boldly. At this special time of the war between the two countries, the Dark Kingdom has made such a move. I think they should be trying to secretly attack the war situation in the Tan Kingdom. Didn't you say before that the Dark Kingdom was holding the transition between the old and new popes, and holding the divine ceremony? Zhou suddenly asked. Yes. The God-granting ceremony is real, and the actions of the Dark Barking Legion are also real. I think they should use this God-granting ceremony to cover up their real purpose of seeking the Tan Kingdom. LV Rui said. Zhou nodded. LV Rui's guess was basically the same as what he thought. If the news Lu Rui said is true, then tomorrow I will lead the troops to attack the Tan Kingdom. If I show up, I might be easily used as a gun by the Dark Barking Kingdom hiding in the dark. By then, the Dark Barking Kingdom will become the real fisherman. But if I can show up later, by then, the Tan Kingdom, the Giant Roar Kingdom, and the Dark Barking Kingdom will all become fish in my fishing net. I can completely catch all the troops they sent. Zhou's eyes were shining. The 3 legions under his command have more than 2.45 million troops, plus the more than 5.92 million troops of the Star Alliance, adding up to nearly 8.4 million soldiers. Even if he needs to leave some soldiers to guard the territory, he can still command 7 million of them. With these 7 million soldiers, plus his more than 3,000 extraordinary people and many powerful heroes. What are the monster soldiers of the three kingdoms in the territory of the Tan Kingdom? They can be easily crushed. All will be transformed into 2,000% additional promotion energy and a large amount of spoils. At that time, the Tan Kingdom will naturally be at his fingertips. Then go to the Aurora Kingdom and take over the Aurora Kingdom, and he can directly obtain the national strength of two ready-made kingdoms. Then, it will be easy to move towards the Intermediate Kingdom with this as a starting point. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a little hot in his heart, even a little dizzy. After indulging in this feeling for a while, Zhou suddenly woke up. He suddenly remembered. Although his situation looks good now, there are countless resources inside, and human support outside. But there are many hidden crises around him. Not to mention the problem of the covetousness of the race artifacts caused by the race. The influence of the Holy Dragon of Light, Ingsol, is probably not inferior to the race artifact of Lucky Star. The most important thing is, he became the first in the battlefield of the lords of all races. Through the announcement of the 10,000 races, countless lord forces, and even local forces have known his existence. A tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. Zhou felt that he was now the most wind-attracting tree in the forest of the lords of all races. From now on, you have to bear the omnipresent strong winds from all directions of heaven and earth. If you can bear it, you will naturally soar into the sky and have a bright future. If you can't bear it, sooner or later, he and his territory may be divided and eaten by the lords of all races. I still need to develop. Continuous development, continuous strengthening. No slackness. Only in this way can I protect myself and my territory when danger comes. Zhou thought silently. At this time, Anya walked over quickly. Report to the Lord. Jilung Harris is seeking an audience outside the city, she said respectfully. Zhou was stunned, nodded, and then walked out of the primary lord's blessed land and flew directly to the wall of the Supreme Palace. Greetings, Lord. Harris flew in the air and said respectfully. What's the matter? Zhou asked. Report to Lord. The spaceship I sent to receive the property and people of Jizuan City has returned. This is the list I just summarized. Please take a look, Lord. Harris said. Then he saw a list appear out of thin air and fly in front of Zhou. Zhou's eyes lit up when he heard it. Of course he remembered. After Harris surrendered, he sent a Jilung clan on a spaceship to Harris's lord's territory to receive the property there, and the Jilung clan people, who were responsible for guarding the territory. I didn't expect it to come back so soon. He took the list and looked at it. Extreme Dragon Clan, 3 statues. Building materials, 50 billion units of wood, 50 billion units of fine sand, 50 billion units of metal, 50 billion units of stone, 500,000 units of basic elemental gems, 1,000 units of advanced elemental gems. Heart of Mist, 136,355,200 black iron level mist hearts, 10,015,521 bronze level mist hearts, 861,200 silver level mist hearts, 102,511 gold level mist hearts, 1,041 platinum level mist hearts, 1 diamond level mist heart. Skill books, 1,265,570 books. Equipment, 650,000. Zhou glanced over all the other useless resources. After reading them, Zhou shook his head. It was just SOSO. It was totally incomparable to himself, the king of trophies. It was just that the number of building resources was a bit outrageous. Why do you collect so many basic building resources? Zhou asked in confusion. Lord, you can see that the size of our Extreme Dragon Clan is one of the largest among all dragon clans. If we don't collect so many building resources, we will have no place to live. This is considered a small amount, Harris said awkwardly. Zhou, It seems that there is nothing wrong with what he said. Chapter 494. Zhou's eyes fell on the number of extreme dragons at the top. Not bad. At least 3 new extreme dragons have joined his Dragon God Corps. Now his Dragon God Corps has 68 pure-blooded dragons. Their combined combat power is enough to be comparable to a 1,000,000-strong army. When they grow up completely, a pure-blooded dragon can easily destroy a kingdom. After that, Zhou and Harris didn't talk much. Harris returned to his dragon sacrifice, Holy Tower, and Zhou also returned to his primary Lord Blessed Land. As soon as he arrived at the gate of the Blessed Land, Zhou saw a person waiting for him quietly here. It was Leah. At this time, Leah was wearing a light blue dress, and the whole person was beautiful in the moonlight. Jojo was a little stunned. Jojo. It was Leah's voice that woke him up. It's the first time I see you dressed like this. Jojo came back to his senses and smiled. I dressed up for you, Leah said. After that, she looked at Jojo gently, reluctant to leave. It's cold outside, let's go in first. Jojo invited. Leah nodded lightly, and then the two walked in together. The next day, Jojo opened his eyes in a daze, and saw Leah sleeping beside him. He moved slightly, and was about to get up. Leah frowned, then opened her eyes, looked at Jojo, and then lowered her head embarrassedly. Does it still hurt? I help you heal it, Jojo said concernedly. He has a lot of messy skills, including some healing skills, so it's no problem to heal this little injury. Leah didn't say anything, just nodded. Jojo was about to treat her, but when he saw her, his heart suddenly warmed up. It was noon. Jojo walked out of the bedroom contentedly. There was no way. He was almost 40 years old in his past and present lives, and he had never had such an experience, so he wanted to be busy for a while. Hello, Lord. Anya and Audrey were guarding at the door. When they saw Jojo coming out, they immediately said respectfully, prepare some nourishing food and send it to Leah. If she feels uncomfortable, find some female doctors to take care of her. Jojo ordered. Yes, Lord, the two women said respectfully. Jojo nodded, and then walked out the door. Does Princess Leah need to supplement anything recently? This is the first time I heard that the Lord has such a request. Audrey asked curiously. Children should not interfere in adult matters. Anya looked at Audrey with a reproachful look. She was a few years older than Audrey, so she knew more about things and felt a little embarrassed. Audrey pouted and felt very wronged. Jojo looked at the sunshine outside with a sigh. The land of gentleness, the tomb of heroes. It was the first time that he came out of his residence at noon after coming to the Supreme Continent for such a long time. What a delay. He was still thinking about solving the matter of the Tan Kingdom today. Starting tomorrow, you must get up early every day. Jojo made up his mind. As for the matter of the Tan Kingdom, it depends on whether he can complete it in the remaining time. Although these 3 days are a rest period. But it is better to solve it earlier. Lord. Just then, Bayun walked over from a distance. Please forgive me, Lord. I saw that you were busy, so I took the initiative to lead the troops to clean up the Time Ruins and the Monster Ranch, and summon the Stone Demons in the Stone Demon's lair. Here is the list of spoils, please take a look, Lord. Bayun put a list of spoils on it, and said respectfully with both hands. But I don't know if it's an illusion. Jojo always felt that there seemed to be some resentment in Bayun's eyes. Could he know what I was doing all night last night? Yes. I usually lead the troops to clean up the Monster Ranch. But today I was absent. Seeing this situation, Bayun would definitely come to ask. Maybe he heard the voice at that time. Jojo thought of this and felt helpless. My image is a lord. A him. It's okay. When I don't have time, you, as the 1st Legion commander of our Jiaoyang territory, should naturally be responsible for this matter. If this happens again in the future, you can just take charge directly. Jojo said. I have no choice but to do it. Bayun nodded affirmatively. Hearing this, Jojo's eyes fell on the list of spoils. In terms of missed hearts, a total of 40,123,960 bronze level missed hearts, 12,039,500 silver level missed hearts, 6,219,875 gold level missed hearts, 3,507,875 platinum level missed hearts, and 113,600 diamond level missed hearts were obtained. In addition, 1,217,780 military unit transfer certificates, 95,000 Golden King recruitment book, 95,000 copies of Golden King job transfer certificate, 40,035 copies of Poison Crossbow recruitment book, 384 copies of Elemental Archer recruitment book, 132,200 copies of Radiant Cavalry recruitment book, 180,000 copies of Storm Spirit recruitment book, 180,000 copies of Storm Spirit job transfer certificate, 132 copies of Legion certificate fragments, 243,984 True Phase Scarlet crystals, 161,105 Devout Phase Scarlet crystals, 129,960 Fanatic Scarlet crystals, 201 Platinum and Gold Mount contracts, 60,000 Iron Bear Pet eggs, 60,000 Falcon Wings and Falcon 3 radars, 9.5 million units of raw gold. As for the spoils such as light-absorbing crystals, tree-hard gems, and elemental gems, I won't go into details here. Jojo was very satisfied with the list of spoils. Especially the list of spoils of the Golden King. What monster ranch has the Golden King occupied now? Jojo suddenly asked. Report to the Lord. Now Magoo controls a total of 34 monster ranches. Among them, the 2 monster ranches of the Desert Mist Lizard, Sword and Shield Soldier, the 2 monster ranches of the Crazy Sand Believer, Sword and Shield Soldier, and the 3 monster ranches of the Sandman, Light Draining Crystal, have all been replaced by the Golden King. Jojo nodded with satisfaction. Magoo is worthy of being a person with his lord's talent. The idea is exactly what he wants. As a special branch and advanced soldier of the Sword and Shield Soldier, the Golden King's ability can perfectly replace the Sword and Shield Soldier and the Sword and Shield Soldier. As for the Sandman who produces Light Draining Crystal, let alone. With the Supreme Guard, the Light Draining Crystal should naturally withdraw from the stage of history. Have you used up the recruitment book and job transfer certificate? Jojo asked. It's all used up. We have recruited a total of 447,619 soldiers, and upgraded all 95,000 sword and shield soldiers in the Jiayang Legion to special grade soldiers, the Golden King. Now the 3 major legions of Jiayang territory have a total of 2,905,522 soldiers. When Bai Yun reported, his voice was somewhat excited. Jojo couldn't help but smile when he heard this. Chapter 495. Jojo was very satisfied. More than 2.9 million soldiers. Even if he didn't rely on the Star Alliance, he was confident that he could easily defeat the Tan Kingdom at its peak with this force, not to mention the current Tan Kingdom. Call a soldier of the Golden King. Also, notify the lords of the Star Alliance to gather here with enough soldiers in an hour. Tell them that there is a big battle to be fought. Jojo said in a deep voice. Yes, Lord, Bai Yun said respectfully. Then she did not leave immediately, but said, Lord, while you were busy this morning, 11 professionals with very high professional levels came to our Jiayang territory, and said they wanted to join our territory. At present, Deputy City Lord Zheng has approved their request, and now they are officially citizens of our Jiayang territory. Would you like to meet them? Jojo was stunned at first, then reacted, and his eyes lit up. 11 professionals with high professional levels? Could it be that the 10 legendary talents and 1 mythical talent that the Lord of 10,000 races announced as rewards in all channels yesterday have come? Let them come, Jojo said immediately. Yes, Lord, Bai Yun said respectfully. Then he turned and left. Jojo took advantage of this time, and did not stay idle. Instead, he opened the World Channel and took a look. Brothers, the Lord of 10,000 Races Battlefield event is finally over. What rewards did you get? I am in the lower gold rank, and got 400,000 units of basic resources, and 5 gold level combat professionals. Indy, I stopped playing when I reached the lower bronze rank, and only got 400 units of basic resources, and 1 lower bronze rank combat professional, which is really rubbish. Not strong enough, who to blame? Dragon Lady Lord, I reached the super advanced level in this battle of the lords of all races, and was rewarded with 1.6 billion units of basic resources, 200 million units of intermediate resources, 1,000 basic elemental gems, and 50 diamond advanced combat professionals. Take off. Awesome. You are at the super level. Why didn't you reward the super level professionals? Only the diamond level ones. Giving diamond level professionals at this stage is good enough. Do you think super level professionals are cabbages? Give them if you want. That's right. As far as I know, the super level professionals, whether they are life professionals or combat professionals, are the top existences of the kingdom level lord forces. We are just the lords of all races under the kingdom. How could we be given super level professionals? Diamond level professionals are already the top. Have you heard? It is said that among our human lords, there is a lord with the talent of a statistics lord. He said that after the battle of the lords of all races ended, our blue star human lords lost nearly 1.5 billion. Now our blue star lords should only have about 4 billion left. Fuck, is this true? Of course it is true. The lord talent of that statistics emperor is extraordinary. If you don't believe him, do you still not believe in the lord talent of the supreme will? Alas, there are fewer and fewer blue star lords. I hope I can survive to the end, even if I don't live as a lord. Just stay alive. Just stay alive +1. Just stay alive +10,086. Only about 4 billion blue star lords are left. Zhou fell silent after seeing their discussion. When they first came to the Supreme Continent, there were more than 8 billion Blue Star Lords. Now, half of the Blue Star Lords have been lost through the 2 events of Novice Lord Test and 10,000 Races Lord Battlefield. What should be done about the King of 10,000 Kings event 3 days later? What about the events after the King of 10,000 Kings? Zhou thought for a while and took a deep breath. He couldn't protect the lords of the entire Blue Star human race. What he could do? He could only develop himself well. In the future, he might be able to obtain more racial artifacts with his own strength, which would also indirectly help the lords of the same race. As for the others, he was powerless. Then he looked at the Lord function of 10,000 Races Lord Battlefield. Then he found that the 10,000 Races Lord Battlefield function, which was still under maintenance yesterday, had now ended maintenance. Zhou curiously opened it, and found that the 10,000 Races Lord Battlefield had been transformed from a real battlefield to a virtual battlefield. The Lord or the General of the Lord can bring soldiers into the Lord of all Races battlefield or Lord of the same race battlefield to compete. However, it is different from the real battlefield in the past. In the past, after the Lord brought soldiers into the Lord battlefield, once casualties occurred, they were real casualties. Unless the Lord has a resurrection order and a territory rebirth order, the dead soldiers are really dead. But now it is different. In the current Lord of all Races battlefield, after the Lords bring soldiers into the match or ranking, even if there are injuries and deaths on the battlefield, they are only virtual, and they will return to normal as long as they return to the real world. This is almost like the Lords playing a virtual battlefield game with their soldiers. The risk is greatly reduced, and the Supreme will no longer has any rank requirements for the Lords. The Lords of all races can reach any rank in this battlefield of the Lords of all races. The rank has become a simple honorary title. There is no combat power bonus effect. In the future, even if the Lords upgrade their rank level in the battlefield of the Lords of all races, their upgraded rank titles will no longer have any special effects. Only the rank titles obtained in the event before will still have combat power bonus effects. Zhou thought of this and felt fortunate. Fortunately, he upgraded his rank title to Strongest Lord and Strongest Lord of all races in the battlefield of the Lords of all races. Otherwise, if he did not get these 2 titles, then even if he occasionally got the title of the Strongest Lord in the battlefield of the Lords of all races, the title of the Strongest Lord would be useless. Then when he faces other Lords with high-ranking event Lord titles in the future, he will be suppressed by their higher-ranking titles for the rest of his life. And now, he will always rely on his rank title to suppress those Lords of the same clan and the Lords of all races, whose rank titles are lower than his. Even if he can only suppress part of their strength, it is good for him. Advantages are always accumulated bit by bit. He will not ask for too much. Now this battlefield of the Lords of all races can almost be regarded as a place for pure training for us. When there is nothing to do, it's entirely possible to let the generals take the new soldiers in for training, so that they won't be uncomfortable on the battlefield. Zhou thought. Then he looked at his current rank. The result was found. Whether it was Lord of the same race battlefield or Lord of all races battlefield, he was still the first, and still the strongest Lord and strongest Lord of all races. Zhou breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that after the maintenance of Lord of all races battlefield, the ranks of the Lords that had previously won in the event were not reset to 0. That's good. This way, he doesn't have to start over. At this time, he opened the exchange and checked the income from the Monster Ranch loot he sold yesterday, and the loot income from the end battlefield. Among them, the 1.5 million troop transfer certificates and extra spoils produced by the Monster Ranch yesterday morning sold for a total of 3.814208 million Black Iron Mist Hearts, and the extra 30 million skill books and 50 million pieces of equipment obtained from the end battlefield last night sold for a total of 186.680203 million Black Iron Mist Hearts. A smile appeared on Zhou's face. If all of these 2 transactions were converted into the Sky Mist treasure bag, it would be a total of 1905 legendary Mist Hearts. In the future, I should be able to buy whatever I want from the Lord Mall, right? Chapter 496. Thinking of this, Zhou suddenly felt a little eager to go to the Lord Mall to see what products were on the shelves today. Just then, 12 figures walked over from a distance. They were old and young, with different attire and even races, which surprised Zhou. Soon, they came to Zhou. "Hello, Lord," the 12 people said respectfully. "Are you the people who come to join me today?" Zhou gave up the idea of going to the Lord Mall temporarily and asked. "Yes, Lord. The Lord's territory is the territory of the strongest Lord of all races." Who in the entire Supreme Continent doesn't know it? We are just the lucky first batch to come here. In the future, there will definitely be more professionals from all over the Supreme Continent, even from all over the heavens and the worlds, coming to join the Lord. The white-haired old man in the lead smiled. Although the old man was old, he was wearing a torn blood-red armor and carrying 2 blood-red axes. He was lean and strong, with blood-red eyes. Zhou's eyes fell on the old man, and he instantly felt a murderous aura that seemed to fight against heaven and earth. Zhou's face was stern. This old man is not simple. Just then, a slight throbbing suddenly came from the depths of his soul. This throbbing seemed to tell Zhou that the old man in front of him was a relative of his blood, but there were some differences. This made him a little confused. Relatives? Where did he, a time traveler, get relatives on the Supreme Continent? Who are you? Zhou said politely. I am Guiqiao. My nickname is Butcher. My lord, just call me Old Gua, Guiqiao said with a smile. Zhou nodded. At the same time, Guiqiao's attribute information also appeared in front of him. Landlord, Guiqiao, Hero Unit. Heroic Title, Butcher. Status, Lower God Level Hero Destiny Status. Territory, Jiaoyang Territory. Strength Class, Lower Diamond, Severely Injured. Ability Overview, the last descendant of the Dragon Slayer, he killed a special creature with noble blood with his humble blood. He has been wandering on the Supreme Continent since he was a child, and he makes a living by killing high-level blood beings. He was promoted to the epic lower level with the potential of the bronze lower level. Not long ago, he killed a lower god with his own hands, but he was also seriously injured and his strength fell to the diamond lower level. Now Guiqiao has bathed in all the blood of that god and became a hero with this opportunity. His future is limitless. Bloodline, Human Bloodline, Bronze Intermediate, 100%. Skills, Talent Dragon Slaying Will, Talent Singing in Blood, Talent Ignoring Pain, Talent Glory Death, Hero Skill Dragon Slaying Axe, Hero Skill Ragnarok, Epic Lower Level Berserk, Epic Lower Level Killing Intent, Epic Lower Level Accurate Throwing Axe, Epic Lower Level Berserk Roar, Epic Lower Level Dead but Not Dead, Epic Lower Level Dead Fight. Loyalty, 100, Die Hard Citizen. Potential, Bronze Intermediate. Level. Hero Biography, 1, he is a Dragon Slayer. The hero's personal legend degree increases by 10, and the reputation of the Supreme Continent increases by 102. As an epic lower-level Dragon Slayer, he killed a lower-level god by 2 levels, and thus became a hero with the destiny of a lower-level god hero, which made countless people of noble blood terrified and feared. The hero's personal legend degree increases by 50, and the reputation of the Supreme Continent increases by 1,000. Zhou looked at the old man, who was full of evil spirit, but had a constant smile on his face. Finally, I suddenly understood. No wonder I have that special feeling with him. It turns out that he is a Dragon Slayer who has been wandering outside. Zhou naturally did not forget that he also has a Platinum-level Lord talent, Dragon Slayer Hometown. He also obtained the status of Dragon Slayer King because of this. The old man in front of him was his natural subject when he obtained this talent. This point, it can be seen from his loyalty to Jiaoyang Territory when he just joined Jiaoyang Territory. Welcome home. Zhou smiled at him. Guiqiao still smiled at Zhou when he heard it, but tears had quietly appeared in his eyes. Zhou did not comfort him, but his eyes fell on the other 10 new subjects. Among these 10 new subjects, there are 3 aliens and 7 human beings. Zhou read their attribute information one by one. They were found to be a Platinum-level Blacksmith, a Platinum-level Tailor, 2 Diamond-level Musketeers, a Diamond-level Mid-level Architect, a Diamond-level Merchant, an Extraordinary-level Cartographer, an Extraordinary-level Army-destroying Knight, and an Extraordinary-level Beastmaster. Zhou nodded slightly. They should be his legendary talents. Let's not talk about anything else. There are 3 extraordinary legendary talents, which is a pretty good ratio. Then, the old Dragon Slayer in front of him, who has the fate of a lower-level god-level hero, should be his mythical talent. As an epic lower-level person, he killed a lower-level god-level mid-level god. Then when he is promoted to the legendary level, or even the god level, how terrifying will his combat power be? This mythical talent deserves it. Then his eyes fell on the last person. He was wearing a golden armor, holding a golden sword and a golden shield, and there were 9 golden spears on his back, looking majestic. It was a soldier who had just changed his job to become the King of Gold. Landlord, Su Zheng. Territory, Jiaoyang City. Soldier occupation name, King of Gold. Strength level, extraordinary intermediate. Ability overview. He was originally an ordinary landowner of the one-man kingdom. Due to his poor family background, he joined a gang when he was young to help his family. He had been running around at the bottom since he was a child, so he understood the difficulties of the lives of the lower-level landowners. His dream was to follow a great lord and let the lower-level landowners get their own food, clothing, and stability. Skills. Talent-born warrior, talent hard-working, extraordinary intermediate golden sword and shield combination attack, extraordinary intermediate 9 spear flying attack, extraordinary intermediate Midas touch, extraordinary intermediate golden blood, extraordinary intermediate physical strengthening, extraordinary intermediate physical immunity, extraordinary intermediate elemental immunity, diamond lower soul immunity, extraordinary intermediate flying. Loyalty, 99. Potential. Epic lower Jojo looked at his skill list and nodded slightly. His skill list was very different from the skill list of the Golden King monster he had seen before, and many new Golden King soldier skills were added. But this was also normal. The Golden King monster he had seen before was only at the upper level of gold. But the Golden King soldier in front of him was at the intermediate level of extraordinary. When the Golden King reached this level of strength, he would naturally have more soldier-specific skills. After that, Jojo had a brief chat with them and let them go. Only Jojo and Guiqiao were left at the scene. "Follow me," Jojo said. Then, he walked towards the primary lord's blessed land. Guiqiao followed closely behind. Soon, the two walked into the blessed land. When the door closed, before Jojo turned around, he heard the sound of a kneeling. Dragon Slayer Guiqiao. "Greetings, my king." Jojo looked over. He saw Guiqiao kneeling down before him, his shoulders trembling, tears falling. That was not sadness, but excitement. It was the excitement of returning home. It was also the excitement of meeting the closest relatives and elders in this world that regards dragon slayers as noble enemies. Guiqiao, who had been lonely and wandering for most of his life, saw dragon slayers with the same will as him for the first time. And there were so many dragon slayers, and the dragon slayer king whom they regarded as the king. How could he not be excited? Chapter 497. Get up. We're all home. No need to be so cautious. Jojo wanted to help him up. However, Guiqiao's body did not move. The king's etiquette cannot be abolished, he said in a deep voice. Okay. Then get up, Jojo said in a calm voice with a commanding tone. Yes, Your Majesty. Guiqiao smiled and got up. How have you been these years? Have you met other dragon slayers? Jojo asked. Your Majesty, we dragon slayers are the enemies of the noble bloodline of the heavens and the worlds. Our ancestral teachings tell us that if we dragon slayers want to preserve our bloodline, we must never gather together. So since I can remember, I have never met a second dragon slayer until I came to your territory, Guiqiao said. Jojo nodded. He felt a little sad. This is the fate of dragon slayers. However, his dragon slayer village, a platinum-level lord talent, is destined to attract the dragon slayers who are drifting outside to gather together. There is no effect now. But wait until later. He had a vague premonition that his dragon slayer village might cause something big. Shaked his head. He didn't think about it anymore. The biggest dragon slayer leader is himself. What he has to do now is to work hard to develop his lord power before revealing his identity as a dragon slayer when the time comes. When the enemy comes, the general will stop it, and when the water comes, the earth will cover it. After that, Jojo and Guiqiao chatted for a while, and asked him to join his Jiayan Legion in the future and fight with the Jiayan Legion. In this regard, Jojo specifically told him that in the future, when fighting, he must not reveal his identity as a dragon slayer unless it is absolutely necessary. Guiqiao naturally agreed. Dragon slayers are the enemies of noble blood. In the supreme continent, and even in the worlds, there are countless top blood races that are openly and secretly clearing out the remaining dragon slayers. He can live to this day, so he naturally knows how to protect himself. After that, the two did not talk much, and Jojo asked Guiqiao to report to the Jiayan Legion. As for the arrangements for daily life, there will naturally be people responsible for it. And Jojo came to the summoning gate. Prompt, do you want to summon immediately? Yes. The next second, the summoning gate suddenly lit up with a bright white light, and then a large number of people came out from it. After a while, all 1,675 new people came out of the summoning gate. Hello, Lord. All the new people said respectfully. Welcome everyone to Jiayang City. Jojo nodded. Then he asked all the professionals to stand up, and found that 106 professionals were summoned this time, 31 more professionals than the normal summon. Then he began to check the information of these professional leaders. Among these 106 professional leaders, there is 1 Platinum Intermediate Blood Warlock, 1 Platinum Intermediate Ranger, 1 Platinum Intermediate Adventurer, 1 Platinum Intermediate Warrior, and a Platinum Intermediate Magician. The rest are life professionals and combat professionals at the gold level and below. Zhou looked at these 5 Platinum Intermediate professionals, and was very satisfied. Now his territory upgrade has begun to require a certain number of life professionals and combat professionals. For example, if his territory wants to be promoted to the upper Platinum level, it needs 20 Platinum level life professionals and 300 Platinum level military professionals. The latter has the blessing of the Lord of War, so it is naturally simple. But in terms of life professionals, he does not have the blessing of Lord talents such as the blessing of the Lord of War, so the number of life professionals in his territory is much less than that of military professionals. But fortunately, he currently has the blessing of many titles, which makes him famous, so there are many high-level life professionals among the refugees he absorbs spontaneously every day. In addition to the blessing of the silver-level Lord Talent Conqueror support, the addition of legendary talents and 1,000 gold prescriptions have allowed many medical professionals to improve their professional levels very quickly. So with the current number of life professionals in Zhou's territory, it is still no problem to upgrade the territory to diamond level. Then, he called the Blood Warlock among the 5 professionals over. This person is tall and thin, with a western face, eyes as bright as an eagle, and a slightly hooked nose. Zhou looked at his personal attribute information. Landlord, Brown Roderick. Territory, Jiayang City. Combat occupation name, Blood Warlock, Dark Flame Eagle. Occupation class, Platinum Intermediate. Ability overview, an ordinary Blood Warlock, the blood of the abyss creature Dark Flame Eagle, good at using dark attribute spells and fire attribute spells, born to be able to fly, and can also be invisible during flight. Skills, Talent Dark Flame Eagle Bloodline, Talent Eagle Eyes, Talent Fire Element Control, Talent Dark Element Control, Talent Flying, Talent Invisibility, Talent Fire Pillar, Talent Mental Intimidation, Talent Super Reaction, Talent Fear Scream. Loyalty, 82. Potential, Extraordinary Advanced. Zhou looked at this guy's skill list in a daze. Good guy, no skills, all talent. Is this a Blood Warlock? Once upon a time, he thought talent was a privilege that only a few creatures would have. But now, he understands what it means that the world is so big that there are all kinds of things. It's because he has a small vision. It turns out that there are such professions based on talent in this world. He didn't say much. He directly handed these new subjects to the staff for arrangement. These staff will naturally arrange these newly summoned subjects to the most suitable place for them. Then he came to the Lord Mall. In this store, Old Joe was sitting in front of a TV, holding a handle, with a card game console in front of him, and a game called Ninja Hundolua was displayed on the TV screen. Zhou Cheng'an was playing hard at this time, throwing darts one by one and destroying alien monsters one by one. Old Joe? Old Joe? Zhou knocked on the counter twice, and the sound made Old Joe come back to his senses. Haha, sorry, I was so absorbed in the game, Zhou Cheng'an said with a smile. Zhou didn't care. He had played this game when he was a kid, and it was much more fun than the Hundolua game that only involved shooting. Moreover, he had become immune to all the strange behaviors of his Old Joe, so he didn't show any strange expression when he saw the scene. What's new today? Zhou asked. Hearing this, Old Joe paused, walked to the counter, took out the 3 golden boxes under the counter, and opened them one by one. Zhou looked over. Chapter 498. The first box contains a purple talent crystal. Zhou looked over. A text prompt appeared. Talent, Thunder Immunity. Talent effect. You will not be harmed by any lightning elemental attack below the lower god level. The introduction of the talent effect is simple, but its effect is extraordinary. You know, among the many elements, the lightning element is definitely the most aggressive element, and it has strong damage to the body and soul. It is precisely because of this. Many strong people are eager for lightning skills, and want to master a few lightning attack skills. And if he buys and masters this talent, he will not have to worry about the opponent's lightning elemental attack hurting him in front of enemies below the god level. Thinking of this, Zhou immediately decided to buy this skill. This talent is one of the talents of Ansel of the original Eldar. What a pity. If I get his talent, Lord of the World or the talent, the original spirit, My bloodline talent may be able to catch up with the orthodox original Eldar. If not, the talent, God of Thunder, or the talent, God of Dark Clouds, will also work. There are 2 more smooth paths to becoming a god. Zhou thought a little greedily. Then he smiled and felt that he was a little too greedy. The talent, Thunder Immunity, is actually quite excellent. Then he looked at the second box. The second product contained a skill book. Zhou looked over. It turned out to be another hero's skill book. And it was the Ghost God General's Hero's Skill Ghost God Military Heart. Zhou was amazed. He had obtained Wu Xian's Hero's Skill Military Heart in the Lord Mall before, and now he got Luo Sheng's Hero's Skill Ghost God Military Heart. After he bought this product, he would have 2 heroic skills for Military Heart. At that time, in terms of military control, he will be unmatched. Zhou decided to buy this product in his heart, and then looked at the third product. The third product was unremarkable. It was just an Alchemy Technology Skill Book of Alchemy Technology Mechanical Chocobo, Silver lower level. Zhou was not too disappointed. After all, the first 2 products were already very good. Although the third product was relatively ordinary, it didn't need to be taken seriously. How many mist hearts do you need to buy these 3? Zhou asked. Talent Thunder Immunity, worth 50 legendary mist hearts and 10 legendary territory orders. Hero Skill Ghostly Military Heart, worth 50 epic mist hearts and 5 epic territory orders. Silver level Alchemy Technology Mechanical Chocobo, worth 20 silver level mist hearts and 2 silver level territory orders. Zhou Chengmin said. Zhou raised his eyebrows when he heard this. Why is this Talent Thunder Immunity so expensive? He couldn't help asking. Among the Lord Mall products he bought, this Talent Thunder Immunity is the most expensive mall product. If this talent is considered in terms of grade, it is a lower level god level talent. Not expensive. Zhou Chengmin shook his head. Zhou stopped talking when he heard this. He said no more and took out 60 legendary fog hearts, 55 epic fog hearts, and 22 silver fog hearts from the Sky Mist treasure bag and handed them to the other party. Thank you for your patronage. Zhou Chengmin took it with a smile. I have some good stuff next time. I don't lack mist hearts now. Zhou didn't leave immediately but said. He just got more than 1,900 legendary mist hearts from the exchange, so he really doesn't lack mist hearts now. What he lacks is the excellent Lord Mall products. Okay. I try to get some good stuff tomorrow. Zhou Chengmin was stunned, then laughed. Zhou was stunned when he heard it. He just said this casually. He didn't expect to get any real good stuff tomorrow. I didn't expect the owner of the Lord Mall to answer like this. Aren't the products that appear in the Lord Mall random? Can he really control the output of the products? Zhou didn't hold this question in his heart, but asked him directly. However, Zhou Chengmin just laughed at this question and didn't answer. Zhou had no choice but to leave. Lord, come to my place to play games when you have time. Old man, I have a lot of game cards here, including Red Army, Bomb Superhero, Street Boxing, and other classic games. You may have good luck playing games. Zhou Chengmin's voice suddenly came from behind him. Zhou was stunned. Then he nodded thoughtfully. Is old Zhou hinting at me? As long as I play with him, good things will be available in the Lord Mall tomorrow? Zhou walked towards the direction of the Imperial Temple, thinking about what Zhou Chengmin had just said. After a while, he made a decision. It won't be a loss anyway. Then I go play with him after I come back today. Just think of it as a memory of my childhood. Zhou thought. Soon, he came to the Temple of Heaven. Enter the main hall of the Temple of Heaven. Zhou looked at the 3 ancestral statues in front of him, and finally his eyes fell on the altar. Before he went to the Temple of Heaven every day before going to battle, he would come to the Temple of Heaven and get an ancestral blessing through the altar. But the ancestral statues at that time were all silver and gold level, and the corresponding ancestral blessings were good, but not too powerful. Now Sun Simia's ancestral statue has reached the legendary level. Then if I get another ancestral blessing now, will it give me a legendary ancestral blessing? Zhou looked forward to it. Then his eyes fell on the altar again. The text prompt appeared. Ancestor Altar. Before every war, offer sacrifices of 10 legendary mist hearts or less to your ancestors to receive the ancestral blessing and a random temporary war buff effect. Hint 1. The higher the level of the blue star human ancestor statue, the higher the value of the sacrifice, and the stronger the ancestral blessing effect. Hint 2. At the same time, the Lord can only have one ancestral blessing. Zhou's mouth twitched. Good guy. Now it's time to start needing sacrifices worth 10 legendary mist hearts, if it were another Lord. Maybe they couldn't afford the price. Luckily, he could afford it. He didn't think too much and directly took out 10 legendary mist hearts and placed them on the altar. Text prompts appeared. You have received a blessing from your ancestors. National Physician for the Army, Legendary War Buff. National Physician for the Army, Legendary War Buff. The professional level of the 10 highest level physicians under your command will be temporarily upgraded to the lower legendary level in the next 24 hours. After 24 hours, the professional level of physicians will return to normal. Jojo's eyes widened immediately. Damn, this legendary war bonus is too powerful, right? It was directly given to 10 lower-level legendary doctors. This can be regarded as a plug-in on the battlefield at his level, although it only lasts for 24 hours. But this 24-hour legendary professional experience will definitely benefit those 10 people a lot, and they will definitely make rapid progress in their careers in the future. These 10 legendary fog hearts were not spent in vain. The level of Sun Simia's ancestor statue was not increased in vain. Jojo was very happy. After a while, in a vast open space outside Zhejiang City, nearly 9 million soldiers gathered here. Among these soldiers, there are human beings, various fog monsters, and even many dragons whose bodies cover the sky, the lords of the Star Alliance, such as the Spirit Medicine Lord, the Fertile Land Lord, the Gold Merchant Lord, and the Paper Fairy Lord, were all excited when they saw such a huge army. With so many soldiers, there is no place we can't go. That's a bit exaggerated, but with so many soldiers around, I feel really at ease, haha. I've never felt so safe. Fight, fight, fight. With so many soldiers, it's a waste of talent not to fight. Haha, why are you in such a hurry? The Lord asked us to come here because there is a big battle waiting for us, right? I've never been so eager to go to the battlefield. The Lords talked a lot, and the flames of ambition burst out in everyone's eyes. It's hard to imagine. 3 days ago, they were just a group of life-oriented lords who could hardly protect themselves. Just then, a figure flew from a distance and finally floated above the sky of nearly 9 million troops. It was Dojo. Leader, 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 leader. I don't know who started it. Soon, more than 5.9 million soldiers under the command of the Lords of the Star Alliance roared in anger. The sound was so earth-shaking that even Jojo, who had just arrived, was stunned, and then a smile appeared on his face. He pressed his hands in the air and activated the Hero's Skill Re-Military Heart and the Hero's Skill Ghost Military Heart at the same time. The shouts of all the soldiers subsided in less than 2 seconds. This scene, made by Yuan, Wu Xian, Feng Luo, other generals of Jiaoyang City, and the Lords of the Star Alliance stunned. Chapter 499. This, by Yuan, Wu Xian, Luo Sheng and other generals of Jiaoyang City all stared at Zhou floating in the sky. The Lord has surpassed us in controlling the military spirit. After a long time, Wu Xian smiled and said, Bai Yun and Luo Sheng, 2 generals, who also mastered the heroic skill of military spirit, nodded. The 2 of them. The former mastered the heroic skill of re-military spirit through learning under the guidance of Wu Xian. The latter automatically mastered the heroic skill of ghost and god military spirit, because he inherited the heroic inheritance of ghost and god. Although they and Wu Xian can do similar things, they can only control the army within 1 million at most. Like Zhou, with a single order, nearly 9 million troops can be directly controlled to a terrifying degree of military spirit control, which they can never do. Thinking of the fact that their lord mastered the greedy wolf howling moon formation and its strongest military formation skill, moon falling, in one night not long ago, they suddenly felt that their lord might have an extraordinary talent in controlling the army. When they thought of this, they smiled even more brilliantly. It is naturally a good thing for them, the generals, that their lord has such a talent. At the same time, in the sky, Zhou saw that the soldiers below calmed down in less than 2 seconds, and a satisfied look appeared on his face. The effect of the 2 military heroic skills is indeed extraordinary. It's a pity that the greedy wolf howling moon formation has an upper limit. Otherwise, if I can let these 9 million soldiers and generals set up the formation and transform into the greedy wolf incarnation, then the combat power may be able to fight even if the gods descend, right? Zhou thought in his heart. As for the talent, thunder immunity, he also used it naturally, and the silver-level mechanical chocobo alchemical technology blueprint has been handed over to Zheng Yuanqi, asking him to give it to the alchemical technician of the dwarf alchemical workshop. Nowadays, his soldiers' flying tools are mainly Starry Night and Black Ghost. But this does not mean that the previous mechanical chocobo is useless. As an alchemical technology transportation tool that can fly in the sky and travel on land, Zhou has instructed Zheng Yuanqi to convert them into civilian alchemical technology. With such convenient civilian props, the people of Jiayang territory will definitely be more convenient in the future, whether traveling or doing business. Zhou also plans to wait until the Black Ghost and Starry Night can be widely popularized in the future, and let some of them become civilian transportation tools. At that time, it will no longer be a dream to realize the airplane transportation of Blue Star on the Supreme Continent. He stopped thinking and looked at the nearly 9 million soldiers below again. Today, our goal is the Scarlet Kingdom that dominates the Jiayang territory. Our goal is simple. Destroy it and replace it, and establish our own kingdom. Are you afraid? He looked at the 9 million soldiers below and said loudly. With the spread of the chaos source energy in his body, his voice resounded in the ears of every soldier. No fear. No fear. No fear. The 9 million soldiers roared in unison, and everyone had a surging fighting spirit. Even the lords of the Star Alliance were inspired by the roar of the 9 million soldiers, as if they could defeat any enemy ahead. Okay. Follow me on the spaceship. Zhou didn't waste any words, and flew into the first Starry Night ship in the sky. After a night of research on the technology drawings revealed by the Father Lord, and the expansion of the spaceship factory, Wenya's efficiency in manufacturing spaceships has been significantly improved. In less than one night, 2 Starry Nights and 3 Black Ghosts were built. Now he has a total of 13 Starry Nights, and 4 Black Ghosts under his command. With so many spaceships, let alone 9 million soldiers, it's no problem to accommodate 17 million soldiers. Of course, more than 17 million is not possible. Soon, these nearly 9 million soldiers, a large number of doctors, clergy and other war logistics personnel boarded the spaceships and flew towards the Tan Kingdom. In front of the gate of Juyang City, Leah, who had already walked out of the primary lord's blessed land, stared at the distant spaceship column infatuatedly. The conversation between Zhou and her just now resounded in her mind. Zhou, why don't you go to my father and accept my father's Aurora Kingdom before conquering the Tan Kingdom? Wouldn't it be more certain? Haha, I'd feel more accomplished if I conquered my kingdom myself. As for my father-in-law's Aurora Kingdom, it won't be too late to take it over after I conquer the Tan Kingdom and establish my own kingdom. Father, I'm afraid you, and I have never thought that the Lord of all races who just wanted to invest has now grown to the point where he can confidently conquer the Tan Kingdom easily. Leah murmured in her heart. The smile on his face became happier. In the spaceship, Zhou sat on the main seat in the captain's room, looking at the map in his hand. This map is the map of the Tan Kingdom. The entire Tan Kingdom has a total of 54 regional territories. He had previously conquered 6 regional territories, including Yiming Town, Hanfeng Town, and Wanshe City, leaving 48 regional territories. Among them, there is 1 extraordinary regional territory, 3 diamond regional territories, 10 platinum regional territories, 20 gold regional territories, and 14 bronze regional territories. As long as I can conquer all these regional territories, not only is there hope for territory upgrades, the 30 regional territories required to establish a kingdom can also be easily completed. Zhou had a faint smile on his face. In order to improve the regional territory level of Jiayang territory, he merged most of the regional territories he conquered. Now, there are only 2 or 3 regional territories under his command that have not been merged. But fortunately, as long as we conquer the regional territories of the Tan Kingdom, we can also meet the number of regional territories required to establish the kingdom. Wenya, let's go to this platinum-level regional territory, Shiolua City, and take a look. Zhou said. Yes, Lord. Wenya's voice sounded, and then it fell silent. Zhou's mind moved. He saw a colorful light flying out from his eyebrows, and after falling to the ground, it turned into a silver-clad Zhou. It was the ultimate Lord Zhou. The ultimate Lord Zhou at this time was very different from yesterday. Because he exuded an amazing heroic pressure, Zhou felt the pressure from the other party and smiled. He looked at him. A text prompt appeared. Name of the clone, Ultimate Lord Zhou, Mechanical Clone. Heroic title, Mechanical Father God. Status, Middle God Hero Destiny Status. Affiliation, Jiayang City, Mechanical Clan. Strength Realm, Lower Black Iron. Ability Overview, Jiayang Lord's Mechanical Clone, Mastering the Special Talent Ultimate Algorithm. Skills, Talent Ultimate Algorithm, Talent Infinite Machine, Hero's Skill Supercomputing, Hero's Skill Real Simulation, Extraordinary Lower-Level Mechanical Technology Grand Unified Core Energy, Extraordinary Lower-Level Mechanical Technology Apocalypse Satellite 4, Unfinished Research, Diamond Lower-Level Mechanical Technology Soul, Platinum Upper-Level Mechanical Technology Enemy Light Shield, Gold Lower-Level Mechanical Technology Invisible Ghost, Mechanical Technology Giant Axe Ripper. Series, Bronze Lower to Platinum Upper, Mechanical Technology Self-Destruct Beetle Series, Bronze. Lower Level to Platinum Upper Level, Mechanical Technology Gunner Series, Bronze Lower Level to Platinum Upper Level, Mechanical Technology Shadow Eagle Series, Bronze Lower Level to Platinum Upper Level. Potential, Lord Upper Level. Hero Biography. 1. With the gift of the human Lord, Lord Jiayong, he obtained the hero inheritance and became the first generation of mechanical father god. The hero's personal legend degree is increased by 2, the human race reputation is increased by 50,000, the mechanical race reputation is increased by 200,000, and the supreme continent reputation is increased by 5. Zhou nodded with satisfaction. Chapter 500. Amazing. It's only been one night. Not only did you use the Hero Heritage secret code, but you also mastered all the mechanical technologies of the Father Lord. He praised. I have the ultimate algorithm, which controls all the computing power of 32,104 mechanical soldiers. Their intelligence is very high, so it's not difficult to master them in one night. What I need most now is to improve my strength level. The ultimate Lord Zhou said. With the ultimate algorithm, he can be said to be an absolute technological genius. With the computing power he controls, he can basically learn the technological theories of the extraordinary and lower levels at a glance. If his strength can be improved, he can control more computing power, thereby improving his strength faster and better, and creating more technological inventions. Improve the strength level? Then is your unified core energy ready? Zhou asked. Upon hearing this, the ultimate Lord Zhou raised his head and said, Wenya? Is it ready? It's ready. A total of 50,000 great unified core energy. It's currently in the warehouse. Wenya said. Install it to the mechanical soldiers immediately. The ultimate Lord Zhou said. Wenya didn't speak at the first time. Do as he says. From now on, his orders are equal to my orders, Wenya, you can listen to them. The original Zhou said. The ultimate Lord Zhou is his innate clone. They are in tune with each other. Zhou naturally doesn't have to worry about the ultimate Lord harming him. Yes, Lord. I will start the installation now. Wenya responded. Wenya, how are you using the mechanical drawings given to you? Zhou asked again. I have already started to build a corresponding technology manufacturing factory in the territory. From the perspective of time, we can start producing various mechanical technology products tomorrow. Wenya said. Zhou nodded with satisfaction. If he could digest all the technology products of the Father Lord, his territory's strength and development potential would definitely be greatly improved again. More than a minute later, 17 spaceships flew to the territory of the Tan Kingdom. The Tan Kingdom. Zhou, Bai Yun, Wu Xian, Feng Luo, Luo Sheng, Suan and other Jiayong territory generals, and 312 Lord members of the Star Alliance were watching the virtual screen in the center of the conference room through a virtual video conference. On the virtual screen, a quiet city surrounded by blood-colored walls stood here. It was the Platinum-level regional territory Blood Vessel City. It looked dead. At a glance, you can't even see many fog monsters. Wu Tu, how many fog monsters are there in Shuelua City? Zhou asked. As soon as the voice fell, Wu Tu, who was sitting on his right and wearing a silver-bowed general light armor, stood up quickly. Report to the Lord. According to the intelligence of the Tiantu army, at this time, there are only about 200,000 fog monsters left in Shuelua City. Among them, there are only more than 10,000 fog monster soldiers, and the rest are civilian fog monsters with almost no combat power. Wu Tu said calmly. After hearing this, everyone nodded thoughtfully. Just as the intelligence said, most of the soldiers of the Tan Kingdom went to support the national war that concerns the fate of the country. Otherwise, such a large platinum-level Scarlet City would definitely not have only so many fog monster soldiers. Bai Yun said. The Scarlet King of the Tan Kingdom has given up these cities. It wants to win the Giant Roar Kingdom first. As for these cities, let's survive first. A monster general of the monster army said with a smile. Everyone nodded. In that case, we don't need to be polite. Conquer these unattended cities as quickly as possible. Zhou said in a deep voice. I will take 200,000 soldiers with me. This is just a small number of enemies. I will summon the greedy wolf incarnation, and I can slaughter this city in a few rounds. Ghost General Luotian said. Go ahead. In addition, use the soldiers of the mechanical clan among your 200,000 soldiers. In addition, the Lord members of the Star Alliance, according to the war contributions accumulated before, send one person to follow the army to conduct rebellion and weaken the enemy's forces. Jojo said. Although his rebellion has been refreshed today. But of course, it will not be used on these minions. Then leave it to the Lord members of your own family. Yes. Lord. Luotian stood up and accepted the order, and then left with a gun on his back. After a while, I saw a divine wolf with starlight on its body falling into the blood vessel city, and began to wreak havoc in the fog monsters. At the same time, a selected Lord member of the Star Alliance also successfully rebelled in the process, and brought back nearly 20,000 fog monsters. Lord. When will we go to battle? Some lords of the Star Alliance saw this scene, and couldn't help asking. The weapons of their more than 5.9 million soldiers have long been thirsty. Don't worry. It's just a small fight now. You don't need to take action. You have a chance to take action. Jojo said. The lords heard this, and then calmed down, and they were all looking forward to it. 5 minutes later, the Bloodline City had turned into a sea of blood, and there was no living fog monster. Jojo nodded slightly. Based on this efficiency, it is really possible to conquer all the regional territories of the Taiyan Kingdom today. He glanced at the ultimate Lord Jojo sitting next to him, and his attribute information appeared in front of him. Then his eyes suddenly lit up, because he found that the strength of the ultimate Lord Jojo had been raised to the intermediate bronze level. Not bad, not bad. If this continues, maybe today, the strength of the ultimate Lord Jojo can be upgraded to the gold level. This is much faster than the time he needed to upgrade. The Great Unified Core Energy is indeed a top-grade technology that can quickly improve strength. It's a pity that it can only be used on the mechanical race, not on living beings, otherwise it would be perfect. 10 minutes later, Jojo and his team took all the spoils of Bloodline City and flew to the next regional territory of the Taiyan Kingdom. In the next 4 hours, Jojo and his team continued to fight all the way, and soon conquered the remaining regional territories of the Taiyan Kingdom to the extent that only one extraordinary regional territory and 2 diamond-level regional territories were left. And the place where these 3 regional territories are united is the capital of the Taiyan Kingdom, and it is also the place where the monster army of the Taiyan Kingdom and the monster army of the Giant Roar Kingdom are fighting. Wenya, let's go! Go to the capital of the Taiyan Kingdom, Jojo said in a deep voice. Yes, Lord, Wenya said respectfully. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 17 spaceships flew rapidly towards the capital of the Kingdom of Taiyan. Chapter 501. Takon Kingdom. Diamond-level territory, Zaway City. This is a scarlet city that protects the capital of the Taiyan Kingdom. In the past, there were millions of civilian fog monsters living here, and even hundreds of thousands of fog monster soldiers were stationed here. But at this time, it has become a ruin. More than 2 million fog monsters are fighting here, roaring and fighting fiercely. It is not an exaggeration to say that blood is flowing like a river. This scene, the people of Joyong, who were hidden in the space with 17 spaceships, saw it clearly. This is the main battlefield where the armies of the 2 kingdoms are fighting. They are really fierce. But that's all. There are only more than 2 million monster soldiers. How can they compare with our nearly 9 million soldiers? Yes, if we go down to fight now, we will definitely be the winner. Is that the Giant Roar clan of the Giant Roar Kingdom? Their bodies are really terrifying, just like monsters. The Lord members were talking about it. Although they were a little shocked by the physical talents of the Giant Roar clan, they still had absolute confidence in their own side. Jojo also looked at the Giant Roar clan, who were fighting frantically on the battlefield. This was the first time he saw the Giant Roar clan. There are about 1.3 million Giant Roar clan, and the height of each giant roar is generally more than 20 meters. There are also giant roars that are 30 to 40 meters tall, but there are not many. They are grayish-white all over, wearing ancient and rough giant armor, and the weapons they hold in their hands are also some simple and easy-to-use power weapons, such as stone axes, iron rods, bronze hammers, etc. The way they fight against the mist monster army of the Taiyan Kingdom is very simple, that is, they rush into their soldiers rudely, relying on their size advantage, and the advantage of thick skin and strong strength, waving their weapons, and wreaking havoc among their soldiers. Although it is simple and crude, but it is surprisingly useful and kills quickly. However, The fog monster army of the Tang Kingdom is not easy to deal with. Although most of them are not as good as the giant roaring tribe in terms of physical strength, their combat power is also very high, and their methods are endless. Can't beat them in close combat. At worst, use long-range skills to pull and fight. This makes the situation on the battlefield between the two sides look a bit stalemate. Master, can you record it? Some Lord members couldn't help asking. He really wanted to record such a big scene. Record it. But don't pass it to outsiders, just spread it within our alliance. Zhou heard it, thought about it, and agreed. This is the first time he launched a frontal attack on a kingdom, and it is also his experience of establishing the first kingdom of the human race on Blue Star. It is worth remembering. Okay. I promise not to spread it. The Lord who was promised was immediately excited, and then immediately turned on the recording function of the World Channel and started recording. Other lords followed suit and started recording. This is also a very memorable experience for them. Zhou looked a little strange when he saw this scene. This scene looks just like a group of internet celebrities shooting videos. Shaked his head. Zhou didn't think about it anymore. Wenya, have you noticed where the army of the Dark Kingdom is? Zhou observed the battle situation below for a while, and asked. Not yet. Wenya said. Zhou frowned when he heard this. There is a diamond-level life detection and anti-reconnaissance radar inside the Starry Night. Even this kind of reconnaissance equipment failed to detect the location of the enemy's army. Either the enemy's hiding means are better than his own detection means, or they just didn't come. Lu Rui's information should be correct. In addition, under his innate perception of danger prediction, he vaguely sensed that there seemed to be some hidden and unexpressed weak sense of danger in the surrounding environment. He naturally preferred the former. Kingdom-level forces are really not simple, he thought secretly. Then he looked at the anxious battle situation below, and finally made a decision in his heart. He would not be a fisherman, time is limited. He didn't want to wait for the Dark Barking Kingdom's Dark Barking army to take action before he took action. Moreover, he had 9 million troops, and the strength of each soldier was extremely high, with such combat power in hand. What was there to be afraid of? Whoever dared to be the fisherman after him, he would kill them all. Thinking of this, he immediately made up his mind. Appoint Bai Yun as the commander-in-chief, Wu Xian and Luo Sheng as deputy commanders. Lead the entire army to attack. Destroy all the fog monsters at present. Zhou gave the order decisively. Yes. A roar sounded behind him. Then the two sides fighting on the ground saw 17 spaceships suddenly appear out of thin air in the sky. Then, the bottom of these 17 spaceships suddenly emitted a series of white light beams. Countless human soldiers, fog monster soldiers, and dragons flew out of the light beams, and then some landed on the ground and rushed towards them, while others directly killed them from the air. In their terrified eyes, they came out of the spaceships continuously, as if they were endless. What's going on? Where did these enemies come from? Are they from the Aurora Kingdom? Shouldn't they be repairing their ruined kingdoms now? The monster armies of the Tan Kingdom and the giant Roar Kingdom were stunned. But it was too late to think about it now, because the soldiers of the prideful Sun Territory and the Star Alliance had already rushed in front of them. As soon as the two sides came into contact, they began to fight fiercely. The first to rush in front of the more than 2 million monster soldiers was the Dragon God army led by Neltharion. First, Harris led 39 extreme dragons and fell on the dense area of more than 2 million monster soldiers. Accompanied by the sound of the earth shaking, the number of fog monsters killed by the extreme dragons alone exceeded tens of thousands. Then Harris's 40 extreme dragons began to wreak havoc among the more than 2 million fog monsters. As the most powerful pure-blooded dragons, the extreme dragons have dragon bodies as their most powerful weapons. Because they don't need to use any skills, they only need to flap their dragon wings and wave their dragon claws to hurt or kill the hundreds of fog monsters around them. After seeing this, the fog monsters around rushed up to kill these extreme dragons, but found that most of their attacks couldn't even break their defense. In the end, they could only watch these extreme dragons slaughter their companions, and they had no way to do anything. Only the diamond level and above fog monsters could barely fight them, but they couldn't get much advantage. Except for the extreme dragons. Following closely behind were the 5-color dragons, earth dragons, bronze dragons, elf dragons, and emerald dragons. They were all conquered by Zhou from the Dragon God Lord, and at this time, they were all exerting their full strength, thinking of performing well in front of the new Lord and His Majesty, the Holy Dragon of Light. Chapter 502. Behind them were the Light Spirit Dragon and the Dragon King of Volcano and Destruction, Neltharion, who was casting a spell in the air, the Ghost Dragon Angst, and the holy light dragon Ingsal. They were the three dragons. Neltharion cast the fire dragon language magic, Oggs cast the soul dragon language magic, and Ingsal released the ultimate light dragon language magic. The strength of the three dragons is now above the platinum level. When they cast the dragon language magic, the power is also quite amazing. Especially Neltharion and Ingsal. Every strike of their dragon language magic can kill thousands of fog monsters at the same time. Bai Yuan, Wu Xian, Luo Sheng, and the ultimate Lord Zhou Shou also organized 800,000 soldiers and summoned 4 greedy wolf incarnations to fight and kill among these Scarlet Kingdom monster soldiers. 10 Direction Martial Emperor Feng Luo, Arrow of the Heart Wu Tu, Knight Rakshasa Sword God Suan, and the newly joined Butcher Guiqiao also killed the fog monsters with all their strength. In addition, Soul Harvester Maris and Thunder and Cloud God Ansel were not to be outdone. One silently harvested fog monsters in the state of Soul. The other directly turned into the God of Thunder, waved his hand to summon thousands of thunders to kill a large number of fog monsters. The generals were so powerful. The soldiers of Jiayang territory also performed very well. With the blessing of the Lord of War, their average strength far exceeded these fog monsters. They could have fought 3 or even 4 on the battlefield, but because of the advantage in the number of troops, they often fought 3 against 1 or 4 against 1. As a result, the fog monsters of the 2 Scarlet Kingdoms had even less power to fight back. In addition, the 5.9 million soldiers of the Star Alliance joined. As soon as the battle between the two sides began, Jiayang territory and the Star Alliance took an absolute advantage and began to eliminate these fog monsters at an astonishing speed. What's going on? Among the monster army, a tall monster that was more than 40 meters tall, purple all over, had 4 arms and held 4 kinds of weapons. After seeing the situation on the battlefield, he couldn't help but widen his eyes. It was the only remaining extraordinary scarlet hero of the Tan Kingdom, the 4-armed Moro King Taro. It never expected. They just had some confidence and felt that they could use the territorial advantage of the Tan Kingdom to drag down the Giant Roar legions from the Giant Roar Kingdom. Unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, there was a second unknown powerful human force to intervene. This was very fatal to them, who were barely fighting the war. On the other side, the leader of the Roaring Legion, and also one of the 5 heroes of the Roaring Kingdom, Steel Teeth Iron Fist King Siphon, was also furious when he saw that this unknown human force actually wanted to rob them of their victory. In addition, knowing that the other side had a large number of troops, and that they might not be able to retreat, he became even more angry. Kill! Kill and eat all these bastards who are blocking our way! Siphon roared. At this time, he had already had the idea of destroying both sides. Let's die together. At the same time, in the sky, Zhou, who was suspended in the air, saw the scene and did not dare to waste time. He immediately raised his hand and used the strategy of rebellion. At this moment, a line of text prompts suddenly appeared. Please select the enemy Lord Force camp you want to subvert. 1. Tan Kingdom. 2. Giant Roar Kingdom. Zhou was stunned when he saw the text prompt that suddenly appeared. This was the first time he encountered such a situation. Then he thought for a while and said, Giant Roar Kingdom. The Giant Roar Kingdom has more than 1.3 million Giant Roar soldiers, while Tan Kingdom now has only more than 1 million monster soldiers. Of course, he wants to subvert the side with more soldiers. He just confirmed his choice. The next second, boom, the invisible wave covered all the Giant Roar tribe on the ground in the blink of an eye. The look in the eyes of more than 150,000 Giant Roar tribes suddenly changed. Then, they did not immediately attack their companions around them, but continued to attack the monster soldiers of Tan Kingdom, as before under Zhou's secret instructions. In the sky, Zhou looked at the subversion prompt in front of him. Lord Talent Tips. A total of 63,420 Black Iron level Giant Roar Clan soldiers, 41,852 Bronze level Giant Roar Clan soldiers, 21,542 Silver level Giant Roar Clan soldiers, 18,850 Gold level Giant Roar Clan soldiers, 7,760 Platinum level Giant Roar Clan soldiers, 5,050 Diamond level Giant Roar Clan deputy generals, and 101 Extraordinary level Giant Roar Clan generals betrayed their lord forces and became your loyal subordinates. Zhou nodded slightly with satisfaction. This wave of rebellion directly gained the loyalty of 158,575 Giant Roar Clan soldiers. You must know that these Giant Roar Clan originally have amazing physical talents, and their combat power is even stronger than the special level soldiers of the same level. Although the number of rebellions was relatively small, Zhou did not feel at a disadvantage. Then Zhou called Linger over and asked her to rebellion against the monster soldiers of the Tan Kingdom. Soon, Linger also rebelled more than 80,000 monster soldiers of the Tan Kingdom. Seeing this, Zhou asked Linger to immediately order these more than 80,000 monster soldiers of the Tan Kingdom to directly fight a civil war among them. This move. Immediately, the more than 1 million monster soldiers of the Tan Kingdom were slightly disturbed for a while. But they were also elite soldiers of the Tan Kingdom after all. Soon, they calmed down and began to resist the attacks of the giant Roaring Clan soldiers and the Jiaoyang territory soldiers while guarding against sneak attacks from their companions. But even so, because of the huge gap in the number of troops and combat power, coupled with the fact that there were 10 legendary lower-level doctors and a large number of doctors-related professionals treating the wounded in the rear of the battlefield, they still showed an absolute disadvantage of being defeated on the battlefield. In the sky, Zhou couldn't help but smile when he saw the war situation below. But he remained cautious in his heart. Because of his talent, danger prediction, he knew that there was a hostile force of the Dark Kingdom hidden around him. But at this moment, Zhou's eyebrows suddenly raised, and then his eyes observed the surroundings inconspicuously. As a result, he naturally found nothing. My talent, danger prediction, has disappeared the sense of danger that it gave me. Could it be that the enemies of the Dark Kingdom have left? Zhou thought secretly. If this is true, Zhou would not be surprised. After all, any primary kingdom force with a little common sense would not have any idea of attacking after seeing his nearly 9 million soldiers. Wouldn't that be pure suicide? Of course. It is also possible that the Dark Kingdom has some means that can hide his danger prediction. However, Zhou felt that the possibility of this speculation was extremely small. After all, the talent of Xiaoxian, a potential talent of the true god level. How could it be easily concealed by a kingdom-level lord force? So, in this situation, it is likely that the Dark Kingdom knew that it could not match his 9 million soldiers after seeing him, so it automatically retreated. Zhou thought of this, and did not take it lightly, but continued to be cautious. At the same time, he glanced at the text prompt that just flashed by. A formal battle has been discovered, and the battle mode has been turned on. The virtual battlefield has been established. Battle points are being calculated. Tip: when the battle is over, the Legion battle point function will be calculated, and the corresponding number of battle points will be obtained based on the battle performance of the Jiaoyang Legion, the Monster Legion, and the Dragon God Legion. When the battle points are sufficient, the Legion level can be upgraded to unlock and upgrade more Legion functions. Zhou's eyes fell on the battlefield below again. It seems that the monster legions of the 2 Scarlet Kingdoms have triggered the Legion battle mode. That's good. It's just right to upgrade the Legion levels of the 3 legions under his command. More than 2 hours later, the battlefield gradually returned to silence. On the battlefield, except for the soldiers of Jiaoyang territory and the Star Alliance, the soldiers of the Tan Kingdom and the Giant Roar Kingdom have all died. Chapter 503. In the sky, Zhou looked calmly at the battlefield below which had settled down. He was not surprised that the battle ended so easily. There was no other way. His strength was far beyond that of the Tan Kingdom and the Giant Roar Kingdom. In addition, the 2 kingdoms were not at their peak strength, and he was sending out all his forces. It was impossible for the 2 kingdoms to resist. Then his eyes fell on the text prompt that had just appeared. This battle has been included. The battle settlement has been completed. Your Monster Legion, Black Iron Legion, has received 4,000 battle points. The Monster Legion has been promoted to Silver Legion. Black Iron Legion buff Bravery has been promoted to Silver Legion buff Bravery. This battle has been included. The battle settlement has been completed. Your Dragon God Legion, Black Iron Legion, has received 4,000 battle points. The Dragon God Legion has been promoted to a Silver Level Legion. The Iron Level Legion buff Bravery has been promoted to a Silver Level Legion buff Bravery. This campaign has been recorded. The campaign settlement has been completed. Your Prideful Sun Legion, Bronze Level Legion, has received 4,000 campaign points. The Prideful Sun Legion has been promoted to a Gold Level Legion. The Bronze Level Legion buff Bravery has been promoted to a Gold Level Legion buff Bravery. After seeing these 3 prompts, Zhou couldn't help but smile. This battle was not fought in vain. The Bronze Level Prideful Sun Legion was directly promoted to a Gold Level Prideful Sun Legion, and the Monster Legion and the Dragon God Legion, which had just established their formal Legion organization, were directly promoted from the Iron Level Legion to the Silver Level Legion, As expected, the Legion battle points can only be obtained by fighting with the official Legion. He had previously fought with thousands of clan lords on the battlefield of the end, but he could not obtain even one battle point. Now he directly obtained 4,000 points in one battle. Jojo was instantly satisfied. He clicked on the Legion interface and took a look at the current Legion information and the Legion gain and bravery information. Scorching Sun Legion, Golden Level Kingdom Legion. The current upper limit of the number of soldiers that can be accommodated, 1, for 55, 641/5, 000. Current battle points, 1, 200/4, 000. Tip: you can obtain the corresponding battle points by completing the battle. When the battle points are sufficient, you can upgrade the Legion level and unlock and upgrade more Legion functions. Legion gain, bravery. Gain level, gold level. Gain effect: your Legion soldiers will be more courageous when fighting on the battlefield, and their overall strength will be increased by 40%. Jojo nodded with satisfaction. The overall strength has been increased by 40%, which is already a very high strength blessing. Then he looked at the blessing of the silver level Legion's gain and bravery, and found that it was a 30% overall strength blessing. Not bad. Just then, Bayun came over, waved his right hand, and saw the bodies of the four-armed Moro King Taro and the steel-teeth Iron Fist King Siphon appeared in front of him. Lord, didn't the enemies of the Dark Kingdom appear? She asked curiously. They should have run away. Of course, there is also the possibility of secretly spying and waiting for the opportunity, but the possibility is not great. Jojo said. Bayun nodded. Clean up the battlefield, take what you need, and temporarily load the bodies of the enemies into the spacecraft, and extract the spoils while moving. Then we will go directly to the capital of the Tan Kingdom. Jojo said. Yes, Lord. Just then, the arrow of the soul Wu-Tu suddenly walked over quickly. Report to the Lord. My people just sent a message. It is said that a mysterious army suddenly descended on the capital of the Tan Kingdom, and is attacking the capital of the Tan Kingdom. Although the king of the Tan Kingdom is barely holding on with the protective shield of the capital, I am afraid he can't hold on for long. Wu-Tu said very quickly. How dare you? Bayun's eyes flashed with anger when he heard this. They are fighting desperately here, and that mysterious army actually wants to directly pass them and pick peaches? Jojo's eyes also flashed with coldness and murderous intent when he heard this. No need to think too much. This mysterious army is most likely the Dark Bark army of the Dark Bark Kingdom. Otherwise, the reaction of other kingdoms would not be so fast. I thought you were afraid of me and ran away. I didn't expect that you would actually want to plunder my war fruits in the capital. Jojo narrowed his eyes. Leave 100,000 soldiers, a starry night, and 90% of the Conqueror blast furnaces here to continue extracting spoils. The remaining soldiers immediately give up cleaning the battlefield, board the spaceship, and head to the capital of the Aurora Kingdom. Jojo originally wanted to take some time to go to another diamond-level regional territory, UA City, to see if there are any monsters left behind that the enemy has not attacked. Now it seems that we can only go to the capital first. Yes, Lord. Bayun said immediately, and then immediately gave the order. Soon. Except for the soldiers who stayed in place and continued to extract the spoils, the rest of the soldiers boarded the spacecraft and flew to the capital of the Tan Kingdom. The capital of the Tan Kingdom. A full 2 million dog-headed people, wearing dark black armor, are gathering outside the capital of the capital, constantly attacking the dark blue light shield covering the surface of the capital. Above the light shield, a dark blue eastern illusionary dragon can be seen wandering, constantly dissolving the attacks of the 2 million troops. However, because the enemy's attacks were too fierce and intensive, the figure of this dark blue eastern illusionary dragon was being continuously defeated and then recondensed. In the process of continuous disintegration and condensation, his dragon figure is gradually becoming transparent. Obviously, this light shield can't last long. Behind the Dark Howl Core, a temporary military station. A dog-headed man who is more than 20 meters tall, carrying dark black double swords, wearing dark black divine armor, and wearing a layer of Death Church bishop's clothes on the outside, is looking at the battle situation in front of him with deep eyes. It is the commander of the Dark Howl Corps, and one of the 4 heroes of the Dark Howl Kingdom, Death Spirit Servant Sakmo. How long can this vast sea dragon cover protect their capital? It said in a deep voice. Report to Bishop Sakmo. According to my observation, in another half an hour, this shield should be defeated by us. A dog-headed man wearing Death God's sacrificial clothes said in a flattering voice. There was some pride and excitement in his voice. In his eyes. The capture of the capital of the Tang Kingdom is a foregone conclusion. The powerful human lord, who is still fighting in Zwawei City, is just making wedding clothes for them. Wait until they break through the kingdom of Taiyan, get the kingdom order, and then return to the kingdom of Mingwei. At that time, with the protection of the god of death, no matter how powerful the human lord is, what can he do? Half an hour. Too long. However, after hearing what the priest said, Sakmo looked quite serious. My lord is warning me. Danger is approaching at an alarming speed. We must break through the capital of the kingdom of Taiyan within 10 minutes, kill the king of the kingdom of Taiyan, and get the kingdom order, Sakmo said in a deep voice. Chapter 504. The priest's eyes widened when he heard this. Approaching rapidly? How is it possible? Could it be that the powerful human lord force has already dealt with their enemies? But the remaining soldiers of the Taiyan kingdom and the giant Roar kingdom add up to more than 2.3 million. Even if all of these soldiers surrendered, it would take a day and a night to kill them one by one? How could they be dealt with so quickly, and then come to us immediately without taking a rest, however? As a death spirit servant, with extremely pure faith, Lord Sakmo's inspiration can achieve a kind of wonderful resonance with the power of Lord Death. So Lord Sakmo's premonition is generally not wrong. Thinking of this, the priest's face became solemn. I will go and urge them now. It is necessary to break through the capital of the Taiyan kingdom in the shortest time. After saying that, it immediately turned around and left. However, before it took a few steps, a dog-headed soldier rushed in a panic. Seeing this scene, Sakmo and the priest had a bad feeling in their hearts. And then, what the dog-headed soldier said also verified their thoughts. Master Priest, the human lord is flying over in the mechanical spaceship of the mechanical race. It said a little panic. Sakmo and the priest did not speak for a while. It's coming so fast. After a long time, Sakmo said faintly, prepare to retreat. It said, just pull back like this. Although he had already anticipated Master Sakmo's decision, when he really heard it, the priest was still a little unwilling. Don't you retreat and fight the human lord head-on? This is not our country. Sakomo glanced at it. If it was in the kingdom of Mingwei, with the protection of the god of death, it would have the courage to fight the human lord even if he had tens of millions of soldiers. But in a place like the capital of the Taiyan kingdom, which has no faith, it would not do such a stupid thing as fighting the enemy head-on. Yes, Lord Priest. The priest was still a little unwilling. Sakomo could understand the other party's feelings. Who could be willing? Their Mingwei kingdom only lacked this kingdom order to be promoted to an intermediate kingdom. Unfortunately, the sky did not follow their wishes. Then, they did not stay, and walked out of this temporary military base, and then, they saw the 16 spaceships, and the majestic 9 million soldiers in the sky. In the sky, Jojo was quietly suspended in the sky. He looked at the 2 million soldiers of the Mingwei Legion below. When they arrived, they were not stupid. They had stopped attacking the shield of the capital, and looked at them with vigilance. Just when Jojo was about to attack them, he saw Sakmo, and came out of the military station. They looked at each other. A text prompt appeared in front of Jojo. Name, Sakmo. Hero title, Death Spirit Servant. Status, Epic Hero Destiny Status. Territory, Dark Bark Kingdom. Strength Class, Epic Lower Level. Introduction, one of the 4 heroes of Dark Bark Kingdom, and also one of the 4 great worshippers of the Death God Church in China. He is good at using a pair of Black Star double-slash swords, which can control the power of the Death element and the power of the Decay element, attaching them to his double swords and body, making his own combat power even better. His combat style is calm and sophisticated, and his belief in the Death God is extremely pure. Loot explosion rate, 20 epic mist hearts, explosion rate, 100%, 1000 source crystals, explosion rate, 100%, 1 epic lower level growable hero skill death possession, explosion rate, 8%, 1 epic lower level growable hero skill death cross slash, explosion rate, 8%, 1 epic lower level equipment black star double slash, explosion rate, 12%, 1 epic lower level equipment black star armor, explosion rate, 10%, 1 epic lower level skill book death fighting skills, explosion rate, 8%, 1 epic lower level skill book death substitute, explosion rate, 8%, 1 fanatic level scarlet crystal, explosion rate, 3%, 1 epic lower level heroic heritage secret book, explosion rate, 0.001%, 5 black iron level lord talent crystal fragments, explosion rate, 0%. Jojo's eyes lit up. This guy's loot list actually includes a fanatic level scarlet crystal? After killing it, won't it be possible to get another Holy Spirit level faith crystal? The Dark Barking Kingdom is a religious kingdom that believes in the god of death. Perhaps in this kingdom, there will be many pure dog-headed people. Maybe I can get a lot of Holy Spirit level faith crystals from them. Jojo had a guess in his mind. In addition, its epic lower-level heroic heritage secret book will also become a legendary lower-level heroic heritage secret book after extraction, which is also a big temptation for him. Thinking of this, Jojo suddenly felt that he must take it down. Just then, Sakam, who had been watching him, spoke. Human Lord, what are you going to do? It telepathically transmitted. What are you pretending for? What do you want to do? Anyone who is not a fool can see it. Jojo was too lazy to be hypocritical with him, and said directly, you should want to capture this place, right? Okay, we won't stop you. In fact, our Dark Bark Kingdom has no intention of being your enemy. We came here this time only because we have had a feud with the Taiyan Kingdom for many years. Since you also want to solve it, then leave it to you. Let's go! After that, he waved his right hand, and saw a huge black flying boat appear. The most obvious thing on it was a black dog-headed statue of the god of death Thanatos that was 1,000 meters high. The 2 million soldiers of the Dark Bark Legion immediately turned into a torrent of soldiers and rushed to the black flying boat. Come as you please, leave as you please. Do you regard us as nothing? Jojo transmitted the message in a cold voice. The next second, the 9 million soldiers under his command immediately rushed towards the 2 million dog-headed soldiers. After seeing this scene, Sakmo sighed softly, and then his expression became serious. It's time for me to offer my faith to His Majesty. It flew in front of all the soldiers of the Dark Barking Kingdom, and then sat cross-legged in the void. Then, it was seen closing its eyes, and then praying in dog-headed language. The content of the prayer was the content of the Death Code. This is the Bible of the Church of the God of Death, and it is the supreme religious classic that all believers of the God of Death must master. As its prayer gradually expanded, its body and face began to age at a rapid speed. When its prayer had expanded to the point where the entire battlefield could hear it, its body had become extremely old, and looked like an old dog-headed man in his twilight years. Boom! A terrifying pressure suddenly descended on the battlefield. Then a huge black figure 10,000 meters tall gradually emerged from behind Sakmo. All the creatures on the battlefield, when they saw this black figure, seemed to see the end of their lives. Countless creatures suddenly had a kind of enlightenment in their minds. The God of Death has arrived. Chapter 505. Under the terrifying pressure of the gods. Even the 2 million dog-headed soldiers of the Dark Howl Corps did not bear too much pressure under Sakmo's intentional protection. Their bodies all trembled, and even the speed of running towards the black flying boat slowed down a lot. In front of Sakmo, the 9 million soldiers who were intentionally targeted bore all the pressure of the God of Death. However, what made Sakmo unbelievable was that in the face of the pressure of the gods, that ordinary races could hardly resist, the 9 million soldiers in front of him seemed to be unaffected and did not seem to feel much. This human lord. It's really not easy to deal with. Sakmo's face was solemn. No need to think. This must be the special means of this human lord. 9 million soldiers. Jojo looked at the 10,000-meter tall god of death with a solemn expression, and then seemed to see something, and his frown loosened slightly. Not the real death god. It should be just a projection of divine power. He breathed a sigh of relief. He had the secret inheritance of the dragon race in his mind, so he could easily see the details of this method. This should be the opponent's heroic skill. The death god has arrived. Strong, but not exaggeratedly strong. He glanced at his soldiers. Yes. The soldiers and other professionals in his territory are all dragon slayers, and are naturally immune to the pressure of high-level blood. The essence of the gods can also be regarded as a high-level blood, and it is an extremely high-level blood, so the pressure of the projection of the power of the death god is also immune to his subjects. In this regard, Jojo is not worried that the fact that his subjects are all dragon slayers will be exposed. After all, there are many ways in the universe that can be immune to the pressure of high-level bloodline gods. The uniqueness of the dragon slayer will is that it is not only immune to the pressure of high-level bloodlines, but also can improve its strength by up to 2 levels while being immune. Bronze turns to gold, gold turns to diamond. This is the most perverted part of the dragon slayer will, as long as his soldiers do not show this ability to greatly improve their strength at the same time. It is almost difficult for others to guess their identity as dragon slayers. At this moment, He saw Sakmo suddenly stand up from sitting cross-legged, and then he raised his hands, and a transparent dog-headed soul emitting a faint white light flew out of his head, and then merged into the projection of the god of death behind him. After the projection of the god of death merged with Sakmo's soul, both its strength and pressure suddenly soared, reaching the legendary level of strength, and at the same time its form quickly transformed into Sakmo's appearance. The next second, it opened its blood-red eyes, pulled out 2 black long swords from its back, and then rushed towards Zhou 9 million troops. Seeing this scene, Zhou didn't need to give orders. Suin and Guiqiao stood up at the first time, and then flew towards Sakmo in the state of the god of death. While flying over, Suin had already turned into the 10,000-meter-tall Night Rakshas's true body. In the state of 3 heads and 6 arms, he held 6 blood shadow swords, looking like a blood god from hell. Guiqiao was also wearing the blood-red armor and holding the blood-colored double axes at this time, and his momentum had recovered to the peak period. He was already on the way, and under the joint treatment of the 10 legendary junior doctors, he completely healed his injuries. Guiqiao's strength has not only recovered from the lower diamond level to the lower epic level in his prime. Even because he absorbed the blood of the god he killed, with the help of the bloody song, his strength has been broken through again and directly promoted to the upper epic level. Thinking of this, Zhou was even more grateful for the legendary ancestor gain he got from the Taimu today. If it weren't for the 10 temporary lower legendary doctors provided by the legendary ancestor gain, he didn't know when he would find a doctor who could treat Guiqiao's injuries. Everyone, attack together. No matter life or death. Zhou came back to his senses and ordered. Yes! 9 million soldiers roared in unison, and then immediately launched various long-range attacks, attacking the huge Sakmo. On the battlefield, when Sakmo, who was in the state of the god of death, saw Suin and Guiqiao, and the terrifying collective attack behind them, his face suddenly became solemn. But he was not too afraid. It moved its mind. A layer of black membrane appeared on his body, making him look like he was wearing a tight light armor. When the 9 million soldiers fell on the black membrane on his body, these attacks disappeared like falling into water. This is one of the 3 pseudo-law skills he mastered in the state of death, the divine armor. Although it is not as powerful as the real law skills, it is still no problem to ignore ordinary attacks below the epic level. At this time, Guiqiao had already rushed in front of him. "Slay the dragon!" he roared, holding 2 axes and slashing at Sakmo fiercely. There was a faint thunder fanning on the 2 axes, and a 3,000-meter-long illusory blood-colored axe blade formed in the air. Boom! It was as if a divine thunder struck. The black membrane on Sakmo's body was actually split open by the illusory blood-colored axe blade. The black blood gushed out from the wound, and then before it could drip on the ground, it strangely disappeared into the air. Sakmo was shocked. Who is this guy? Normally, only lost skills can deal with lost skills. Even if its lost skills are just pseudo-lost skills borrowed temporarily, it shouldn't be so fragile. Why did this guy only use a hero skill to split the divine armor formed by its pseudo-lost skills? He used his 2 swords to split Guiqiao, who was slashing wildly, to 700 or 800 meters away, then quickly retreated and looked down at his wound. I saw that the wound on his chest was recovering at a slow speed. It was not recovering at a very fast speed as it imagined. This hero's skill actually restrained its pseudo-lost skills so much. Sakmo looked at Guiqiao with a serious face. Could it be that this guy's hero's skill is specifically designed to deal with lost skills? At this time, Guiqiao has rushed up again. Although the size of the 2 is very different, Guiqiao can send out an axe blade that is several thousand meters long, so he can fight with Sakmo head-on. While fighting, Sakmo was also observing the surroundings. What made him solemn was that he didn't see where Suin, who had rushed over with Guiqiao before, was. This made his heart shrouded in a haze. "Since you don't come out, I will deal with this person in front of me first." A cold color flashed in his eyes. He then chopped Guiqiao with a knife, and then put his 2 knives together. Hero's skill Death Cross Slash. This was originally just an ordinary epic hero's skill. But in the state of the advent of the god of death, it also stained a trace of the breath of the god of death, and possessed a weak power of the law of death. "Die!" A roar. A black cross exuding a strong breath of death burst out from its double swords, and attacked Guiqiao directly. Guiqiao also felt that this move was not easy to deal with, and prepared to dodge. However, at this moment, Sakmo suddenly looked at Guiqiao deeply with his blood-red eyes. Pseudo-rule skill Fear of Death. Chapter 506. At this moment, Guiqiao only felt that there was only this pair of eyes left between heaven and earth. In those eyes, it seemed that all living beings had the ultimate fear of the concept of death. Guiqiao's body stiffened. Then, in the eyes of Sakmo, who was a little dumbfounded, his eyes actually burst into an extremely fanatical look. Talent death of glory. Heroic skill Ragnarok. The former can make him stronger and stronger in death. The latter can ignore any living being, even the negative mental buffs added to it by the gods. For example, the ultimate fear from the concept of death in front of him. For Guiqiao, dying in a battle with a noble blood creature is the way he most yearns for death. Most creatures may be afraid of such a death, but he thinks that this is his best destination. He will naturally not be scared by such a death. Ha ha ha. Guiqiao laughed wildly, then ignored the cross blood mark on his heart, as if he couldn't feel that his heart had stopped beating, and chopped at Sakmo fiercely with a sharp axe. Heroic skill, dragon slaying axe technique. The dragon here does not only refer to the pure-blooded dragon clan. It refers to all creatures with noble blood. This is a heroic skill specifically for creatures with noble blood. It is also a very sophisticated combat skill. Faced with this heroic skill, Sakmo felt a great threat. It fought with all its strength with two swords in hand, but was suppressed by its superb combat skills, and was at a clear disadvantage. Sakmo had more and more wounds on his body. This made it look extremely ugly. It tried its best to chop it back 1,000 meters away. However, the next second, Guiqiao, who was chopped away, threw the blood axe in his hand directly. This blood axe was like lightning, and it slashed across his right arm in the blink of an eye, cutting off his right arm and a black star sword. This blow? Even Sakmo couldn't help but scream in pain, because it was possessed by the soul at this time. This blow did not cut its body, but its soul. The pain of the latter is 100 times greater than the former, and at this moment, an extremely shocking death crisis suddenly descended on his mind. Then, it found. The sky suddenly became dark. Or, it found that the world it was in turned dark, as if it was covered by a layer of black curtain. In this dark world, Sakmo found that his perception was greatly restricted. At this moment, a blood shadow suddenly appeared in front of him. It was the Night Rakshasa sword god Suin. He slashed with his sword and cut off Sakmo's left arm. Sakmo had no time to think about it, and quickly controlled the two black star swords to fly back, and then slashed at Suin in front of him. The next second, Suin, who was chopped, turned into a blood shadow and disappeared. Another Suin appeared behind Sakmo and chopped off Sakmo's right leg with a sword. After Sakmo controlled the black star sword to fly over, he found that this Suin was also a bloody shadow. The blood shadows of Suin appeared one by one, and after cutting off a part of Sakmo's body, they quickly disappeared. This was repeated for the 9th time. Suin's 9th sword cut off Sakmo's head. Before Sakmo died, a relieved smile appeared on his face. "You are worthy of being a believer in the god of death," Suin said lightly after seeing the smile on his face. The next second, the dark night he arranged disappeared, and then he saw Guiqiao with an unwilling look on his face. "You robbed my enemy, which is not honorable," he said angrily. His injuries at this time have been recovered with the help of the remaining divine blood. Even the heart that stopped beating has recovered and beat again. Suin did not speak. In the eyes of assassins, there is no idea of fairness and honor. Resolving the target as quickly as possible is the essence of assassins they believe in. But this guy is really strong. Stronger than him. If he hadn't cut the black membrane on the opponent's body first, causing a flaw in the opponent's body defense, he would not have been able to solve the opponent so easily with the blood shadow kill. It might even be difficult to break the defense, because that was a body defense formed by a pseudo-lost skill. And he didn't have the same pseudo-lost skill or lost skill to fight it, and he didn't even have a heroic skill like the dragon-slaying axe that was specifically designed to deal with noble blood. He only had normal attack skills. The strong men under the Lord's command are simply endless. Suin sighed. Yesterday, he was still the strongest in Jiayang territory. Today this title has changed. The pressure is really a bit great. He didn't say much, and directly took Sakmo's body to the Lord's location. As for the 2 million soldiers of the Dark Howling Legion, they had already withdrawn at this time. Sakmo really didn't die in vain. On the other side, Zhou looked at the kill prompt in front of him. Your subject Butcher Guiqiao and Night Rakshasa sword god Suin killed the epic lower-level death spirit servant Sakomo, and gained 400 million promotion energy. The trophy condensation is complete. The blessing of the Lord of War. Your subject Butcher Guiqiao and Night Rakshasa sword god Suin gained an additional 8 billion points of promotion energy. The hero biography of your subject Butcher Guiqiao and Night Rakshasa sword god Suin has been updated. Zhou nodded with satisfaction. These two subordinates did not disappoint him. Epic lower-level Sakomo, after using the Death God's Coming, has reached the legendary level, and is still a legendary strongman who can use pseudo-law skills. But even such a strongman was killed by Suen and Guiqiao together. He is really strong. It is worthy of his legendary and mythical talents. Soon, Suen brought Sakomo's body to Zhou Zhou, and Guiqiao followed closely. It's because my subordinates are not capable enough that they failed to keep the 2 million Dark Bark Legion soldiers. Suen bowed his head. Guiqiao also reacted and quickly bowed his head. It's okay. You two have done quite well. Zhou Zhou smiled. He really didn't care about the 2 million Dark Bark Legion soldiers who escaped. On the contrary, if he killed 2 million Dark Bark Legion soldiers and let Sakmo escape, he might be unwilling. Hearing this, the two of them were relieved. Zhou Zhou put away Sakmo's body and prepared to extract the spoils later. Then he flew to the front of the soldiers and looked at the dark blue dragon shield. The vast sea dragon cover. It's really a good protection facility for the capital. Zhou Zhou muttered. Then he looked at the king of the Taiyan kingdom, who was in the center of the capital, and looked at him gloomily. Taiyan, you have been watching us since we came. Have you seen enough? Zhou Zhou said lightly. The voice spread throughout the area of 100 miles. He had amazing perception. When he first came, he felt the burning gaze from the capital. After seeing the monster information, he knew that this guy was the king of the Taiyan kingdom. King Taiyan naturally heard it. But it didn't say anything, just looked at it coldly. Zhou Zhou didn't say anything when he saw this. His eyes fell on the vast sea dragon cover again, and his heart suddenly moved. He flipped his right hand, and a diamond-level bow appeared in his hand. Then he pulled the bow, and the chaotic source energy in his body surged out, forming a chaos-colored arrow on the bow. Explode! The bow was like thunder, and the string was shocked. The chaotic arrow turned into a chaotic stream of light, and landed on the vast sea dragon cover in the blink of an eye. Squeak! The arrow was stuck in the shield and embedded deeply in it. Then, cracks spread rapidly in all directions with the point where it landed as the center. Boom! In the dumbfounded eyes of all the people and monsters. The vast sea dragon cover that the 2 million soldiers of the Dark Howling Legion had been trying to attack for a long time, but could not break, actually broke with a bang. Chapter 507. The people and soldiers around him were quiet, and everyone had an expression of disbelief on their faces. Zhou Zhou smiled. I didn't expect it. Just one arrow triggered the shattering law, and then from point to surface, it directly broke the vast sea dragon cover. I thought it would take at least a dozen arrows? He thought with some joy. This shattering law is worthy of being a law, and the effect is really extraordinary. The protection facilities of a country's capital can't stop it at all. The shattering law with a 10% triggering probability is so strong. I don't know how the instant death law with a triggering rate of only 1% will perform. Zhou Zhou thought of this, and had the urge to shoot arrows again. His eyes swept across the fog monster in the capital, and finally fell on King Taiyan. Are you willing to surrender? If you are willing to surrender to me with your subjects, I can spare the lives of your monster subjects, and let them join my Jiaoyang territory and become my subjects. Zhou Zhou thought for a while and spoke. King Taiyan, the monster ministers around him, and other monster subjects who heard Zhou Zhou's words were stunned. You want us fog monsters to be your subjects? King Taiyan asked in disbelief. Zhou Zhou nodded. Don't you see the monster soldiers behind me? He pointed at the monster soldiers behind him. King Taiyan and other monsters stopped talking. They did see it. And what made them feel exaggerated was that this human lord, as the lord of all races summoned to the supreme continent by the supreme will, had more monster soldiers under his command than ordinary creatures. If you don't know, you might think that the human lord in front of you is the Scarlet Lord in disguise. After a long silence, King Taiyan finally looked firm. Our faith in the Scarlet Lord is extremely pure. Don't even think that we will surrender to you, it said seriously. The monster ministers around also had a look of hatred against the enemy. Zhou Zhou sneered in his heart when he heard this. If you are so loyal in your heart, why are most of the scarlet crystals in your spoils of war shallow faith and true faith level scarlet crystals? There are very few scarlet crystals of devout faith and fanaticism, not to mention the scarlet crystals of the Holy Spirit level. You should have seen the gap between us. It's useless to resist stubbornly. If you don't surrender, you will only die. Your king will die, but I can give you, the scarlet monster ministers, some chances. After the war starts, as long as you put down your weapons, tie yourself up and surrender, my soldiers will not kill you after the war. And when you come to my territory and become my subjects, other subjects will not look at you with strange eyes. You can enjoy the same rights and obligations as other subjects. In addition, Zhou Zhou raised his hand and pointed at King Taiyan. Whoever can kill King Tan will be rewarded. This lord keeps his word, he said affirmatively. In fact, if it weren't for the fact that it was almost night, he didn't bother to say such words of persuasion, and directly let the soldiers go up. On the other side, Zhou Zhou's words came out. King Tan's face suddenly darkened. The eyes of other scarlet ministers also became flickering. Don't be afraid. It will be dark soon. After dark, this human lord will not be able to resist the erosion of the scarlet fog and will definitely retreat. King Tan hurriedly comforted the ministers. The ministers responded on the surface, but they were muttering in their hearts. Yes, the human lord will retreat at night. But what about tomorrow? What about the future? Won't the sky continue to be dark? They didn't say this, but they already had some other thoughts in their hearts. In the sky, after Zhou Zhou saw that the other party had no intention of surrendering, he waved to the soldiers behind him without hesitation. Attack! Except for those who surrender, there is no need to keep anyone alive, he said. Yes! The 9 million soldiers roared in response. Then, under the leadership of the generals, they rushed to the capital. At this time, there were not many soldiers in the capital, less than 100,000 in total, because the other soldiers had been sent to Zwei City to fight the giant Roar Legion. Now they were all taken care of by Zhou Zhou. So the capital of the Tan Kingdom, without the vast sea dragon cover, was almost like an undefended city. With the attack of the soldiers, the battlefield situation almost fell to Zhou Zhou. During this period, Zhou Zhou also tried to trigger the instant death law. As a result, he shot nearly 200 arrows before triggering it once. After the bare-body dog-headed fog monster triggered the instant death law, the whole person lost his breath and fell to the ground, and even his soul disappeared. This made Zhou Zhou sigh. What a terrible instant death rule! A moment later, the capital was captured by Zhou Zhou's soldiers. King Tan and all his important ministers were captured by the strong men of Jiayang territory. Qianxue Palace. Zhou Zhou sat casually in the place where King Tan and his ministers used to discuss state affairs. Below were the important ministers of the kingdom of Tan, who were detained. And in front of them was a corpse. It was the corpse of King Tan. This king who ruled the kingdom of Tan for nearly 100 years could not escape the fate of being stabbed in the back by his subordinates. Zhou Zhou's eyes fell on a mist monster with purple skin, slender body, 2 pointed tentacles on the top of the head, and wearing a purple minister's costume. That was it. When King Tan was not paying attention, a dagger stabbed into the back of its heart from behind, ending King Tan's life. Then it immediately tied itself up and showed an attitude of surrender, which is why it survived until now. What is your name? What is your job? Zhou Zhou asked with interest. Report to the Lord. My name is Cecil. I used to be a second-rank clothing officer in charge of Tan's daily life. Cecil hurriedly flattered. You assassinated the king of Tan, and you did a good job. This lord will not break his promise. From now on, you are my subject. When this lord officially controls the entire territory of the Tan Kingdom, you can choose a territory of gold level or below from the many territories as your territory and become the lord of the territory. In the future, as long as you do not violate the laws of our Jiayang territory and do what the lord of the territory should do, you will continue to be the lord of the territory. Zhou Zhou said. Thank you for your reward, your majesty. I will definitely fulfill my duties as the city lord and will not let your majesty down. After hearing Zhou Zhou's words, Cecil's eyes suddenly became loyal and excited. He immediately knelt on the ground and said excitedly and respectfully, Chapter 508. Zhou Zhou nodded. Then his eyes fell on the ministers of the Tan Kingdom. These people added up to more than 50 fog monsters. He looked at them one by one, and also checked their attribute information. Facing the gaze of the human lord, the scarlet ministers trembled slightly. Their faces were very frightened, fearing that any action of theirs would displease the human lord. However, there were also monster ministers who, while fearful, also had some expectations and desires in their hearts. Cecil's example proved that the human lord really didn't care about their monster identities. Maybe they really won't be in trouble, and they may even be reused by the human lord, after a while. Zhou Zhou retracted his gaze, feeling a little happy. These fog monster ministers can become subordinates of King Tan here, and their abilities are indeed extraordinary. He just looked at their attribute information, and found that their professional levels were not lower than the extraordinary level, and the lowest was the lower level of the extraordinary. The highest one even has an epic intermediate blacksmith. Its official position in the Tan Kingdom is the first-class weapon refiner, specially responsible for refining epic and extraordinary weapons and equipment, and their potential is also quite good. Most of them have extraordinary and epic potential. Even Zhou also found 3 monster generals with legendary potential. These are all the geniuses accumulated by the Tang Kingdom in the past 100 years. Now, all belong to him. I want to get a large number of high-level professionals to meet the needs of upgrading the territory. It's still fastest to capture the kingdom-level lord forces. Zhou thought. You are all people who have surrendered voluntarily, so you should be willing to be my subjects, right? He looked at these monster ministers and asked calmly. Yes. Of course. We are very willing to be the Lord's subjects. After hearing Zhou's words, these monster ministers responded quickly. Then do a good job in my territory in the future. As long as you can do a good job here and make up for your mistakes, you used to work for King Taiyan here and even studied how to deal with us, I can treat them as if they never happened. If you do well, I will not treat you unfairly. Zhou said calmly. Thank you, Lord. The monster ministers couldn't help but be ecstatic, and then thanked. Zhou looked at this scene calmly. If he didn't have the Lord's talent of peace and prosperity, he would probably kill all the fog monsters in front of him, like other normal lords of all races. After all, the fog monsters and the creatures of the myriad races are natural enemies. How could the fog monsters really want to surrender to the myriad races' lord? Just like the fog monsters rarely take the myriad races as captives. He didn't think much. His eyes fell on the corpse of King Taiyan in front of him. Monster information appeared. Item name, Taiyan's corpse, Kingdom level Scarlet Lord. Item level, Superior. Item effect, contains uncollected spoils. Item introduction, the corpse of the current king of the Taiyan Kingdom. With his amazing sense of smell and decisiveness, he made many important decisions for the development of the Taiyan Kingdom. But because he trusted his sense of smell too much, he also brought a lot of losses to the Kingdom of Taiyan. But overall, he was considered a great leader. After the Lord of the Sun led his army to break through the capital, he was assassinated by the trusted clothing officer. Loot explosion rate, 100 extraordinary mist hearts, explosion rate, 100%, 500 source crystals, explosion rate, 100%, 1 special suit of the Black Dragon's Majesty, explosion rate, 15%, 1 special equipment King's Gem, explosion rate, 10%, 1 special skill book King's Art, explosion rate, 10%, 1 epic lower level Vast Sea Dragon cover, explosion rate, 8%, 1 pious Scarlet Crystal, explosion rate, 3%, 1 extraordinary Scarlet Lord Talent Ball, explosion rate, 0%, 6 extraordinary Lord Talent Crystal Fragments, explosion rate, 0%. Zhou walked over, put his hand on the corpse, and then began to extract. Lord Talent tip, your loot is enhanced by the King of Loot Perfect Loot, and the quality of the loot is increased by 1. Title tip, your loot is affected by the title of the strongest lord, and the amount of loot is increased by 150%. Lord Talent tip, you have obtained Perfect Loot 250 Mist Hearts, Epic, 1500 Source Crystals, 3 Emperor Dragon Robes, Special, 3 Emperor Gems, Special, 3 Emperor's Mind Skill Books, Special, 1 Legendary Lower Level Sun and Moon Cover, 1 Scarlet Crystal, Fanatical, 1 Scarlet Lord Talent Ball, Epic, 15 Lord Talent Crystal Fragments, Epic. With a thought, he put the loot that had not yet exploded on the ground into his space ring. Looking at the spoils in the space ring, even with Zhou's usual calm mentality, he couldn't help but show joy on his face. The effect of adding 150% of the strongest lord and the strongest lord of all races is too strong. Directly turn the original 6 extraordinary Lord Talent Crystal Fragments into 15 epic Lord Talent Crystal Fragments. So many Lord Talent Crystal Fragments can be synthesized into an epic Lord Talent Ball to awaken a new epic Lord Talent or upgrade an extraordinary Lord Talent to epic level. Not to mention the epic Lord Talent provided by Taiyan himself. Cool. He sat on the throne again, ignoring the monster ministers, who were still waiting for him to speak, and checked the spoils. The Heart of Fog and the Source Crystal are naturally needless to say. He looked at the 3 golden bodies, with the majestic golden dragon costumes on the surface. The golden dragon was vivid and looked like the real thing. The text prompt appeared. Set name, Emperor Dragon Robe. Set grade, Special grade. Set effect 1. Emperor Dragon Majesty creatures wearing Emperor Dragon Robe will exude invisible Emperor Majesty in every move, making countless creatures in awe. At the same time, they can ignore the coercive abilities imposed on them by any creatures, and can actively counterattack with coercion. Set feature 2. Emperor Dragon Temperament creatures wearing Emperor Dragon Robe are easy to obtain the active loyalty of other creatures, and gradually improve the loyalty of people around them. Set Feature 3. Emperor Dragon Body Protection. When a creature wearing Emperor Dragon Robe is attacked, the Emperor Dragon Soul attached to the Emperor Dragon Robe will automatically defend against the attack and can actively counterattack to a certain extent. The upper limit of defense and counterattack strength is lower legendary. Set Feature 3. Emperor Dragon Transformation. Creatures wearing Emperor Dragon Robe can change their own clothing, body, and appearance in any form, and can also conceal their own attribute information. Creatures below the level of True God cannot see through the changes of Emperor Dragon Robe. Introduction. Emperor Dragon, a legendary dragon clan born from the Emperor's luck. Legend has it that every creature wearing the Emperor Dragon Robe will become an emperor that attracts worldwide attention in the future. What a good suit! Jojo's eyes lit up. Just by looking at the name and effect of this suit, you can tell that it is for the Lord. Just right. The North Wind ritual he wore before couldn't keep up with his pace. Now it's just right to change into it. And there are 3 sets of Emperor Dragon robes. He can also change them back and forth. Jojo took out one and put it on himself. The next second, a lot of loyalty improvement prompts appeared in front of him. And these people and monsters who have increased their loyalty are the people and monsters who are looking at him in this hall right now. What a top suit! Jojo sighed. Chapter 509. Jojo looked at the second special trophy. They were 3 12-sided gems emitting golden light. Treasure name, Emperor's Gem. Treasure level, special level. Treasure effect, it can be used for trading to obtain a large number of missed hearts, or it can be used for collection, or inlaid on equipment when making equipment to increase the beauty of the equipment. Treasure introduction, the Emperor of Gems, the most precious gem below the God-level gems, is often used by creatures for collection or decoration. If it is sold, a large number of missed hearts will be obtained. Trade? Collection? Decoration? So it's just a simple collection? Jojo shook his head. He was not very interested in this kind of thing. He will give it to the mysterious caravan and see if it can be sold. Then he looked at the next trophy. The Emperor's Mind. Skill name, the Emperor's Mind. Skill quality, special grade. Skill description, after using it, the user will gradually understand and master the way of the Emperor in the process of handling territory affairs in the future, and gradually become a qualified, outstanding, and even legendary Emperor. Note, this skill can only be learned by the Lord. There is actually such a skill book? Jojo was surprised. It seems that it has no active effect, but if it can really let him gradually master the way of the Emperor in the process of handling territory affairs, as it describes, then it is indeed the skill Jojo needs most at present. After all, Jojo has been a lord for too short a time. Many things that the Lord should understand and master, he does not know very well. This is why he handed over most of the territory affairs to Zheng Yuanqi. No other reason. He had some territory problems that he didn't know how to deal with. Only people like Zheng Yuanqi, who had been the Prime Minister of the Aurora Kingdom for many years, could handle these territory affairs with ease. But this way of handling can only solve the problem temporarily. It can't solve the problem temporarily. As a person who aspires to become the Supreme Lord, Jojo will sooner or later come into contact with, understand and master the methods of handling territory affairs. Especially since he is about to create the first kingdom of the human race on Blue Star, and become the leader of a country, he needs to improve his ability in this area. And he can't just rely on Zheng Yuanqi to do it for him. Otherwise, after a long time, his ministers and people may doubt one thing. Is Zheng Yuanqi the Lord of Jiayang territory? Or is he the Lord? Jojo can't let this happen. So he must understand and master the methods of handling territory affairs. So, this Emperor's Mind is indeed his most in-demand skill at the moment. Thinking of this, Jojo did not hesitate and took out a book to study. Soon, this Emperor's Mind skill book turned into countless golden light spots and poured into his eyebrows. At this moment, Jojo only felt that countless emperors dealt with political affairs, military affairs, people's livelihood, extraordinary people, monsters, gods, and other national affairs. The memory poured into his mind. Because the memory is too huge. In the end, only a small part of the memory was completely mastered by Jojo. The rest of the Emperor's memory is all hidden in the deepest part of his memory, waiting for him to gradually dig, use, and master it in the future. Jojo opened his eyes. His temperament changed quietly. Under the hall. When the ministers saw Jojo at this moment, they didn't know why, and they all tensed up, not daring to have any thoughts of disobedience, as if they were facing an emperor who had accumulated the power of an emperor for 10,000 years. If In the past 20 days of Zhou Zhou's career as a lord, he had accumulated a little bit of the majesty and momentum of a superior. Then now, in the eyes of everyone, Zhou Zhou seemed to have become a big man who had been in a high position for a long time and had the power of life and death. Even more terrifying than that. What happened to the lord? Why do you feel like a different person all of a sudden? It's just like a young man who just came out of the world suddenly became a big man with high power. Bai Yun, who was closest to Zhou Zhou, looked at Zhou Zhou with some doubts. Wu Xian, who was on the side, looked at Zhou Zhou with shining eyes. Incredible. This momentum in eyes. It's many times stronger than Li Yuanqian. Lord, it seems that you have grown up a lot suddenly. He looked very pleased. It is a great thing for subordinates like them to have such a lord as their master. On the throne, Zhou Zhou was also savoring his feelings at this moment, and the emperor's memory that he had just digested. Although it is not a powerful attack skill or auxiliary skill, it can only be regarded as a passive skill at most. But this emperor's mind is too useful for me. It is indeed the skill I need most at this stage. Zhou Zhou was very happy. From now on, he was no longer afraid of handling the affairs of the territory. On the contrary, having mastered so many memories of the emperor, he was even eager to try. Don't worry. The kingdom will be established soon. When the time comes, there will be places for me to show my abilities. Zhou Zhou thought to himself. In addition, handling government affairs is not just for him to test his abilities. Deep in his memory, the more comprehensive and vast memories of the emperor hidden also need him to awaken them one by handling the affairs of the territory. If he can only be regarded as a qualified emperor now, then if he wants to grow into an excellent, outstanding, or even the first emperor of the ages, he needs to master the memories of the emperor hidden in his subconscious by handling daily territory affairs. After he thoroughly masters those memories of the emperor, becoming an existence at the same level as the first emperor of the ages will not be a luxury. After a long time, he calmed down his mood of getting the emperor's mind, and then looked at the next trophy. It was a fist-sized circular light shield. This light shield was like Tai Chi, with two colors of light, one black and one white. The black light represented the night, and on the surface there was a moon that moved slowly according to the law of operation. The white light represented the day, and on the surface there was a sun that also moved slowly according to the law of operation. It was the Sun and Moon cover, a trophy with the quality of the vast sea dragon cover +1. Treasure name: Sun and Moon cover. Treasure level: Legendary lower level. Treasure effect: Sun and Moon cycle. After opening, it can absorb the external light element energy and dark element energy as the energy reserve of the Sun and Moon cover for daily maintenance, without additional external energy supply. Treasure effect: Sun and Moon blessing. After being activated, it can resist external attack energy, and can completely defend against attacks from lower legendary levels. The upper limit of defensibility is equivalent to the strength level of the controller +1. Treasure effect: Heart of the Sun and Moon. Within a radius of 1,000 kilometers of the Sun and Moon cover, the energy density in the air increases by 1,000%. Treasure effect: Sun and Moon rotation. The treasure controller can adjust the day and night changes of the Sun and Moon cover by consuming light and dark energy reserves, thereby increasing his own strength. Only for friendly forces at lower legendary levels and below. Daytime: increase the Sun and Moon cover, and add 30% additional strength to the team. Moonlight: increase the Sun and Moon cover, and add 30% damage reduction to the team. Sun and Moon: increase the Sun and Moon cover, and add 30% additional strength and 30% additional damage reduction to the team. Note: after opening the Sun and Moon in the sky, the energy reserve of the Sun and Moon in the sky cover will be greatly consumed. Treasure introduction: a special military formation treasure created by the Sun and Moon Taoist in imitation of an ancient formation. After failing, it was traded and later obtained by the king of the Tang Kingdom and regarded as a national treasure. Unrecognized owner. Chapter 510. Military formation treasure? Zhou Zhou muttered to himself. He had heard Wu Xian talk about this kind of treasure. This kind of military formation treasure does not require the user to have any knowledge of military formations. As long as the energy in the body can drive the treasure, the military formation recorded in the treasure can be directly displayed. For generals who are unwilling to learn military formations, but need to fight in military formations, it is a shortcut. If you put the Sun and Moon cover on the battlefield during the battle, and then turn on the Sun and Moon cover, you can directly increase the strength of your soldiers by 30%. Zhou Zhou is very satisfied with the effect of this treasure. The most important thing is, this thing can be superimposed with the 100% additional strength increase and 50% additional damage reduction of the title of the strongest lord. In other words, with the blessing of the title of the strongest lord and the sun and moon cover, his soldiers on the battlefield can almost instantly increase their strength by 130% and reduce their damage by 80%. The soldier's combat effectiveness and life-saving ability will be greatly enhanced. Then he saw the words unrecognized master at the back, and chose to recognize the master without hesitation. After recognizing the master, Jojo put it away. As for the last epic Scarlet Lord Talent Ball, it's not too late to look at it when he goes back. Now he has more important things to do. Do you know where the Kingdom Order is? Jojo asked Ansel. I know. The Kingdom Order is in the King's Temple of the Taiyan Kingdom. It is the most heavily guarded place by the kings of the entire Taiyan Kingdom. In addition to the statues of the kings of the Taiyan Kingdom, there is also a golden monument of the kingdom. The Kingdom Order is in the Kingdom Golden Steel. Ansel said respectfully. Take me there. Su and Guiqiao. You come with me. As for the others, clean up the entire palace, collect and organize the spoils here. Jojo said. Yes. Your Majesty. Yes. Lord. Ansel looked happy and said immediately. Suan and Guiqiao also nodded respectfully. Ansel then took Jojo, Suan and Guiqiao to the King's Temple. King's Temple. Jojo looked at the statues of King Taiyan in front of him, which were either ferocious, mighty, evil or cold. He walked over calmly, not even interested in looking at these statues. Soon, they came to the Kingdom Golden Steel. This is a golden stone steel more than 10 meters high. It seems to exude a mysterious majesty. Jojo looked at the golden tablet, his expression full of excitement and expectation. He glanced at its durability. Wow! A full 10 billion. The durability of his Platinum Intermediate Territory tablet was only 20 million. A full 50 times difference. It is worthy of being the kingdom's golden tablet. Su and Guiqiao. Break it. Jojo took a deep breath and then said in a deep voice. Fortunately, he brought Suan and Guiqiao, two epic masters, with him, otherwise he would have to go back and find someone to break the golden tablet. Yes. Lord. The two did not hesitate and directly began to use various means to attack this kingdom's golden tablet. Under the joint attack of the two epic masters, the durability of this kingdom's golden tablet began to decrease at a speed visible to the naked eye. A moment later, accompanied by a loud bang, the more than 10-meter-high golden monument of the kingdom collapsed. 3 tokens were suspended at the original position of the golden monument. 2 of them. One is the Extraordinary Regional Order of the capital of the Taiyan Kingdom. The other is the Extraordinary Superior Territory Order of the Taiyan Kingdom. As for the last token, it was golden in color, and it was the Extraordinary Superior Kingdom Order used when the Taiyan Kingdom was founded. Jojo walked over, first collected the Territory Order and the Regional Order, then looked at the Kingdom Order, and finally put his hand on it. A text prompt appeared. Do you want to collect the Kingdom Order? Yes, Jojo said. As soon as the voice fell, the suspended Kingdom Order fell into his hand, as if it had lost its power. Then a line of golden text prompt suddenly appeared in front of Jojo. It also appeared in front of billions of Blue Star Lords. Blue Star All-Channel Lord announcement. Congratulations to Lord Jiayong for becoming the first Lord to break through the Kingdom-level Lord Force, and the reward is 1 Supreme Treasure Box and 5 Legends. Blue Star All-Channel Lord announcement. Congratulations to Lord Jiayong. Blue Star All-Channel Lord announcement. Congratulations to Lord Jiayong. Jojo raised his eyebrows. Is it just the Blue Star All-Channel Lord announcement? What a pity. He thought that this kind of thing would trigger the full channel announcement of the Lords of all races again. It seems that he thought too much. That's right. In fact, breaking through a kingdom-level Lord Force can be done as long as the strength is sufficient. For example, the true Lord of the Primordial Spirit Clan, the Tai Lord of the Chaos God Clan, the Zutian Lord of the Shepherd God Clan, and other powerful lords. If they use all their strength, they may be able to break through a kingdom, but the losses may be heavy. Unlike him, it's not an exaggeration to say that it was an easy crush. If this can be listed on the full channel announcement of the Lords of all races, then this announcement is too casual. You know, he won the first place in a Lord event, and was lucky enough to be listed once. This level of waiting. It is definitely not the same as breaking through a kingdom-level Lord Force. But breaking through a kingdom can't be listed on the full channel announcement of the Lords of all races. Then what about establishing a kingdom? Establishing the first kingdom among the Lords of all races? Zhou thought in his heart. The more he thought about it, his heart pounded. There are 3 requirements for establishing a kingdom. First, own an extraordinary superior treasure kingdom order. Now he has 2. Naturally, it is achieved. Second, own at least 30 regional territories, and at least one of them is an extraordinary regional territory, as the location of the kingdom's capital. Zhou also achieved this. After all, today alone, he had conquered 48 territories. As for the extraordinary regional territories, the capital of the kingdom of Tan is 1. However, Zhou did not intend to set this place as the capital of the kingdom of Jiayang in the future. The capital of the kingdom of Jiayang must naturally be Jiayang City. After returning today, he can use the territory fusion certificate to merge Jiayang City and upgrade it to an extraordinary regional territory. He had exchanged a non-grade territory fusion certificate before. As long as it is used to merge Jiayang City and the capital of the kingdom of Tan, Jiayang territory can naturally be successfully promoted to the level of extraordinary regional territory. As for the capital of the kingdom of Tan, it's gone. It's not as important as establishing a kingdom. As for the third condition, it's even simpler if there are at least 3 native heroes in the kingdom who can protect the kingdom. He now has 6 human heroes under his command. It has long exceeded the requirements for establishing a kingdom. After I go back today and upgrade the regional territory level of Jiayang City, I can then establish a kingdom. Zhou thought silently. He was looking forward to it. This day is finally coming. Chapter 511. Zhou thought that he would establish a kingdom tonight, and his heart surged for a while before gradually calming down. Then he glanced at it inadvertently, and found that after the Blue Star All-Channel Lord announcement, there were several less obvious prompts in front of him. Zhou looked at them one by one. Lord Talent Tip. Congratulations, you have conquered a kingdom, triggered the silver level Lord Talent Conqueror support, and you have gained the loyalty of a hero with the fate of a superhero. Note: the hero is coming to your territory. Please pay attention to the recent list of new residents. And Lord Career Tip. You destroyed a primary kingdom level Lord force, collected 20% of the power of the N Law, and the grade of the N Crown has been upgraded one step further. Current N Law power collection progress, 20%. And Lord Career Tip. You destroyed a primary kingdom level Lord force, collected 20% of the power of the N Law, and the grade of the N Crown has been upgraded one step further. Current N Law power collection progress, 20%. And Lord Career Tip. You destroyed a primary kingdom level Lord force, collected 20% of the power of the N Law, and the grade of the N Crown has been upgraded one step further. The kingdom level Lord force has collected 100 points of the power of the N Nirvana. You can use 100 points of the power of the N Nirvana to exchange for a chance to revive after death and increase your strength after resurrection. Currently have the power of the N Nirvana, 100 points. Currently have revival times, 0. And Lord Career Tips. You have destroyed a primary kingdom level Lord force. A member of the N Guard has received your call. You can summon him out. Current number of N Guard members, 1, summonable. Zhou looked at these tips and couldn't help but smile. As expected, breaking through the kingdom level forces is a great benefit to me. The loyalty of a hero with the destiny of a superhero, a chance to resurrect, a member of the kingdom level troop, the N Guard, these opportunities that other lords dare not even think about, I have them all by just conquering a primary kingdom. Not bad, not bad. Zhou was very satisfied. Look at my N Guard members. Summon, he whispered. The next second, a grayish-white breath surged from his brow, and then a human more than 2 meters tall formed in front of him. He wore a grayish-white helmet, a grayish-white armor, a grayish-white spear on his back, and a grayish-white long sword around his waist. He exuded an aura that seemed to come from the end of the end, looking mysterious and serious. Meet the Lord. He knelt on the ground and said calmly. Stand up. Zhou helped him up, then looked at his personal information. Landlord, Jiang Yuan. Landlord, Jiaoyang City. Soldier's occupation, Spear of the End. Strength level, Diamond Superior, synchronized with the Lord of the End. Ability overview, exclusive soldier of the Lord of the End, a terrifying creature born in the End. Possessing a body that can be reborn continuously, and mastering the 2 laws of crushing and instant death, even gods will be afraid of their weapons. Skills, Talent Gun Dao Genius, Talent Agility and Swiftness, Talent Innate Divine Power, Divine Kingdom Level Arms Talent Power of the End, Divine Kingdom Level Arms Talent Power of Shattering Laws, Divine Kingdom Level Arms Talent Power of the Law of Instant Death, Divine Kingdom Level Arms Talent Disaster Body of the End, Diamond level end gun skills, Diamond level killing sword skills, Diamond level Lord Army formation, Diamond level physical immunity, Diamond level elemental immunity, Diamond level soul immunity. Loyalty, 100, die hard. Potential, unknown. Jojo nodded. It is indeed a Divine Kingdom level troop. Like the Soul Harvester Maris, they all have Divine Kingdom level troop talents. It's a pity that there are only a few of them. It would be even better if there were more members of the End Guard. Jojo thought greedily. Then he chatted with Jiang Yuan for a while, and after learning more details about his troop capabilities, he took it back into his mental space between his eyebrows. This summoning and retrieving method has strong security and concealment, and Jojo is also very satisfied. Then he collected the tokens of the 3 Kingdom Gold tablets, and then carefully checked the royal temple again, but did not find any other treasures. This place is too poor. Jojo looked very disgusted. Ansel, where is the treasure of the Tang capital? Do you know? Jojo asked Ansel next to him. Treasure? That must be the Tang treasury. Ansel said without hesitation after hearing this. Treasure house? Jojo's eyes lit up. Take me there, he said immediately. Yes, Your Majesty. Please follow me, Ansel said immediately. Then it took Jojo and the other 2 to the Takon treasure house. Takon treasure house. Jojo frowned as he looked at the silver treasure house full of technology. Mechanical things? He thought for a while, then his brows relaxed. The Takon kingdom has existed for hundreds of years, and with the accumulation of these hundreds of years, nothing is strange. He walked to the door of the treasury, and found a very complicated combination lock on the right side of the door. Who else knows the password of this combination lock besides Takon? Jojo asked. Forearmed Mara King Taro also knows about it. But he led his troops to fight before, and has not returned yet. As for the rest, I know. When Ansel said the last part, he looked at Jojo cautiously. Jojo did not speak. Forearmed Mara King Taro has now become the heroic heritage secret book in his hand. King Tan was also stabbed to death. In other words, no one knows the password to open the Tan treasury. He thought about it, and his mind suddenly moved. Then he said nothing and stood there quietly waiting. 2 seconds later, a starry night suddenly flew from a distance and hovered in the sky. The shadow of the spacecraft covered the Tan treasury and everyone below. Lord, Wenya is here. Wenya's voice sounded in Jojo's mind. Can you open this treasure house? Jojo asked. Please wait, Wenya said. Very soon. Lord, the technology level of this treasure house is at the Diamond Intermediate level. With the computing power of my subordinates, it will take about 39 minutes and 12 seconds to calculate its opening password. But if the Lord's mechanical clone takes action, it should be much faster, Wenya said. When Jojo heard the preface, he still felt that this time was a bit long. But when he heard the latter sentence, he was stunned. Are you talking about my ultimate Lord clone? Jojo asked. Yes, Lord. The mechanical Father God has the talent of the ultimate algorithm Lord, and has surpassed my subordinates in computing power. Add to that the mechanical Father God's hero skills super calculation and hero skills real simulation, it will be much easier for him to calculate the opening password, Wenya said. Jojo was a little surprised when he heard this. To be honest, he had obtained this mythical level only Lord talent for too short a time, and he always subconsciously ignored his ability. If Wenya hadn't reminded him, he would have almost forgotten that the ultimate Lord Jojo could also help. He didn't hesitate, and called out the ultimate Lord Jojo. He saw the ultimate Lord Jojo at this time. With the help of the great unified core energy, his strength realm has been raised to the lower gold level. After he came out, he didn't say much, and went directly to the front of the door, and put his palm on the password input position. Then he saw his body emitting a faint silver light, and countless silver data lights flashed in his eyes. More than 10 seconds later, buzz. Accompanied by a buzzing sound, the door of the Tan treasury, which was still tightly closed before, was seen to slowly open, and the light of various treasures suddenly bloomed from it. Seeing this, Jojo looked at the calm ultimate Lord Jojo with some surprise. My best skill is calculation, and hero skills are related to calculation, so it's easy to crack this password, Ultimate Lord Jojo said calmly. Jojo nodded, and then walked in with him, Suin, and Guiqiao. Inside the treasure house. When Jojo and the other 4 came in, they saw that the treasure house, which covered an area of nearly 10,000 square meters, was filled with all kinds of treasures. They looked around. Heart of Mist, equipment, skill books, pet eggs, advanced building materials, scrolls. There were all kinds of treasures, dazzling. And the most eye-catching one was a hill more than 10 meters high made of piled heart of mist. Zhou walked over and scanned them with his spiritual power. He found that the lowest level of these fog hearts was gold, and the highest was even 4 epic fog hearts. There were more than 500 extraordinary fog hearts. Zhou was surprised. You should know that the Tang Kingdom did not have the Sky Mist treasure bag in his hand, so it was impossible to obtain a higher level fog heart by fusing the fog heart. In other words, these extraordinary and epic fog hearts in front of him were gradually accumulated by killing or trading over the hundreds of years since the founding of the Tang Kingdom. They were placed in this treasure house, and not easily taken out for use. Maybe the kings of the Tang Kingdom wanted to use them as the last retreat of the Tang Kingdom. Now, all belong to me. Zhou smiled. He waved his right hand and directly put these fog hearts into his Sky Mist treasure bag. When these fog hearts entered his Sky Mist treasure bag, Zhou also knew the total value of these fog hearts. The total value of about 800 legendary fog hearts. It's just SOSO. It seems that the Tang Kingdom is not a wealthy kingdom. Zhou muttered to himself. The 30 million skill books and 50 million pieces of equipment he sold yesterday sold more than 1,800 legendary fog hearts, far more than the pile of fog hearts in front of him. But despite this, he naturally wouldn't dislike these fog hearts. Then he began to wander around in this Tan treasure house. Walking, he picked up a bow and arrow casually. This bow and arrow is red all over, emitting a faint flame light, but it feels warm to the hand, and it feels very good. Zhou carefully examined the bow, and soon discovered that there was an illusory figure like a fire phoenix floating on the bow. At the same time, equipment information appeared. Equipment name, Red Phoenix Blood Jade Bow. Equipment rank, Extraordinary lower level. Equipment effect 1 Blood Phoenix Feather Arrow. Use your own energy to communicate with the Red Phoenix Blood Jade Bow. Condense the power of Phoenix Blood. Form a feather-like arrow with Red Phoenix Spirit Fire attached to it, and shoot it at the enemy. The Red Phoenix Spirit Fire has 2 major law characteristics, immortality and burning. Spirit Water of different levels cannot extinguish the Red Phoenix Spirit Fire. Equipment effect 2. Red Phoenix Soaring Sky Arrow. At the cost of consuming the Red Phoenix True Blood in the bow, a Red Phoenix Soaring Sky Arrow is formed and shot at the enemy. The Red Phoenix Soaring Sky Arrow can kill enemies at the highest epic level. This seems to be a special equipment made with a drop of Red Phoenix blood as the core material. It has the characteristics of the law, which means that the owner of this drop of Red Phoenix blood should be a god-level Red Phoenix. Zhou's eyes were sharp. He just played with the big bow for a while, and almost figured out its details. He looked at it for a while, then put away the bow, and the 20 Blood Phoenix feather arrows beside it. Give them to Bai Yun later. Bai Yun's current strength is the lower level of Extraordinary, and this bow is also a weapon of the lower level of Extraordinary. No one in his territory is more suitable for this equipment than Bai Yun. Afterwards, he did not stop and continued to stroll in the treasure house. While strolling, he was also looking at the treasures in the treasure house. When he encountered a treasure suitable for himself or his subordinates, he would directly put it into his space ring, and keep it for himself or give it to his subordinates in the future. While looking at the treasures, Zhou also found that this treasure house was indeed a treasure house. The various treasures stored in it were all gold-level treasures at the lowest level, and the number of treasures of this level was the smallest. Platinum and diamond-level treasures were the largest. As for the extraordinary and epic-level treasures, although the number was small, each one was a fine product. There were treasures that even Zhou, the king of spoils, was very surprised. For example, the treasure Zhou was holding in his hand now. It was a blue ball of light emitting a faint thunder light. This blue ball of light was suspended in Zhou's hand, and a familiar pressure emanated from it, which made Zhou secretly shocked. This pressure. Could it be? Zhou looked at it, and suddenly had a guess in his heart that he couldn't believe. As its panel information appeared, Zhou's expression suddenly became surprised and happy. It really is. Zhou murmured. Treasure name, Godhead Fragment, God of Twilight. Treasure level, lower god upper level. Treasure effect. The user holding the Godhead Fragment has a chance to comprehend a law skill of Twilight law from it. Treasure introduction. The Godhead Fragment comes from a god of Twilight, Gerx, who became a god by Twilight law in the light spirit world. Later, when the god came to the Supreme Continent to pursue a higher realm of gods, he was killed by an evil god of the Abyss. His Godhead Fragment accidentally flowed to the Kingdom of Tan, and was obtained by the 12th king of the kingdom of Taiyan, who collected it in the treasury as his most precious collection. That pressure is indeed the pressure of the gods. Zhou Zhou looked at the godhead fragment and thought to himself. Then he put it away. At this point in time, it is not convenient to comprehend it. I will talk about it after I go back. Chapter 512. In addition to the fragment of the godhead, Zhou Zhou also obtained the elemental gem resources he had longed for. Among them, the basic elemental gem resources and thunder elemental gem resources. There are corresponding minerals and monster ranches in his territory, so he is not short of them. However, he got a lot of the two advanced elemental gem resources, life elemental gems and death elemental gems, from the Takon treasure house. Specifically, there are 8,412 life elemental gems and 7,650 death elemental gems. With these gems, I can upgrade my territory after I go back. A smile appeared on Zhou Zhou's face. In the next half an hour, Zhou Zhou looked through all the remaining treasures in the Takon treasure house. The result was that there are about 30,000 treasures in this huge treasure house. Among these treasures, there are some that Zhou Zhou is interested in, and some that Zhou Zhou is not interested in. After he put all the treasures that attracted him into his space ring, he did not touch the remaining treasures, but walked out of the Takon treasure house and stretched at the door. This is the first time I feel that treasures are boring. Zhou Zhou thought with a smile on his face. It must be said, this trip to the treasure house has satisfied his addiction to treasures. Then he turned around and looked at the treasure house. After a while, he suddenly asked in his heart, Ultimate, Winya, can you take this treasure house? Yes. This mechanical family treasure house has volume space compression function and flight movement function. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a small mobile treasure house spaceship. Take it away, just give the next command. Winya did not speak. Ultimate Lord Zhou Zhou said directly. Then take it away. This thing is good, it can be used as the treasure house of our territory in the future. From now on, it will no longer be called the Takon treasure house, but the Jiayong No. 1 treasure house. After you, and when you figure out how to make it, make a few more, so that the treasures and resources in our territory will have a safe place to store in the future. Zhou Zhou said immediately after hearing this. He benefited from the massive supplies obtained by the King of Spoils, which have been stored in the territory warehouse. Although this territory warehouse can also hold these supplies, it is not very safe, and the space is not very large. And now this mechanical treasure house can completely replace the territory warehouse to store those extra spoils for territory development. So Zhou Zhou wanted the ultimate Lord Zhou Zhou, and Winya to figure out how to make it, and make a few more. Winya and I have a lot of scientific research tasks recently. I am afraid we don't have that much time. The ultimate Lord Zhou Zhou said. He is now studying the mechanical technology drawings obtained from the Father Lord with Winya, and is indeed very busy. Nothing. The mechanical warehouse is not urgent, it can be studied at the end. Zhou Zhou smiled and patted his shoulder. Yes, Lord. Winya said. The ultimate Lord Zhou Zhou also nodded after hearing this. Then he walked to the front door, and put his hand on the door of the Jiayong No. 1 treasury, and then he saw that he and the treasure house were emitting silver light at the same time. A few seconds later, the ground was heard to tremble slightly, and then this huge mechanical treasure house was seen to be gradually floating, and then it shrank rapidly, becoming a palm-sized mini mechanical treasure house, and then flew in front of Zhou Zhou. This scene stunned Ansel, who brought them here. Even Suan and Guiqiao, who had seen Zhou Zhou's various methods, were a little surprised. On the other side, Zhou Zhou looked at the mini mechanical family treasure house in front of him, took it and looked at it curiously, and then passed it to the Starry Night spaceship in the sky. Winya, please accept it. After returning to Jiayong City, just set it up in Jiayong City. Zhou Zhou communicated with his mind. Yes, Lord. Winya said respectfully. Zhou Zhou nodded, and then left here with everyone. At this time, the sky had completely darkened. The scarlet mist gradually filled the air. However, because the capital of the Kingdom of Taiyan had become Zhou Zhou's territory, the two walls of the Supreme Barrier and the Supreme Defense, one real and one virtual, had appeared and protected this place, preventing the scarlet mist from invading. After a long time, Qianxia Palace. On the throne, Zhou Zhou sat alone on it, resting his eyes. The invisible aura of an emperor emanated from him, making others cautious and nervous even if he said nothing. My lord. Just then, Bai Yun's voice rang out. Zhou Zhou opened his eyes and looked over, and saw Bai Yun standing under the hall with a list. Report to my lord. Just now, General Wu Xian has led his men to break through the right guard city and collected all the spoils worth taking away. Then we extracted all the spoils from the monster corpses, and after our quartermaster calculated, all the spoils for the whole day have been sorted out. This is the specific list. Please take a look, Lord. Bai Yun said respectfully. Bring it up. Yes. Bai Yun came to Zhou Zhou with the list in both hands. Zhou Zhou took it and looked at it. Today they captured 48 regional territories and killed nearly 11 million fog monsters. Among these fog monsters, except for more than 2.4 million fog monster soldiers, the remaining more than 9 million fog monsters were fog monster civilians. Zhou Zhou naturally had no mercy on these fog monster soldiers, who could not be persuaded to surrender through language communication, and directly let the soldiers deal with them all. Today's battle. They can almost say that they have destroyed all the fog monsters in the entire Tan Kingdom. It sounds amazing. In fact, it also brought them quite amazing benefits. With the blessing of the title of King of Trophies, and the strongest Lord. Total loot obtained, 48 regional orders, bronze to extraordinary, 512 territory orders. Iron to extraordinary, 2540 epic fog hearts, 49,980 extraordinary fog hearts, 207,850 diamond fog hearts, 2,167,230 platinum fog hearts, 31,841,350 gold fog hearts, 58,631,700 silver fog hearts, 80,547,780 bronze fog hearts. Heart of the Mist, 70, 159, 632 skill books of all kinds. 111,104,521 pieces of equipment of all kinds. 100, 000, 150, 000 units of basic materials. 27, 885 bronze level Lord Talent crystal fragments. 15 epic level Lord Talent crystal fragments. 12 extraordinary level Lord Talent crystal fragments. 1 epic level Scarlet Lord Talent ball. 1 extraordinary level Scarlet Lord Talent ball. This is the situation of the spoils list. As for the improvement of the soldiers, there is no record for the time being because today's Arc de Triomphe has not passed. Looking at the skill books and equipment in this list, Zhou Zhou thought about it, and did not throw them into the exchange as he did in the past. Now the number of soldiers under his command can be said to be changing every day. These skill books and equipment should be used on his own soldiers first. After meeting the needs of his own soldiers, it is not too late to throw the excess skill books and equipment to the exchange for sale. How is the construction of the space teleportation array going? Zhou Zhou looked up and asked. Master Jinghongzi is building the space teleportation array. It should be completed tonight. Bai Yun said respectfully. Chapter 513. Zhou Zhou nodded, and then said, Then you let the soldiers camp here tonight, arrange things here, and take the soldiers back to Jiaoyang City tomorrow morning. You can let a subordinate do this. Go and call Wu Xian, Wu Tu, Feng Luo, Luo Sheng, and other important generals, and return to Jiaoyang territory with me later. I have something important to do, you must be by my side. Zhou Zhou said in a deep voice. The big thing he said was naturally the establishment of the first primary kingdom of the blue-starred human race. This kind of big thing that concerns the entire territory naturally cannot be done by him alone. Yes, Lord, Bai Yun said respectfully. She vaguely guessed what the big thing her lord was going to do, and a hint of heat flashed in the depths of her eyes. Then she didn't waste time and immediately turned around and left here to call people. A moment later, in an open space in the palace, Bai Yun, Wu Xian, Feng Luo, Wu Tu, Luo Sheng, Suan, Guiqiao Nisario, Oxy Maris. All the important generals and subordinates who have followed Zhou Zhou from the establishment of Jiaoyang territory to the present gathered here. Zhou Zhou looked at them, and suddenly a passion called ambition boiled in his heart. These are all the people who will fight for the hegemony of the Lord of 10,000 races and chase the Supreme Lord, and this is just the beginning. In the future, his territory team will continue to expand. All kinds of strongmen, generals, counselors, geniuses will gather here to help him reach the peak of the Lord of 10,000 races. Let's all get on the spaceship. Let's go back to Jiaoyang City. Zhou Zhou didn't sigh for too long, and then gave the order. Yes! Everyone shouted. Then they no longer hesitated, and flew into the starry night that had been waiting for a long time above their heads. Zhou Zhou flew in last. Then he silently said in his heart to return to the city. The next second, the spaceship carrying Zhou Zhou and many generals and strong men of Jiayang territory suddenly disappeared into the air. Jiayang territory. Under the highest barrier. It was a peaceful time with thousands of lights. Although it was late at this time, Jiayang territory was still very lively. On the well-planned streets, the people of the life profession were working hard to sell their goods, while other people were shopping and strolling on the streets, chatting and laughing. It looked like a peaceful and prosperous time. Just then, a huge silver-black spaceship suddenly appeared in the sky. It was the Starry Night. Many people were not surprised by this, and many of them looked at the spaceship with respect and yearning. It's the Lord who has returned. The Lord is so busy, coming back so late every day, but it is because of this that we have such a peaceful and happy life now. I have asked a craftsman to build a statue of the Lord at home, and pray to the Lord every day. Haha, what a coincidence. My family does the same. Me too. People laughed and talked. On the other side, after Zhou Zhou and his men got off the spaceship, he gave Bai Yun an order. Bai Yun, Wu Xian, go and invite Deputy City Lord Zheng and other important officials in the territory to come over, and then go to the administrative hall, and let them discuss matters related to the development of the kingdom. Our kingdom will be established tonight. You ask Deputy City Lord Zheng and others to discuss, and come up with a rough plan for the future development of the kingdom. I give you 2 hours to discuss it slowly. Don't worry. It doesn't matter if you don't have enough time. You can improve it slowly in the future. Today I just want to see your general ideas on how to develop the kingdom in the future. Within these 2 hours, I will prepare for the establishment of the kingdom. I will come to you after I finish my work. Zhou Zhou said. Bai Yun, Wu Xian and others heard the words. Even though they were prepared in their hearts, they still felt surprised when they heard it. My God, the Jiayang territory is going to become a kingdom. They were excited and a little sighing. How long has their Lord come to the supreme continent? It's only been 20 days at most, and he has established a kingdom. Novels don't dare to write like this, although it is said that the Supreme Will has played a driving role behind this. But the incredible means of developing the territory of their own Lord are the important reasons why they can reach this point in such a short time. It can be said that without the Lord, there would be no Jiayang territory today. Even though they played a lot of roles in this process, they are still far inferior to the means of the Lord. Yes. I will go now. Bai Yun and others said respectfully, and then went to find someone. Zhou Zhou also returned to his primary lord's blessed land after seeing this. In the blessed land, in a study room, Zhou Zhou sat on the chair behind the desk. He was not in a hurry to establish a kingdom first, but took out the 48 regional orders he got today and then integrated them into his own territory stone tablet. Then he waited quietly. After a moment, Zhou Zhou, who had heard nothing, raised his eyebrows slightly. With more than 50 regional territories, there is no new Blue Star Full Channel Lord announcement. Does it need 70? Or 100? He wondered to himself. The last time he merged 30 regional territories, he triggered a Full Channel Lord announcement. Originally thought that this time when there were more than 50 regional territories, it would be triggered again, but it didn't happen. At this time, a line of text prompts that surprised him suddenly appeared in front of him. Supreme will tip. When the number of regional territories owned by the Lord exceeds 30, the basic conditions for establishing a primary kingdom have been touched. At this time, if more regional territories are obtained, the Full Channel Lord announcement achievement will not be obtained again. At this time, the Lord can only go one step further and conquer the kingdom-level Lord forces one by one to obtain the Full Channel Lord announcement achievement again. Zhou Zhou frowned slightly. So that's it. Then the difficulty has increased a lot. After thinking for a while, he shook his head and stopped thinking about it. With his current Lord power, it is not difficult to conquer more kingdom-level Lord forces. This Blue Star All-Channel Lord announcement is indispensable for him. Then he took out the Supreme Treasure Box rewarded by the Blue Star All-Channel Lord announcement today. After he opened the Supreme Treasure Box, he found 3 familiar crystals inside. Zhou Zhou's eyes widened. These 3 crystals are 3 Holy Spirit level faith crystals. The Supreme Treasure Box is worthy of being the Supreme Treasure Box. It really gives me what I want. He looked at the 3 Holy Spirit level faith crystals, and a smile appeared on his face. Now, he had a total of 5 Holy Spirit level faith crystals in his hand. Except for 2 of them that were to be used to resurrect the 2 heroes of the Knight's Temple. He could keep the other 3 Holy Spirit level faith crystals for himself as a backup. In this way, if he and the people around him died unexpectedly in the future, he could use them to resurrect directly. Then he put away the 3 Holy Spirit level faith crystals, and then took out an orange crystal and a purple crystal. It was the extraordinary Scarlet Lord Talent Ball and the epic Scarlet Lord Talent Ball. The latter exploded from King Tan. The former was obtained from the Scarlet Lord of one of the 48 regional territories of the Tan Kingdom when conquering them. Zhou purified the two of them first, and then looked at their attribute information. Treasure name: Lord Talent Ball King's Treasure Box. Treasure level: Extraordinary. Treasure effect: after absorption, the Lord will have Extraordinary Lord Talent King's Treasure Box. Treasure introduction: after absorbing the Lord Talent Ball purified by the Supreme Will, you can get a kind of Extraordinary Lord Talent. Treasure name: Lord Talent Ball Talent Intuition. Treasure level: Epic. Treasure effect: after absorption, the Lord will have an Epic Lord Talent Intuition. Treasure introduction: after absorbing the Lord Talent Ball purified by the Supreme Will, you can get an Epic Lord Talent. King's Treasure Box? Talent Intuition? Zhou looked delighted. Chapter 514. Zhou looked a little happy. These two Lord Talents seemed to be quite good. He absorbed them without hesitation. The next second, this extraordinary Lord Talent Ball immediately turned into countless orange light spots and poured into his brow. Zhou closed his eyes. After a moment, he opened his eyes. Then he saw a rectangular golden box suddenly appeared in front of him. The box was engraved with golden and magnificent patterns of various auspicious beasts, such as dragons and phoenixes. It looked precious and mysterious. Is this the king's treasure box? Zhou took it curiously. He looked over, and a text prompt appeared. Treasure name: King's Treasure Box, Soul Bound, Lord Jiayong. Treasure level: Special level. Treasure effect 1. Demiplane space. King's Treasure Box is the storage treasure of the king. It contains a dead demiplane space that can store a large amount of matter. Treasure effect 2. Automatic pickup. After the owner of the King's Treasure Box kills the enemy and extracts the spoils can be automatically stored in the space of the King's Treasure Box, and other creatures cannot spy on the treasures in the King's Treasure Box. Treasure effect 3. Spirit. After the treasures stored in the King's Treasure Box are nurtured for a long time, the damaged treasures will be slowly repaired, and the intact treasures have a chance to give birth to spirituality, thus improving the quality of the treasures. This soul-enriching effect is only effective for legendary and lower-level treasures. Treasure introduction. A creation from the Lord's talent, it contains a half-plane space inside, and it is a storage treasure that is hard to come by. Good treasure. Zhou looked at the ability of the King's Treasure Box and his eyes lit up. Recently, he was worried that he had too many spoils of war, and his space ring could not hold them all. Originally, he was thinking about whether he should wear a storage ring on each of his 10 fingers to store the spoils of war. Although it doesn't look good, it can at least solve his problem. Now it's all right. With this King's Treasure Box, he no longer has to worry about insufficient storage space. That's a full half-plane. Not to mention a huge amount of supplies. It can even hold the territories of several kingdoms. As for the soul-enriching effect, it sounds good, but I don't know what its specific effect is and how long it will take to nourish it. Zhou looked at the King's Treasure Box in his hand, and with a thought, he saw that the King's Treasure Box disappeared out of thin air and appeared in his sea of consciousness between his eyebrows. This is the effect of soul binding. You can directly store the soul-bound treasure directly into your body. This is much safer than wearing it on your hand. As long as you don't die, no one else can steal a treasure from you. Then he picked up another Epic Lord Talent Ball, fused it, and then looked at its talent information with expectation. Lord Talent, Talent Intuition, Epic. Talent Intuition. When you encounter an event that requires a decision, there is a chance that you will get an intuition like God's help, allowing you to make the right choice. Zhou frowned slightly. Is this Lord Talent also worthy of being an Epic Lord Talent? He pondered for a while, but his expression gradually became serious. What a talent, he murmured. Life. It can be said that it is made up of choices one by one. Sometimes, a correct choice can make a person soar to success and save countless years of hard work. And a wrong choice can also make a person fall from heaven to hell, or even have no chance of turning over, wasting his life. This is the importance of choice, and this Epic Lord Talent, Talent Intuition, has a chance to make you choose the right choice when facing a choice. This means that it can save you from taking detours, and even at some point, you may get some great opportunities. If this Talent Intuition is used well, it may bring me benefits no less than the legendary Lord Talent, or even the mythical level, the only Lord Talent. Zhou thought in his heart. If you don't make a sound, you will be amazing. This may be what this Lord Talent is about. When he thought of this, a smile appeared on his face. I didn't expect that an epic Lord Talent would give me such a big surprise. However, this Lord Talent may not bring me much benefit in a short period of time, so I have to be prepared for this. But it's nothing. Jojo has nothing but many Lord Talents. It won't work in a short time, but the other 21 Lord Talents can be used in turn. Then he thought of the information about King Taiyan that he had seen before. No wonder the information about King Taiyan said that he had amazing sense of smell and decisiveness, and made many important decisions for the development of the kingdom of Taiyan. It turns out that it has an extraordinary version of the innate intuition. In addition, it also said that King Taiyan had brought a lot of losses to the kingdom of Taiyan because he trusted his sense of smell too much. I have to keep this in mind. You can trust your intuition, but don't blindly trust other intuitions. Jojo thought to himself. Then he looked at his Lord Talents. There were a total of 22 Lord Talents, which made him smile. With so many Lord Talents, if I take a screenshot and post it on the World Channel, they will be scared to death. Jojo thought with a smile. Then he took a deep breath. These Lord Talents are the foundation of his life. But they are not enough. If he wants to surpass those lords of all races with the top race civilization background, he needs more powerful Lord Talents. Then he stopped thinking and took out the fragment of the godhead of the God of Glimmer that he had found in the Takon treasury before. A text prompt appeared. Do you want to use it? Yes, Jojo said immediately. The next second, his consciousness went dark. Jojo found that he seemed to have become the God of Glimmer when he was young. When the God of Twilight was young, she lived in a place called Dark Continent. This is her hometown. On this continent, there is no sun, only endless darkness. The light messengers, who were born with bonfires and light, are the only race of creatures on this continent that follow light. The God of Twilight, Solon, is such a light messenger. Since Solon was born, she has believed in the Lord of Light. She has spent her whole life using her light to explore darkness, destroy dark monsters, and find a place of light for those creatures that cannot live in darkness. In this process, her strength is constantly growing until she masters the power of the Twilight Law and becomes a lower-level god, the God of Twilight. Later, she accidentally passed through a teleportation array and came to the Supreme Continent. She thought that on this greater continent, she could find a higher way to advance as a god, but she was unlucky and soon met an evil god of the Abyss and was killed by the evil god of the Abyss. The memory of the fragment of the godhead of the God of Glimmer came to an abrupt end here. A text prompt appeared. Please select a lost skill that belongs to you from the following lost skills of the God of Glimmer. 1. Lost skill Glimmer Shelter, lower god upper level. 2. Lost skill Holy Sword of Light, lower god upper level. 2. Lost skill Firelight, lower god upper level. Jojo looked at these 3 lost skills. With the vague memory of the God of Glimmer, he immediately knew the power of their lost skills. Chapter 515. The first lost skill Glimmer Shelter. It is somewhat similar to the lost skill Absolute Light that Jojo has mastered. Both can use the power of their own law of light to protect others in the Scarlet Fog or other dark environments from the invasion of the negative environment outside. However, Absolute Light is a large-scale protection. Although Glimmer Shelter is not a large-scale protection, it can accurately protect everyone and prevent them from being invaded by the negative environment outside for a long time. And Glimmer Shelter can continue to take effect even if it is far away from the caster. And Absolute Light cannot be too far away from the caster Jojo. It can be regarded as a very practical auxiliary law skill. The second law skill Holy Sword of Light is a single law attack skill of the Law of Light, and has additional law killing bonuses for enemies, with attributes such as darkness, negativity, and evil. The third law skill Firelight is a group law attack skill of the Law of Light. Although its power is weaker than the Hammer of Light, its killing range is extremely wide. Jojo pondered for a while, hesitating about which one to choose. These 3 law skills will be very useful in the future. At this moment, he suddenly had an idea, and his eyes fell on the law skill, the Holy Sword of Light. It was as if God was guiding him to choose this law skill, and told him that this law skill would be very useful in the future. Jojo immediately reacted. The intuition of the talent was triggered. He didn't expect that this Lord Talent would be triggered so quickly. But since it was triggered, Jojo no longer hesitated and directly chose the lost skill of the Holy Sword of Light. The next second, Jojo seemed to see a golden holy sword that pierced the sky and the earth in the distance, flowing with light like the dawn, looking like a god. The next second, this holy sword actually flew over from a distance, and rushed into his brow in the blink of an eye. Jojo was shocked. He subconsciously touched his forehead, and then took out a mirror, and then he found in the mirror that there was a holy sword mark on his brow. However, this holy sword mark moved with his heart. He thought of hide in his heart, and the holy sword mark disappeared. He thought of appear in his heart, and the holy sword mark appeared again. Interesting. Is this the manifestation of the lost skill light holy sword? Why do I feel that this light holy sword can be linked with my absolute light lost skill? Jojo thought secretly in his heart. It seems that I have to find an opportunity to try it out in the future to see if it can really be linked. Then he looked at the ability information of this lost skill. Lost skill name, Holy Sword of Light. Lost skill quality, Lower God upper level. Lost skill ability introduction, control the power of the law of light, condense a holy sword of light to kill the enemy, and have additional law-killing effect on the creatures of the chaotic camps such as evil, darkness, scarlet, and negative. The text description is simple. But as a lost skill, its effect is destined to be not as simple as the description. He looked at it twice more, and then stopped thinking about it. Instead, he walked out of the primary lord's blessed land, looked at the building in front of him, and silently thought about upgrading the territory. The next second, as 800 million units of basic materials, 500 platinum level fog hearts, 2,000 source crystals, 30,000 units of basic element gems, 9,000 units of advanced element gems, and 2 platinum level territory orders disappeared. Boom! A burst of golden light immediately covered the entire primary lord's blessed land. A moment later, the golden light dissipated. The primary lord's blessed land with a significantly larger area appeared in front of Jojo. Congratulations! Your primary lord's blessed land has been successfully upgraded to a platinum upper level building. Your platinum intermediate Yuanling formation has been successfully upgraded to a platinum upper level Yuanling formation. Your territory has been successfully upgraded to a platinum level territory. The durability of the territory monument has been increased to 50 million/50 million. Your territory has expanded to 5,000 km * 5,000 km * 20,000 m. All fog monsters within the newly added territory have been expelled. The scarlet fog will not appear within any of your territories. You have received an upgrade reward. A treasure chest of basic building blueprints, platinum level. Lord Talent Tip. The upper limit of the enemy lords you can incite has been increased to the legendary intermediate level. Lord Talent Tip. Your monster ranch can be upgraded. Lord Talent Tip. Your mysterious caravan power has been improved. Lord Talent Tip. The clergy in your Goddess of Life sanctuary have been strengthened. Jojo nodded slightly. Then he looked at the upgrade requirements for the next level. Building upgrades. 500 million units of wood, 500 million units of fine sand, 500 million units of metal, 500 million units of stone, 1,000 platinum level fog hearts, 5,000 source crystals, 100,000 units of basic element gems, 10,000 units of lightning element gems, 10,000 units of life element gems, 10,000 units of death element gems, 3 platinum level cities, 50 platinum level life professionals, 500 platinum level military professionals, 3 platinum level territory orders. It's still a question of advanced element gems. Jojo frowned slightly when he saw the upgrade requirements. There were 20,000 life element gems and death element gems. Even if he had just harvested all the high-level element gems in the Taiyan Kingdom, he still couldn't meet the needs of upgrading the territory. It seems that I have to hurry up and go to the Giant Roar Kingdom to take a look. Jojo muttered to himself. He still remembered that Li Yuanqian said that among the nearby kingdoms, the Giant Roar Kingdom had the most high-level element gem deposits. If he wanted to obtain more high-level element gem resources and continue to upgrade the territory, then dealing with the Giant Roar Kingdom was a must. Then he came to the Summoning Gate and spent 2,000 units of basic resources and 500 platinum level fog hearts to upgrade the Summoning Gate. Congratulations, your Summoning Gate has been successfully upgraded to a platinum level upper level building. The number of people you can summon every day has increased by 70. Among the people you summon every day, there will be 80 professionals. Tip: due to the influence of the race's unique title, Glory of the Pioneer 4, the number of people you can summon every day has reached 1955. Among the people you summon every day, there will be 85 professionals. And the professional level of 5 of these professionals will be the same as your territory level. Jojo looked at its next level upgrade requirements. Building upgrade. 10 million units of wood, 10 million units of fine sand, 10 million units of metal, 10 million units of stone, 1,000 platinum level fog hearts, and the territory level is upgraded to diamond level lower. This requirement is the same as giving it for free. Jojo sighed. I didn't feel too surprised. It's time to prepare to establish a kingdom. Zhou came back to his senses and took a deep breath. Then he took out a super-level territory fusion certificate. This super-level territory fusion certificate was also found by him in the Tan treasury. Originally, he wanted to use the non-grade territory fusion certificate to merge Jiaoyang City and the capital of the Tan Kingdom. Now that he has this super-level territory fusion certificate, it is naturally not necessary. A text prompt appears. Do you want to use the territory fusion certificate, super level? Yes, he said. The next second, a virtual map appeared in front of him. It was a map of all the regional territories that Jiaoyang territory now controls. Zhou looked at this map. On this virtual map, there are 12 regional territories between Jiaoyang City and the capital of the Tan Kingdom. Seeing this, Zhou first used the low-level territory fusion certificate to merge all the regional territories between the two. Zhou had already obtained a lot of these low-level territory fusion certificates from Leah, and today he got nearly 500 territory fusion certificates in the treasury of the Tan Kingdom, so he naturally had no shortage of them. After merging the separated territories, the regional territory level of Jiaoyang City has been upgraded from Platinum to Diamond. Zhou saw this and began to merge Jiaoyang City and the capital of the Tan Kingdom. Soon, he saw that on the virtual map, the territorial boundary representing Jiaoyang territory and the capital of the Tan Kingdom began to gradually become blurred and eventually disappeared. Then rows of new text prompts appeared one by one. You have selected the capital of the Kingdom of Tan, Extraordinary Regional Territory, as the territory fusion object of your initial territory. Fusion in progress. Fusion successful. Congratulations, your initial territory, the Sun Desert, Diamond Regional Territory, has successfully merged with the capital of the Kingdom of Tan, Extraordinary Regional Territory. The level of your Sun Desert, Diamond level, regional territory has been significantly improved and promoted to an Extraordinary Regional Territory. The territory of your Sun Desert, Extraordinary level, has been significantly improved. Your Sun Desert, Extraordinary level, territory perfectly inherits all the territorial resources of the original territory and the merged territory. Please continue to merge regional territories to improve your own regional territory level. Zhou saw this, and a smile suddenly appeared on his face. So far, I have completely met the 3 conditions for establishing a kingdom. Next, it's time to establish a kingdom. Chapter 516. Zhou took out the kingdom order. A text prompt appeared. Do you want to use the kingdom order? Yes, Zhou said excitedly. The next second, he saw the kingdom order suddenly burst into an extremely strong golden light. This golden light was so strong that it even penetrated his primary lord's blessed land and shone in all directions, allowing creatures within a radius of thousands of kilometers, or even nearly 10,000 kilometers to see it. Some creatures looked at this scene in surprise, wondering what happened in their hearts. And some elderly people were very moved when they saw this scene. Which adult is going to establish a kingdom? The road to a kingdom is uncertain, especially in this place in the Supreme Continent. I don't know how long this king can keep his kingdom going. Decades? Hundreds of years? If he can last for thousands of years, he will be considered successful. The initial stage of a newly built kingdom is not so easy to get through. The Kingdom of the Roar. In a towering palace 1,000 meters high, the contemporary king of Roar, Fins, was sitting on a wild blood-red throne, staring coldly at the golden light in the distance. Is that the light of the kingdom order? Has anyone established a kingdom again? It looked a little cold and irritable. The territory of the kingdom around them was just that big. Originally, it was divided among the 4 kingdoms of Roar, Tan, Dark Howl, and Aurora. Now that there is suddenly one more kingdom, it means that they could originally get a quarter of the territory, but now they can only get 1/5 or even less. The cake is so big, it naturally wants to have as few competitors as possible. King. The direction of the light is the direction of the human lord's territory. I think it's probably the human lord who destroyed the giant roar core we sent over and killed the steel teeth iron fist king, Sifan, and established a kingdom. A giant roar priest wearing colorful sacrificial clothes came out and said with some concern. Upon hearing this, the giant roar king, Fins, looked even more gloomy. Their giant roar kingdom originally had only 5 heroes, and now one of them died directly because of the human lord, which greatly reduced its national strength, and it has not yet benefited from the Tan kingdom. It now hates the human lord to the bone. But at the same time, it thought of something again, and a hint of unwillingness flashed in its eyes. Lord Jiaoyang. According to the report, this guy can command nearly 10 million soldiers, and each of his soldiers is very strong. Even if all the soldiers in our giant roar kingdom can be soldiers, the total number of soldiers is only 5 million. Even if we can compete with him, I'm afraid it will be very difficult. The king of Giant Roar muttered to himself. The priest of the Grand Prince looked at the expression of his own majesty. Although he didn't hear what he said, he could probably guess something. It took the initiative to say, "Your Majesty, I don't know where the human lord found the 10 million soldiers. With such a force, he will definitely target the high-level elemental gemstone deposits in our Giant Roar Kingdom in order to quickly upgrade the territory level. Although the war between us and the other party has not yet begun, it will definitely happen in the future. We must prepare early," the priest said seriously. "Whatever you think, just say it." The roaring King Finns glanced at it and said lightly, "Your Majesty, we are threatened by the human lord, and so is the Dark Barking Kingdom, which is adjacent to the human lord. I suggest joining forces with the Dark Barking Kingdom and finding a few allies to deal with the human lord together," the priest said respectfully. If he had heard this before, the proud King Finns would certainly disdain to join forces with other countries. But at this moment, thinking of the military intelligence of the Lord of the Pride, Finn said nothing, but just thought silently. The Dark Barking Kingdom. The Pope's Palace. At this time, the Pope's Palace had just held a divine granting ceremony, and completed the transition of the new and old popes. However, what the people of the Kingdom of Dark Bark did not know was that just when the handover between the new and old popes they loved had just ended, another simple and low-key funeral was held in the worship hall next door. In the worship hall, the new Pope Freud and the old Pope Cronin were silently looking at the transparent crystal coffin surrounded by flowers. There was no body in the transparent crystal coffin, only some simple clothes and relics. My lord's death spirit servant actually felt like this. And on a day like today, Freud had a bright and slightly curly golden hair, and his whole body exuded a faint golden luster, looking like a creature in Greek mythology. At this time, he looked at the crystal coffin of the death spirit servant Sakomo inside. His expression did not show much regret. He and the old Pope Cronin were two factions in the Pope's palace, and there were always many conflicts between them. The death servant Sakomo belonged to the faction of the old Pope. He died, although it was not a good thing for the entire Dark Barking Kingdom. But for him, it might not be. The old Pope Cronin glanced at Floyd and saw his thoughts at a glance. "I have retreated. Sakomo will sooner or later become the power in your hands. Don't you feel sorry for his death? Aren't you afraid that the human lord will come to your door, and you don't have enough strong men?" Cronin said in a deep voice. There were only him and Floyd here now, so he didn't care about some things and said them directly. "Don't I feel sorry?" Floyd was disdainful in his heart, but pretended to be surprised on the surface. Then he said proudly, "In our Dark Barking Kingdom, there is the power of death from the gods. If the human leader dares to attack, let him have a taste of what it feels like to be cursed by the power of death. When the time comes, he may not even dare to step into our country. If he really dares to come, don't blame me for taking the racial artifact from him." The fact that Lord Jiayang has a racial artifact has been spread through the full channel announcement of the lords of all races, and many creatures have known it. The Dark Barking Kingdom is naturally one of them. Thinking of the effect of the racial artifact, even a person with a firm belief like Floyd can't help but have a touch of fiery color in his eyes. If he can grab this racial artifact and dedicate it to His Majesty the God of Death, maybe he can go one step further and become the Angel of Death beside His Majesty the God of Death. When the time comes, what does the position of Pope that he fought so hard for count for on the other side? After hearing what Freud said, the old Pope Cronin did not refute. "You take care of yourself. I hope that the Kingdom of Darkfly can develop better in your hands." Cronin looked at the clothes and relics of Sakomo in the coffin, turned and walked towards the gate. From the back, he seemed to be much older. Floyd looked at Cronin, who was going away, and his eyes narrowed slightly. "What bad ideas is this old guy thinking of to deal with me? After fighting with this old Pope for so many years, he will not easily judge his true thoughts because of the other party's superficial behavior." Just then, the two suddenly felt something, and their eyes looked towards the direction of Jiayang City. Someone has established a kingdom. It should be the human lord. The human lord is ambitious, and will probably expand to the surrounding areas next. TSK. Why do I think so much? I'm just an old man who has stepped down from the throne of Pope. Cronin left without looking back. The new Pope Floyd frowned. The good mood he had originally felt because of ascending the throne of the new Pope became much worse because of the newly built human kingdom. "Lord Jiayang, race artifact." Floyd's low voice came from the worship hall. Juyong City. Zhou naturally didn't know that he had just started to establish a kingdom, but so many creatures had already had other ideas in their minds. He was looking at the text prompt that appeared in front of him. Kingdom tip. Lord Zhuyong, you have used the kingdom order. Do you decide to officially upgrade your territory to a primary kingdom lord territory? Yes. Zhou said immediately. Do you want to use Jiayang territory, superordinary regional territory, as your primary kingdom capital area? Yes. Please set your kingdom name, Jiayang Kingdom. Zhou was prepared for this and answered immediately. Your world channel ID has changed. Your current world channel ID is Jiayang Kingdom Jiayang Lord. You have successfully established your own kingdom. The next second, the announcement that Zhou had been waiting for finally appeared. Announcement of the Lord of 10,000 races in all channels. Congratulations to the Lord of the human race Jiayang for successfully establishing the first kingdom of the Lord of 10,000 races. The rewards are one more mythology treasure box of the 10,000 races, and one more novice kingdom treasure box. Legend degree plus 10. Myth degree plus 1. Announcement of the Lord of 10,000 races in all channels. Congratulations to the Lord of the human race Jiayang. Announcement of the Lord of 10,000 races in all channels. Congratulations to the Lord of the human race Jiayang. A smile appeared on Zhou's face. His heart was full of joy. Finally, the kingdom he had been thinking about was finally established. Just then, the text prompt appeared again. Tip 1 for Novice King. Your kingdom is just being built, and its reputation will gradually spread in the nearby area. The creatures in the area will gradually know the existence of your kingdom. Please be prepared and handle the subsequent kingdom affairs. Tip 2 for Novice Kingdom. You have the authority to establish a kingdom channel, which can accommodate up to 100 million people. Novice Kingdom Tip 3. You have the authority to publish kingdom announcements. After publishing a kingdom announcement, all the people in the kingdom channel will be the first to know the news you published. Novice Kingdom Tip 4. Kingdom channels are only owned by the lords of 10,000 races, and local lords cannot own kingdom channels. Kingdom channel? Kingdom announcement? Only the lord of 10,000 races has it, and other local lords cannot have it. Zhou's eyes lit up. Is this the power of the kingdom? Sure enough, it is very different from the ordinary lord of 10,000 races. He looked at the lower left corner of his vision. Sure enough, in the middle of the world channel and the exchange, he found a new icon. This icon has a simple word king and a golden flag behind it. It is the icon of the kingdom channel. Zhou clicked it and took a look. It was found that this kingdom channel is very similar to the world channel of the Blue Star Lord. They all have 3 functions: personal information, kingdom channel, and friends bar. It just lacks the most important function, exchange. Zhou felt a little sorry for this. In the process of his growth, the exchange definitely played a role no less than the legendary lord's talent. It's a pity that it is not in the kingdom channel. Otherwise, his subjects would be much more comfortable. In addition to the above functions, Zhou also found a kingdom channel function that is exclusive to him. King function. Zhou clicked it and took a look. It was found that this king function included a series of functions such as mute, channel administrator, settings, publish kingdom announcement, and query citizen information. It looked quite complete. Zhou clicked on one of the functions citizens join, and saw a full page of citizen names appear in front of him. There were 100 people on one page. Zhou looked at the bottom page and found that there were more than 110,000 pages. That is more than 11 million people. The total number of citizens under his command was about 4 million. These more than 11 million people should include all the lords of his Star Alliance and their subjects. Zhou chose to select all, and then pulled all these subjects in. Then, Zhou saw that the number of subjects in the kingdom channel jumped from 0 to 54,612. The next second, it jumped directly to 227,786 in just a moment. More than 10 million people joined his kingdom channel. Others who have not joined yet probably haven't reacted to what's going on, so they didn't dare to join rashly. He thought of this, opened publish kingdom announcement, and after thinking for a while, began to fill in the announcement content. Soon, he finished writing, and then chose to publish. The next second, all the subjects of the prideful Sun Kingdom, including the lords of the Star Alliance and their subjects, suddenly had rows of black text prompts in front of them. Prideful Sun Kingdom announcement. Dear subjects, first of all, I have to tell you a good news. Starting today, our Jiayang territory has officially been promoted from an ordinary lord territory to a kingdom-level lord territory. we are the first Lord force among all the lords of the 10,000 races to be promoted to a kingdom-level Lord territory. This means that we are at the forefront of all the lords of the 10,000 races, and there is no other. This is the honor of all the people in our Jiayong kingdom. In addition, you should have seen the invitation to the kingdom channel that just appeared. Don't be afraid, everyone, this is posted by me. You can just come in normally, and you can communicate normally in this channel in the future, and even exchange what you have. In order to celebrate the founding day, from today to 1 month later, the prices of all items in the territory contribution system will be discounted at 50% off. After 1 month, the price will return to normal. I hope that all the people in the territory can seize the opportunity, improve their strength, and survive better on the Supreme Continent. Jiayong Territory. All the people who saw this kingdom announcement were stunned at first, and then they were all boiling. As citizens of Jiayong Territory, they knew very well how many good things there were in their Jiayong Territory's exchange system, especially the military merit exchange system. Now their lord, no, His Majesty the King, was willing to sell it at a 50% discount. They seemed to have seen a future in which their strength and wealth would rapidly improve. Chapter 517. After Zhou Zhou released the kingdom announcement, he immediately looked at the kingdom channel. At this time, the kingdom channel was already lively. Many people who had just arrived here cheered that Jiayong Territory had officially been promoted to a primary kingdom lord force, and were also amazed at the magic of the kingdom channel. Of course, the latter did not include Linger, Lord Qingwan, and other lords of the 10,000 races in subordinate territories. They had already experienced the world channel of the Blue Star Lord, so they naturally had a mediocre reaction to the familiar kingdom channel function. But even so, they were a little surprised that the 10,000 races lord could actually obtain the authority to establish a kingdom channel after establishing a kingdom. The status of the Jiayong Lord in their hearts also increased dramatically. At this time, many lords of the Star Alliance had gone to the world channel to show off. Zhou Zhou smiled at this matter, and then did not rush to see the reactions of the Blue Star Lords on the world channel, but looked at the current number of people on the kingdom channel. The number of subjects in the kingdom channel has reached 11,251,563 people. Zhou Zhou nodded slightly. This number means that almost all of his subjects have come to his kingdom channel. The kingdom channel has a total limit of 100 million subjects. In the short term, I shouldn't worry about exceeding the limit, Zhou Zhou thought. Even if it exceeds the limit in the future, he doesn't think it matters. The primary kingdom has a limit of 100 million subjects. When it reaches the intermediate kingdom, or even higher level kingdom, the limit of the subjects in this kingdom channel should be increased. He didn't think any more, and opened the world channel of the Lord of Blue Star. It was not beyond his expectation. At this time, the entire world channel was discussing his establishment of a kingdom. Awesome. The first kingdom of the Lord of Blue Star. It is also the first kingdom among all the lords of all races. Big Boss Jiayong is awesome. Breaking throat. This face is so proud. Military Industry Lord. The Military Industry Alliance congratulates His Majesty on the establishment of the first kingdom of Blue Star. The first kingdom of all races. Dragon Lady Lord. The Dragon Blood Alliance and all the Lord members congratulate His Majesty on the establishment of the first kingdom of Blue Star. The establishment of the first kingdom of all races. Overlord Lord. All the Lord members of the Overlord Club congratulate His Majesty on the establishment of the first kingdom of Blue Star. The first kingdom of all races. Undead Lord. The Undead Alliance and all the Lord members in the Alliance congratulate His Majesty on the establishment of the first kingdom of Blue Star. The first kingdom of all races. Wow, so many big guys appeared in the same frame. Today is really witnessing history. You are still sighing about witnessing history, while I, the smart one, have already taken screenshots. You are still taking screenshots, while I, the smart one, have already started recording. You are still recording, while I, the far-sighted one, have already joined the Star Alliance. I would like to call you the ultimate killer. Wow, I also want to join the Star Alliance, but the event is over, and now I can't even exchange the Master-Slave Territory contract. In short, just hold on to the thigh of the boss Jiayong. What boss? Haven't you seen how those bosses are called? Call him Your Majesty. Long live Your Majesty. Long live Your Majesty. Boss Jiayong has become the king. Should he consider the harem? Ahem, I have a sister who is beautiful, Your Majesty. Would you like to take a look? These days, it's too difficult to be a licker. If you can't be a licker, you can lick the hook for Your Majesty. Hook? Which hook? The kingdom of the Sun, Lord of the Sun, the strongest lord among all races. His Majesty has appeared. Catch His Majesty. Catch the upstairs. Hold tight. The real master has appeared. Stick to me. Take advantage of His Majesty's nobleness. I wish that in the next war in the territory, I will kill gods and Buddhas. Zhou turned off the world channel speechlessly. Every time something big happens, there will always be a few people among the Blue Star Lords who make him speechless. In addition, he also noticed one thing. That is, as his strength grows and his achievements continue to increase, there are fewer and fewer lords who dare to openly mock him on the world channel and publish the Jiaoyang threat theory, and they are almost extinct. This is the benefit brought by strength. When the gap between his strength and the opponent is not big, the opponent dares to openly mock him and conspiracy about him by relying on the world channel. And when the gap in strength is big enough for the opponent to look up to him, the jealousy, resentment, and anger will disappear and become invisible, or hide in the deepest. Although Zhou is very happy to see this situation, he did not relax his vigilance. After all, the lords of the same clan are also competitors. When he encounters other Blue Star Lords in the process of expanding his territory in the future, if the other party does not want to surrender, he will definitely fight him, and he will not stop his pace of becoming stronger just because the other party is a lord of the same race. So he will also start a war with the other party. This is what will definitely happen between the lords of all races. They are enemies after all. The only difference from the alien races is that they have a common identity. I hope that the Blue Star Lords I meet in the future will surrender to me directly. No. I can only fight against my own people. Although Zhou is cautious, he also feels that it is difficult for a lord to fight against him among the Blue Star Lords. This can be seen from the battlefield of the lords of all races. Except for him, there are only a few lords of Blue Star who have reached the epic level. But he could surpass legends and myths, and become the first among all races, which could be seen. He didn't think much, and looked at the rewards announced by the Lord of all races in the full channel. First of all, there were 10 points of legend and 1 point of myth. This meant that tomorrow, he would have 10 more legendary talents, and 1 mythical talent joining his territory. Secondly, he looked at the 2 treasure chests again. First, there was the mythology treasure chest of all races. Zhou opened it, and found a piece of paper emitting a faint golden light inside. Zhou picked it up and looked over. A text prompt appeared. Treasure name, Hero Status Promotion Book. Treasure level, True God level. Treasure effect, after using it, heroes of any race can immediately promote their hero status to the True God level Hero Destiny status. Treasure introduction, a precious treasure that can greatly improve the destiny status of low-level heroes, up to the True God level Hero Destiny status. Zhou's eyes lit up. What a treasure! But who should I give this hero status promotion book to? The heroes under Zhou's command now, if you count the mechanical father god Zhou, have reached as many as 9. They all contribute to the territory, and the difference in contribution between some heroes is not big. But there is only 1 copy of this hero status promotion book, and it is really difficult to decide whether to give it to the right hero. He thought for a while, and then suddenly smiled. He thought, mechanical father god Zhou was summoned. Here you are. Use it well, don't let me, and don't let you down. Zhou threw this hero status promotion book to him directly. Mechanical father god Zhou nodded calmly, then left here, and found a room to use it. Zhou looked at this scene calmly. Chapter 518. There are 2 reasons for giving this hero status promotion book to his mechanical clone. First, to enhance his own strength, so that he can better survive in the war of the lords of all races. No matter when and where, saving his life is always the first priority for him. After all, only with life can there be a future. And strong strength is always the first means of saving life. Second, Zhou is confident that after his own strength increases dramatically, he can give back to his subordinates in the future, so that the strength and hero status of his subordinates will also increase dramatically. This is confidence in his future. That's why he gave this hero status promotion book to his mechanical clone. While the mechanical father god Zhou was promoted, Zhou looked at another novice kingdom treasure chest. This treasure chest is black and gold, and looks extremely noble. After he opened it, he found a sword inside. Zhou widened his eyes, and couldn't help but take a slight breath. It turned out to be the second and complete Xianyuan sword. The sun, moon and stars were engraved on its sword body, and the faint starlight spread out, as if there were stars moving, very mysterious. Sun, moon and stars sword? Zhou whispered. Artifact information appeared. Racial artifact name, incomplete Xianyuan sword. Equipment rank, race unique. Racial artifact ability 1 sun, moon and stars sword. All blue star humans will be illuminated by the light of the sun, moon and stars, and their potential will be improved by a small class. The sword-holding lord and his subjects will be loved by the sun, moon and stars, and their potential will be improved by a large class. Racial artifact ability 2 Sword of mountains, rivers, and grasses, unknown. To activate this racial artifact ability, you need to collect and fuse the sword face of the mountains, rivers, and grasses of the Xianyuan sword. Racial artifact ability 3 Sword of farming and livestock, unknown. To activate this racial artifact ability, you need to collect and fuse the sword face of the farming and livestock of the Xianyuan sword. Racial artifact ability 4 Sword of unification of heaven and earth, unknown. To activate this racial artifact ability, you need to collect and fuse the hilt of the Xianyuan sword. Introduction to racial artifacts. Xianyuan sword, also known as Xianyuan Xiaoyu sword. The sword body is engraved with the sun, moon, and stars on one side, and mountains, rivers, and grasses on the other side. The hilt is inscribed with the art of farming and breeding on one side, and the strategy of unifying heaven and earth on the other side. It contains infinite power, which can not only slay demons and monsters, but is also one of the important supports for the Blue Star Lord to compete for the Supreme Lord on the Supreme Continent. After seeing the effect of the sun, moon, and star sword, Zhou took a breath of cold air. This sun, moon, and star sword can actually improve the potential of the Blue Star human race, and other Blue Star human races can only improve a small level. He and his subjects can improve a large level. Bronze level potential directly becomes silver level potential. Extraordinary level potential directly becomes epic level potential. Zhou immediately called Bai Yun and the others over through the Legion panel. While they were rushing over, Zhou also opened the World Channel. Then he saw countless identical speeches. Long live His Majesty! Long live His Majesty! Long live His Majesty! At a glance, there are millions of speeches on the World Channel every second, and all of these speeches are long live His Majesty. Without exception, Zhou laughed. It seems that they have also seen the attributes of the racial artifact. He looked at the Kingdom Channel. He found that the situation on the Kingdom Channel was similar. The only difference is that although the people in the Kingdom Channel are not as numerous as the Blue Star Lords in the World Channel, they are the most crazy and loyal. After all, they are the people under their command, and now their potential has been raised to a higher level. This is equivalent to the grace of rebirth. Who wouldn't be crazy? I was a little worried that the people's strength would increase too fast due to the blessing of the Lord of War, and their potential would not keep up. It's all right now. With the potential blessing of the Xianyuan sword sun, moon and star sword, coupled with the Dragon Slayer's talent singing in blood, the people's strength can be improved without being restricted by their potential. The strength of my subjects will increase in the future, and there should be an explosive period. Zhou smiled. The Dragon Slayer's talent, singing in blood, is very effective, but it requires slaughtering high-level blood creatures and bathing in the blood of high-level blood creatures to improve strength. There are great limitations. After all, there is no end battlefield. The enemies they will encounter in the future may not necessarily be high-level blood creatures. It is not even certain whether they are creatures or have blood. For example, the mechanical race, the elemental race, the conceptual race. Killing these races will not trigger the singing in blood and let his Dragon Slayers improve their strength. So in comparison, it is safer to directly improve the potential. At this time, his friend list is already full of various messages. Zhou casually opened Linger's message. Spirit Medicine Lord, brother, I just saw the news about the race artifact. Brother, you are so awesome. You got another part of Xianyuan sword. Lord Jiayang, keep a low profile. By the way, how do you display it? Linger didn't say anything. Soon, a screenshot was sent over from the other side. Zhou looked over. Xianyuan sword sun, moon and star sword. All blue star human lords are illuminated by the light of the sun, moon and stars, and their potential is raised by a small class. Zhou nodded slightly. The light of the sun, moon and stars? He pondered for a while, then walked out of his room and looked up at the stars in the sky. He could feel it faintly. The stars in the sky were emitting star light at this time, shining on him, and then transformed into strands of cool energy to nourish his body. I don't know what my potential is now. Zhou muttered to himself. There is no potential column in the Lord Information Interface of the 10,000 Races Lord. Only when the 10,000 Races Lord loses his Lord status will his specific potential be exposed. Then he carefully felt his body, and after a while, he frowned slightly. Logically speaking, improving one's potential by one major class is already a big improvement. Why don't I feel any changes in my potential? Could it be my potential has reached the Lord God level? Jojo frowned and muttered to himself. Lord God level. It is the potential limit of all creatures in the heavens and the earth. Going up, it has already involved the realm of the Supreme God. That is no longer determined by the potential. While thinking about this problem, he took out another Xianyuan sword farming and livestock sword. At this time, he held the Xianyuan sword farming and livestock sword in his left hand, and the Xianyuan sword sun, moon and star sword in his right hand. The two broken swords seemed to sense each other, and a faint white fluorescence appeared on the surface. A text prompt appeared. Do you want to merge? It can be merged. Merge, Jojo said immediately. The next second, he saw the two swords shining brightly. Then, a golden and luxurious golden sword appeared in his hand. Its sword body was divided into 4 sides. At this time, 2 sword faces were engraved with the sun, moon, stars and farming and breeding. The other 2 sword faces were empty, with nothing on them. Jojo looked at the attributes of the Xianyuan sword at this time, and found that there was no change. It was just a simple fusion of functions, and he was slightly disappointed. He thought it would produce some additional attributes. Maybe after I gather the complete Xianyuan sword, its racial artifact attributes will change. Jojo had some guesses in his mind. Chapter 519. Jojo looked at the Xianyuan sword in his hand. Although the fusion of the 2 swords did not produce any new artifact attributes, Jojo was very satisfied with the effect of the sun, moon and star sword. At this time, Bai Yuan, Wu Xian, Feng Luo, Luo Sheng and others came over. Dragons such as Nazarian, Augst, and Harris also flew over. Meet the Lord. Everyone and the dragon said respectfully. Have you all felt the changes in yourself? Jojo nodded and smiled. I feel it. My potential has been improved to a large level, directly reaching the legendary upper level. Feng Luo's expression could not hide his excitement. As a hero of the epic hero destiny, his potential was originally only epic upper level. After the improvement of the sun, moon and star sword, it has now directly jumped to the legendary upper level. This potential is comparable to the potential of the heroes of the legendary hero destiny. My subordinate's potential has been improved to the lower god upper level. Bai Yun smiled. During this period, she and her companions killed the enemy heroes, and the hero destiny status has officially transformed from the legendary hero destiny status, fake, to the real legendary hero destiny status. At the same time, her potential has also been upgraded to the upper legendary level. And now, her potential has broken through the limitations of ordinary creatures and has the potential to become a god. Even if it is only the potential of a god above the lower god. That is also a real god. It is no longer the same creature as the legendary and lower creatures. Jojo looked at the others, and the others also stood up to report their potential improvement. Among them, the potential of Dragon Horse Spear General Wu Xian has been upgraded from epic upper level to legendary upper level. The potential of Soul Arrow Wu Tu has been upgraded from epic upper level to legendary upper level. The upgrade of Ghost God General Luo Sheng is more terrifying. He was originally a genius, with the potential of lower level of upper god. This time, after the upgrade of Xianyuan Sword Sun, Moon and Star Sword, he directly jumped from lower level of upper god to lower level of true god, and the potential upgrade of Knight Rakshasa Sword God Suin is the most terrifying. Because he originally had the potential of upper level of true god, now he has been upgraded directly from upper level of true god to upper level of main god, and his potential has reached the world limit. The potential of Butcher Guiqiao is more outrageous. Because as a dragon slayer, his own potential is only bronze intermediate, and now even with the upgrade of Sun, Moon and Star Sword, his potential is only promoted to silver intermediate. Even so, Guiqiao still looks lucky. Fortunately, my potential has not been greatly improved. Otherwise, I would not be a pure dragon slayer. After saying that, he looked at everyone except Jojo with a weird look. Everyone, There is no need to look at everyone with that look. We are all human beings, and our blood is not noble by nature. Jojo coughed twice and said, That's right. Guiqiao retracted his gaze, and then couldn't help but glance at Neltharion and the others. Neltharion and other dragons shook their bodies subconsciously. Then suddenly reacted. What are they afraid of, although they are dragons? But they are also dragon slayers, thinking of this. Instead, they stared at Guiqiao, and only retracted their gaze when they stared at him with an uncomfortable look on their faces. Jojo smiled when he saw this. His eyes fell on the Dragon King of Volcano and Destruction, Neltharion, and then he found that its potential had been raised from the lower god level to the middle god level. Jojo was a little emotional and sighed. Thinking back to the past, Neltharion was the most powerful subordinate and the most potential subordinate in his territory. Now, he is gradually starting to lose his rank. He smiled. This also shows that his territory is developing rapidly. However, Neltharion has made great contributions to the development of his territory. If I can find a treasure that can improve potential in the future, I have to help Neltharion improve his potential. For old subordinates, as long as they don't betray me, Zhou hopes to see the final scenery of the Lord's Road with them. Your Majesty, this is a list of the soldiers' strength improvement after passing the Arc de Triomphe. Among these soldiers, there are 20% of the troops that were recruited by the Lords of the Star Alliance today. Just then, Bai Yun came over with a list and handed it to Zhou. Zhou took it and looked at it. Today, the Lords of the Star Alliance recruited a total of 1,035,900 monsters. The 20% of the troops that were transferred to Zhou included 207,180 fog monsters, in addition to the 158,575 giant roaring clan soldiers that he recruited himself. Now he has a total of 3,271,277 soldiers under his command. After the improvement of the Arc de Triomphe, most of these soldiers have improved their strength. Among the soldiers under his command now, there are 327,131 black iron level soldiers. There are 932,518 bronze level soldiers, 600 silver level soldiers, 541, 712 gold level soldiers, 459, 612 platinum level soldiers, 287, 152 diamond level soldiers, 532 extraordinary level soldiers. Guiqiao was promoted to epic upper level. Feng Luo was promoted to extraordinary upper level. Bai Yun was promoted to extraordinary intermediate level. Luo Sheng was promoted to extraordinary intermediate level. Wu Tu was promoted to diamond intermediate level. Neltharion was promoted to diamond intermediate level. Ansel, the original spirit race, broke through to platinum intermediate level. The strength of other generals has not changed for the time being. Zhou nodded with satisfaction. Now the troops under his command, together with the total troops of the Star Alliance, have officially broken through 10 million, reaching more than 10.22 million troops. Not bad. This kind of troops is completely overwhelming among the primary kingdoms he knows. In that case, attack the Roaring Kingdom or the Barking Kingdom tomorrow. Zhou's eyes flashed coldly. Zhou had no good feelings towards these two foreign kingdoms that dared to snatch food from his mouth. It just so happened that his kingdom was newly established. He would use these two primary kingdoms to pave a bad reputation for his new kingdom. It would save some blind kingdoms from thinking that his kingdom was just newly established, and that his kingdom was a soft persimmon that could be manipulated at will. How is the discussion going over there? Zhou withdrew his thoughts, and looked at Bai Yun and the others. Deputy City Lord Zheng and the others are still discussing. Before we left, they were discussing the founding ceremony, the kingdom's laws, and the names of the kingdom's officials. They should still be discussing now. Bai Yun reported respectfully. Lord, you are the lord of the newly established kingdom after all. Some important kingdom decisions still need your personal confirmation. Otherwise, they may discuss for a long time, and there will be no results. And there are some national affairs that they dare not discuss without you. Wu Xian said. He had been an official in the court for many years, so he naturally knew that what the high-ranking officials of the territory needed most at this time was Zhou's presence. You go back and continue the discussion first. I have something to do now. I will go to your side later. Zhou thought for a while and said, Yes, Lord. Naturally, everyone had no objection. Chapter 520. After a while, in the meeting room of the primary lord's paradise, Zhou looked at the three people in front of him. It was Mu Gu, Zheng Fugui, and Carol Momoira. Old rules. Tell me about your respective improvements, Zhou said. Mu Gu stood up first out of habit. He said respectfully, Your Majesty, my strength has also been upgraded to Platinum Superior after my territory was promoted to Platinum Superior, and my various skills have also been upgraded to Platinum Superior. And the number of monster ranches that I can manage now has reached 36. The maximum capacity of each monster ranch has also been increased from the original 15,000 to 20,000, and the upper limit of the monster strength that can be cultivated has also been increased to Platinum Superior. Zhou nodded. The two newly added monster ranches will be used to cultivate storm spirits. Zhou said. Yes, Your Majesty, Mu Gu said respectfully. Zhou nodded and looked at Zheng Fugui. Zheng Fugui stood up with a smile. Report to His Majesty. Now the number of mysterious merchants in our mysterious caravan has increased directly from the original 1,000 to 1,500. The capabilities of all mysterious merchants have also been upgraded to the upper platinum level. The number of our carriages has also increased to 1,500. In addition, the mysterious business ring that each of us was given by the Supreme will has also increased from 30,000 cubic meters to 80,000 cubic meters, which can transport more goods. This is all the upgrades of our mysterious caravan. This is for you. See if I can sell it for a good price, and it would be best if I can exchange it for some treasures. Zhou Zhou thought for a moment, took out the 3 Emperor gems, and threw them to Zheng Fugui. Zheng Fugui took it subconsciously. When he saw the 3 Emperor gems in his hand, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he put them away solemnly. I will definitely bring back satisfactory goods for your majesty, Zheng Fugui said respectfully. Zhou Zhou nodded. In fact, he didn't have much hope in his heart. A gem without adding attributes, no matter how high the grade is, how much can it be worth? How expensive is the gift? Zheng Fugui didn't say much when he saw this, and sat back down. Carol Moira stood up calmly. Report to your majesty. Our Goddess of Life Sanctuary has been upgraded to the Platinum upper level after the territory was upgraded to the Platinum upper level. Now we have 3,000 priests, 3,000 priests, 3,000 nuns, and 10,000 life paladins in our sanctuary. In addition, the strength of all clergy has also been upgraded to the Platinum upper level. And the strength of the subordinates has also been upgraded from the extraordinary lower level to the extraordinary upper level. Zhou Zhou nodded with satisfaction. Now that he has many soldiers, the casualties in the battle have also increased greatly. The Goddess of Life Sanctuary is the foundation for his soldiers to maintain a 0 casualty rate. Now, it has been strengthened, which can be said to be the most useful strengthening for Zhou Zhou at present. You go back. Carol Moira, get ready, I may let you revive 2 heroes in a while, Zhou Zhou said. Yes, your majesty, the 3 said respectfully. Then he left. Zhou Zhou also left here, and walked towards the direction of the Knight's Temple. Knight's Temple. When Zhou Zhou arrived here, he happened to see Bai He and Rob Allen standing at the door chatting. Hello, Lord Temple Master, hello, Lord Silver Meteorite. Zhou Zhou was stunned, and then said respectfully, You are incredible. It's only been a few days since you came to the Supreme Continent? You actually established a kingdom. Before Bai He spoke, Rob Allen couldn't help but sigh. Luck, Zhou Zhou said modestly. Establishing the first kingdom among the lords of all races is not something that can be done by luck alone. You are very good. Bai He spoke, looking at Zhou Zhou with admiration. Do you know? You are the fastest member of our human race to establish a kingdom without external help, he said seriously. Zhou Zhou was stunned. He didn't expect that he actually broke a record. But his heart was calm, and this incident did not cause any ripples in his mood. Bai He was quite moved when he saw this scene. It seems that after this kid appeared on the full-channel announcement of the Lord of 10,000 Races twice, his vision has been completely opened up. He will not lose his mind because of a little achievement. This point, Rob Allen beside him has not even done it yet. If this happened to Rob Allen, he would probably be overjoyed at this time. You came here this time. It should not be just to announce the good news, right? Bai He came back to his senses and asked. Yes. Zhou Zhou nodded. I have gathered the resources to revive 2 heroes here. Come on, follow me to the Hall of Heroes. Bai He's eyes lit up when he heard this. Then he pulled Zhou Zhou and walked quickly towards the Hall of Heroes. A moment later, Zhou Zhou took the relics of Soul Mage Izzy and Flame Blade King Norals to the shelter of the Goddess of Life and resurrected Carol Moira. After resurrecting the 2 heroes, Zhou Zhou had a brief chat with them, then took them to the Knight's Temple and handed them over to Bai He. At this point, Zhou Zhou's debts were completely paid off. Debt-free, he walked towards the Administrative Hall. Administrative Hall. When Zhou Zhou and his friends approached here, they heard heated discussions coming from inside. As a newly established kingdom, our Jiayang Kingdom still uses the laws of the past Aurora Kingdom. I think it's not good. I was the former Prime Minister of the Aurora Kingdom, and personally presided over the revision of the laws of the Aurora Kingdom. I am very confident about how to establish the laws of a country, and I will not copy them completely. I will make specific modifications based on the situation of Jiayang Kingdom. How about the flag of Jiayang Kingdom using the Sun Star as the main body? It's fine to use the Sun Star as the main body of the flag, but I personally feel that it can't be just the Sun Star. It's too monotonous. That makes sense. The founding ceremony should be grand. Of course. That's right. After all, our king is the founding monarch, not the successor monarch. If it's not grand, wouldn't it be too low-key? After hearing these discussions, Jojo couldn't help but smile. He walked in. When everyone saw him coming, they immediately stood up and saluted respectfully. "Greetings, Your Majesty," everyone shouted. "You continue to chat, I listen on the side. If I have anything to say, I say it directly. If you have anything to ask me, just tell me directly." Jojo nodded, sat in the main seat naturally, and then said with a faint smile. Everyone looked at each other, and then respectfully said yes. Then everyone started talking again as before. At the beginning, everyone was a little cautious. But when they saw that their own majesty did not make any moves, they let go of their courage and discussed fiercely again as before. During this period, Jojo also discussed his ideas with everyone. When everyone was difficult to make a decision, they would take the initiative to find Jojo to discuss the problem. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, more than 3 hours had passed. At this time, it was already late at night. Seeing this, Jojo asked everyone to go back and rest. The affairs of the kingdom could be discussed slowly later. Everyone nodded when they heard it, and then went back. Jojo saw this, and returned to his primary lord's blessed land. Primary lord's blessed land. Martial arts arena. Jojo looked at the 3 corpses in front of him. They were the corpses of the 4-armed Moro King Taro, the steel-teeth Iron Fist King Siphon, and the death servant Sakmo, who they killed on the battlefield today.